10 Gods Chapter 384 to Chapter 437. The jet-black hurricane swept over. Before it even got close, it had already destroyed everything. No pops up, less than or equal to internet is not equal to. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Crack. The hall left by the master apothecary at the front collapsed. Lin Tian's expression changed. How terrifying was that? It was dozens of times more terrifying than the 4 demon gods in the demon burial valley. Li Guhuang and Patsong were also shocked. The sun ocean and the barren heaven world were supported at the same time. The wind swept in all directions, scarier than sharp blades. Damn it! Lin Tian clenched his teeth and supported the yin-yang lotus sea to protect himself. The black dragon didn't arrive. It was still some distance away, but the wind had destroyed everything. Puff, 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 some weaker cultivators exploded on the spot, turning into blood mist in the wind. Such a scene instantly scared everyone silly. Some of the more powerful cultivators retreated in fear. Finally, the black dragon arrived. Its body was shockingly huge, and its blood-red eyes looked down. Boom, 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 divine light shot up. Dozens of elixir soldiers broke free from Lin Tian's control and attacked the black dragon. Those elixir soldiers were left by the master apothecary to suppress the fallen immortal land. Now that the black dragon appeared, the elixir soldiers seemed to sense their natural enemy and rushed over. At this moment, the energy of the elixir soldiers was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked. So powerful. Those elixir soldiers should be able to suppress that monster. Yes, there are dozens of them. Greater than over equal to? Greater than over equal to? Is almost equal to. Someone said. But the next moment, everyone's expression changed. The black dragon's eyes were blood-red. It opened its mouth and roared. More than 30 elixir soldiers were instantly crushed. At the same time, many cultivators were killed by the roar. More than 30 elixir soldiers comparable to immortal reaching immortal realm cultivators were instantly. It's more powerful than immortal reaching immortal realm cultivators. Who can stop it? It's over. It's over. Why is there such a monster here? Everyone was in despair. The black dragon's eyes were red. It hovered in the sky like a demon king looking down at the world. Everyone was terrified. Without a doubt, it was a terrifying being. In this place, no one could stop him. Facing this black dragon, even Li Guhuang and Patsong could only be on guard and restrain their auras. The black dragon stared at the group of cultivators below as if it was staring at a group of lowly ants. Suddenly, its blood-red eyes fell on Lin Tian, and it immediately roared again. Boom, an even more terrifying wave spread out, shaking the heavens. The black dragon rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and a chill ran down his spine. An unprecedented sense of death assaulted his senses, making him feel as if he had fallen into hell. The honorable apothecary sealed the fallen immortal land back then. Could it be that the medicine canon in my body has been sensed? Could it be that the aura of the honorable apothecary from back then is still present? At this moment, Lin Tian was terrified and quickly retreated. With a single thought, dozens of elixir soldiers appeared to welcome the attack. Then, he stepped on the yin and yang ho and fled. Net greater than or equal to. The black dragon was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 4 demon gods in the demon burial valley. He couldn't block a single attack from it. Chi. 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 The black dragon raised its claws and instantly tore all the elixir soldiers apart. A gust of wind blew, and a series of banging sounds were heard. Everyone was thrown out. The black dragon looked down at the sky and arrived above Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Lin Tian's expression changed, and he suddenly felt a deep sense of despair. How could he resist such a terrifying creature? Roar! The black dragon roared, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Lin Tian fiercely. First Heaven, Governor Feng City, Dark Forest. The dark forest was vast and boundless, and there were countless beasts roaring and roaring in the forest every day. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes suddenly opened in the deepest part of the forest. It was a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Her soft black hair reached her waist, and her dress was pure white. She looked like the most beautiful fairy. Staring at the sky, the little girl's eyes were deeper than the starry sky, as if she could see through time and space. The fallen immortal land, formed after hundreds of thousands of years. It was born at the peak of nirvana. Nether demonic dragon. With a cold voice, the girl waved her left hand and tore open the void. She pointed her finger at it. In the second heaven, the black dragon rushed towards Lin Tian, arriving in the blink of an eye. He's dead. Someone was horrified. Choo-choo less than or equal to, however, in the next moment, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Lin Tian, and a purple light rushed out. Puff, blood sputtered, sprinkling all over the sky. These bloodstains were extremely terrifying, and the aura contained within was extremely domineering, causing the space to collapse. In the void, the black dragon's abdomen was penetrated, and it rolled hundreds of feet away. What's going on? That madman, he injured that terrifying black dragon? Everyone stared at him. In the distance, Li Guhuang and Patsong frowned, and their eyes were filled with divine light as they stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was also shocked. He didn't do anything at all. Roar, in the distance an angry roar sounded. Black light rushed into the sky, sweeping in all directions. The black dragon seemed to be very angry, and its violent aura seemed to want to annihilate everything. Peerless domineering, staring at Lin Tian, the black dragon rushed over again. This time, the aura of the black dragon was thousands of times more terrifying than before, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Tian was the first to bear the brunt. Under such an aura, he couldn't even move a finger. He could only watch the black dragon crushing towards him. Get lost. At this moment, from the spatial crack in front of him, a cold voice sounded. It was just a single word, and it wasn't loud, but in an instant, the sky of the second heaven exploded. The black dragon stopped abruptly, and the dragon scales all over its body stood up. A look of fear appeared in its blood-red eyes. Greater than over equal to is identical to V, and V is almost equal to Z. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed, revealing a look of surprise. Little Purple? He was too familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the little girl he picked up in the dark forest, the purple fairy. There's a voice coming from that spatial crack? What's going on? All the cultivators were shocked. This kind of thing was beyond the understanding of ordinary cultivators. In the sky, the black dragon trembled. In the end, it turned around and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In this place, many cultivators breathed a sigh of relief. The departure of the black dragon was equivalent to the departure of the source of death. Although I don't know what's going on, it's great. Someone said. It was to the extent that some people collapsed and sat on the ground. Only Lin Tian's eyes flickered, staring at the spatial crack in front of him. Little Purple? Is that you? He shouted. In a foreign land, listening to the familiar voice, he was a little excited and happy. In the dark forest, the purple fairy looked at the second heaven from a distance, and a charming smile appeared on her cold little face. Lovely and touching. In the next moment, with a hiss, the spatial crack instantly closed. At the same time, in the second heaven, the spatial crack in front of Lin Tian also closed with a hiss and disappeared without a trace. Little Purple. Lin Tian shouted. However, the spatial crack no longer opened, and all traces disappeared. In the surroundings, many cultivators looked at Lin Tian and looked at each other. They didn't know what Lin Tian suddenly shouted. Li Guhuang and Patsong stared at Lin Tian, their eyes cold and dazzling. The two king physiques were different from ordinary people, and they saw the strangeness of Lin Tian. Lin Tian was searching for the purple fairy's aura when he suddenly felt two eyes on him. He immediately turned his head and ignored them. Staring at the two of them, he gradually calmed down, and his eyes flashed with a piercing killing intent. I'll kill you, he said coldly. With a flash of his feet, he directly rushed over. In the Divine Rumble Temple, the desolate heaven realm, and the Sun Ocean, a group of divine elephants flashed and suppressed the two king physiques. Li Guwang's eyes were cold, and he faced them with the Sun Ocean. Patsong's eyes were cold, and he directly held up the desolate heaven realm. Boom, an astonishing collision, and the fierce true essence fluctuations suppressed all directions. After a long while, two figures were sent flying dozens of feet away. They were Li Guhuang and Putsong. At this moment, the elixir weapons had been completely shattered by the black dragon, but Li Guhuang and Putsong were already at the end of their rope and didn't have much combat power left. Lin Tian was at his peak, so the two couldn't stop Lin Tian at all. Poof, Lin Tian charged over and punched Li Guhuang in the chest, causing Li Guhuang to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. He formed a seal with both hands and supported the hand of gods. Lin Tian snorted and used the divine art to activate the Bai family's unparalleled divine palm, pressing toward Li Guhuang. After that, he stepped on the yin and yang tai chi and rushed toward Putsong, the desolate demon physique, and slapped down, knocking Putsong into the dust. Again, he said coldly. He formed a seal with both hands, and the sea of three leaves and the place where Lord Daoran comprehended the way appeared together. With a boom, the two sides pressed toward Li Guhuang and Putsong from the left and right. The two king physiques stepped back and displayed their spiritual sense visions, flying into the sky. Next time we meet, I'll chop off your head, Li Guhuang said coldly. Then, he flew into the distance. Your life belongs to this king. Keep it. Putsong's eyes were full of ferocity. Lin Tian flew into the sky. Don't even think about leaving. He opened his big hand and covered all directions. The light mist covered the two king physiques at the same time. Li Guhuang snorted and didn't resist. He stepped 100 meters away and disappeared instantly. At the same time, Putsong showed his true form with 9 heads and blood wings. He flapped his wings slightly and rushed into the distance. Damn it! Lin Tian wanted to chase after him, but he couldn't. The two king physiques wanted to escape. Without the help of the elixir weapons, he found it difficult to catch up. In the small world, a breeze blew. He looked into the distance. The land of the fallen immortals had been completely shattered, and the old forest in the small world was also completely destroyed. Under the destructive power of the black dragon, it had turned into a large desert. He snorted coldly, landed, and glanced at the others. Facing Lin Tian's gaze, everyone trembled. Let's go now. In the blink of an eye, everyone had run away. What a joke. He was a fiend. He had killed the elders of the Bai family, the Taishan sacred ground, and the Wantong sacred ground, and chased after the two king physiques. No one dared to stay. If they accidentally angered him, they would be smashed into meat paste in the blink of an eye. The crowd ran away like a swarm of bees, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The place was now empty. Books greater than or equal to www.1cc. Because of the Black Dragon's charge, the surroundings of the hall had been completely destroyed. Lin Tian leaped into the air and looked into the distance. He could vaguely see that all the cultivators had left the small world. There was not a single person in this space. He landed and looked behind the small palace. I wonder if there's anything else, he muttered to himself. The small palace had been torn apart. He had obtained 2 7 orifices exquisite pills. After that, the battle was too intense, so no one dared to enter the front. At this time, he was the only one left. He paused for a moment, then walked forward. He opened the broken palace. There were indeed many other things inside, but they were not very valuable. Most of them were leftover materials. Shaking his head, he suddenly looked up and looked deeper. He sensed a strong fluctuation of core qi. What's that? He was curious and walked forward. Behind the small palace was an old forest. Lin Tian stepped into it. After walking for about 15 minutes, he saw a waterfall in front of him. The water flowed down from the top of a mountain. When it fell, it hit some old stones and made splashing sounds. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the waterfall. Looking at it, the ancient runes of the medicine codex appeared in his sea of consciousness. They danced like butterflies. Lin Tian frowned. He walked on the water and used his vital essence to break through the waterfall. There was another world inside. There was a black cauldron. The cauldron was 1 meter tall. It was carved with all kinds of strange birds and immortal beasts. They were so lifelike that it felt like they were about to burst out of it. At the same time, there were many dried-up medicinal herbs in the cave. There was also a futon covered in dust. As soon as he entered this place, Lin Tian felt an astonishing pill qi, as well as a strange pill rhythm. This feeling was almost the same as when he was at Celestial Lord Doran's martial arts training ground. Master Apothecary once cultivated here. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The dantian rhythm in the air was not too strong. It seemed that the Master Apothecary did not stay here for long. However, this was enough to surprise him. Cultivating in the cultivation grounds of the ancient celestial venerables was an immortal opportunity for anyone. Even though it was rumored that the Master Apothecary had not reached the chaotic realm when he established this place, his strength was shocking enough. Lin Tian came to the front of the praying mat, wiped off the dust on it, and sat down cross-legged. The space behind the waterfall was not large, and one could see everything at a glance. After Lin Tian sat down, he took a deep breath and began to cultivate. He did not circulate the four extremity scriptures. Instead, he studied the medicine canon in his sea of consciousness. Dan is simple. One is simple. Only the Tao is correct, hence the name Dan. If the sky obtains one, it is clear; if the earth obtains one, it is peaceful; if a valley obtains one, it is abundant; if a person obtains one, it is immortal. Alchemy is the Tao, and the Tao is the pill. Alchemy is the Tao, and the Tao is the pill. With life as the source, the mortal world is vast and boundless. The pill cocoon is broken to prove eternal life. Full is like abundance, abundance is like loss, loss is like loss, loss is like gain. He closed his eyes and recited the general outline of the medicine encyclopedia in his sea of consciousness. Buzz. As he recited the general outline of the medicine encyclopedia, the air in this space whistled, and rays of Dan light appeared. The Dan light was black, but there was a kind of godly fluctuation. To read 1 Kanshuc Cas if there was a breeze, rays of black Dan light appeared in this space and surrounded Lin Tian's body. Soon, the Dan light vibrated and was as gentle as spring water, slowly seeping into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's body trembled, but he soon calmed down. Dan is the Tao, he muttered to himself. After reciting the general outline of the medicine encyclopedia over and over again, and meditating in this small space, Lin Tian gradually understood a bit of the general outline's meaning. The so-called art of alchemy was also the Tao. It was a technique that ancient sages created to break through death. However, they failed in the end and could not rely on the art of alchemy to become immortal. Even so, the art of alchemy could increase a cultivator's lifespan by a lot. This was the origin of the life-extending pill. It could extend a cultivator's lifespan by up to 100,000 years. 100,000 years was already very shocking. Buzz. Lin Tian's body was shrouded in black fog. This black fog was the essence of pill Tao left behind by a master apothecary who had yet to reach the primal chaos realm. At this moment, because of the medicine codex's general outline, it condensed into a material light. As Lin Tian recited the general outline of the medicine codex in his sea of consciousness, the black light slowly entered his body, causing Lin Tian's understanding of the Tao of alchemy to increase bit by bit. Time passed unknowingly. Outside the small world, a group of cultivators walked out. News of the birth of the small world quickly spread. For immortal connecting realm experts were all killed by that Lin Tianxia? How could this be? He can kill immortals right after entering the Zephyr realm? Impossible. You can't boast like that even if you want to. Is identical to I want to read is identical to 1cc. Many people shook their heads in disbelief. To be able to kill immortals at the early stage of the Zephyr plane was too exaggerated. Even someone with a king body could not do it. However, as more and more news spread, some of the people who didn't believe it were all shaken. Is it true? It's true. It's said that there are dozens of terrifying elixir weapons in the small world that are comparable to immortal connecting realm experts. No one knows what method that person used to control those elixir weapons and relied on them to kill several immortal connecting realm experts. Before that, there was another immortal connecting realm cultivator in the Bai family who was killed by that person's weak water. Even his bones turned into thick water. Weak water? Isn't that the legendary water of the Nether River? Is that small world connected to the Nether River? Who knows? For immortal connecting realm experts, the Bai family lost too. How sad. Someone sighed and said, the Bai clan sure is unlucky to have messed with such a monster. Several of their strongholds were destroyed, the 7 heroes of the younger generation were all killed, and close to 100 airborne realm cultivators were killed. With such forces combined, they could form a force stronger than the top 10 sects and clans. This guy is really daring. For immortal connecting realm experts, really, that's not all. That's not all. The Xin family's 6th grade alchemist, Xianxia, was also killed by that person. In the end, that guy chased after the Li family's sun physique and the desolate demon physique of the Xianxia mountain and almost crippled them. What? There's such a thing? The sun physique and the desolate demon physique are the lifeblood of the Li family and the Xianxia mountain. How dare he chase after them? That's right. He's simply a madman. The 9 great sects, the Xin family, the Bai family, the Taishan sacred ground, the Wantong sacred ground, the Li family, and the Xianxia mountain. This guy wants to offend all the major forces in the second heaven. Many people were shocked. Want to read books 1/k/ at the same time, another piece of news came out. A great beast had appeared in the small world. It was an ancient dragon. Dragon? Such an ancient creature has appeared? Isn't that a domineering monster in myths? It's said that it's born naturally and can only be born after hundreds of thousands of years. It can destroy everything when it's born, and it's comparable to a peak nirvana powerhouse. It's known as the source of destruction. It's rare to see such a monster in ancient times, let alone now. Why does it sound so mysterious? But in fact, it has appeared. Listening to this sound, the entire second heaven shook. For immortal-reaching powerhouses were killed in one day, and then a legendary dragon appeared. For a moment, many people's nerves were affected. In the Bai family, in a hall, Bai Hongye roared, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He was an old man with wide eyes filled with hatred and anger. He summoned the powerhouses of his family and went to the last immortal mountain range. 2 immortal-reaching realm experts had died just like that. Even for a top force like the Bai clan that had existed since the ancient times, this was an unbearable loss. The yuan qi they had lost was something that they would not be able to recover even after several decades. Beast! Bai Hongye roared. At this moment, there was only killing intent, anger, and hatred in his eyes. He didn't know who was the one who started it. Taishan sacred ground, chase after them. Suppress them for me. His angry voice echoed in the sky. The death of an immortal-reaching cultivator was a loss that even a sacred ground could not bear. At the same time, the same voice came from the all-enlightenment sacred ground. A powerhouse had appeared and rushed to the last immortal mountain range. Powerhouses from the Li family and Mount Tianyao also rushed over. These 2 clans didn't suffer any losses, but their king body cultivator was almost killed, so they naturally had to retaliate. For a moment, a dense crowd of cultivators rushed to the fallen immortal mountain range, causing many cultivators to feel a chill down their spines. I wonder if that guy is still in that small world. I don't know. It's said that he didn't come out. He didn't come out? That's impossible. I think we should leave. If he's still here, he's dead. Many people trembled. Rumble, the void rumbled. On this day, at least 100 peak Zephyr realm powerhouses rushed to the small world of the last immortal mountain range, frantically searching for Lin Tian's figure. They almost turned over the small world opened by Master Apothecary, but no one could find Lin Tian's figure. In the end, a group of people rushed out of the small world with monstrous killing intent. Find him. We must find him. Skin him. Refine his bones. Make him suffer a fate worse than death. Cold and vicious voices spread throughout the second heaven. Almost all of them came from the Xin family, Bai family, and the 2 sacred grounds. In an instant, the second heaven was in an uproar. In the small world opened by Master Apothecary, inside the waterfall, Lin Tian was still cultivating silently. This place can hide one's aura. Is it because I have the medicine encyclopedia that I can sense this place? Lin Tian muttered to himself. 2 hours ago, people from several major forces found this small world, which really surprised him. But soon, he found that even if someone passed by the waterfall at a close distance, they couldn't sense his existence and directly left with killing intent. Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't think much about it. In short, it was very safe to stay here. He didn't need to worry about anything. Buzz. He silently recited the general outline of the medicine encyclopedia in his sea of consciousness, absorbing the black pill light in this space. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lin Tian cultivated on the futon for 3 days without sleeping or resting. After opening his eyes on this day, he only felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had improved a lot, and his cultivation had also improved a lot. The most important thing was that he found that his alchemy had improved by leaps and bounds. He had reached the peak of the 4th grade alchemist and would soon enter the 5th grade alchemist realm. Clenching his fist slightly, Lin Tian could feel the majestic Dan Qi flowing in his body. In these 3 days, he had come a long way on the Tao of alchemy. Greater than over equal to, v, net, intersection is not equal to. He spread out his right hand, and with a thought, a green flame appeared with a sizzling sound. 3rd stage alchemy fire. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Alchemy fire was divided into 7 levels, from low to high. The colors of the flames were yellow, purple, cyan, green, blue, red, and black. The higher the level of the alchemy fire, the easier it was to refine Baodan, and the better the quality of the Baodan produced. At the same time, the alchemy fire had a strong attacking power. The higher the level of the alchemy fire, the more violent its attacking power would be. It was rumored that the 7th degree black pill fire could burn everything in the world and it would not be extinguished until the target was completely burnt. Closing his eyes, Lin Tian circulated the 4 extreme scripture and adjusted his Jin Yuan. After meditating in the master apothecary's cultivation area for 3 days, his cultivation had almost reached the peak of the 1st tier of Zephyr. Now, he was running the 4 extreme scriptures and felt that the spiritual ether in his body had become purer and denser. In short, he was much stronger. Buzz. A faint silver light lingered on the surface of his body until a day later, Lin Tian Kai once again opened his eyes. He stood up and looked outside, feeling that it was time to leave. Lin Tian arrived in front of the profound cyan cauldron in the middle and put it away. Boom. It was also at this time that the ground shook. Many places began to shatter, and black cracks appeared in the void. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This space is about to disappear. As he muttered to himself, he soared into the air and quickly stepped out. Not long ago, when the black dragon was born, the small world created by the master apothecary was almost completely destroyed and was on the verge of shattering. Net greater than over equal to less than or equal to is not equal to. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian had just stepped out of the small world when the space behind him collapsed. Shaking his head, Lin Tian didn't linger and walked away. Not bad. He narrowed his eyes. During this trip to this small world, his alchemy had improved considerably, and his cultivation had also increased slightly. Most importantly, he had obtained 2 7 apertures exquisite pills that could extend one's lifespan by 500 years. Such precious treasures were something that even great Tao tier elites would be envious of. Walking through the mountains and forests, Lin Tian did not go out for the time being. Instead, he walked casually. During this period of time, he continuously fought, advancing through the bloody slaughter, wishing to have some peace and quiet. Creak creak. There were quite a few small animals in the old forest. Among them, there was the soft cry of a civet cat. When it saw Lin Tian, it was immediately startled and ran away in panic. Lin Tian smiled. Sure enough, ordinary small animals were still very afraid of strangers. He really missed the days at the fallen immortal peak. It's not good to be alone. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He plucked a stalk of grass from the ground and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, a faint fragrance wafted out. Not long after, he walked out of the last immortal mountain range, and he followed the path to enter another forest. Within the forest, birds and beasts gently chirped. Old leaves drifted down in a very natural manner. Lin Tian walked on foot like a wanderer. V times less than or equal to On the path of cultivation, hard work was necessary, but it was not always good. Occasionally, one would still need to relax. In ancient times, the sages called this a tempering of the heart. Training one's heart was to train one's mental state. In the history of cultivation, the stronger one's cultivation was, the more they would pay attention to this. This was because if the training of one's mental state could not keep up with one's martial cultivation level, it would easily lead to the birth of a heart demon. On the other hand, if the training of one's mental state surpassed one's martial cultivation level, then one's future training would become very smooth. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes with a faint smile on his face. He was wholeheartedly trying to relax his heart. The sun is very good, the grass is very green, the flowers are very beautiful, the water is very pure. Lin Tian walked along a stream, very leisurely. In the second heaven, all the major forces were looking for Lin Tian. Several of them couldn't wait to tear Lin Tian apart. Most importantly, there was news that Lin Tian had obtained 2 Baodan pills that could extend one's life by 500 years. This undoubtedly shocked the entire second heaven. Many people's eyes turned red. Extending one's life by 500 years is a peerless treasure. Lin Tian, get out here. Do you want to hide again? Come out and face your death. I'll crush you with one hand. Voices sounded one after another. The ones who spoke were the younger generation of several major forces. There were people from the Shen family, people from the 9 great sects, and of course, people from the Bai family and the 2 holy lands. That Lin Tian is said to be able to fight with the desolate monster body. These ordinary disciples of the major forces really dare to be so arrogant. Someone shook his head. They are deliberately provoking Lin Tian, trying to lure him out. Guan less than or equal to, that's right. It is said that the 9 great sects, the Shen family, the Bai family, the Taishan Holy Land, and the Wantong Holy Land, have teamed up with many powerhouses of the Zephyr realm. Even the cultivators of the Tianyao Mountain and the Li family have joined in. They want to tear Lin Tian apart alive. Moreover, there are also older generation powerhouses who have entered to support them. Older generation powerhouses, are they in the immortal realm? I don't know about that, but there are still powerhouses at the 9th level of the Zephyr realm. How many people are there in total? About 100 people. Hiss. Someone gasped. Even a king physique expert would find it difficult to withstand more than 100 Zephyr realm powerhouses, right? Unless they have reached the level of the sun physique, it would be difficult for a king physique expert who has just entered the Zephyr realm to survive when encountering more than 100 Zephyr realm powerhouses at the same time. In various restaurants, many people were discussing. Even on some roads, many itinerant cultivators were also discussing this matter. Lin Tian, get the hell out here. I'll only use one hand to defeat you. I'll let you crush me with one foot. You don't dare to come out? You'll be a turtle forever. Coward, you're really a weak ant. Soon, someone else spoke. Hearing these voices, many cultivators in the second heaven shook their heads. Although they knew that these people were deliberately provoking Lin Tian to appear, they still felt that it was a little too much. That Lin Tian, even a keen physique expert wouldn't dare to easily win against him, but these people dare to say such words. It's really, Lin Tian walked through some old forests and some roads, so he naturally heard those clamoring voices. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he didn't care and appeared to be at ease. After crossing another small path, he entered a relatively lush old forest that was not smaller than the last immortal mountain range. Walking in the old forest, his steps were slow and casual. Roar. In the old forest, a monster beast roared and roared. Not long after, a level 8 monster beast appeared. It was about 30 feet tall and had a body as tough as a diamond. It pounced directly at Lin Tian. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept over, blowing the old trees as if they were about to shatter in the next moment. Don't block the way. Lin Tian's footsteps remained unchanged as he said indifferently. His eyes were calm, without any coldness or murderous intent, but it made the level 8 demonic beast tremble. It quickly stopped and began to tremble. Looking at the originally insignificant human in front of it, the level 8 monster beast suddenly felt a deep sense of fear, as if it was facing the god of death from hell. It didn't dare to move at all. Lin Tian walked past it and patted the level 8 monster beast. Good boy. His footsteps did not stop as he continued forward. The monster beast stared at Lin Tian as he walked away. When he disappeared from its sight, it swallowed its saliva fiercely and ran away dejectedly. Along the old forest, Lin Tian walked casually, but he was also collecting some medicinal materials to prepare to make a cauldron of baodan. Not much time passed, and at night, Lin Tian stopped under a large tree. I've almost gathered all the materials, he muttered to himself. He took out a black cauldron from the stone ring and put his right hand on it. Immediately, a green pill fire jumped out of the cauldron. He had collected a lot of materials to make a cauldron of origin sealing pills. He didn't care about the clamor of the outside world, but it didn't mean that he would always condone it. If there were too many flies, it would be very annoying. He would only be satisfied by killing all of them. Buzz. The green pill fire surged. Then, he put the materials into the cauldron. It could be seen that the materials were melting bit by bit. After about 2 hours, Lin Tian stopped and took out 10 baodan from the cauldron. The baodan had an extraordinary luster. Lin Tian sensed it slightly and showed a satisfied expression. He had made origin sealing pills before, but at that time, he was only a 3rd-grade alchemist, and origin sealing pills were inferior 4th-grade pills. Therefore, the origin sealing pills back then were not perfect. Now that he had reached the peak of 4th-grade alchemist, the quality of the origin sealing pills he made again was completely different from before. It could be said that the effect of 1 origin sealing pill was equivalent to 5 origin sealing pills in the past. Nodding slightly, Lin Tian put away the black cauldron, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes. He didn't cultivate, but rested. Soon, the night passed and the sun appeared in the sky. Lin Tian stood up and walked out of the old forest. Lin Tian, are you afraid of death? Come out. If you dare to come out, I'll let you die with my hands and feet. Bind yourself and I'll let you have 100 moves. In the past few days, the clamor had been incessant. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and entered an old city. The voices came from there. The old city was called Luiyue City. It was said that standing in the city at night, one could see the moonlight flowing like a river, so it was named Luiyue City. There were many cultivators coming and going on weekdays. Lin Tian aunt, come out and die. Do you want to hide for the rest of your life? How embarrassing. I'll bind my hands and feet and lower my cultivation to fight you. Do you dare? You don't even dare to come out? What a piece of trash. The old city was bustling, and the voices came out again. Lin Tian stepped into the air and entered the sky above Luiyue City. At a glance, he saw the people who were shouting. They were a few young men, about 27 or 28. Their strength was not weak, and they were at the first level of the Zephyr realm. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lin Tian Andao. He walked in the air, step by step toward them. Lin Tian? That madman really appeared? In Luiyue City, the expressions of the cultivators who came and went changed. The few young men who were shouting looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions changed. They no longer had the arrogance from before and fled into the distance. Didn't you want to bind your hands and feet and lower your cultivation to fight me? I'm here, why are you running? Lin Tian mocked. He followed behind the two of them unhurriedly and soon arrived in front of a huge palace. The building occupied an area of about 100 feet, which could be considered very spacious. Lin Tian walked to this place and directly swung his sword. No pop-up window, note, B-web, note with a loud bang, the door of the building was shattered, and he walked in. You really dare to come? A young man sneered. This young man was one of the people who had been clamoring outside. Now that he had escaped back here, he was no longer afraid. That was because the building was filled with people, and all of them were in the Zephyr realm. Why wouldn't any Tom, Dick, or Harry dare to come? Lin Tian's expression was calm. At this moment, he was surrounded by a group of people, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He was calm and composed. Cats and dogs? I wonder what it will be like after you die. One of them said coldly. This was a yellow-robed young man, an outstanding disciple of the Bai clan. I know that you are very arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you have no sense of reason. After being provoked by words, you actually came here. Someone sneered. This was an outstanding expert of the Li clan, whose cultivation was at the second layer of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian casually glanced over and said, "Some people are just despicable. They clearly wanted me to come, but when I came, they said something like, 'I didn't expect you to really come.' Is this despicable attribute something your Li family is born with?" He paused for a moment and continued, "Speaking of which, isn't your Li clan's son Physique known as the #1 person in his generation? He fled after being chased by me, yet now you have to stand up for him. How sad. In this lifetime it'll be difficult for him to reach the peak. This matter has nothing to do with my clan's holy son. You have committed all kinds of crimes and are naturally violent. I am here to kill you for justice," the expert from the Li clan said coldly. "Is that so? It has nothing to do with me hunting down your clan's holy son?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Since that's the case, do you dare to swear an oath? If you're here because I'm chasing after the sun Physique, then your cultivation will forever be stagnant. Net less than or equal to." The Li clan's expert's face froze, and his face turned ashen. A cultivator's oath could not be messed up. Hypocrite. Lin Tian said disdainfully, "However, whether or not you dare to swear is the same. You are destined to have no future, because you will die here." "You. How arrogant." The person from the Li clan said coldly. Someone from the Taishan Holy Land stepped forward and said, "He killed my master. Why waste time talking to this demon? Just kill him." This was Li Muyuan's last disciple. He was only 26 years old, but he had already reached the second layer of the Zephyr realm. His battle prowess was very strong. "Just kill him." One of them spoke. This was an outstanding disciple of the Wantong Holy Land, Luo Suiying's disciple. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Kill. Crush to death. Chop them up and feed them to the dogs." Everyone spoke one after another, and their voices were icy cold. This was especially true for the members of the 9 great sects, the Shen family and the Bai family. They hated Lin Tian to the core, and their killing intent was shockingly strong. "Set up the formation." A voice was heard from the crowd. 9 old men stood out. All of them had cold looks on their faces and were at the peak of the Zephyr plane. Everyone began to move. For a moment, the sound of clanging rang out incessantly. Buzz. The light mist was hazy, covering all directions, forming a vast expanse. The building was originally very spacious. Now, more than 100 people were surrounding it. They stood in different positions and channeled their true essence. In an instant, the aura of the crowd was quickly merged together, emitting a wave of energy that was even more terrifying than that of an ordinary immortal ascension cultivator. It intertwined with a murderous radiance that was incomparably terrifying. And VNet and V5, Immortal Shocking Array, a joint attack passed down by the ancient array masters. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. When more than 100 Zephyr plane powerhouses gathered together, the wave of energy was extremely shocking. Among them, Lin Tian's expression was very calm, and there was even a hint of sarcasm. "Is this what you're relying on?" Such a calm expression undoubtedly made everyone very unhappy. "How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die?" Someone said coldly. Lin Tian was disdainful. He did not care about the terrifying wave of energy outside his body at all. Instead, he looked at the group of people with pity. "We'll only suppress him for now. We still need to get a lot of things from him, including the 2 exquisite Baodan." One of the 9 old men said. "These 9 people came from 5 great forces and were here to hold the line. After this, we'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." "Suppress. Kneel down." More than 100 people moved at the same time, and all kinds of light pressed down on Lin Tian together. At this time, more than 100 people stared at Lin Tian with cold expressions, as if they were looking at a corpse. Among them, there were outstanding disciples of the 9 sects, members of the Shen family, and experts from the Bai family, Taishan sect, Wantong sect, Li family, and Mount Tianyao. All of them were in the airborne realm. Now, more than 100 Zephyr Realm cultivators were guarding this place. Coupled with a joint attack formation, they were confident that they could suppress even a king physique in the Zephyr Realm. This was because there were 9 older cultivators at the pinnacle of the Zephyr Realm among them. Lin Tian tilted his head, his face full of disdain, and casually slashed out with his sword. Choo-choo less than or equal to after the plain sword collided with the light around it, it directly merged with it, and then all the light was shattered. Pft! 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 More than 100 people coughed up blood at the same time and were all sent flying. This is? The immortal shocking formation is broken? How is this possible? The 9 elders at the peak of the airborne realm were shocked. The immortal shocking formation was a joint attack formation passed down from ancient times. It was very powerful, gathering the power of more than 100 airborne realm powerhouses, and could even kill immortal reaching realm powerhouses. But now, such a big formation was broken by a sword, and all the people who set the formation were affected. This shocked the 9 people, and their faces were full of disbelief. At the same time, more than 100 people were shocked. How is this possible? This shouldn't be. Everyone couldn't figure it out. How could the immortal shocking formation be destroyed so easily? In the middle, Lin Tian's pace did not change, and his face did not change, just like at the beginning. Setting up a formation in front of me, you have a good idea, he said. His voice was calm, but there was a strong sense of mockery in it. He was a 5th stage array master. A joint attack formation like the immortal shocking formation was not worth mentioning to him at all. He could see where the center of the formation was at a glance, and then he could destroy the formation with a light flick of his finger. The fact that more than 100 people formed a joint attack formation to suppress him made him feel a little ridiculous. More than 100 people got up and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. They were shocked and angry. They set up a big formation to surround one person, but they suffered a great loss at the beginning. This made everyone's faces turn ugly. Don't be so smug. Even if you break this joint attack formation, what's the use? There are so many of us here, and there are 9 seniors at the peak of the airborne realm. Can you stop us? Yes, you killed a few immortal reaching realm elders, but unfortunately, you relied on external forces. Here, if you fight against all of us with your own strength, you will only die in the end. That's right. Everyone stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. The 9 elders at the peak of the airborne realm nodded. They all walked to the front and surrounded Lin Tian. All of them had indifferent expressions. These 9 people were all at the peak of the airborne realm. When they worked together, they did not care about Lin Tian at all. Death is your only ending. Learn to be smart in your next life. Keep a low profile. Don't provoke anyone. People who are too arrogant don't live long. A few people said. The 9 of them stepped forward and walked toward Lin Tian, not caring about Lin Tian at all. Facing the 9 people, Lin Tian's expression was very calm. I'll return all of these words to you. It's almost time to send you on your way, he said lightly. A light flashed, and a divine shadow rushed out from behind him. It was the Bai family's 1,000 illusory divine hands. The Bai family elder's face darkened, and he directly raised his hand and slapped forward. However, in the next moment, the elder's face changed drastically. He only felt that his body was empty, and he could not feel a trace of spiritual ether. It was as if he had become immortal. Almost at the same time, the others all realized that something was wrong with them. Where's my spiritual ether? Why isn't my spiritual ether moving? Damn it, what's going on? Everyone spoke one after another. Everyone stared at Lin Tian. Then, the people of the Bai family were moved, and they thought of the destruction of the Bai family's 3 strongholds. You used the same method as that time? When was that? That person's heart palpitated. How could it be? He didn't do anything just now. Damn it. Hearing the words of the Bai family, the others were instantly moved, and they also thought of the destruction of the Bai family's 3 strongholds. At that time, there were witnesses who said that Lin Tian used a special method to seal everyone's spiritual ether. Now, these people could not feel their spiritual ether. When they thought of the destruction of the strongholds, their faces suddenly changed. In the middle, Lin Tian did not move, and he had a smile on his face. Kill, he said calmly. Behind him, the divine shadow attacked, and dense palm prints pressed down. Puff, 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 in an instant, more than 10 cultivators were turned into blood mist. After entering this place, he secretly crushed 10 essence sealing pills. This was refined after he became a peak 4th grade alchemist. It could be said to be perfect. It could completely seal the spiritual ether of an expert at the peak of the Zephyr realm for about half an hour. Half an hour was enough for him to kill everyone here. Boom, the 1,000 illusion divine hands shook violently. Fists, palms, and claws attacked one by one. In an instant, everyone was in great trouble, and they screamed in pain. You're from the Green Flame Immortal sect. I'll remember that. Has the sect been rebuilt? I'll destroy it again. You, Puff. You're from Qinghua Taoism. Puff. You're from the Shen family. Puff. I'm from the Bai family. There's nothing to say. When I reach the Immortal Ascension realm, I'll visit your Bai family. Puff, the blood mist spread. Lin Tian stood in the middle, not moving at all. Behind him, the blurry figure supported by the 1,000 illusion divine hands attacked. Each attack could kill an ordinary Zephyr realm cultivator. After all, these people's spiritual ether had been frozen, and they didn't have much resistance. Didn't you say that you wanted to bind yourself and lower your cultivation to fight with me? Now I've satisfied you. Come here. He stared at a young man. No, this was terrifying. You want me to make the first move? Fine. No, Puff, blood splattered in the air. A young man who had been shouting in the city had his head smashed and died tragically on the spot. Lin Tian still stood in place and looked around at the crowd. Li family, you're looking for trouble. You're courting death. Stop, you want to fight with Li? The young man of the Li family retreated in horror, but how could he escape? He was directly smashed into pieces by the 1,000 illusion divine shadow. The bloody mist floated in the hall, and it was a shocking sight. Greater than or equal to is almost equal to is not equal to? Bang. In an instant, everyone in the building was terrified. Their vital essence was sealed, and no one could resist. Damn it. Run. Run. Quite a few people shouted loudly and rushed outside. Lin Tianling smiled. How could he give these people a chance to escape? He pulled the bowstring mercilessly. Puff, puff, puff. The few people who ran out were shot in the head and died on the spot. Ah. Screams and cries of horror echoed, and everyone was in chaos. Beast. An old man at the peak of the Zephyr realm shouted. This was an old cultivator from the Taishan sacred ground. He was extremely angry when he saw the outstanding disciples of the sacred ground being killed. Say that to the people of Mount Tianyao. Lin Tiandao. He raised his hand and pulled the bow, and an arrow pierced through the old man's glabella. Behind him, the 1,000 phantoms trembled and the sound of weapons rang out. Precious weapons appeared in many of the illusory hands. He tilted his head and stared at a few great demons. You're from Mount Tianyao. You're courting death. Puff. In the blink of an eye, the great demons were crushed into a bloody mist. You're from the Wantong sacred ground, Luo Suing's disciple? Good, I'll send you to accompany him to show your filial piety. No, stop, Puff. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Wantong sacred ground were killed, and the building was dyed red with blood. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios Ah. Spare my life, spare my life. I don't want to die yet. The crowd was terrified. They had arranged everything, but they did not expect to end up like this. With a bang, an old powerhouse smashed a hole in the building and fled in a sorry state, shouting for help. On the streets of Luiyue City, many people were terrified when they saw the old man escape. Isn't an old powerhouse of the Li family dealing with Lin Tian? He escaped? Everyone stared. At this moment, with a swoosh, a golden arrow flew out and shot the old man's head. The crowd cried out in shock and retreated. Ah! Screams echoed from the building and came out through the broken hole, causing many people on the street to be terrified. Everyone stared at the palace and held their breaths. After an unknown amount of time, the voices quieted down. The palace was split into pieces by a sword ray. A slender figure soared into the sky, stepping on the void as he left step by step. Is that Lin Tian? Let's go. In that palace, could it be? Everyone shuddered. Someone plucked up his courage and walked forward. When he saw the ground full of corpses, he was so scared that his face turned pale. All dead. Over 100 people. There were also a few experts at the peak of the Zephyr realm, but they were all killed in less than a quarter of an hour. He became stronger again? The crowd's hearts palpitated. On this day, when the news spread out, it undoubtedly shocked the second heaven again. The 9 great sects, the Shen family, the Bai family, the Li family, the Tianyao mountain, the Taishan sacred ground, and the Wantong sacred ground. So many great forces gathered together. More than 100 Zephyr realm experts and 9 peak Zephyr realm experts were all killed in a quarter of an hour? He's comparable to the holy sons of several great forces. You're all alone, yet you're able to grow to this extent? This is really a terrifying man. Now, I'm afraid there are not many people below the immortal realm who can stop Lin Tian, right? The Bai family is probably going to cry. Many people's hearts trembled. In the past, there were many rogue cultivators who had set their eyes on Lin Tian, wanting to steal his precious technique. But now, no one dared to have such thoughts. Lin Tian was a ruthless person who had killed the experts of the aristocratic families in the Holy Land. Who would dare to provoke him? Another storm swept through the second heaven. Many people were stunned when they heard the news. From now on, no one in the world doesn't know him. Someone muttered. Lin Tian left Luiyue City and walked alone on the ground, continuing to cultivate his heart. It's boring to be alone after all. He muttered to himself, is identical to Sai? In this heaven, he only had one friend, Bai Qiu. Now, he really missed her. I don't know how that guy is doing now. He should have reached the airborne realm and the Taiyin physique. He thought. Speaking of which, in this second heaven, except for the core members of the Bai family, he was probably the only one who knew that Bai Qiu had the Taiyin physique. Thinking of Bai Qiu, he was actually very grateful. Although Bai Qiu had brought him a lot of trouble, that girl's heart was pure and did not hide anything from him. On the contrary, he hid everything from her and had never been honest with her. After a pause, he shook his head fiercely. Forget it. Muttering to himself, he continued to walk forward. Now, his relationship with the Bai family was completely stiff, and there was no room for reconciliation. He didn't know if he could see this good friend again. In the next few days, he walked through old forests and saw pieces of land. He felt that his sea of consciousness was brighter. Wang. On the 5th day, he sat cross-legged on a blue stone and operated the 4 extreme scripture, and the true yuan in his body moved. In the airborne realm, one would temper the true yuan and make it transition to divine power. An old drunkard had already told him about this, and he naturally remembered it in his heart. At this time, he was quietly tempering his true yuan. The so-called tempering of true yuan was, in fact, not much different from tempering one's divine sense. Of course, the difficulty was higher. After all, the true yuan covered the whole body, and it had to be repeatedly tempered until all of it transitioned to divine power. This process was a bit complicated. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the blue stone, calmed his mind, and operated the 4 extreme scripture, tempering his true yuan over and over again. At this time, there was a stream in front of him. The water was splashing, and there was a kind of natural charm intertwined around him. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. A day later, Lin Tian stood up, only to feel that his essence, qi, and spirit were stronger. Is identical to. He nodded in satisfaction and continued to walk along the stream. In the second heaven, although a few days had passed, many people were still talking about Lin Tian's incident. Several major forces gathered more than 100 powerhouses and planned to kill an early-stage airborne realm cultivator, but in the end, they were all killed, which made the major forces lose face. What a monster! Many people's hearts trembled. At the same time, almost all the major forces roared. Especially the Bai family. Bai Hongya almost vomited blood, and his eyes were about to crack. Beast. In the past few days, roars came out of the Bai family every day. Taishan Sacred Land and Wantong Sacred Land were naturally not quiet, and from time to time, terrifying killing intent would spread out. Soon, another 5 days passed. On this day, a loud roar resounded through the sky, shattering pieces of the void. In the second heaven, above the sky, a black dragon hovered, and terrifying fluctuations poured down, making everyone's heart tremble. That is? The rumors not long ago, is it true? Dragon? Many people swallowed their saliva. Roar. The black dragon roared as it circled around in the sky. Sometimes it was to the south, sometimes it was to the north. Black light filled the sky, causing everyone to be alarmed. Bai family, Taishan Sacred Land, Tianyao Mountain, Li family, and Wantong Sacred Land. On this day, the old antiques of several major forces opened their eyes one after another and looked at the sky of the second heaven. Nether demonic dragon? It's a legendary monster, comparable to the peak of Nirvana realm, and one step away from entering the chaotic realm. Such a monster appeared in this world? What's going on? Suppress all of its aura. On this day, the nether demon dragon soared into the sky. With a flap of its wings, it covered a distance of 1,000 miles. Soon, it appeared above the Li family. Everyone in the Li family was terrified, and even the Li family old ancestor was no exception. His palms were full of sweat. The nether demonic dragon was a legendary existence. Although the Li family could look down on this heaven, they were nothing in front of the nether demonic dragon. This demonic dragon could destroy the entire Li family with a casual blow, and no one would be able to survive. After a while, the nether demonic dragon spread its wings and flew away, appearing above Taishan Sacred Land. After a few breaths of time, the nether demonic dragon flew away again. Heavens, where did this monster come from? What is it going to do? On this day, the second heaven was shrouded in fear. The aura of the nether demonic dragon was too terrifying, as if it was the source of destruction. In an old forest, Lin Tian naturally saw the nether demonic dragon. What is it looking for? 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. He had personally experienced the terror of this black dragon. It was overbearing, and even Wu Zhen was weak in front of it. He stood on top of an old tree and watched the black dragon hovering in the sky as if it was looking for something. Roar. The black dragon roared, and a violent wind swept across the heaven and earth, shattering the sky of the second heaven. Streaks of black lightning interweaved in the clouds, and it was terrifying. It went to the north. It left the north and went to the south. It disappeared again and went to the west. On this day, everyone in the second heaven was terrified, but everyone was looking up at the sky. Everyone found that the black dragon seemed to be looking for something. In the next day, a black dragon hovered in the sky of the second heaven, and its terrifying pressure continued to press down. In the morning, another roar sounded, and it directly shattered the sky. The black dragon soared into the sky and appeared in an ordinary old forest at the end of the north. It opened its mouth, and a mass of black light brewed in its mouth and shot out with a bang. The void shattered inch by inch. Then, a huge gap appeared in the old forest in front of it, and a dim light shot out. The nether demonic dragon roared, and it seemed to be a little excited. It rushed in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, that huge gap had been preserved, supporting the heavens and the earth. Vaguely, the sound of a Dao weapon could be heard from it. What's that? Did that black dragon open the entrance to hell? Many people's hearts trembled. In the northern region, Taishan Sacred Land and Wantong Sacred Land were the closest to this place. An old antique saw the dark gap from afar, and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. What's that? The forbidden area, the sword tomb. It forcibly opened the sword tomb? What does it want to do? The old antiques of the 2 sacred lands were shocked. Soon, the news about the sword tomb spread out, causing a great commotion in the second heaven. The secret of eternal life is inside? Everyone was shocked. Eternal life, everyone who sets foot on the path of cultivation wants to reach the sacred domain. However, from ancient times until now, this word has stopped everyone. Even if you are an unparalleled genius, you can only stop at the boundary of eternal life. Even if you exhaust all your strength, it's still difficult to step into it. Full text. Now that Black Dragon has broken a space, it is rumored that the secret of eternal life is contained in it, which immediately affected everyone's nerves. Sword Tomb? Eternal life? Does it really contain the secret of eternal life? In the second heaven, everyone was shocked. In the blink of an eye, surprise, excitement filled the air of the entire second heaven. Almost at the same time, in a very distant place, Lin Tian stood on the top of an old tree. His face changed drastically. Where is that? The space opened by Black Dragon is located in the northern region, far away from his current location. He couldn't see the situation there at this time, nor could he feel the fluctuations there. However, at this time, the divine sword at the bottom of his divine sense moved. Vaguely, 7 colored lights surrounded the divine sword. The divine sword trembled, emitting a soft hum, and pointed directly at that place. It seemed to be urging him to go there. Lin Tian's eyes flickered as he looked at the northern region. After a few breaths, he soared into the sky and flew towards the northern region. In the deepest part of the northern region, the space opened by Black Dragon rushed to the ground. From time to time, dragon roars could be heard from it. In the second heaven, everyone was boiling. Many people were rushing to that place. Gradually, more and more news began to spread. That sword tomb has existed since ancient times. It is said to be a terrifying life-forbidden zone. Many powerhouses have died there. It contains terrifying power. It is said that there is a weapon that can transform into a monster. What about the secret of eternal life? What's going on? It's too long ago, so it's hard to say clearly. However, there are records in the ancient books that there is something related to eternal life. There is indeed such a thing. Voices were heard among the cultivators. Lin Tian was heading towards the northern region. Naturally, he heard these voices, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Sword Tomb, Forbidden Zone, Secret of Eternal Life. He whispered to himself. His speed wasn't slow. As he flew through the air, he covered a distance of 300 meters in an instant. On this day, people from various great powers were moved. Even some experts of the older generation moved out. All of them headed towards the Sword Tomb, wanting to obtain the so-called secret related to eternal life. As for the Taishan Sacred Ground and the Wantong Sacred Ground, which were the closest to the Sword Tomb, naturally, people had already reached the periphery of the Sword Tomb. However, for the time being, no one dared to enter. After all, the Black Dragon had just entered not long ago, and these people did not dare to get into trouble so quickly. At the very least, he had to wait until the situation inside had stabilized. In next to no time, the area 50 kilometers around the Sword Tomb was filled with people. Many cultivators had gathered here, and they were only waiting for someone to take the lead before directly charging in to seek eternal life. According to legend, the Sword Tomb opens once every 10 years. Every time, countless experts enter, but in the end, most of them are buried inside. According to the ancient records, the last time the Sword Tomb opened was 8 years ago. Who would have thought that this time, the Sword Tomb would be forcefully opened by the Black Dragon with brute force, and such a door would appear? Rumor has it that several people with the king body stepped into it at their peak state, but in the end, they never came out again. Back then, the Sword Tomb was known as the Tomb of Experts. Voices spread out one after another. Lin Tian was rushing towards the depths of the north. Naturally, he heard these voices, and the light in his eyes became even stronger. He muttered the word eternal life in his heart, and his speed increased as he flashed towards the north. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed. On this day, the aura in the Sword Tomb stabilized, and the group of people guarding outside immediately rushed in. For eternal life. Someone roared. From ancient times until now, the history of cultivation had passed for millions of years, but no one had been able to step into eternal life. Now, that word had become a belief and the dream of all cultivators. That word was the most powerful source of motivation for cultivators. Boom, 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 the densely packed cultivators rushed in, and their vital essence swept out in all directions. It was vast and terrifying. The 10 great sects, the 3 great alchemy families, the Bai family, the Li family, Tai Xian sect, Wantong sect, and Mount Heavenly Monster all sent powerhouses there. Soon, another 2 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian came from the east and finally arrived outside the sword tomb. As soon as he appeared outside the sword tomb, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness buzzed, vibrating and emitting strands of multicolored light. "There's something I need in there," he muttered to himself. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness had a mysterious origin. Although it was not under his control, every time the divine sword vibrated, it was because it had sensed something extraordinary, such as the ball of divine light in the demon burial valley and the divining divine skill on the fallen immortal peak. This place was no exception. It contained a heavenly treasure. Lin Tian soared into the sky, turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot into the sword tomb in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, a light breeze blew past, and the air in the sword tomb seemed a little cold. Lin Tian looked around. The sword tomb seemed a little dim, similar to the demon burial valley in the first level of heaven. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered in the sword tomb, and many of them were rushing towards the depths of the sword tomb. Lin Tian did not pay too much attention to it. He stepped on the reddish-yellow ground with steady steps, scanning his surroundings as he walked forward. "Lin Tian? That madman is here too. Get out of the way, don't get involved with him." Many people saw Lin Tian and immediately made way for him. In the eyes of many cultivators, he was a natural maleficent star. When he went crazy, he even dared to kill the elders of the sacred grounds. Lin Tian did not care and walked forward by himself. There were many tall mountains in the sword tomb. There were trees on the mountains, but they were all withered and looked very barren. Lin Tian walked on the reddish-yellow ground and walked all the way to the depths of the sword tomb. Soon, he had walked more than 1,000 feet. It was also at this moment that he stopped and saw a familiar pair of siblings. The brother and sister were both dressed in purple. The man was heroic and dignified, while the woman was ethereal and beautiful. They were the Bai siblings, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu. When the sword tomb opened, all the major forces sent experts to it, and the Bai siblings also entered. At this time, the two of them naturally saw Lin Tian. Bai Qiu was a little surprised. She took a step forward and stopped again, wanting to say something. Recently, Lin Tian had met too many people from the Bai family. Even if she missed Lin Tian very much, she did not know how to speak at this time. Bai Ziki stared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. Purple lightning interweaved on the surface of his body, and the majesty of the thunder god's physique was fully displayed. Lin Tian looked at Bai Qiu, paused, and took the initiative to speak. He smiled and said, "You've reached the airborne realm." Yes. Bai Qiu did not know what to say and could not help but lower her head. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a bolt of purple lightning was contained in the thunderclouds. Like a thunder dragon, it struck towards Lin Tian. Bai Qiu was shocked and looked up at her brother. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Tian could feel how terrifying the lightning above his head was. The yin and yang liang flashed and crossed to the side. The lightning struck the ground and exploded with a bang, shaking a huge deep pit. Such a movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. In an instant, everyone nearby looked in this direction. That's the thunder god's physique of the Bai family fighting with Lin Tian? The atmosphere is not good. Nonsense, that madman killed so many people from the Bai family. It would be strange if these two people met. Is this a battle? It's obvious. I wonder who will win and who will lose. Many people stared straight ahead. If it were in the past, these people would have thought that Lin Tian would be defeated. After all, Bai Ziki had the thunder god's physique, and his attack power was tyrannical. With one punch, he could draw a sea of lightning. He was definitely a supreme figure of the younger generation. However, Lin Tian had caused too many storms recently. He killed the 7 heroes of the Bai family, destroyed the 9 sects, killed 4 immortal masters, hunted down the sun physique and the desolate demon physique, and finally killed more than 100 airborne realm cultivators in 15 minutes. His name was known all over the world. Now, these people really did not know who was stronger and who was weaker. Boom, the thunderclouds rumbled, and purple lightning intertwined in the clouds. It was terrifying and boundless. Baiziki stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were cold, and his whole body was surrounded by purple light, as if the thunder god had descended to the world. Lin Tian frowned. With a thought, a powerful aura seeped out of his body and the power of fire covered his entire body. Moreover, there were also strands of lightning crisscrossing on the surface of his body, crackling loudly. He knew very well that he could not avoid a battle with Baiziki. For a moment, the two powerful auras collided, shaking the void and cracking the ground inch by inch. So powerful. These two people, their auras. How do they look like people in the airborne realm? It's too scary. Many people's hearts palpitated. The violent auras collided. The two of them were 50 feet apart. In the middle, electric arcs intertwined and crackled. Hurricanes spread out with the two of them as the center, and many people were shocked and stepped back. "Brother, Lin Tian, don't do anything rash," Bai Qiu shouted. One was his brother, and the other was his best friend. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Bai Qiu was a little anxious. Baiziki's eyes were cold, and he took a step forward. It was just a step, but he leaped dozens of feet away. A sea of lightning followed behind him, crushing the vast space. Lin Tian's eyes were calm, and he also moved. The light of fire and thunder rushed into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Baiziki. Dong! The two fists collided, and the surrounding space suddenly shattered. Silver spatial turbulence intertwined, and it was as if the Milky Way in the sky had collapsed, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. A thunder sword rushed out from behind Baiziki, and with a sonorous sound, it slashed down. Hum! A treasure bell appeared behind Lin Tian, and it was a kind of divine elephant, and it went to meet Baiziki's thunder sword. The two of them collided, and with a boom, terrifying hurricanes rolled out. The two of them looked like torches, and at the same time, they shook their iron fists and retreated. However, it was only for a moment, and the two of them charged at each other again. Boom! Thousands of phantoms rushed out from behind Baiziki, and endless giant palm prints pressed down, turning the sky and earth upside down, destroying everything. Lin Tian frowned. Baiziki used the same technique, but it was more than 1,000 times stronger than the 7 heroes of the Bai family. He formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols Tao diagram formed, and faced forward. The 4 symbols Tao diagram and the 1,000 illusions divine hand collided, making a sizzling sound. The void shook violently. Read, boom! The storm swept in all directions. The two retreated, then rushed forward again. This time, there were no martial arts techniques or divine powers, only a pair of iron fists that kept colliding. Bang! 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 The earth trembled, and twisted cracks spread in all directions. Every time Baiziki punched down, there would be a burst of lightning, and the power was terrifying. Very strong. Lin Tian was shocked. However, he was no longer the spiritual sense cultivator he used to be. Baiziki was very strong, but he was not weak either. He waved his iron fists, and his physique, which had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, was as strong as a dragon. Dong! With just one punch, the space in front of him directly cracked. Baiziki's eyes were cold and emotionless. The lightning on his body became stronger, as if the god of thunder had been reborn. Bang! 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 The two kept punching, and in the end, they retreated again. Stop fighting! Bai Qiu shouted. Unfortunately, whether it was Lin Tian or Baiziki, it was impossible for them to stop at this moment. Baiziki's body was intertwined with lightning, and Lin Tian's body was surrounded by fire and lightning. Their aura was shockingly strong. The two looked at each other, and as time passed, the aura outside their bodies became stronger and stronger. After 3 breaths of time, true essence raged as the two collided once more. Baiziki waved his hand. This time around, it wasn't a simple physical attack. A gigantic palm imprint manifested, blotting out the sky as it pressed down on Lin Tian. The Bai family's supreme divine palm. Boom! The Bai family's secret skill was activated by the thunder god's constitution. Its power was released, and the palm shattered the void. Lin Tian frowned and quickly retreated. He used the divining divine skill, and the barren heaven world appeared, pressing toward the supreme divine palm. With a dong sound, the earth trembled, and cracks appeared one after another. Baiziki's expression did not change. Once again, he executed the supreme god palm. This palm strike was even stronger than before. Lin Tian frowned and took a step back, still using the barren heaven world to meet the attack. The radiance in the sky surged and scattered in all directions. Baiziki's real body suddenly became illusory. Then, in just a breath's time, the sky was suddenly filled with his figures. Every one of them seemed to be the real body, causing Lin Tian's expression to change. It was difficult to recognize. The next moment, he felt a cold sensation behind him. He had no time to think. A high-grade true treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he used it to block behind him. Crack! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade true treasure in his hand shattered. A thunderous force streaked across and quickly attacked. Lin Tian leaned to the side, lowered his head, and swung his left fist behind him. With a bang, it collided with a thunder sword. Baiziki's real body appeared. He held the thunder sword and stared coldly at Lin Tian. Boom, the sky shook violently, and a bolt of purple lightning fell, drowning Lin Tian in it. The light covered everything. All around, the crowd was shocked. This? He was hit by the Thunder King's force of the Thunder God Constitution. Even if he doesn't die, his skin will be peeled off. At this moment, an iron fist rushed out from the thunder and smashed hard on Baiziki's face. That Quangren can still fight back under the Thunder God's force of the Thunder God Constitution? Someone glared at him. Baiziki took the punch. The corners of his eyes became a little bruised, and he retreated a few feet. At the same time, the light of the Thunder God disappeared, revealing Lin Tian, who was in a sorry state. His clothes were a little tattered, and his hair was almost burnt. That Quangren seems to have been roasted. The Thunder God Constitution's eye socket is black. Many people looked at each other. Baiziki and Lin Tian stared at each other, clenching their fists. Baiziki's black hair danced in the wind, and the thunder around him resounded through the sky, emitting an even more violent aura. With a buzz, the divine roar palace rushed out from behind Baiziki, and the mighty light of thunder flashed, suppressing Lin Tian. With a crack, the void distorted on the spot. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes, stretched out the yin-yang roar, and rushed directly. He ignored the obstruction of the divine roar palace, rushed directly into it, and punched at Baiziki. Such a violent scene undoubtedly made everyone's expression change. He rushed directly into the divine roar palace? He's unhindered? Heavens, what's going on? Everyone was surprised. Baiziki's eyes narrowed slightly, and when Lin Tian's fist pressed down, he stepped back and dodged the punch. He had already used the divine roar palace on Lin Tian, so he was not surprised that Lin Tian could block the divine roar palace, and he was prepared from the beginning. Boom! The thunder in the sky did not stop, and a total of 99 lightning bolts pressed down. Lin Tian's expression changed. Each of the 99 lightning bolts contained terrifying power, almost enough to kill a powerful existence at the peak of the Zephyr plane. He stepped back lightly, his hands forming a seal, and a blazing sun rushed out from behind him, protecting him. Sun Ocean. He can use it in the barren heaven realm, the divine roar palace, and now even the Sun Ocean. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. Dozens of lightning bolts collided with the Sun Ocean, exploding together with a bang, and a large pit appeared on the ground. Lin Tian stood in the center, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and he was not damaged at all. Baiziki stared at Lin Tian, his eyes even colder. Boom, in the sky, the sound of thunder exploded, and a purple divine dragon descended. Baiziki rushed out, holding up a sky full of thunderclouds behind him, and electric arcs crackled. Lin Tian's eyes focused, and in his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang twin lotus swayed together. A vision in the sea of consciousness? His heart skipped a beat. He used the divining divine skill, and at the same time, activated the barren heaven realm, the divine roar palace, and the Sun Ocean to meet the purple divine dragon descending from the sky. Then, his sea of consciousness shook slightly, supporting the yin-yang lotus sea, and black and white light intertwined in all directions. Boom! Boom! The two violent auras clashed together, shaking the hearts of many. The two rushed together, and fists, legs, swords, and visions in the sea of consciousness kept colliding with each other. With a bang, Lin Tian's fist landed on Baiziki's chest, and Baiziki staggered and almost fell to the ground. However, as one of the 12 regal bodies, Baiziki would not be at a disadvantage. As he retreated, a bolt of lightning fell, drowning Lin Tian in it again, and forced him back dozens of feet. Boom, the sky trembled as thunder rumbled incessantly. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly, completely trapping Lin Tian within. What a terrifying scene. It's as if a heavenly tribulation is striking. Thunder God Body. A sea of lightning with a punch, as expected of the name. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, not a false rumor. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin-Yang Lotus, and while dodging the lightning, he activated the Yin-Yang Twin Lotus, which turned into swords and slashed in all directions. These lotus swords were intertwined with black and white light, which was the manifestation of Yin and Yang Qi. It was extremely shocking and powerful. Clang, the dense lightning was swept away, and the swords cut through the sky, pressing toward Baiziki. Baiziki's face was cold. The vision in his sea of consciousness was supported, and immortal lightning rushed out, shattering the lotus swords. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent, and he stepped forward. He waved his right fist and pressed down. The space shook as if a sacred drum was beaten. What a terrifying physical body. This madman's physical body is too abnormal. Could it be the barbarian king body? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian pressed toward Baiziki, and lightning intertwined on his fist. That was the light of the heavenly tribulation, and it directly crushed everything. Baiziki's eyes were cold. Lightning surrounded him, and he was like a thunder god, walking between heaven and earth. Endless lightning surrounded his body and condensed at the tip of his fist. He waved his fist, and it was as if the immortal thunder god had struck out with killing power. Boom, the two fists collided, and the void directly collapsed. This was an extremely powerful battle. With a bang, both of them were sent flying at the same time, coughing up blood. Brother! Bai Qiao stepped forward and grabbed Baiziki's arm. Don't fight with him, okay? Although she said that, her voice was weak. After all, Lin Tian had killed too many people in the Bai family. Although those who were killed were not of the same bloodline as the siblings and were not direct blood relatives, they were still members of the Bai family. Baiziki pushed Bai Qiao away. His eyes were still as cold as ever, like a god of thunder surveying the world. With every step he took, the heavens would rumble and there would be bolts of lightning crashing down on his path, as though they were opening up a path for him. Such a powerful aura made the hearts of all the onlookers tremble. This was the thunder god body? It was so powerful that it could attract the divine lightning of heaven and earth. At the same time, many people also stared at Lin Tian, their eyes flashing. The thunder god body could attract thousands of lightning to fight. It was very terrifying, but Lin Tian had completely blocked this divine power. He could fight with him and not be at a disadvantage. This shocked everyone. Being able to kill the cultivators of the various holy lands and aristocratic families did not rely on luck alone. Boom, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. The Yin-Yang Twin Lotus protected his body, and a powerful aura shot into the sky. Seeing this, Bai Qiao panicked. Lin Tian, don't fight with my brother. Lin Tian had become too strong. Even with her Lunar King physique, her heart trembled and she was shocked by his battle prowess. However, at this time, she had too much time to be surprised. Lin Tian was her only and best friend, and Baiziki was her brother. Both of them were very important to her. Now that the two of them were fighting, she was afraid that someone would be injured or even killed. Lin Tian's footsteps paused and stopped. However, it was only for a moment. He moved again, exuding an even more powerful aura. His blood qi shot into the sky. The battle with Baiziki was unavoidable. Boom, boom, the two domineering auras collided. Two afterimages appeared, and the two fists collided again. Boom. 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 At this moment, the two figures were a little blurry. Because they were extremely fast, they exchanged blows in the air again and again. They fought to the east and to the west, shattering the ground. They're coming this way. Oh my god. Retreat. The crowd's expression changed. Seeing Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi's battle moving towards them, they immediately retreated. The battle between these two ruthless people was truly a bit frightening. These ordinary cultivators felt that a casual sputtering of light from the battle between the two could tear them apart. End of chapter. The crowd dispersed. At this moment, the battle between Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi had reached its climax. Hiss. Boom, violent true essence swept through the surrounding space, and the ground collapsed inch by inch. Bai Ziqi withdrew the divine rumble palace and supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. It was still terrifying and wasn't inferior to the divine rumble palace. This was a sky dyed with thunder. Bolts of lightning surrounded the surroundings and crazily struck at Lin Tian. With a thump, it sounded like a divine drum. The ear-piercing sound shocked many people and they subconsciously covered their ears. Buzz. Lin Tian supported the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and used the Heaven's Divination divine technique to simulate the place where Heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended the Tao. Immediately, a stone platform and a stone wall were supported and pressed toward Bai Ziqi. This was a top-notch collision that could be called a battle between supreme overlords of the same generation. It attracted countless people to watch. Lin Tian really blocked the Bai family's thunder god physique and didn't fall behind at all. That guy can really be called a supreme in the same generation. Without the sun, he's almost invincible in the same generation. Everyone was shocked. Alone and without any backup or support, he had actually reached such a level and was able to contend with the chosen of the ancient aristocratic families. From a certain perspective, such a person was even stronger than the chosen of the various holy lands and aristocratic families. Bai Ziqi's body was surrounded by lightning. With one step, thousands of lightning bolts moved. Buzz. The Bai family's divine ability appeared and condensed into a divine shadow. It seemed to be the next level of the 1,000 illusory divine hands. It was shockingly tall. When the divine figure stepped out, a loud boom rang out, causing the entire ground to shake. Then, the divine shadow swung its fist and smashed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hands to block, but he was directly sent flying. He felt his arms go numb and his blood churn. His expression didn't change. The yin-yang puppet flashed, and a silver iron fist shook the sky and pressed down on the divine shadow. With a swoosh, the powerful divine shadow was directly shattered. Lin Tian stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages. He used the yin-yang twin lotus to meet Bai Ziqi's thunderbolts. His right hand punched out again. The thunderbolts outside Bai Ziqi's body were completely annihilated. In the end, he was struck by Lin Tian's fist, and was forced to retreat several feet away. The two of them were separated by a distance of 60 feet. Both of them had suffered quite a few injuries at this time, but their expressions did not change. Chapter 9, You Can See. Oh, brother, stop fighting. Bai Qiu said. She then looked at Lin Tian and begged, Lin Tian, please don't fight with my brother, okay? Bai Ziqi stared at Lin Tian, his eyes turning colder. Lin Tian's expression didn't change, but his eyes flickered. So. The sound of air breaking rang out. The two of them disappeared like ghosts, and in the next moment, they collided again. Bai Ziqi moved while stepping on the divine void puppet, propping up the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness as he executed the numerous divine abilities and secret arts from the Bai clan's divine scripture, causing the ground to collapse and space to shatter. It was as if the god of thunder had really descended, and boundless lightning would appear with every raise of his hand. Boom! The sky was pitch black. Bolts of purple lightning pressed down as if a heavenly tribulation was striking down. Lin Tian was expressionless. He propped up the yin-yang lotus sea, and the black and white lotus petals fluttered, surrounded by divine qi. Clang! The lotus petals condensed into a sword, and the sound of the sword was real. Every sword could crush a large area of lightning. He stepped on the yin-yang puppet and moved. His right hand condensed the four symbols Tao diagram and pushed it toward Bai Ziqi. The four symbols Tao diagram trembled. Everything in its path disappeared. This was a top-notch sealing technique. It could seal people, gods, ghosts, immortals, and even seal oneself. Bai Ziqi retreated. He formed a seal with both hands and condensed the supreme divine path sword of the Bai family. He slashed across the sky and directly pressed down. Boom! The supreme divine path sword collided with the four symbols Tao diagram. There was a sizzling sound from each other, and in the end, they both collapsed. The two rushed past each other and punched at the same time, landing on each other's cheeks. Lin Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a pain at the corner of his mouth. The yin-yang puppet flashed and instantly appeared in front of Baiziki. He held Baiziki's head with both hands and used his right knee to hit Baiziki's chin. Bang! A crisp sound came out, and Baiziki was directly sent flying. However, as he was flying, Baiziki turned his head and grabbed Lin Tian's left foot and slammed it into the ground. Www. There was another bang, and the ground was directly smashed into a huge deep pit. Lin Tian felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and the true ether in his body was less than 40%. He climbed up from the pit and endured the pain. He didn't even care about the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He directly waved his iron fist and punched at Baiziki's cheek. Baiziki had the thunder god physique, so he naturally wouldn't fall so easily. He also punched out. Bang! Bang! The two fists once again landed on each other at the same time. Their eyes were even more violent. Two powerful true ether rushed out, and martial arts techniques and abhijna appeared one after another. Boom! The ground kept shattering, and the void kept twisting. The two fists collided from time to time, creating waves of white air vibrations. In the blink of an eye, the two had already fought for a full 2 hours. During the 2 hours, Bai Qiu had spoken several times, begging the two to stop, but the two wouldn't listen to her. On the contrary, the battle became even more violent, and both of them fought with real fire. Many onlookers were scared and retreated again and again. Bastard! Baiziki cursed Luan Wu. This was the first time he spoke, and his face was full of coldness. During this period, Bai Qiu didn't know how many tears she had shed. On one hand, she was worried about Lin Tian's safety. On the other hand, she was sad that Lin Tian had killed so many people from the Bai family. She was much more haggard. The tears she had shed in 2 months were 10 times more than the tears she had shed in the past 10 years combined. Regarding this, Baiziki naturally blamed Lin Tian. Every time he saw his sister cry, he wanted to grab Lin Tian and cut him into pieces. Boom! Violent thunder roared, as if the thunder god was angry. Bolts of purple lightning flashed across the sky, and the scene was terrifying. A divine shadow appeared behind him again. Its body was covered in purple lightning armor, as if it was the primordial spirit of the thunder god. Lin Tian retreated. His hands moved, and a blood-red crack appeared. The blood-red crack trembled. Vaguely, the screams of ghosts could be heard from it. I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time. Today is just the right day. Lin Tian Ondao. The blood-red crack twisted, strange and terrifying. He held it up and faced it head-on. The two collided with each other. A terrifying aura spread, and the ground collapsed inch by inch. Baiziki let out a battle cry, and the figure behind him raised his hand and suddenly pulled out a thunder sword, which let out a hum. Brother, what are you doing? Stop it. Bai Qiu's expression changed. She knew very well what kind of divine technique her brother was using. It was one of the most powerful secret techniques in the Divine Sutra that was activated by the Thunder God's origin. At this moment, the divine shadow pulled out the sword. Ordinary immortal experts couldn't block it. Lin Tian, retreat. Bai Qiu said anxiously. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He naturally felt the terror of the sword, and it made a chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't afraid. A huge ghost claw reached out from the blood-red crack that he held up. As soon as it appeared, it shook the surroundings. In an instant, an extremely terrifying wave spread out. What's that? Some people's hearts palpitated. The ghost claw was ferocious, as if it had reached out from the real hell. It was terrifying. Bai Qiu was also shocked. He wanted to rush over and pull Lin Tian away, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Baiziki and Lin Tian had completely collided. Boom! A terrifying sword and a terrifying ghost claw. The two collided, and a large piece of the ground was shattered every time. The gravel rushed up in the air, and cracks appeared. How does this look like a battle at the Zephyr level? These two are simply freaks. Ordinary immortal experts probably can't reach this level, right? Many people were shocked. It was an astonishing battle. After an unknown amount of time, the divine shadow behind Baiziki disappeared, and the blood-red crack that Lin Tian created also collapsed into nothingness. The anomaly in his sea of consciousness had also been put away long ago. Looking at each other, the two of them were panting heavily, and they both looked very miserable. At this time, they didn't even have 10% of their true essence left in their bodies. However, the two of them still didn't stop, and they rushed together again. Bang! 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 Fists and feet kept colliding, and from time to time, they landed on each other's bodies, making muffled sounds. "Stop fighting, you guys!" Baiqiu shouted. Unfortunately, it was still useless. The two of them kept punching. Then, the last trace of true essence in their bodies was wiped out, and they wrestled together. "Bastard!" Baiziki cursed. Because he was very cultured, he really couldn't find any words to scold. In the end, he only said 3 words. "I'll beat you into a pig's head." Lin Tian gritted his teeth. The two of them wrestled on the ground. Lin Tian rode on Baiziki's body, and his fists were not polite at all. Baiziki kicked Lin Tian's chest, turned over, and directly pounced on Lin Tian, and punched him in the face. Around them, the crowd of onlookers was originally very surprised, but gradually, they all widened their eyes. That Lin Tian rode on Thunder God Physique again. Wait. What is Thunder God Physique doing? Grabbing Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian, he, grabbed Thunder God Physique's nose. Thunder God Physique rode on Lin Tian's body. That Lin Tian, kicked Thunder God Physique's crotch. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did the confrontation between two supreme stage powerhouses of the same generation end up like this? Why did it look like a street gangster fighting? Lin Tian. Baiziki roared. Lin Tian actually kicked his crotch. It's useless to shout, "I'll beat you up. Beat you until even your sister can't recognize you." Lin Tian responded. Bastard. Baiziki roared. With one hand grabbing Lin Tian's head, he waved his fist towards Lin Tian's nose. This punch landed solidly, causing Lin Tian's nose to bleed from the pain. Damn it. Lin Tian cursed and punched Baiziki's chin. The two of them twisted into a ball and rolled on the ground. With a sound of dust, their faces were covered in dust and of course, there was also blood. In the distance, Baiqiu's face suddenly darkened when she saw the two of them fighting. "Why aren't you guys stopping? Can you stop fighting?" She walked over and said. Lin Tian wouldn't listen, and Baiziki wouldn't stop either. They grabbed each other's heads and pulled with all their might. The crowd looked at each other. Some people's mouths twitched. One was the holy son of the Bai family with the Thunder God constitution, and the other had recently become famous in the second heaven. He had killed 4 immortal ascension powerhouses, but now, they were pulling each other's heads like hooligans. "Don't you guys find it embarrassing?" Baiqiu said angrily. The two of them didn't respond. They were strangling each other with their legs clamped together. Their faces were covered in dust. Baiqiu looked at Baiziki and begged, "Brother, can you let go first? I'm your brother." 3 black lines appeared on Baiziki's forehead at the sight of his younger sister siding with outsiders. Then, he naturally blamed it on Lin Tian. For a time, Baiziki was even more ruthless. He desperately pulled Lin Tian's head, causing Lin Tianyi to grit his teeth in pain. Lin Tian cursed in his heart. He directly hit Baiziki's head with his head and pulled Baiziki's head harder. Baiqiu tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian expectantly. "Wait until I beat him into a pig's head." Lin Tian refused to let go. Baiziki's eyes were burning. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard. Stupid pig." Lin Tian replied. Neither of them gave in. Even if their true essence was exhausted, their strength was still not small. Bai Qiu stood beside the two of them and tried to persuade them, but it was useless. In the end, she was also angry. A ball of treasure light rushed out from her body. As soon as it appeared, it emitted waves of divine light. It was a 2-inch tall treasure gourd. Its surface was engraved with mysterious patterns, floating up and down in front of Bai Qiu's chest. Is that an immortal weapon? A weapon imprinted with Tao patterns, this can only be unleashed by a connecting immortal expert. Judging from its power, it should be a high-grade immortal artifact. The crowd cried out in alarm. SS. Lin Tian, who was the closest to the gourd, felt his heart tremble. The aura of this gourd was even more powerful than that of an ordinary immortal reaching realm expert. Bai Qiu activated his immortal item, the gourd. His face was dark as he glared viciously at Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't let go in 3 breaths of time, I'll suppress both of you, for a year. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, I'm your brother. How dare you suppress your own brother? Bai Ziki had an ugly expression on his face. Let's talk things over. Don't do anything rash. Lin Tian spoke up as well. He was really afraid that Bai Ziki would suppress him with his immortal artifact. This girl kept saying that she wanted to suppress all the old antiques in the family when he was strong enough. She even wanted to capture a reincarnated body to chop wood and fetch water. It was indeed dangerous. If she said that she wanted to suppress him and Bai Ziki, she might really do it. If that happened, he would have nowhere to cry. 3. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian, the immortal artifact floating in front of her chest. Lin Tian's face darkened as well. He stared at Bai Ziki and said, Pig, let go first, and I'll let you go. Impossible. Bai Ziki stared at Lin Tian. 2. Bai Qiu's voice rang out again. The immortal artifact gourd emitted an even stronger wave of energy. Bai Pig, let go. You let go. Neither of them gave in. An even stronger wave of energy spread out. The gourd in front of Bai Qiu's chest glowed. 1. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. The stopper of the gourd began to turn, and she was about to open it. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki's expressions changed. In the end, the two of them quickly discussed and both took a step back and let go of their hands at the same time. Lin Tian knew Bai Qiu better, and Bai Ziki knew that his sister was in a rebellious period. She might really suppress her brother. That's more like it. Bai Qiu nodded. Bai Ziki and Lin Tian stood at the side and stared at each other. Neither of them found the other an eyesore. Bai Ziki tilted his head and stared at his sister. Where did you get this immortal artifact from? When I left, I took one from home. Bai Qiu said. Bai Qiu said. Bai Ziki's eyebrows twitched. She took one from home? At this moment, 2 powerful auras approached from afar. In an instant, 2 young men appeared in front of everyone. Both of them were around 24 years old. They had outstanding features and had powerful auras. Tai Abstruse Saint Child, Yi Qiqing, and Wantong Saint Child, Kong Yuzhou. The crowd was surprised. Yi Qiqing carried a treasure sword on his back. His eyes were cold and emitted an extremely sharp aura. Kong Yuzhou was bathed in treasure light. He looked calm, but he gave people a very oppressive feeling. These two are not king physiques, but their aptitude is rare. It is said that they have both reached the 5th celestial layer. Not long ago, the desolate demon physique fought with these two, and there was no clear winner. Someone whispered. In the 2nd heaven, there were 2 holy lands, namely the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land. They inherited the Taishuan Great Sword and Wantong Treasured Technique, which were comparable to the powerful ancient scriptures of the ancient aristocratic families. These two had almost mastered the divine techniques of their respective holy lands. They could basically control them. The only difference was their cultivation. We heard that Brother Bai is fighting with Lin Tianyi. We came to help. Kong Yuzhou nodded and smiled at Bai Ziki. Bai Ziki did not say anything and did not respond. His face was very ugly as he coldly stared at Lin Tian. Brother Bai, you seem to be heavily injured. Kong Yuzhou narrowed his eyes. A cold snort came from the side. Yi Qiqing stepped forward and closed in on Lin Tian like a killing sword. Since you're injured, then leave. I'll clean him up. An extremely terrifying aura appeared. The sword intent was powerful and terrifying. The crowd trembled, shocked by this sword intent. What a terrifying sword momentum. It is said that I Ching has mastered the Taishan Great Sword. It seems that it is true. Someone said. I Ching stepped down and landed on the ground. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble and cracks to appear on it. Facing this aura, Lin Tian's heart sank. His true chi was exhausted, so it was impossible for him to block this kind of person. Buzz. At this moment, a treasure gourd suddenly appeared in front of him and knocked I Ching back. Immortal artifact? I Ching could not stabilize his steps. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Kong Yuzhou landed next to I Ching and looked at Bai Qiu. Princess Bai, what is the meaning of this? He is my man. Bai Qiu blocked in front of him. What? That Lin Tian is her man? There was a rumor that Lin Tian and Princess Bai were close. Is there something going on? But didn't Lin Tian just fight to the death with Bai Ziki? Brother-in-law and brother-in-law don't like each other, so they fought? Bullsh *T Lin Tian killed so many people of the Bai family. The crowd stared at him with strange expressions. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows. Bai Ziki's face darkened. He looked at his sister and shouted, "What are you talking about? That's not what I meant." They misunderstood. It's none of my business. Bai Qiu muttered. Bai Ziki raised his eyebrows and looked like he was going to explode. He coldly glanced at those who had spoken before. The crowd was shocked. Many people quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Bai Ziki. Although Bai Ziki's true essence was exhausted, he was still the saint of the Bai family and had the Thunder God King physique. Who would dare to provoke him at this time? Kong Yuzhou narrowed his eyes. Brother Bai, what is your sister doing now? She and you. She has nothing to do with us. Bai Ziki said coldly. Kong Yuzhou nodded. That's enough. I Ching nodded and stepped forward again, closing in on Lin Tian. The gourd vibrated, and a circle of immortal light spread out, sending I Ching flying again. Don't you understand? He is my man. Don't touch him. Bai Qiu glared at the two of them. Bai Ziki's face darkened again. He wanted to grab Bai Qiu. Although Lin Tian was a little embarrassed, he was very grateful. After all, this girl was protecting him now. Kong Yuzhou squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Princess of the Bai family, if I'm not mistaken, this man seems to be a great enemy of the Bai family. He destroyed several strongholds of the Bai family and killed many of your clansmen, including the 7 heroes of the Bai family and the 2 seniors in the celestial reaching realm. Don't you feel ashamed to protect him?" Lin Tian raised his eyebrows and stared at Kong Yuzhou coldly. Bai Ziki's face turned cold. Kong Yuzhou's words had undoubtedly stabbed his sister's sore spot. Boom, a terrifying aura rushed out. The gourd suddenly shook violently. Immortal light intertwined and knocked Kong Yuzhou back with a bang. Bai Qiu's face darkened. Leave. I Ching's eyes were cold. He looked at Bai Ziki. You and your sister, are you, bang. Immortal power spread out and swept out, pushing I Ching back dozens of feet. Kong Yuzhou steadied himself, and so did I Ching. They both stared at Bai Qiu. The two of them were very strong, but Bai Qiu was in control of an immortal weapon of a sect. Moreover, it was a high-grade immortal weapon. The power of such a weapon was many times stronger than that of an ordinary immortal reaching realm expert. No matter how strong they were, it was difficult for them to withstand it. Princess Bai, are you really going to protect him? The smile on Kong Yuzhou's face disappeared completely. He emitted a powerful aura and became cold. Bai Qiu took a step forward, and the gourd moved with her. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for a year. The onlookers looked at each other. Why did these words sound so familiar? Suppress us for a year? Do you think you're invincible just because you have an immortal artifact? I Ching said coldly. Bai Qiu said, 3. With a buzz, the immortal artifact gourd shook, and its aura grew stronger. When this fluctuation appeared, everyone was startled. Even Lin Tian was no exception. This aura was too powerful. Kong Yuzhou's face darkened. Princess Bai, your immortal artifact is indeed powerful, but you're too domineering. Bai Qiu stared at the two of them and said again. 0. Boom, in an instant, the gourd's immortal light shot into the sky, sweeping up terrifying hurricanes. Many people were frightened. This aura was 5 or 6 times stronger than that of the Thunder God Constitution and Lin Tian. Wait, shouldn't it be 2 after 3? Why is it 0? Someone muttered. Lin Tian and Bai Ziki were speechless. Bai Qiu moved at this moment. She waved her hand, and the immortal artifact gourd floated toward Kong Yuzhou. If I don't suppress you today, I'll change my surname. Bai Qiu was really unhappy during this period of time. On one hand, she blamed herself for bringing trouble to Lin Tian. On the other hand, she was sad for Lin Tianxia and the other Bai family members. Before that, Lin Tian and Bai Ziki fought together, which made her feel even worse. Although Lin Tianxia's people all had the surname Bai, they were not direct blood relatives. However, Bai Ziki was different. Bai Ziki was her brother. She couldn't stop the life and death battle between the two people who were the most important to her apart from her parents. Although she later separated the two with the help of an immortal artifact, there was still a fire in her heart. Now that Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching came to attack Lin Tian and provoked her verbally, it undoubtedly ignited the fire. She might not really suppress Lin Tian and her brother, but she would definitely suppress the people in front of her. Boom! The immortal artifact gourd shone brightly, like the condensation of Ruoxian light. With a casual move, divine light filled the sky. With a cracking sound, the space directly collapsed. Large cracks in the void spread out in all directions like a spider web. Ma! Someone trembled. A high-grade immortal artifact was called a top-grade immortal artifact. This was the power of a top-grade immortal artifact. Kong Yuzhou retreated. Even though he was the saint son of all paths, a supreme figure of the same generation who had fought against the desolate demon king physique, he couldn't help but be moved when facing a top-grade immortal artifact. It was really too tyrannical. With such a top-grade immortal power, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill an ordinary transcending immortal powerhouse. Kong Yuzhou's eyes became cold. He raised his hands at the same time and made a series of seals, casting out a divine ability secret technique that could make a powerhouse at the peak of the Zephyr realm tremble. Endless spiritual energy gathered in front of him, and divine power surged. 10,000 deaths draw the moon. Kong Yuzhou said in a serious voice. This was a powerful secret technique of all paths sacred grounds, all paths treasured technique. It was very powerful, and when cultivated to the extreme, it could even guide the power of the stars and moon to condense into killing light. It was very terrifying. Even if you draw the sun, it won't work. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. The immortal artifact gourd flashed with immortal light, directly evaporating Kong Yuzhou's divine ability. 10,000 shatters. Kong Yuzhou shouted loudly. 2 resplendent streaks of light shot out from his eyes, as if 2 light dragons were rushing out. They shook the entire space, and many places immediately distorted. Countless symbols pulsed about, causing many people to be horrified. So strong. As expected of the Holy Land's Holy Son. Although he doesn't possess a king body, his aptitude and battle prowess are 1 in a million. This level of mystique, coupled with his cultivation base, is enough to threaten an immortal connecting realm expert. Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Do you want to read a book? Cans H/U/. In the distance, even Lin Tian was moved. This Kong Yuzhou was indeed terrifying. He really wasn't any weaker than the desolate demon body. However, when he looked at Bai Qiu, he was not worried. He knew that Bai Qiu had the Taiyin body and had reached the airborne realm. Now that he had the help of a high-grade immortal artifact, he could even kill an ordinary immortal reaching realm expert. Kong Yuzhou could not threaten Bai Qiu. Boom, the light of the mystique pressed toward Bai Qiu. Just like its name, it seemed to be able to shatter everything. Bai Qiu flicked his finger elegantly, causing the immortal artifact gourd to tremble slightly. Boom. It was as though a divine drum had been struck. With the gourd as the starting point, a purple-colored ripple spread out, visible to the naked eye. Everywhere it went, the void remained stable. However, the power of the divine ability that Kong Yuzhou had unleashed was instantly shattered. Kong Yuzhou's powerful mystique disappeared in an instant? Isn't that too terrifying? Everyone was dumbfounded. Let me do it. I Ching shouted. With a clang, the big sword on his back was unsheathed. It flashed across the sky, shining with endless light. The Taishan Greatsword was the heritage treasure of the Taishan Holy Land. It was famous in the Second Heaven for its tyrannical offensive power. I Ching used the sword-controlling mystique recorded in the Taishan Greatsword, causing the space around to tremble. Many people felt a chill down their spines. The big sword flew across the sky and pressed toward Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu snorted. The immortal artifact gourd shook, directly shattering all the sword momentum and pushing I Ching's big sword away. The power of the immortal artifact was unstoppable. Princess Bai, do you really want to fight with us? Aren't you afraid of hurting the harmony between the Bai family and the two holy lands? Kong Yuzhou said in a deep voice. Bai Qiu stared at Kong Yuzhou, gritted his teeth, and said, I'll suppress you. Squeak, with a soft sound, the immortal artifact gourd trembled, and the stopper of the treasure gourd was pulled out by Bai Qiu's will. Suddenly, an even more terrifying power rushed out. The immortal gourd shook violently as if a volcano had erupted. Oh my god! Retreat! Retreat! Many people shouted. The immortal artifact gourd became several times more powerful at this moment. Streaks of immortal light flashed, causing many people to retreat in fear. Such immortal light was too terrifying. Any trace of it could crush an ordinary Zephyr powerhouse. Lin Tian was surprised. The unplugged immortal gourd was so terrifying. It was as if some kind of seal had been unlocked. Boom, the void shook as Bai Qiu activated the immortal artifact, aiming the mouth of the gourd directly at Kong Yuzhou. Kong Yuzhou's expression finally changed completely. At this moment, an incomparably terrifying gravitational force pulled him into the immortal gourd. Open! Kong Yuzhou roared. His body flickered as he struggled to break free from the gravitational force and quickly retreated. Standing in the distance, Kong Yuzhou's face sank. He stood together with I Ching and looked at Bai Qiu. Princess Bai, my Wantong Holy Land will report this matter to your Bai family's patriarch later. You'd better behave yourself. With that, he nodded to I Ching and turned to leave. A high-grade immortal artifact was too powerful. He knew that the two of them could not take Lin Tian away. A cold snort sounded, and the immortal artifact shone, blocking in front of the two. Did I say you can leave? Bai Qiu stepped forward in the void. I Ching's eyes shot out two cold lights, and the big sword on his back hummed. Kong Yuzhou said, Princess Bai, you won by relying on the immortal artifact. What do you want now? I'll suppress you for a year. I'll do as I say. Bai Qiu was very domineering. The immortal artifact gourd flickered with immortal light. Its mouth was bottomless, like a black hole. Kong Yuzhou's face completely darkened. Don't go too far. You provoked me first. Bai Qiu was unmoved. The immortal artifact gourd shook, and the immortal aura grew stronger. Staring at the two, she stepped forward step by step, making it clear that she was not going to give up and wanted to suppress them. Bai Qiu, let them go. Bai Ziqi said. Compared to his sister, Bai Ziqi was undoubtedly more rational and calm. Kong Yuzhou and I Ching were the saints of the Taishan and Wantong Holy Lands. In a sense, they represented the face of the Taishan and Wantong Holy Lands. If Bai Qiu really suppressed the two of them here, it would be equivalent to damaging the reputation of the two Holy Lands and would cause a lot of trouble. No way. Bai Qiu disagreed. The immortal artifact gourd's brilliance grew stronger as she approached Kong Yuzhou and I Ching step by step. As soon as this power was released, it almost froze the surrounding space. Bai Ziqi's face darkened slightly, and he frowned. I told you to stop and let them go. Cut the crap. If you plead for mercy for them again, I'll suppress you too. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. In the distance, everyone, so domineering. Ahem, yeah. Many of the onlookers had strange expressions. They wanted to laugh, but they suppressed it. Baiziki's face couldn't be darker, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. What kind of sister was this? She kept saying that she wanted to suppress her brother. She was really going to turn the world upside down. Good, good, good. Little Cho, you're bold. When my true essence recovers, we'll work together to suppress him. Lin Tian laughed. You too. If you talk nonsense again, I'll suppress you too. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, in the distance, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he quickly suppressed it. Boom, blazing immortal light rushed into the sky, and the gourd suddenly enlarged several times. The mouth of the gourd was like a black hole, sucking in everything. An even more terrifying force surged out, as if a pair of invisible hands were grabbing at Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching. Retreat! Kong Yuzhou said in a low voice. Ichiching glanced at Bai Qiu coldly and quickly retreated. He knew very well that immortal artifacts were invincible. Don't even think about escaping. Bai Qiu said. Bai Qiu was really angry. With her back to the crowd, her true essence surged, and a wisp of Taiyin origin quietly entered the gourd. Instantly, the power of the immortal artifact gourd increased several times. Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching's path forward was directly cut off. The immortal artifact gourd descended from the sky, sealing off all directions. This, my god, it's like an expert at the peak of the immortal realm is here. This girl is really dangerous. Many people felt a chill down their spines. Kong Yuzhou roared and used a powerful secret technique of the all-access treasured techniques to support an immortal rainbow above his head. Gourd, suppress him. Bai Qiu said. She used a wisp of Taiyin origin to activate a top-grade immortal artifact, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. The mouth of the gourd shone brightly as if the hand of an expert at the peak of the immortal realm was pressing down, shattering Kong Yuzhou's divine power on the spot. Then, the gourd trembled, and a ball of light instantly fell, directly enveloping Kong Yuzhou. Kong Yuzhou's expression changed. Princess Bai, stop. Bai Qiu snorted. How could she stop? With a thought, the immortal artifact gourd shook and dragged Kong Yuzhou in. This is really suppressed? That's the saint of all access sacred ground. How ruthless. Many people gasped. Baiziki's expression was a little ugly. His sister was too rebellious. Lin Tian wanted to laugh, but he held back. Boom, another wave of immortal pressure rushed out. In the void, Bai Qiu tilted her head and stared at Ichiching. Without saying anything, the immortal artifact gourd shook and pressed down on the other party. Ichiching naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. The big sword behind him rushed out again, emitting an even more terrifying divine power. Taishan Heavenly Sword. Ichiching roared. This was one of the core divine powers of the Taishan Heavenly Sword, and its attack power was extremely strong. It's useless to use this divine sword. Bai Qiu said. The gourd pressed down, and with a crack, it directly shattered Ichiching's big sword into pieces. Then, the immortal artifact gourd emitted an even more powerful immortal pressure. A vortex appeared and instantly drowned Ichiching, and he was sucked into the gourd like Kong Yuzhou. Reading on a mobile phone. The immortal artifact gourd shone brightly and sucked Ichiching into it. Strands of immortal might intertwined in all directions. Boom, the gourd vibrated, and two powerful true essence waves came out. Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching roared and rushed out together. Their strength was a bit shocking. Many people were shocked that they still had the strength to rush out after being trapped in the immortal artifact. Open! Slash! Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching used their divine arts and rushed to the opening of the immortal gourd. Bai Qiu snorted and used the Bai family's supreme divine palm to slap them. Bang! The two of them were shocked and were slapped back into the gourd by Bai Qiu. Then, the stopper of the gourd flew back and sealed the gourd completely. Has he really been completely suppressed? This, Taishan Saint, Wantong Saint, these two, many people were dumbfounded. There were also many people who were suppressing their laughter, feeling that Kong Yuzhou and Ichiching were too unlucky. They were clearly incomparably powerful, reigning supreme in their generation. Now that they had come here to kill Lin Tian, who would have thought that they would be directly suppressed by someone with an immortal artifact, Bai Qiu put away the immortal artifact and descended from the sky, walking toward Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Give me the immortal artifact. Bai Ziki said. It was not a good thing that Bai Qiu had trapped the saints of the two sacred grounds. No. Bai Qiu looked vigilant. She only had the right to speak with the immortal artifact. It would not be good if it was taken away. You vented your anger. Let them out and let them go. Bai Ziki said. It was not that Bai Ziki was afraid of trouble, but the two sacred grounds and the Bai family did not have any grudges. Bai Qiu had trapped the saints of the two sacred grounds for a year, which might cause a conflict between the two sacred grounds and the Bai family. Impossible. I said I would suppress them for a year. Even my father can't do anything. Bai Qiu snorted. Bai Ziki raised his eyebrows and wanted to explode. Bai Qiu hugged the immortal gourd tightly and stared at her brother with her big, beautiful eyes. She would rather die than submit. Bai Ziki's face turned even darker. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he immediately coughed dryly and said, White pig head, aren't they just two holy sons from two holy lands? So what if they were suppressed? What's the big deal? Even if they were killed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Speaking of which, in any case, you have the thunder god physique. Bring out some of the spirit of a king physique. You really need to learn this from your younger sister. What did you say? I said you're a pig. Bastard. Stupid pig head. The two of them stared at each other and took large strides forward, looking like they were about to fight. Bai Qiu hurriedly stood between the two of them and said angrily, Both of you stop. I'll suppress whoever dares to make the first move. Lin Tian and Bai Zi let out a cold snort and headed straight into the depths. Looking at Lin Tian, he felt his anger rising uncontrollably. Bai Qiu muttered and chased after him. Then, she looked at Lin Tian. You come with me too. Me? Why? Lin Tian was puzzled. You have great enemies everywhere. Now that your true essence is dried up, what will you do if you encounter an enemy? Follow me first, and I'll protect you. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was touched, but he shook his head. Don't worry, I'll be fine by myself. Cut the crap. If you don't follow me, I'll suppress you and drag you away. Bai Qiu said fiercely. Lin Tian blushed with shame. This girl really couldn't stop talking about the word suppress. In the end, he had no choice but to follow Bai Qiu and walk into the depths together. Undoubtedly, this made Bai Ziki unhappy. Why are you following me? Bai Ziki's face darkened. The road is so big, and you didn't dig it. I can go wherever I want. It's none of your business. Lin Tian was not polite at all. Bai Ziki raised his eyebrows, glanced at his sister, and strode forward. Bai Qiu glared at Lin Tian. Can't you be more polite to my brother? Your brother wants to tear me apart, and you want me to be polite to him? Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Bai Qiu stopped talking and walked forward silently. Bai Ziki walked in front, and the two of them followed behind. They were about 10 feet apart. Bai Qiu gently tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, lowered her head, and whispered, I'm sorry. Because of me, those people in the family targeted you and caused you to be hunted down by the world. As she said this, Bai Qiu was a little sad, and for a moment, her voice seemed to choke with sobs. Lin Tian stopped and patted Bai Qiu's head gently. He said gently, Don't say that. Although you're a little naughty sometimes, you're very kind and treat me very well. I've always been very grateful to you. This isn't your fault. You don't blame me? Don't think too much. Why would I blame you? You're my only friend in this heaven realm. You're a very important person. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Qiu immediately became happy. She said, Then, promise me one thing, okay? Say it. As long as you don't want the stars in the sky, I'll promise you anything that I can do. Lin Tian Andao. Bai Qiu nodded and whispered, Can you not be enemies with my family? Can you stop killing my family members? Lin Tian pondered and finally nodded. Okay. As long as those people in your family don't target me, I won't take the initiative to attack. He could feel Bai Qiu's situation. On one hand, she was worried about him. On the other hand, she was a member of the same family. It was very difficult to be caught in the middle. Previously, when Kong Yuzhou deliberately said those words to Bai Qiu, saying that Bai Qiu had let down the Bai family by protecting him, he was very angry. He also thought of Bai Qiu's feelings. That should be Bai Qiu's pain. At this point, the anger in his heart had mostly been vented. Since Bai Qiu asked, he didn't want to refuse. Really? Bai Qiu smiled. She was very happy. She pulled Lin Tian's arm. That's great. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Don't be so happy. If your family members provoke me, I won't be merciful. Bai Qiu rolled her eyes and said, Don't worry, I won't. Lin Tianyi smiled. The two of them walked forward together. Bai Ziki saw Lin Tianyi follow. When he saw Lin Tian and his sister standing together, he couldn't help but be angry. He glanced at Lin Tian coldly from time to time. Lin Tian ignored him. He didn't pay attention to him at all. By the way, Qiu, your gourd is an immortal artifact. Why does it feel very different from an ultimate artifact? He asked. He had used spiritual artifacts, treasured artifacts, and ultimate artifacts before. These artifacts could only increase a cultivator's battle strength to a certain extent. However, Bai Qiu's immortal artifact gourd was different. It could actually trap people and suppress them. This made Lin Tian a little surprised. One had to know that the immortal gourd was only 2 inches tall, but it was able to suppress 2 people. It was quite extraordinary. Moreover, the immortal artifact gourd gave off a very strong aura. It seemed to have a special power. Bai Qiu said, in the path of cultivators, weapons are ranked from lowest to highest. They are spiritual artifacts, treasured artifacts, ultimate artifacts, immortal artifacts, Tao artifacts, divine artifacts, saint artifacts, and primordial heavenly treasures. Among them, spiritual artifacts, treasured artifacts, and ultimate artifacts belong to the category of ordinary weapons. They're just the best among ordinary weapons. However, it's different when it comes to the immortal artifact level. It's equivalent to the immortal connecting realm. Immortal artifacts are considered to be the dividing line of weapons. Immortal artifacts are engraved with the Tao marks comprehended by experts above the immortal connecting realm. Their might is much stronger than supreme treasures and prized artifacts. They can suppress living beings within. When it comes to suppressing people, I feel that this is the greatest advantage of weapons above the immortal artifact level. Think about it, if you don't like someone, you can just suppress them directly. When he said the words suppressing people, Bai Qiu's eyebrows danced with exultation. He continued to say, if you don't like it, after suppressing people, you can stuff the immortal artifact into the latrine pit. Then, you can use some tricks to make the artifact transparent so that the person suppressed inside can see the feces and sewage outside. You can even let the smell spread inside so that the person inside can't avoid it. Isn't that very satisfying? Also, you can. Lin Tian blushed and interrupted Bai Qiu. I know. You can teach me about suppressing people in the future. He was really embarrassed. What kind of unfair treatment did this girl get in the Bai family? She was always thinking about suppressing people. Oh, okay. I'll share my experiences with you when I have time. I've studied it for a long time. Bai Qiu seemed a little disappointed. He continued, weapons above immortal artifacts are naturally stronger the higher their grade. I don't need to say more about this. At the level of saint artifacts, they can basically destroy everything. At the level of primordial heavenly treasures, they can give birth to an artifact soul. Its power is unimaginable. It can even kill enemies on its own. It's comparable to an ordinary Chaos Realm cultivator. Artifact soul? Lin Tianwei was confused. What was that? Bai Qiu said, artifact soul is an intelligent spiritual body born from a weapon. It's the core of the weapon, so it's simply called an artifact soul. A weapon with an artifact soul can have its own consciousness. It can control its own body and protect its master. It's very powerful. Of course, as I said before, only weapons at the level of primordial heavenly treasures can give birth to an artifact soul. Usually, only Chaos Realm cultivators can refine such treasures. Lin Tian was shocked when he heard this. An artifact soul can control the weapon and protect its master, Lin Tian muttered. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He thought of the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. That divine sword seemed to be controlling itself. He couldn't summon it at all. Moreover, when he was in danger in the forest of Fengjian City, the divine sword showed its power on its own and helped him kill a 100-legged beast comparable to a divine range realm cultivator. At that time, he was only in the refinement realm. If not for the divine sword's help, he would have died. That's a primordial heavenly treasure? He was a little shocked. What are you muttering about? Bai Qiu asked. Nothing. Lin Tianyi smiled and shook his head. The divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness was very important. He didn't even tell an old drunkard. He knew that he couldn't reveal it. You're hiding something from me again. You're too much. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Bai Qiu snorted, but didn't ask any more questions. He said expectantly, if only I could get a primordial heavenly treasure. Let's see who dares to order me around in the future. If they dare to say a word, I'll suppress them and stuff them in the toilet. Oh, stuff them in the toilet for 10,000 years. This book came from reading on mobile phone. Lin Tian was a little speechless. How much did this lady like suppressing people? Suppressing them for 10,000 years? In this world, which ordinary person could live for 10,000 years? Those who could live for so long had to be at least at the peak of the great Tao realm, right? Article Booknet. If you're unhappy with whoever marries you in the future, won't you also suppress your husband? He rolled his eyes. How can that be? I'm very virtuous and know the 3 obedience and 4 virtues. I definitely won't offend my husband. Believe me. Bai Qiu said seriously. Lin Tian remained silent and didn't say anything. He would be a fool if he believed her. What do you mean? Bai Qiu was unhappy. Lin Tiandao said, no, I'm just thinking that whoever marries you in the future must be very lucky. You're mocking me. Bai Qiu glared at him. Lin Tian was speechless. When did this lady become so smart? She could even sense that. Shaking his head, he walked toward the depths of the sword tomb with Bai Qiu. As he walked deeper, he circulated the 4 extremes scripture to recover his true essence. Then, he discovered that the spirit energy in this sword tomb was really a little low, and the recovery speed of his true essence was relatively slow. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out in front of him, filled with fear and panic. Bai Ziki stopped and looked ahead. What's wrong? Bai Qiu went forward and asked. Lin Tian also looked ahead and narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone with blood all over his body escaped from the depths and shouted in horror, Monster! The weapon has turned into a monster. The man stumbled as he tried to escape. Lin Tian was surprised. The weapon had turned into a monster? The sword tomb is a forbidden area. Many people have entered in the past. There were rumors that there are countless treasures here. However, some treasures have mutated and can take the initiative to attack living beings. Bai Qiu said. Is this the birth of a weapon soul? Lin Tianwei was shocked. No, it's not that easy to give birth to a weapon soul. Didn't they say that only primordial heavenly treasures can give birth to a weapon soul? The reason why those weapons can move seems to be because they are affected by some other strange power. As the princess of an ancient aristocratic family, Bai Qiu knew a lot of things from the ancient books in her family. What is that strange power? Lin Tian was curious. I don't know about that. No one has seen it before, but it is said to be related to eternal life, a treasure within this sword tomb. Bai Qiu said. At the mention of treasure, the girl's eyes lit up again. Lin Tian was speechless. The princess of the Bai clan had 2 hobbies, suppressing people and searching for treasures. The 3 of them walked forward. This sword tomb was similar to the demon burial valley in the first celestial domain. It would open once in a while. This time, it was because of the nether demonic dragon's majestic demonic aura that forcefully opened the barrier of this sword tomb. Ah! Not long after, another scream came from the front. As far as the eye could see, there was a valley not far away. In the dim space, someone's clothes were stained with blood, and a strange monster was following behind him. The monster's entire body was covered in scales. The scales were silver in color and were completely made of metal. Lin Tian was surprised. Why did this monster feel like it was made of metal? He looked carefully and found that the monster's legs, neck, teeth, and eyes were all made of metal. This is a demonic weapon. A demonic creature formed by a weapon is not simple. Bai Qiu said. The cultivators in the valley were not weak. They were probably at the 7th celestial level, but facing the demonic weapon behind them, they were a little difficult to deal with. Their powerful martial skills were useless. In the end, the demonic weapon pierced through their throats and killed them on the spot. Creak. 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 The demonic weapon was like a tiger. Its metal scales made a creaking sound as it rubbed against each other. It turned its head and stared at Lin Tian and the others. As if it was staring at its prey, the demonic weapon rushed over and pounced on Lin Tian. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian and took a step to the side, as if he wanted to see Lin Tian get slaughtered. Bai Qiu glanced at her brother unhappily and stepped forward. Immortal light flickered. Let me. Lin Tian ondao. He pulled Bai Qiu behind him, reached out his right hand, and slapped the demonic weapon that was rushing at him. Then, he stepped on it. The demonic weapon struggled, but unfortunately, it could not break free from Lin Tian's right leg. You guy, your true essence has dried up, but you're still so powerful. Your physical body has become more terrifying than before. Bai Qiu muttered. It's just SOSO. Lin Tian smiled. Although he only had a trace of true essence now, his physical body was still very strong. This demonic weapon could not threaten him. He squatted down and scanned the demonic weapon seriously. Suddenly, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again and buzzed. This shocked Lin Tian Wei, and he became even more serious. The demonic weapon was still struggling, and the extent of its struggle became more intense. It kept making metallic sounds. Lin Tian scanned it with his divine telekinesis and found that there was a faint rainbow light in the demonic weapon's body. This surprised him even more. This rainbow light was exactly the same as the light emitted by the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. They were of the same quality and origin. He narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand, pressing down on the demonic weapon with the sword pattern. The demonic weapon trembled even more violently and let out a shrill cry. How amazing! It has no weapon soul, no flesh, and is made of metal, but it can still move on its own. Bai Qiu squatted by the side. Although she had read about these demonic weapons in ancient books, she was still very surprised to see it with her own eyes. Bai Ziki stood at the side and glanced over. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. What he felt was completely different from the siblings. He was more interested in the rainbow light inside the demonic weapon. He placed his right hand on the demonic weapon. Suddenly, the rainbow light inside the demonic weapon trembled and flowed towards the sword pattern in his right hand like a small stream. It quickly disappeared into it. The demonic weapon struggled violently. After a few breaths, it finally stopped moving. With a swoosh, the metal scales on its body fell off, turning into a rusty 7-inch blade. It's just like what was recorded in the ancient books. It really is a demonic weapon. How amazing! Bai Qiu said. He then looked at Lin Tian curiously. Speaking of which, what did you do just now? Why did it suddenly stop moving and become like this? I didn't do anything. I just used my inner strength to break it. Lin Tian Dao. He stood up and gazed deeper into the cave. At this time, many cultivators had already rushed into the depths. Instead, he, Bai Ziki, and Bai Qiu were lagging behind. Bai Ziki was expressionless. He didn't say anything and just walked forward. You look really bad. Are you always like this at home? Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu. Hey, be more polite. Bai Qiu was unhappy and said, my brother is going to inherit the position of the head of the family in the future. Naturally, he is very calm. Over time, he developed such a serious personality. This isn't something he was born with. He doesn't have any freedom at all. What's so good about being the head of the family? Lin Tian shook his head. My brother has the thunder god physique. In the family, no one is more suitable than him to be the head of the family. He doesn't want to be the head of the family. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and glanced at Bai Ziki in front of him. The three of them walked together. Bai Ziki walked at the front, followed by Bai Qiu and Lin Tian. Not long after, screams came from ahead. As the three of them turned a corner, their expressions changed. As far as the eye could see, there were demon soldiers in front of them. They looked like tigers, leopards, wolves, and dragons. Just like the demon soldiers before, they were all made of metal. There were even demon soldiers with wings in the sky. The three of them were shocked. At a glance, there were at least 10,000 demon soldiers in front of them. It was simply a destructive torrent. Retreat! Damn it! My treasure, how could it? Ah! Many people's expressions changed. Some people were fighting with the demon soldiers with their treasures, but gradually, after many collisions, their treasures began to tremble and turned into similar demon soldiers. They turned around and attacked their masters, cutting off their heads. Looking at this scene, even Bai Ziki, with the thunder god physique, couldn't help but frown. Put away your immortal treasure. Don't take it out again. Lin Tian said to Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu blinked. Are you worried about me? Lin Tian Dao, I'm afraid that your immortal treasure will also turn into demon soldiers, and then kill me and your brother. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and pounced. I'll bite you to death. Bai Qiu. Seeing his sister pounce on Lin Tian, Bai Ziki's face darkened. What was this? That's right, Bai Pig, control your sister. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Ziki stared coldly at Lin Tian, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He pulled his sister away from Lin Tian. Boom! In front of them, thousands of demon soldiers collided. The scene was terrifying. Many cultivators rushed forward. Soon after, many of them revealed looks of horror. Many of them were killed by the demon soldiers. Many of the weapons in their hands trembled on their own after clashing with the demon soldiers several times. Then, they turned into demon soldiers and killed their masters. Damn it! I'm not going deeper. Someone cried out as they ran back. Gradually, more and more people began to run back. There were too many demon soldiers in front of them, and it was difficult to resist. Of course, there were also many powerhouses among them. They crushed the demon soldiers with their bare hands and rushed all the way into the depths. Should we go there? Bai Qiu asked. Bai Ziki frowned. From the looks of it, there should be more terrifying demon soldiers inside. Yes, after all, this is a forbidden area. It's not just shouting. Bai Qiu nodded and said, I've seen it in the ancient books at home. There seems to be demon soldiers with strength beyond the immortal ascension realm. They almost have intelligence and have reached the point where they can cultivate on their own. In the history of cultivation, many powerhouses at the peak of the immortal ascension realm in the second heaven died here. If you know it's so dangerous, why are you still here? Lin Tian was a little surprised. Bai Qiu rolled her eyes. Everyone knows that it's very dangerous here. Everyone knows that there are many treasures inside, but the chances of them obtaining them are very slim. However, these people still came. This is human nature. It's very normal. She said, my brother and I came here to see what the forbidden area is like, to increase our experience, and at the same time, to temper our strength. If we're lucky, we can get some treasures out. Of course, if we encounter danger that we can't deal with, we will retreat immediately. We will never continue to rush forward. Lin Tian nodded and said, oh. He looked into the depths of the forbidden area, and his eyes flickered. I want to go deeper. This book came from Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki were very close to Lin Tian. They naturally heard Lin Tian's words and felt the determination in Lin Tian's voice. This made them curious. The ancient records do say that there are divine treasures in the depths, but safety is first. If it's too dangerous, we have to retreat first. Bai Qiu said seriously. Lin Tian smiled. I find it strange that you said something like that. When we were in the ancient alchemist tomb, you were surrounded by a group of ghosts. Didn't you, the most delicious food, charge forward? Why are you saying something like that now that we've encountered an even more precious divine treasure? It doesn't fit your personality. Bai Qiu's expression turned awkward. She stared at Lin Tian with her big eyes. Screams rang out in front of them. Many people were in trouble under the attack of a group of demon soldiers. Follow behind me. I'll protect you, Bai Qiu said. As she spoke, she walked forward. Compared to Lin Tian and Bai Ziki, she had abundant vital essence and was in peak condition. She was much stronger than the average cultivator. After all, she had the Lunar King body, which was even stronger than the Thunder God body. Lin Tian blushed with shame and followed behind her. Ah! Retreat! Screams rang out one after another. There were many demon soldiers in front of them. Some were running back, some were charging, and some were going deeper. Bai Qiu walked at the front. Her vital essence surged and slapped away the demon soldiers. These demon soldiers all had different forms. They looked like demon beasts, and some were even humanoid. Their combat power was not weak. Lin Tian followed behind Bai Qiu. His divine sense vibrated. Although it was not very strong, it still scanned the surroundings. Then, his eyes narrowed. Strands of faint seven-colored light were intertwined in the bodies of these demon soldiers. This light was of the same nature as the seven-colored light in the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Bai Qiu waved her hand and shattered 3 demon soldiers, revealing their true forms. Sabers, hammers, shields. As expected, these demon soldiers evolved from weapons, Bai Qiu muttered. I really don't know what's hidden in the depths of this sword tomb that made these ordinary weapons become like this. Suddenly, a strange roar was heard. Suddenly, 3 enormous demon soldiers appeared in the midst of the demon soldiers. They were at least 3 feet tall and exuded an extremely powerful aura. He was comparable to an expert in the immortal connecting realm. Let's go! Everyone cried out in alarm and fled one after another. Seeing the sudden appearance of these 3 huge demon soldiers, everyone felt a huge threat. Of the 3 demon soldiers, one was shaped like a wild python, one was shaped like a barbarian ape, and the last one was shaped like a tortoise. These 3 demon soldiers were exceptionally powerful. With just a slight movement, they immediately kicked up a hurricane that swept out in all directions. The wild python demon soldier took a step forward, and its huge body soared into the sky, crushing 3 Sea of Consciousness peak powerhouses on the spot. Pooh! The barbaric ape demon soldier roared and tore apart an early-stage void flight expert. Go! Let's go! Someone screamed in horror. These 3 demon soldiers were truly terrifying, shocking everyone in this place. Lin Tian glanced over and narrowed his eyes. He whispered to Bai Qiu, avoid them. It's very dangerous. Go to the right, away. Bai Ziki also spoke. If it was a normal day, the 2 of them might not care. But at this moment, their true essence was dried up, and their combat power was extremely weak. As such, these 3 demon soldiers were a bit scary. There was basically no hope for them to stop them. Bai Qiu curled her lips, what are you afraid of? I still have a top-grade immortal artifact. If they dare to provoke me, I'll just crush them with my immortal artifact. Lin Tian's forehead was covered in black lines. He couldn't help but knock on her head, I told you not to take out your immortal artifact. If your immortal artifact is demonized by the sword tomb, we'll be finished. Even if our true essence recovers, we might not be able to escape unscathed. Bai Qiu glared at Lin Tian, but she didn't refute. She avoided the 3 huge demon soldiers and went to the other side. It had to be said that Bai Qiu's combat power was still very strong. Her extreme body might have already reached the initial stage, and she could be considered a supreme figure of her generation. Every time she attacked, her aura was very strong, not much weaker than Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. Bang! 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 True essence flickered, and the demon soldiers were knocked back to their original forms. Not long after, inches of light appeared in front of them. It was very dazzling. The 3 of them stepped forward and stared at the glowing object, slightly surprised. It was a broken sword. It was completely black, and there were runes engraved on it. It fell into a puddle. This should have been a low-grade immortal artifact. Unfortunately, many of its internal Dao marks were destroyed, and it no longer has a mortal might. Bai Qiu said. Shaking her head, Bai Qiu put it away. Although the black saber no longer had a mortal might because it was broken, it was still many times stronger than ordinary high-grade supreme treasures. At least in terms of hardness, ordinary weapons couldn't compare to it. Let's go forward. Maybe there'll be an intact immortal artifact. Bai Qiu stared ahead. Lin Tian shook his head and said, there shouldn't be. If there really was, it would have been demonized long ago. You're not positive. We have to think positively. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was speechless and couldn't be bothered to say anything. The three of them walked forward. After about half an hour, Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi's true essence had recovered by 30%. Bang! Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped a demon soldier into pieces, which fell to the ground and turned into a long sword. The sword tomb was quite spacious, and the space was very dark. The three of them rushed forward. Gradually, more and more demon soldiers appeared in front of them and charged at them crazily. The three of them were somewhat tired of dealing with them, and their pace was severely hindered. Why do I feel like most of the demon soldiers are charging at us? Lin Tian frowned. Seems like it. Bai Qiu nodded. Bai Ziqi's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, it should be related to the immortal artifact on Bai Qiu. She still has a trace of the immortal artifact's aura on her, and the surrounding demon soldiers sensed it and gathered here. Boom! 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 Suddenly, three violent auras surged and attacked the three of them. The three of them were shocked at the same time. The wild python demon soldier, the wild ape demon soldier, and the bull demon soldier all pounced at them. White pig, it seems that your analysis of the jinx is correct. Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Ziqi raised his eyebrows. He wanted to explode, but he also knew that now was not the time. Boom! The wild ape demon soldier rushed forward and stomped down, shattering a corner of the space. Bai Ziqi propped up the divine chime palace and faced it head-on. He immediately coughed up blood and staggered back a dozen steps. The wild python demon soldier curled up its body and bit at Bai Ziqi. Brother! Bai Qiu's expression changed. Lin Tian's feet swayed, and he activated the Yin Yang Hua to the limit. He appeared beside Bai Ziqi and punched the wild python demon soldier. The wild python demon soldier flew away, and Lin Tian felt his fist go numb. Waves of pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger, as if it was about to split open. It's comparable to an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator. Let's go. Lin Tiandao said, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. With just one punch, he could feel the terror of the wild python demon soldier. Bai Qiu nodded vigorously, and the three of them quickly retreated in another direction. The three demon soldiers let out a strange roar, and the densely packed demon soldiers moved together and rushed toward Lin Tian and the other two like crazy. Ah! Run! Bai Qiu screamed. There were too many demon soldiers swarming toward them. There were even 3 demon soldiers comparable to immortal ascension cultivators. Even though Bai Qiu had a top-grade immortal artifact, she still felt a huge pressure at this moment. Not to mention, when facing these strange demon weapons, she didn't dare release her immortal artifacts. If by any chance they were to take form like the weapons of those cultivators from before, it would be even more dangerous, and it would cause the situation to become even worse. Boom! 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 A gust of wind swept in all directions, and the demon soldiers rushed over like a flood of the Yellow River. Bai Qiu's body emitted a dim light, and the divine light of the lunar origin burst out, shattering the demon soldiers one after another and forcing them to return to their original forms. Buzz! Bai Ziqi held up the divine roar palace. Even though he only had 30% of his true essence, he was still able to sweep through all directions. Lin Tian was simple and direct. His iron fist smashed everything, and the demon soldiers were smashed into pieces. However, it was still a drop in the bucket, because there were too many demon soldiers charging at them. Not long after, the 3 of them dodged along the way, and they were actually forced into a dead end, and their path was blocked by a black mountain. Who pointed the way and said to go right? So stupid! Bai Qiu said angrily. your brother pointed it. Lin Tian glanced to the side. By Ziki, with a dong sound, the earth trembled. The demonic python soldier and the other two demonic beasts walked away. It was unknown what happened to their bodies, but they became even larger. They were at least 3 zhang tall, and the aura they emitted was even more dangerous. The wild python demon soldiers let out a roar. Immediately, the dense demon soldiers charged forward. Bai Qiu used the Bai family's divine power and swept through all directions. Bai Ziki held up the divine roar palace, and his power was astonishing. Lin Tian used the divining divine technique, and thousands of divine elephants appeared. Bang! 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 The demon soldiers were crushed and returned to their original forms. However, as time passed, more and more demon soldiers rushed over, and the 3 of them gradually became more and more troublesome. Their true essence was being consumed more and more. Especially Lin Tian and Bai Ziki. The 30% of their true essence that they had just recovered was about to be used up again. Oh no, what should we do? Bai Qiu was anxious. If this continued, their true essence would be exhausted sooner or later. The demon soldiers rushed over and were then swept away. Many of them were beaten back to their original forms. However, compared to the demon soldiers that were destroyed, there were more demon soldiers that came forward. Lin Tian gradually became a little frustrated. He grabbed a demon soldier that rushed forward and moved the sword pattern in his right hand. It directly absorbed the 7-colored light inside, causing it to shatter. He had his back to Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki. He raised his right hand, and the sword pattern emitted wisps of light, illuminating the space within an inch. Get lost. The 3 huge demon soldiers wanted to pounce, but they suddenly trembled violently. Staring at the sword pattern in Lin Tian's right hand, they instinctively felt a sense of fear. Even though they did not have much intelligence, they still trembled. Some of the ordinary demon soldiers even swayed and stumbled left and right, creating a path for themselves. Let's go. Lin Tian said in a low voice. He pulled Bai Qiu up and stepped on the yin yang hua to break out of the encirclement. End of chapter. Lin Tian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed dozens of feet and rushed out of the encirclement in a few breaths. What happened? Bai Qiu was astonished. Those demon soldiers who were originally in a frenzy suddenly stopped moving in an instant. Nothing. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Ziki followed behind and also stepped out. He stared at Lin Tian's hand that was grabbing his sister's hand. Let go. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. White pig, what's with that attitude? I blocked an attack for you just now. That's 2 different things. Bai Ziki's face was very dark. Lin Tian pursed his lips and didn't bother to say anything. Bai Qiu snickered and glanced at her brother and Lin Tian. In the end, Lin Tian let go of Bai Qiu's hand and walked around a group of demon soldiers, continuing to walk forward. Compared to the 3 of them, more cultivators had already arrived in the depths. There was no lack of peak stage Zephyr cultivators among them. I heard that there are dead king physiques here. If we can find them, we might be able to get a lot of treasures. Bai Qiu said. You're also a king physique cultivator. Show some respect to your king physique seniors. Why are you thinking about treasures? Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu glared at him with an angry expression. Bai Ziki's face darkened again. He stared at Bai Qiu and said, You told him about the Lunar King physique? There's a reason. Bai Qiu was submissive. The veins on Bai Ziki's forehead were throbbing. The Lunar King physique was the biggest secret of their generation. He never thought that his sister would tell Lin Tian about it. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck and quickly hid behind Lin Tian. Instantly, Bai Ziki's face darkened even more. Lin Tiandao said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, this kind of thing will be known by the world one day. Bai Ziki snorted and glanced at Bai Qiu sternly before walking forward. What? You're all forcing me. If you continue to provoke me, I'll overturn your entire family when I reach the great accomplishment realm of the imperial body. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. Lin Tian blushed with shame. What kind of hatred was this? Previously, you said that your family forces you to do something you don't like. What exactly is it? You haven't told me yet. He asked. Nothing. Bai Qiu shook his head. He glanced at Lin Tian and whispered, if that day comes and I don't want to follow the family's arrangements, will you help me? Of course. Lin Tian smiled. Bai Qiu smiled. That's good. In front of them, Bai Ziki turned his head and glanced at his sister. In the end, he turned his head away and clenched his fists. Boom, suddenly, an astonishing true essence fluctuation came from the front. The three of them strode forward. Not long after, they saw a group of Zephyr Peak powerhouses gathered together to deal with even more powerful demon soldiers. The demon soldier was shaped like a heavenly eagle, and its body was 10 meters tall. It was even more frightening than the 3 giant demon soldiers from before. Someone screamed miserably as he was turned into a bloody mist by the enormous demon soldier. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons was ear-piercing. Many cultivators' treasure weapons were demonized one after another. The scene was chaotic and terrifying. Go around. Lin Tiandao. To be honest, he didn't take the demon soldiers here seriously. These demon soldiers all had the same 7-colored light in their bodies as the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. He could absolutely suppress these demon soldiers, no matter how strong they were. Because, the 7-colored sunglow was the source of their life, and he could absorb the light through the sword patterns. However, he didn't want to expose the existence of the sword patterns too much, or even the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Be careful and conceal your aura. Bai Ziki said. The three of them went around the demon soldiers on the main road and soon overtook the others. Right at this moment, several tyrannical waves of energy suddenly appeared, striding over from afar. These were a few elders, and their auras were very powerful. Taishan Sacred Land, Wantong Sacred Land, Heavenly Demon Mountain, and several other super forces have sent big shots here. Bai Qiu muttered. They're all in the Immortal Ascension realm. Lin Tian said in a low voice. The opening of the sword tomb contained the secret of eternal life. Naturally, the powerhouses of these super forces would rush here to see what was going on. Bai Qiu said to Lin Tiandao, be careful. Let's walk to the side. Don't let them find you, or you'll be finished. Lin Tianxia had killed the immortal reaching realm elders of the 2 sacred lands and hunted down the desolate demon body of Heavenly Demon Mountain. The 3 super forces wouldn't let him go. Bai Qiu was very clear about this, and immediately began to worry for Lin Tian. It's okay. If I want to leave, they won't be able to stop me. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu curled his lips. You're really confident. Of course. Lin Tian smiled and said, however, you should be careful since you've suppressed the saints of these 2 sacred lands, right? I think the 2 sacred lands should know that their saints have been suppressed. Maybe they'll make trouble for you. I'm not afraid. They won't dare to do anything to me. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was speechless. Well, that was true. Boom, the light in front of them shot into the sky, covering all directions. Taishan Sacred Land, Wantong Sacred Land, and Heavenly Demon Mountain each sent a immortal reaching realm cultivator. Along the way, the demon soldiers blocking their way were all beaten back to their original forms. The 3 stepped on the void and nodded to each other. Soon, they turned into 3 bolts of lightning and rushed into the depths of the sword tomb, disappearing from the sight of Lin Tian and the others. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. They were very far away from the 3 of them and the demon soldiers, sneaking all the way into the depths. This space seemed a little vast and dark. From time to time, powerful energy fluctuations would come from ahead. The 3 of them crossed old mountains. Soon, a black forest appeared in front of them, and the demon soldiers were denser. So many. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Even Lin Tian was surprised. There were at least tens of thousands of demon soldiers in front of them, densely packed and terrifying. With a boom, in the void, a divine light swept across, shattering a large number of demon soldiers. Elder Zhou of Taishan Sacred Land flew in the air. Wherever he passed, ordinary demon soldiers were all shattered. At the same time, the elders of Wantong Sacred Land and Heavenly Demon Mountain were also very powerful. Divine light and demon light flashed, opening a path, and they quickly walked deeper into the tomb. If I can use immortal artifacts, I won't be any weaker than them, Bai Qi said. The three of them walked forward. The three of them walked forward. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky. It was the heavenly eagle demon soldier from before. This demon soldier was particularly powerful. It felt the aura of the immortal artifact on Bai Qiu and directly pounced over. Boom, the heavenly eagle demon soldier fell, rolling up a hurricane and kicking up a large amount of dust. The three of them had to make a move. They used their own methods to attack the sky. The divine rumble temple appeared in the sky. The godless palm was raised, and the manifestation of celestial Lord Doran's enlightenment fell on the heavenly eagle demon soldier. With a bang, light sputtered all over the sky, sweeping in all directions. The three of them were a little shocked. With their heads and faces covered in dust, they all retreated. It's even stronger than the wild python demon soldier from before. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. Go. Don't fight it head-on. Lin Tiandao. The three of them all cultivated extraordinary movement techniques. Now that they were only facing one demon soldier, it was not difficult for them to get rid of it. However, at this moment, the elders of Taishan's sacred land and other major forces at the front sensed something and looked over. It's you. Suddenly, the eyes of the three immortal reaching realm cultivators all widened, and they stared at Lin Tian. The three of them turned back. In just one step, they stepped in front of Lin Tian and the others and descended from the void. Staring at Lin Tian, the three cultivators' eyes were very cold, especially the elders of Taishan sacred land and Wantong sacred land. The killing intent in their eyes was as oppressive as knives and swords. At the same time, the elders of Taishan sacred land and Wantong sacred land stared at Bai Qiu. They already knew that I Chiching and Kong Yuzhou had been suppressed. Little girl from the Bai family, don't you think you've gone too far? Let her go, the elder of Taishan sacred land said in a low voice. If it were any other person, the elders of Taishan sacred land would have slapped them, but facing the eldest princess of an ancient family, they still had to be careful. Don't even think about it. Bai Qiu shook her head. The elders of Taishan sacred land and Wantong sacred land's faces darkened, and a wave of immortal pressure pressed down on Bai Qiu. Bai Ziqi's face darkened, and he stood in front of his sister, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Next to them, the elder of Mount Tianyao stepped forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. The elder of Mount Tianyao naturally did not care about the Bai siblings, because there was no enmity between them. So at this time, he naturally pressed down on Lin Tian, wanting to cut off Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian had hunted down the wild demon physique before, and not long after, he killed several great demons of Mount Tianyao in Luiyue City. Elder Taishan, Elder Wantong, I'll kill him for you. The elder said. Demons in the immortal ascension realm were called demon kings. This was a demon king in the early stage of the immortal ascension realm, and the demonic light around his body was very terrifying. Lin Tian frowned, and his heart sank. If it were any other time, he might be able to escape when facing an immortal ascension realm elite, but now, he had less than 30% of his vital essence, and it would be very difficult for him to escape. There was almost no hope. Boom, at this moment, the heavenly eagle demon soldier rushed over from behind, and a strange roar made everyone's ears go numb. Lin Tian tilted his head, and a light flashed in his eyes. He immediately stepped on the yin and yang row and retreated, appearing behind the heavenly eagle demon soldier. Buzz. He flicked his right finger, and the sword pattern produced spots of light that interfered with the seven-colored light in the heavenly eagle demon soldier's body. Suddenly, the heavenly eagle demon soldier shook violently, and after a violent tremor, it slammed into the elder of Mount Tianyao. The elder of Mount Tianyao frowned and used his theurgy to meet the heavenly eagle demon soldier. Elder Taishan, Elder Wantong, take down that thief first. The elder said. Elder Taishan and Elder Wantong paused. After glancing at Bai Qiu, they pressed down on Lin Tian. After all, I Chiching and Kong Yuzhou were only suppressed, and they wouldn't be in danger. But at this time, they couldn't let Lin Tian escape. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find him again. They wanted to kill Lin Tian, and they were also very interested in some of the techniques that Lin Tian had mastered. Stand still. Bai Qiu spoke, your holy son is still within my immortal artifact. If you dare to make any rash movements, then I'll withdraw the immortal artifact and allow it to demonize within this sword tomb. At that time, your holy son will die a miserable death at the first possible moment. End of chapter. The elders of the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground immediately stopped in their tracks. The two of them had lived for hundreds of years and knew more about the sword tomb than anyone else. They naturally knew that weapons could easily demonize here. Yi Qiqing and Kong Yuzhou were suppressed in the immortal artifact. Once the immortal artifact demonized, the two of them would definitely die without a burial place. Bai family's girl, he's also your Bai family's enemy. There's no reason for you to protect him like this. Elder Taishan said. Cut the crap. He's mine. No one is allowed to touch him except me. Bai Qiu said. Bai Ziqi's face was very dark, and Lin Tian was sweating. Elder Wantong said coldly, this bastard killed the immortal channeling elders of our two holy lands and killed a group of disciples of our two holy lands. He should be killed. Do you want to become enemies with our two holy lands by protecting him like this? Bai Qiu snorted. Your people provoked him for no reason. They deserve to die. Lin Tian wanted to laugh. He was also very touched. This girl was lively and easygoing, but the few times she was strong, it was all for him. The elders of the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground looked cold. Let him out. The two of them stared at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu snorted and was ready to take out the immortal artifact gourd at any time. Don't force me. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting to the death. Elder Taishan and Elder Wantong's faces were livid. They didn't know whether to attack or not. Their faces were very dark. Boom, in another direction, the demon king of Mount Tianyao collided with the Sky Eagle demon soldier. Although he was on top, he couldn't get rid of the Sky Eagle demon soldier in a short time and couldn't free himself to deal with Lin Tian. By family's sacred ground, can you discipline your sister? She's too wild. Elder Taishan looked at Bai Ziqi. Bai Ziqi's eyes turned cold. It's not up to you to comment on my younger sister. Scram as far as you can. Just now, the two of them had used their celestial might to suppress Bai Qiu, which had already made him very unhappy. At this moment, Elder Taishan even used the word wild to describe Bai Qiu, which made his face darken. If it wasn't for the fact that he had less than 30% of his true essence left, he would have already slapped him. Elder Taishuan's face darkened. Saint of the Bai family, is this how you speak to your elders? Scram. Bai Ziqi only had one word. He had the thunder god physique. If he had been at his peak, he would not have feared any immortal channeling cultivators. At this moment, even though he didn't have enough Xinyuan, the majesty of the thunder god king physique still existed. Strands of purple lightning appeared on the surface of his body, and even the sky darkened. White pig head, that's more like it. Lin Tian laughed loudly. He didn't have enough true essence, but he still walked forward and stood in front of Bai Qiu. Elder Taishan and Elder Wantong stared at Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi coldly. Divine power surged out of their bodies. I've warned you not to move recklessly. Otherwise, I'll kill your holy son. Bai Qiu said fiercely. This undoubtedly made Elder Taishan and Elder Wantong's faces turn even uglier. Dignified immortal realm cultivators were actually threatened by a junior in the airborne realm. At this moment, more cultivators arrived. After seeing the abnormality in this place, they were all surprised. Those are the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. They seem to be confronting Lin Tian and the Bai siblings. The princess of the Bai family suppressed the holy son of the two holy sons and said that she would seal him for a year. The elders of the two holy lands naturally want to take him back. That Lin Tian is even more so. He's already on the must-kill list of several major forces. But why do I feel like the two elders are being suppressed? This seems to be the case. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Strange. Many people felt that it was very strange. At this moment, more powerful fluctuations approached from afar. There were two waves, both of which contained extremely powerful demonic might. Bai Qiu's expression changed slightly, and she became a little anxious. More Immortal Realm cultivators from Mount Tianyao are here. I can use Kong Yuzhou and I Ching to threaten the two holy lands, but I can't do anything to Mount Tianyao. What should I do? Powerful demonic qi was approaching. In the void, the elder of Mount Tianyao was fighting with the heavenly eagle demon soldier. He immediately stared at Lin Tianling and laughed. Don't worry about me. You and the white pig leave first. I'll go deeper. Lin Tiandao. No. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. If we go together, at least the people of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land won't dare to act recklessly. If you go too far away from me, the three major forces will attack you. Bai Qiu disagreed. Let's go deeper together. Wisps of faint light rushed out of her body. She looked at the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land and said, Don't chase after me. Otherwise, I'll immediately take out the immortal artifact and let it demonize here. How dare you? The elders of the two holy lands had ugly expressions. Unfortunately, Bai Qiu didn't say anything more. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Lin Tianyi and flew directly into the depths. Lin Tian sighed. This girl was too good to him. Thinking about it, it was a good thing that the people of the Bai family he killed before weren't directly related to the Bai siblings. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face Bai Qiu. Bai Ziki glanced at Lin Tian with a dark face, then flashed and followed. The two elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land watched the three of them go deeper. For a moment, they didn't dare to move. They were afraid that if they forced Bai Qiu into a corner, she would take out the immortal artifact. At that time, the holy sons of the two holy lands might really die tragically. One had to know that those two were super geniuses born in their respective holy lands for hundreds of years. Although they didn't have a king body, they were strong enough to fight against one. If they died like this, it would be a great loss. They didn't dare to take the risk. Dozens of breaths passed quickly, and 2 waves of demonic qi rushed over. These were 2 very well-built figures. Their muscles were like dragons, filled with a strong sense of power. Lin Tian of the human race went deeper. The demon king who was fighting the sky eagle demon soldier said. The 2 demon kings who rushed here attacked together, shattering the sky eagle demon soldier, and then chased into the depths together. The elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land had ugly expressions. After a pause, they finally chased into the depths together. Follow them, quick, quick, quick. Someone said. With 5 immortal reaching realm experts in front, they would definitely be able to eliminate many dangers. Following them would be much safer. Lin Tian and the other 2 didn't dare to stop. Before they knew it, they had already traveled thousands of feet. Boom, behind them, a powerful demonic qi appeared. The 3 demon kings of the demon clan were chasing after them. The immortal reaching realm experts were very fast. With a single step, they crushed the demon soldiers blocking their way and quickly approached. If only the desolate demon physique was here. We could suppress it and use it to threaten the heavenly demon mountain. Bai Qiu muttered. Bai Ziki was speechless. He scolded, Do you want to learn from that bastard and offend all the major factions in this realm? White pig, who are you calling a bastard? Lin Tian was unhappy. Bai Ziki's face was cold. He didn't have a good impression of Lin Tian at all. You two, why are you still arguing at a time like this? Bai Qiu said angrily. The 3 of them were all young. They were the top figures of their generation. Even though Lin Tian and Bai Ziki had used up a lot of their vital essence in the previous battle, they were still not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled another 1,000 feet. However, his speed was still slower than a few immortal reaching realm experts. Soon, the 3 demon kings caught up to him. Bai siblings, leave quickly. Don't blame us if you accidentally injure them later. One of the demon kings said. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon king directly grabbed at Lin Tian. Bastard! Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and activated the Bai family's divine power with the lunar origin. 1,000 phantoms appeared and attacked the heavens. Although Bai Ziki didn't like Lin Tian, seeing his sister attack, how could he not do anything? He immediately opened the Divine Rumble Palace and charged toward the Demon King of Mount Heavenly Monster. Buzz. Lin Tian moved her hands and used the Divine Divination technique to summon the Nine-Spring Sword and slashed down. The combined power of the three experts could be said to be strong. They forcefully overturned the Demon King of Mount Heavenly Monster. Of course, the three of them were also slightly shaken. The chi and blood in their bodies churned, and they staggered back. Let's go deeper. Lin Tian Andao. The three of them were very fast. They ignored the people of Mount Heavenly Monster and rushed deeper. The Demon King of Mount Heavenly Monster had a gloomy expression. He stepped forward with a vicious aura, and his speed became even faster. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian and the other two were caught up again. At the same time, the elders of the Taishan Sacred Land and the Wantong Sacred Land also caught up. Let's attack together. One of the Demon Kings said. The other two Demon Kings of Mount Heavenly Monster nodded and attacked Lin Tian with their demon divine abilities. It's over. That Lin Tian didn't have enough true essence after fighting with the Thunder God physique. Now that he's facing three immortal ascension powerhouses, how can he block them? Is he going to die here? The cultivators who followed them all shook their heads when they saw this scene. At this moment, the world suddenly shook, and an extremely terrifying demonic might swept over from the depths, shattering the large space. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. The three Demon Kings of Mount Heavenly Monster stopped in their tracks. They were suppressed by this power and looked into the depths in shock. Roar! A roar resounded out as a black dragon charged out from afar. Its entire body was coiled with strands of terrifying jet-black light. Everywhere it passed, space would warp, and everything would vanish without a trace. Elder Taishuan's expression changed. The Nether Demon Dragon. It's the black dragon that shattered the barrier outside the Sword Tomb. It's been in the depths all this time. What is it doing? Many people's hearts palpitated. The Nether Demon Dragon was in existence in ancient legends. It was born with Nirvana and was extremely terrifying. Everyone here was afraid of it. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. He secretly transmitted his voice to Bai Qiao and Bai Ziki to be careful. Not long ago, in the small world opened by the Master Apothecary, he had personally faced this black dragon. No one knew better than him how terrifying this black dragon was. No one in the second heaven could be its opponent. Even if all the major forces worked together, they wouldn't be able to destroy this black dragon. Boom! Suddenly, another terrifying aura rushed out. A black flood dragon appeared and collided with the black dragon. This black flood dragon was more than 100 feet long, as if it was made of meteorite and divine iron. Its aura was terrifying. Is this a demon soldier? It can actually fight against the Nether Demon Dragon? Lin Tian was shocked. End of chapter. Lin Tian had seen how terrifying the Nether Demonic Dragon was. It was the source of destruction, and few people could stop it. But now, a black dragon demonic soldier was fighting against the Nether Demonic Dragon, and it was able to defeat the Nether Demonic Dragon. 9. Rumor has it that there are demonic soldiers that have surpassed the immortal ascension realm. So it's true. He muttered to himself. Boom. In the depths, the black dragon and the black dragon were fighting. Both of them were extremely huge, and every simple movement caused the space to tremble, causing the cultivators to tremble in fear. How terrifying. Bai Qiao shrunk his neck. The battle between the black dragon and the black dragon was already a battle between nirvanas. How could the crowd not be shocked? At this moment, even someone as calm as Bai Ziki could not help but be moved. The three demon kings of Mount Tianyao originally wanted to suppress Lin Tian, but they all stopped at this moment and stared at the battle in the depths cautiously. The two elders of Taishan Sacred Land and Wantong Sacred Land did the same and did not dare to act rashly. If these two terrifying existences were to be disturbed while they were fighting, there would be a huge disaster. Moreover, apart from this point, it was also very rare to see a great battle of this level. If one were to seriously observe it, there would definitely be unimaginable benefits. As for the other ordinary cultivators, they were all pale with fright. Roar! The black dragon roared and flapped its wings, bringing with it an endless aura of destruction that shook the entire sword tomb. I've been guarding this place for countless years. How can I let you take advantage of it? A cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. The black dragon demonic soldier could actually speak. It's cultivated into a demon? Bai Qiu widened his eyes. Lin Tian was also astonished. He had never imagined that this tyrannical black dragon demon soldier could actually speak the human language. The battle between the Nirvana level was a bit frightening. The two behemoths were only fighting in the depths of the sword tomb, but the ripples came from far away. Even from far away, it caused everyone's heart to palpitate as they felt the threat of death. It was as if the god of death was standing behind them with a scythe that reaped their lives on their necks. No, we can't stand here, someone said in horror. Instantly, many people retreated into the distance. It was really difficult to resist the aura of the battle between the black dragon and the black dragon. Yes. In the end, the few powerhouses of the Immortal Connection realm were no exception. They slowly retreated. Let's retreat slowly and keep our distance from the Heavenly Monster Mountain and the two Holy Lands, Bai Qiu said. The three of them stared into the depths of the cave while keeping an eye on the people from Mount Heavenly Monster and the two Holy Lands. They slowly retreated into the distance. A pitch-black demonic light filled the sky. It was different from the demonic qi and didn't contain any evil qi. However, it was extremely overbearing and tore apart the black flood dragon demon soldiers. However, unlike the other demon soldiers, this black Jiao demon soldier was actually able to reform its body and charge towards the black dragon, biting off one of its wings. Roar! The black dragon roared. Blood dyed the skies red, creating enormous holes in space. Such a scene made everyone's hearts turn cold. According to legend, every single drop of blood of a rebirth realm expert contains the force of destruction, and it's really true. It's too scary. Some people felt their hearts palpitate. The black dragon roared, and its shattered wings regrew in the blink of an eye. It trembled, bringing with it waves of destructive power. The black flood dragon let out a long roar and moved its body, coldly staring at the black dragon. Then, the two of them collided with each other again. As they fought, the sword tomb kept shaking, and dense cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. At the same time, some of the ordinary demon soldiers in the depths of the cave shattered, and a large area was destroyed in an instant. The nether demon dragon's eyes were blood red. It roared, and its dark light engulfed the world. Humph! The black flood dragon snorted coldly, and at the same time, it opened its mouth and roared, its voice shaking the sky. As far as the eye could see, the depths of the sword tomb were completely covered by the destructive light. The pitch-black demonic light and the silver and blood-red weapon light intertwined, creating huge cracks in the void. Destructive space-time turbulence poured out. Bang! Bang! Not long after, the black flood dragon and the black dragon were sent flying at the same time, crashing into mountains. However, this was nothing to the two Nirvana realm existences. In the blink of an eye, they collided with each other again. For a moment, dragon blood floated in the void, and the black flood dragon was also torn apart several times. Everyone who saw this was terrified. They seemed to be fighting for something. It seems so. Humph, that black flood dragon can't be a legendary demon soldier, right? It's so terrifying. Some cultivators whispered. Lin Tian's true essence had recovered by 40%. He narrowed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, scanning the black flood dragon. He immediately found that there was a thumb-sized 7-colored light source inside the black flood dragon, and it was extremely pure. This made him a little shocked. The demon soldiers before only had a trace of it, but the black flood dragon had gathered so much 7-colored light. No wonder it's so strong, he thought to himself. At the same time, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he stared at the black flood dragon demon soldier. Boom! 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 The battle between the black flood dragon and the black dragon continued, forcing the cultivators to retreat again and again. Lin Tian and the other two were no exception. There was another huge tremor. The black flood dragon and the black dragon collided and were sent flying at the same time. The black dragon roared and rushed towards the black flood dragon. However, in the next moment, the black dragon suddenly stopped and turned its head to stare at Lin Tian. Its demonic eyes turned red, and in the next moment, it landed on Bai Qiu, who was next to Lin Tian. Suddenly, the dragon's body shook violently as if it had found the most delicious food, and it suddenly pounced towards them. Boom! The hurricane was violent and directly overturned everything. Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi's expressions changed. They both realized that the black dragon was targeting Bai Qiu. Retreat! The two of them did not think of resisting because they could not. They grabbed Bai Qiu and fled into the distance. However, the black dragon was too powerful. It flapped its wings and directly arrived in front of him. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian and Bai Ziqi were only grazed by the hurricane, but they vomited blood and were sent flying. They almost died on the spot. Brother, Lin Tian! Bai Qiu exclaimed. In the next moment, a ball of black light appeared and wrapped around her. She was pulled over by the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared with excitement and agitation. It turned around and charged into the depths. Bai Ziqi coughed up blood. Seeing his sister being taken away, he immediately became anxious. He struggled to stand up, but he could not catch up at all. On the other side, Lin Tian's situation was also very bad. He only felt that his internal organs had shifted positions, and his head was dizzy. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. He was only one step away from death. He struggled to stand up and looked into the distance. He clenched his fists. Cold laughter sounded. In the distance, the three monster kings of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Elder Tai Xin, and Elder Wan Tong, saw that the black dragon had soared into the depths and stopped fighting the black flood dragon. They immediately suppressed Lin Tian and arrived 10,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. Get lost, Lin Tian said coldly. He was very anxious after Bai Qiu was taken away. His eyes became extremely terrifying, and there was a terrifying murderous intent spreading. Facing his gaze, even the monster kings of Heavenly Monster Mountain were shocked. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Staring at Lin Tian, they could not imagine that an airborne realm cultivator could emit such a terrifying murderous intent when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. It could even affect the state of mind of powerhouses like them for a short period of time. Blood gushed out of Lin Tian's mouth. He looked into the depths, and then stared at the black flood dragon in the distant sky. Enduring the pain of his body being torn apart, he used the yin and yang qi in a flash. He came to the black flood dragon's head and landed on it. Seeing this scene, the three monster kings of Heavenly Monster Mountain, Elder Tai Xin, Elder Wan Tong, and all the other cultivators were all dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Is that guy crazy? How dare he climb on the head of such a being? Some people were shocked. In the depths, the black flood dragon was naturally furious and roared. Human! A puny human dared to step on its head. It was like stepping on the head of a god. He was courting death. Lin Tian's eyes became a little ferocious. He punched the black flood dragon's head hard. Chase after that damned dragon and take back all the human girls it took away. Don't leave a single one behind. He gritted his teeth and said. Hearing his voice, the cultivators widened their eyes again. Is he crazy? Has he lost his mind? Everyone was puzzled. Bai Ziqi's clothes were stained with blood. It was difficult for him to move. There was anxiety and surprise in his eyes. The black flood dragon roared furiously, and as it roared, terrifying beams of light rushed out of its body. It was terrifying and caused the space to distort. We're dead. What is that lunatic doing? Retreat! Many people shouted and ran away in horror. This black flood dragon was comparable to a Nirvana realm powerhouse. If they were hit by those beams of light, they would definitely die without leaving a trace. Lin Tian was very irritated and anxious at the moment. The sword pattern in his right hand flashed with a strange light and pressed directly on the black flood dragon's head. Go! Otherwise, I'll cripple you immediately, he said cruelly. Wu Jiao was furious, but in the next moment, it trembled violently, feeling shock and fear. At this moment, the Wu Jiao's voice began to tremble. It felt as if the human above its head had suddenly become even more terrifying than the legendary celestial lords and emperors. It was as if he could shatter it into nothingness with just a raise of his hand. Lin Tian raised his hand and smashed his fist down again. He roared, "I'll let you chase after me. Do you want to die?" Vaguely, Lin Tian had guessed a few things. Although the nether demonic dragon was not the evil spirit Li, it was not that far off. Its power attribute was similar to the evil spirit Li, both of them leaning towards Yin. Meanwhile, Bai Qiu had the extreme Yin body, which was the purest source of Yin energy. Any living being with the Yin attribute who got their hands on it would be the most powerful tonic, which could greatly improve their cultivation. The nether demonic dragon must have sensed this. That was why it kidnapped Bai Qiu and wanted to devour his ultimate Yin origin. Sensing Lin Tian's chaotic emotions and cold aura, Wu Jiao shuddered. "Calm down, I'll go right away." As soon as it finished speaking, Wu Jiao moved and rushed into the depths of the forest like a madman. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the distance, the group of cultivators was shocked. Just now, that Wu Jiao, am I dreaming? That Wu Jiao demon soldier, which is comparable to a Nirvana powerhouse, is actually afraid of him? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, even the 5 immortal channeling powerhouses in the distance were shocked. Lin Tian could actually control that Wu Jiao demon soldier. P.S. I'm going to attend a friend's wedding tomorrow. Sorry. In the second heaven, Lin Tian only had one friend, Bai Qiu. Although this girl was sometimes mischievous and willful, she was very kind and treated him very well. She had been strong to outsiders many times because of him. Today, in order to protect him, she even suppressed the holy sons of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land. She even used this to threaten the 2 holy lands. Even when faced with a group of immortal reaching realm experts from the heavenly monster mountain, she did not leave his side. This had moved him many times. Now, Bai Qiu was captured by the nether demonic dragon. How could he not be anxious? His whole person became uneasy. "Fly faster!" Lin Tian roared. He knew how terrifying the nether demonic dragon was, and he was afraid of accidents. "Faster!" He punched the black dragon's head. The black dragon was very strong, but it was a little scared at this moment. With a strange roar, its speed suddenly increased by several times. The air whistled. Not long after, the black dragon's tracks appeared in front of them. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He saw Bai Qiu in the black dragon's claws at a glance. "Charge!" he shouted in a low voice. The black dragon roared and rushed in front of the black dragon with a whoosh. Bai Qiu was eroded by the black light outside the black dragon's body and lost a lot of her vitality. At this time, she also saw Lin Tian. She was a little surprised. Lin Tian was chasing after her while stepping on the black dragon's head? What was going on? Lin Tian nodded at Bai Qiu. "Don't worry, I'll save you." After that, he looked down at the black dragon under his feet and said, "I know you're very strong. Use your strongest method and take that human girl back unharmed. Can you tell me who you are?" "How can you?" the black dragon asked. It was very afraid of the human on top of its head, but it was also very curious. It did not understand. The other party was very weak, like an ant, but he seemed to be able to easily crush it. It wanted to know what was going on. "Cut the crap. Take her back, and I won't make things difficult for you. If she's hurt, you'll be turned into scrap metal," Lin Tian said coldly. The black flood dragon trembled, not daring to be careless. It used its huge body to charge at the black dragon. Its speed became even faster as it used its most powerful technique. Streaks of scaled light swept out and appeared beside the black dragon in an instant. With a pop, it broke the black dragon's claw that was holding on to Bai Qiu. Then, it wrapped Bai Qiu in a layer of silver scales and pulled him towards itself. Bai Qiu was a little scared, but when he saw Lin Tian on top of the Wu Jiao's head, he was no longer afraid. Roar! Up ahead, the black dragon roared furiously. The claw that had been broken instantly regenerated. It turned around and pounced towards Bai Qiu, who was covered in scales. "Stop it!" Lin Tian Dao. Wu Jiao let out a loud roar. Under Lin Tian's threat, he had no choice but to unleash his full strength and charge at the black dragon again. At the same time, the scale armor wrapped around Bai Qiu broke through space and appeared beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian caught Bai Qiu and pulled him over. "How did you?" Bai Qiu was both surprised and happy. She had seen how terrifying the black flood dragon was, but now, Lin Tian stepped on the black flood dragon to save her. This shocked her. But soon, she noticed that Lin Tian was covered in blood. She immediately became worried. "You are badly injured. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Don't worry." Lin Tian smiled. Dong. At this moment, the world shook. The black flood dragon and the black dragon collided. The two of them almost fell. The black dragon was furious. Its demon eyes were blood red as it roared. With a buzzing sound, black demonic light shrouded the entire space. It corroded everything, making sizzling sounds. In just an instant, the Wujiao was completely wrapped up. His metallic body started to feel as if it had been hit by lava of extinction. Boom! The black flood dragon roared. Its body flashed with silver light and dispersed the demonic light of the nether demon dragon. The two of them collided, crushing the space and shattering it inch by inch. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu stood on the black flood dragon's head. They could only feel their hearts palpitating. If not for the protective barrier around the black flood dragon demonic soldier, the two of them would have been torn apart by the destructive aura from the collision. Dong! 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 The black dragon roared. Its voice shook the sky as it clashed with the black flood dragon. Both of their bodies were extremely tough, comparable to the legendary sacred weapons. Especially the nether demon dragon, its body was unimaginably tough and powerful. Because its prey was taken away, the nether demon dragon became violent and crazy. It roared continuously, and its demonic aura surged. It forced the black flood dragon demonic soldier back and shattered half of its body. Crack! Suddenly, the light barrier around the black flood dragon demonic soldier was shattered. Lin Tian's expression changed. As soon as the light barrier shattered, he and Bai Qiu were blown away by the force of the collision. The black dragon roared. It turned around and stared at Bai Qiu with its blood-red demon eyes. "Stop it!" Lin Tian yelled. The black flood dragon roared. Its broken body instantly reassembled and crashed into the black dragon. With a boom, the two collided. For a moment, a violent wind swept in all directions like sharp blades. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and stepped on the yin yang ho to dodge to the right. They landed on a small stone mountain not far away. Boom! With a loud tremor, a spatial crack appeared and extended all the way. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He stepped into the distance again. A spatial crack like this was indeed dangerous. Once one was swallowed into it, it was basically a dead end. Boom! In the void ahead, the black dragon and the black flood dragon collided. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. The black flood dragon demonic soldier was also torn apart several times. After a few breaths, the black dragon knocked the black flood dragon demonic soldier away and pounced on Bai Qiu. The black flood dragon roared and pounced on the black dragon. However, at this moment, a seven-colored light suddenly shot out from the depths. The black flood dragon immediately stopped. At the same time, the black dragon also stopped and looked into the depths with the black flood dragon demonic soldier. The black flood dragon demonic soldier glanced at Lin Tian. A faint light flashed in its eyes. It turned around and rushed into the depths. Damn it! Lin Tian's expression changed. Once the black flood dragon demonic soldier left, he and Bai Qiu were completely exposed. There was no way they could stop the black flood dragon demonic soldier. However, in the next moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. The black dragon roared and rushed into the depths as well. Compared to Bai Qiu, the nether demonic dragon was more concerned about the things in the depths. They're finally gone. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Both the black dragon and the black flood dragon demonic soldier were terrifying. Facing these two monsters was really stressful. Lin Tian stared into the depths. His eyes flashed. At this moment, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled again. The seven-colored light surrounded it and pointed into the depths. He looked into the depths. The seven-colored light was exactly the same as the divine light he found in the demon burial valley in the first heaven region. It had the same aura and the same color. "What's wrong with you?" Baiqiu asked. Lin Tian shook his head. He stared into the depths and said to Baiqiu, "Are you okay now? Find a place to hide. I have something to do in the depths." The nether demonic dragon had already left. He did not need to worry about Baiqiu's safety for the time being. In the sword tomb, most people would not dare to make things difficult for Baiqiu. After all, Baiqiu was the eldest princess of the ancient Bai family. If anyone dared to touch her, the Bai family would flip the second heaven upside down. Strictly speaking, the Bai family, which had been passed down since ancient times, was more terrifying than the Taishan sacred ground and Wantong sacred ground. The reason he went into the depths was naturally for the seven-colored light. He could feel that it was very important to him. Go into the depths? No. Both the black dragon and the black flood dragon went there. It's too dangerous for you to go there, Baiqiu said. Lin Tian shook his head. Don't worry, I can control the black flood dragon. There won't be any danger. Baiqiu thought for a moment. She had indeed seen Lin Tian controlling the black flood dragon before. Moreover, she felt that Lin Tian really wanted to go into the depths, so she said, "All right, I'll go with you. I won't abandon you." "Don't go, it's dangerous." Lin Tian frowned. He could indeed threaten the black flood dragon, but even so, if he really went into the depths, he would still be in a very bad situation. Now, without the threat of the nether demonic dragon, Baiqiu would be safe in this place. However, if she went into the depths with him, it would be tantamount to entering a dangerous place. One wrong step could lead to death. "I'm not afraid of danger. Moreover, aren't you also in danger? Moreover, if you take me with you, I might be able to help you. At least, I still have 60% of my true essence left. I'm much stronger than you. Don't you want to go see your brother?" Lin Tian said. He did not want Baiqiu to take the risk with him. "It's okay. In the second heaven, no one dares to harm my brother. Moreover, my brother has a divine item that can save his life. Unless a Wuzhen powerhouse appears, no one can kill him," Baiqiu said. Just now, she had learned about Baiziqi's situation from Lin Tian. Although he was injured, he was still alive. If you want to go, we'll go together. You're alone, so don't go." Baiqiu was very determined. Lin Tian was touched and helpless, but he still could not let Baiqiu go. If she went into the depths, it might involve the divine sword in his sea of knowledge. He did not want to expose the existence of the divine sword. "Listen to me, don't follow me. The nether demonic dragon is still in the depths. If you go in there, it might be more troublesome," he said. Baiqiu was speechless. Lin Tian said, "Be careful. Take a detour back. After meeting up with your brother, immediately leave this sword tomb. There's no need to argue. You don't have to go in there. Just die here." A cold voice sounded. In the void, 5 figures pressed down. At the same time, a sword light descended, heading straight for Lin Tian. Lin Tian's spiritual perception was very strong. He hurriedly stepped on the yin and yang ho and moved 50 feet away, dodging the sword. The 3 monster kings of Mount Tianyao, Elder Taishan, Elder Wan Tong, and 5 powerhouses in the immortal ascension realm had followed them all the way here and had been watching from afar. Seeing the black dragon disappear and the black dragon leave Lin Tian, the 5 of them directly approached. Lin Tian's heart sank. He was in a very bad situation now. He could not even block one powerhouse in the immortal ascension realm, let alone 5 of them. "Don't act recklessly." Baiqiu was very vigilant. However, she could only threaten Elder Taishan and Elder Wan Tong so that they would not dare to attack Lin Tian. However, she could not do anything to the 3 powerhouses in the immortal ascension realm of Mount Tianyao. They did not have to worry about her at all. P.S. Too many things happened today, so the update was late. Sorry. Then, because the dragon returned to the countryside and there was no internet, I had to go to the city to upload after I finished writing every day. It was very troublesome to go back and forth. Therefore, in the next few days, the update was at 6 p.m. End of chapter. Elder Taixian and Elder Wantong's faces were cold. They stared at Bai Qiu and said, "Bai girl, release those two. You're challenging the dignity of Taixian Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. Do you want to start a war with us? Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill your son. No pop-up window, one to read a book." Bai Qiu didn't care at all and threatened them directly. Elder Taixian's and Elder Wantong's faces darkened, and their expressions became even uglier. But they really didn't dare to fight with Bai Qiu. They didn't dare to move. A cold snort sounded. The 3 demon kings of Mount Tianyao stepped forward and pressed down on Lin Tian. "Girl of the Bai family, get out of the way. If you're accidentally hurt, don't blame us." Boom, one of them attacked. Demonic light filled the sky, and the clouds were dyed gray. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and didn't resist. They escaped directly into the depths. These were 3 demon kings, and all of them were in the connecting immortal realm. Even if he and Bai Qiu were at their peak, they were no match for them. Not to mention that they didn't have enough vital essence now. "You still want to escape?" The second demon king attacked and slapped down. A grey palm print appeared in the air and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. His hands moved, and several divine elephants appeared. Sun Ocean, Divine Cry Palace, Barren Heaven Realm. The divine elephants shone brightly and charged forward. The two collided with each other, resulting in a loud bang. For a moment, light sputtered out in all directions. Lin Tian retreated. Blood flowed out of his mouth. His organs were shaken again. "Let's go." He pulled Bai Qiu and escaped into the depths again. The black dragon and the black dragon were both in the depths. If he went to the depths of the sword tomb and messed up the situation, he would at least have a chance to survive. After all, he could threaten the black dragon and control it. If he stayed here, he would die. Moreover, he himself also wanted to go deeper. He had to obtain that 7-colored light. With a boom, the 3 demon kings of Mount Tianyao pressed down on Lin Tian. Igu Shu. Shu 1K intersection S Igu Shu. Shu C/CC Bai Qiu scolded, "Your holy son of Mount Heavenly Demon isn't dead yet. He was only hunted down once, and you old fogies are already jumping out. Don't you have any shame?" "That's right, it must be because you guys felt that your saint sons couldn't beat him, so you jumped out to clear the obstacles for that person. How embarrassing. Desolate demon physique? More like a desolate demon physique." Lin Tian blushed with shame. This girl's words were really sharp. Could it be that she had been with him for a period of time and had been influenced by him? The faces of the 3 monster kings of the heavenly monster mountain immediately sank, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. "Bai Clan's little girl, don't provoke me. I was just passing by, so I casually crushed an ant." 2 of them said. "Shameless," Bai Qiu said. The 3 monster kings' faces turned even colder. They didn't say anything more and attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were all at the immortal ascension realm. When they attacked together, terrifying hurricanes immediately swept toward Lin Tian. It was as if they were the source of destruction, making one's heart palpitate. Moreover, the murderous waves not only pressed toward Lin Tian, but also enveloped Bai Qiu. The demonic light sealed off the surroundings. "You guys are really audacious. Aren't you afraid that the Bai clan will be angry and attack Mount Heavenly Demon?" Lin Tian's eyes were cold. "We didn't attack the Bai clan's little girl. She just rushed into the energy vortex by herself," one of the monster kings said. With a hong sound, boundless demonic light surged, pressing down from all directions. "What a good excuse." Lin Tianling smiled. Clang, 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 precious weapons rushed out of his body and clanged as they charged forward. "Is this the weapon control technique of the upper heavens? Interesting," one of the monster kings said. Of the 3 monster kings of Mount Heavenly Demon, one had brown hair, one had green hair, and the last one had black hair like a human. At this moment, the three monster kings stepped forward. The demonic light became stronger, and it was as if a galaxy was pressing down. 11K want A to read NS1H book U. Book CC Ka. 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 With a series of crisp sounds, Lin Tian retreated. All his precious weapons were shattered. After all, they were immortal Ascension Realm elites. He was still far from being able to fight against such elites. Bai Qiu attacked. He supported the 1,000 illusion godly shadows. Giant handprints appeared one after another. Precious weapons also screamed as they charged forward. Boom, after an intense collision, the 1,000 illusion godly shadows shattered with a crack. Bai Qiu was shaken, and his face became even paler. Damn it, that damn dragon's demonic chi is too strong. I just touched it a little, but my vital essence is not flowing smoothly. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. The three monster kings of Mount Heavenly Demon pressed down. The brown monster king said coldly, "By family's girl, leave." As he said that, the brown monster king did not hesitate. He directly used a giant grey handprint to envelop Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. He did not give Bai Qiu any time to leave at all. Clearly, he wanted to kill them together. Old thing. Lin Tian's face was cold. He supported a blood-colored crack and charged forward. The blood-colored crack was terrifying, but in his current state, how could he block an immortal Ascension Realm elite? With just a slight collision, the blood-colored crack immediately collapsed. He retreated again, feeling as if his heart was about to split open. Bai Qiu attacked, but it was useless. He was also injured. Lin Tian stepped on the yin and yang hua and rushed into the depths. At the same time, he said to Bai Qiu, "Leave first. Don't worry about me." Bai Qiu was by his side now, so the three from Mount Heavenly Demon could attack without any scruples. Even if they killed Bai Qiu in the end, they could say that Bai Qiu was by his side and accidentally killed by the divine technique. But once Bai Qiu left his side, the three monster kings of Mount Heavenly Demon would definitely not dare to attack Bai Qiu again, and neither would the others. No. Bai Qiu was unwilling. Go. You'll be in danger if you stay by my side. The people of Mount Heavenly Demon will not show mercy to you. Lin Tian Ondao. He stepped on the yin and yang hua and covered several feet with each step. If I leave, the people of Taishan Sacred Land and Wantong Sacred Land will attack together. How can you resist them alone? Bai Qiu was unwilling. He gritted his teeth and fiercely glanced at the three monster kings of Mount Heavenly Demon. He said to Lin Tian telepathically, "I've been corroded by the demonic chi of that dead dragon. My vital chi is not flowing smoothly, and I can only use 30% of my combat strength at most. It's difficult for me to fight. Relax your body. I'll send a bit of the lunar origin into your body. Don't do anything rash. You'll be in danger if you use the origin recklessly." Lin Tian stopped him. "It's okay. I know what I'm doing," Bai Qiu said. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of dim light passed through Bai Qiu's small hand and directly entered Lin Tian's body. Lin Tianji felt his body suddenly turn cold, as if he was in a bottomless ice abyss. Then, the coldness dissipated, and a warm feeling surged up. What little vital chi he had left soared in an instant, and an extremely powerful force surged up. It was much stronger than when his vital chi was at its peak. He was a little shocked. "This is a trace of the lunar origin that I've refined. You can absorb it and use it directly," Bai Qiu said. Her small hand didn't move away from Lin Tian's body. "I'll also transfer my vital chi to you, but the process will be a little slow." Boom. At this moment, a shocking demonic light descended. The three demon monarchs of Mount Tianyao had made their move. Destructive demonic light filled the surroundings. Lin Tian didn't have time to think. He directly punched towards the sky. It was just a simple punch, but the sky directly split open. The demonic light from the three demon monarchs also shattered. "This is?" Black demon monarch's expression changed. At the same time, Elder Tai Xian and Elder Wan Tong in the distance were also shocked. Lin Tian was clearly forced into a desperate situation, so how did he suddenly burst out with such terrifying combat strength? "Don't think too much. Finish him off." Green Demon Monarch said. The three demon monarchs exuded an even more powerful demonic aura. The demon race's divine abilities descended, creating a hazy mist. The gray mist was filled with murderous light. It was vast and mighty, like a surging wave. Lin Tian moved his hands and propped up the blood-colored crack again. With the lunar origins that Bai Qiu had injected into his body, his current combat strength was astonishingly powerful. The moment the blood-colored crack appeared, it immediately emitted an extremely terrifying aura that devoured the divine abilities of the three demon monarchs. Following that, a violent roar came from the blood-colored crack. A ghostly claw reached out and swept towards the three demon monarchs. Bang! 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 The ghostly claw was terrifying and sent the three demon monarchs flying. Black Demon Monarch slammed into a distant mountain and grunted. Two cold beams shot out from Black Demon Monarch's eyes as his demonic aura surged. Let's see how long you can last. With that said, an even more terrifying demonic light pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other two demon monarchs also attacked. They emitted even more powerful fluctuations as killing light interweaved in all directions. Lin Tian had obtained a wisp of lunar origins from Bai Qiu, so his combat strength was extremely powerful. However, facing the all-out attacks of the three demon monarchs, he quickly fell into a desperate situation again and kept coughing up blood. Furthermore, Bai Qiu was beside him and was transferring her quintessential essence to him. She was also implicated and her organs were shaken. Blood flowed out of her mouth and her pretty face turned even paler. Lin Tian's expression changed. Don't transfer your quintessential essence to me. Leave quickly. No. You are good at fighting and I have the lunar imperial body. If we work together, I don't believe we can't stop a few old fools. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. A ghostly light flashed as another blob of lunar origins entered Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian only felt his entire body warm up as another wave of tyrannical energy surged up. However, Bai Qiu's condition was not very good. She had forcefully transferred her lunar origins to Lin Tian and suffered a backlash. She could not help but cough dryly as blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Stop it. Don't be rash. Lin Tian panicked. Die here. A cold voice sounded as Black Demon Monarch pressed down. A grey demonic aura covered the sky. On the other side, Brown Demon Monarch and Green Demon Monarch blocked Lin Tian's path as they displayed their demonic arts. The void trembled as Lin Tian retreated. Bai Qiu was shaken again and her face turned paler. Damn it. Lin Tian was furious. He quickly waved his hands. The Sun Ocean, Divine Cry Hall, Desolate Heaven Realm, Heavenly Lord Doran's Place of Enlightenment, Clover Sea, and blood-colored cracks all appeared. At the same time, he opened his hands and used the lunar origins that Bai Qiu had injected into his body to create 3 Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols. They buzzed as they charged forward. With the lunar origin, Lin Tian's combat power was undoubtedly very strong, even stronger than when he was at his peak. He channeled the divination divine art and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols at the same time. His true essence surged and shattered all the divine arts of the 3 monster kings in an instant. Pft, pft, pft. The 3 demon kings coughed up blood and were sent flying at the same time. They were heavily injured. Damn it. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Streaks of fire and lightning appeared as he clenched his fists. He punched out and activated the Nirvana fist art. Instantly, a dark light mixed with lightning rushed forward and pierced through the Brown Demon King's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. This is? He injured 3 demon kings in such a situation? This shouldn't be. What happened to him? Elder Tai Xian and Elder Wan Tong's expressions changed. Lin Tian had clearly been heavily injured before this, but he had used such terrifying methods again and again. The two of them found it hard to understand. Human! The Brown Demon King roared angrily. He was a demon king, an expert in the immortal ascension realm, but his chest was pierced through by an early-stage immortal ascension cultivator. With a boom, the Brown Demon King roared. A thick demon cloud appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian. Elder Tai Xian, Elder Wan Tong. The Black Demon King looked at Elder Tai Xian and Elder Wan Tong not far away and said, "Don't worry about that girl. It looks like she's in a very bad condition now. She no longer has the ability to use the immortal artifact that's suppressing your saint. This human called Lin Tian is a little demonic. You've all seen it before. He was able to make that Wu Jiao feel fear. Right now, he's also continuously displaying his strange abilities. Therefore, it's best that all of you attack together and subdue him. When the time comes, we'll be able to snatch those strange techniques from him and deduce them together. Elder Tai Xian and Elder Wan Tong frowned slightly. They glanced at Bai Qiu and saw that Bai Qiu's face was extremely pale. It seemed like he really didn't have the ability to use the immortal artifact. Finally, killing intent appeared on their faces as they stepped forward together. That's right. The Black Demon King nodded. In an instant, 4 waves of immortal might surged up one after another. These 4 people, including the Brown Demon King, made up a total of 5 immortal channeling experts. They all pressed towards Lin Tian. Bai Clan's girl, back off. Black Demon King said. It had to be said that although the Heavenly Monster Mountain was powerful, they were still afraid of the Bai family. After all, the Bai family was a great power that had been passed down since ancient times. If the Bai family was truly angered, they could easily overturn the entire second heaven. Therefore, even if they really wanted to kill the Bai family's princess, they still had to give a warning on the surface to make their stand clear. Bastard! Bai Qiu cursed under his breath, clearly very angry. As the dim light flashed, another ball of origin of Yin rushed out of her body and was about to enter Lin Tian's body. Stop! Lin Tian shouted. He shook his body and forcefully repelled Bai Qiu's origin of Yin. Things like the original source were very important to any living creature. Bai Qiu had already given him a few strands of the original source of Yin. If he gave him the original source again, it might cause irreversible consequences. What are you doing? Bai Qiu said anxiously. Don't give me the original source anymore. You're already very weak. Lin Tiandao said. Rumble, the void shook as the 5 immortal ascension overlords pressed down. Light filled the sky, and immortal light shook the 9 heavens. Lin Tian resisted with all his might. He used the power of the original source of Yin that Bai Qiu had injected into his body just now to use stronger techniques to fight the 5 immortal ascension overlords. The shocking collision made him vomit blood. He turned around and rushed into the depths again. You can't escape. Elder Tai Xian said coldly. Elder Tai Xian and Elder Wan Tong could see that Bai Qiu was no longer able to use her immortal artifact, so they didn't have any scruples and attacked with all their might. Tai Xian's sword. Wantong Divine Elephant. The 2 of them shouted. A sword of immortal light swept across the sky, and an illusory divine shadow appeared, blocking Lin Tian's path and pressing down. Old man. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth. She forcefully refined the original source of Yin without informing Lin Tian in advance. She directly injected the refined source of Yin into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian suddenly trembled. He felt an even stronger force surge up. I told you not to act recklessly. His face was filled with anger. I want to read a book. I want to read a book. After continuously giving him the original source of Yin, Bai Qiu was already at his weakest. If this continued, he would be crippled. Rumble, the Taishan sword pressed down, and the Wantong divine elephant rolled. The other 3 monster kings also attacked together. For a moment, a destructive aura spread in all directions. It was terrifying. You bunch of old fogies. Lin Tian roared. Seeing blood flowing out of Bai Qiu's mouth, his face becoming paler and paler, and his aura becoming weaker and weaker, he was furious to the extreme. Bai Qiu was his only friend in the second heaven. Boom, a violent aura rushed out from his body. Borrowing the power of Yin, the space between his brows shone brightly, and the yin-yang lotus sea was born, buzzing. Because of Bai Qiu's original source of Yin, at this moment, the yin-yang lotus sea swayed, and the black light shone brightly. The entire space was enveloped in darkness. Although it was dark and dim, it was filled with a divine aura. Qi, 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 the divine abilities and secret techniques of the 5 great experts were all annihilated. The lotus petals fluttered, closing in on each of them. A phenomenon in the sea of consciousness? This bastard actually managed to comprehend such a thing. Be careful. The five of them frowned. Ordinary people couldn't comprehend something like a phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. At least, the five of them had never mastered such a method. The five of them acted at the same time. Divine light shone brightly, and they finally blocked the yin-yang lotus sea. However, in the process, the five of them were also slightly shaken. Blood flowed out of the mouth of the black-cloaked monster king. His sea of consciousness was cut by a lotus sword, and he almost died. Roar! With a roar, the black-cloaked monster king charged forward angrily. The other four people followed at the same time and attacked at the same time, unleashing a power that could overturn the heavens and seas. Lin Tian forcefully resisted the five immortal experts. As he fled deeper, he would be injured from time to time. At the same time, Bai Qiu, who was behind him, also coughed up blood from time to time. Her originally beautiful face was extremely pale, and she was extremely weak. Qiu! Lin Tian shouted. I'm fine, Bai Qiu said softly. Lin Tian could naturally feel that Bai Qiu's voice was very weak, anxious, and angry. He stepped on the yin-yang puppet and fled deeper. At the same time, he sealed all the meridians in his body, preventing Bai Qiu from transferring any more of her original source to him. You can resist. Unfortunately, how long can you resist? When you attack, pay attention to that, Bai family girl. Our people are still on her. Don't worry. The five of them pressed forward together. The immortal night was vast and intertwined in all directions, forcing Lin Tianyi to retreat again and again, coughing up blood. At this moment, Bai Qiu was almost completely pressed against his body. She was extremely weak. Die. The black-cloaked monster king said coldly. The monster king's mystical power pressed down and covered the surroundings as he grabbed at Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that a figure charged over from afar, carrying a powerful true essence fluctuation. It was Bai Ziki. Lin Tian raised his head and roared, "Bai Pig, over here." Brother, Bai Qiu's voice was weak as she shouted into the distance. Bai Ziki looked over and saw Bai Qiu's current state. Instantly, a majestic killing intent surged out. How dare you hurt my sister? With a furious roar, Bai Ziki instantly stepped forward and held up the divine chime palace, enveloping all five immortal ascension powerhouses. Rumble, the void trembled, and lightning appeared with sizzling sounds. After such a period of time, Bai Ziki had used the secret treasure in his body to repair his injured body, and his true essence had been completely recovered. At this moment, seeing that his sister was so severely injured, his black hair danced wildly, and his expression was terrifying. Bai family's successor, calm down. It's not that we get lost. Bai Ziki roared and used the divine chime palace to suppress them. The Black Demon King and the others' expressions changed. Facing Bai Ziki's divine chime palace in his peak state, they did not dare to underestimate it. The five of them used their divine powers at the same time and charged forward. Bai Ziki was enraged. In the divine cry palace, a thunder god stood up and slashed down fiercely. Pft! 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 The divine powers of the five powerhouses shattered at the same time. They were sent flying and vomited blood. If anything happens to my sister, all three of your factions will be destroyed. Bai Ziki roared and supported the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. Purple lightning fell from the sky and struck the ground. The Black Demon King and the others tried their best, but in the face of the Thunder God King physique at the peak of the third firmament of the Imperial Sky Realm, the Divine Chime Palace, and the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, they could not withstand it. They had already been severely injured by Lin Tian using Bai Qiu's lunar origin. In an instant, the five of them were sent flying again and vomited blood. They were in trouble. I'll kill you. Bai Ziki glanced at his sister and immediately, his anger surged again. Although he was usually very strict with his sister, he actually doted on her a lot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tolerated Bai Qiu rebuking him several times. Now that he saw his sister in such a weak state, the anger in his heart was imaginable. Purple lightning covered the entire sky. With a boom, the divine chime palace shook and fell from the sky. This was the king's territory, a divine power unique to the king physique. Once it was used, it could cross 8 small realms to fight. Now, Baiziki supported the king's territory and conjured the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The Black Demon King and the others were immediately at an absolute disadvantage. Bang! Elder Tai Xian was sent flying. One of his arms was directly crushed by the Divine Chime Palace, and he let out a scream. At the same time, the elder of the Wantong sacred ground was also in trouble. His chest was hit by a thunder sword, and he was almost cut in half at the waist. Not far away, Lin Tian stabilized his body and supported Bai Qiu. The vital essence in his body surged as he activated the 4 extreme scripture to heal Bai Qiu. He looked up and stared at Baiziki. He was also shocked. As expected of the thunder god physique of the Bai family, this power was too strong. He was fighting against 5 immortal reaching realm elites alone, and he was actually at an absolute advantage. How? How is it? My brother is very powerful, right? Bai Qiu snorted, but unfortunately, her voice was very soft. Okay, I know. Don't talk anymore. Lin Tiandao. He activated the 4 extreme scripture and continuously transferred his vital essence to Bai Qiu to help her recover. Boom, in front of him, divine light shone brightly and lightning filled the sky. When it came to his sister, Baiziki, who had always been calm, was no longer calm at this moment. He really displayed the supreme power of the thunder god physique. With a punch, a sea of lightning appeared. He looked like he wouldn't stop until he killed the 5 of them. The 5 immortal reaching realm elites were all shocked. In an instant, even their backs turned cold. The black dragon roared. Before it even got close, it had already stirred up terrifying hurricanes that destroyed everything. Lin Tian felt despair. Beside him, Baiziki and Bai Qiu were so severely injured that they were about to faint. Baiziki, in particular, was on the verge of death. He had no energy left. How could he deal with it? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! His mind was in a mess. Roar! The black dragon roared, getting closer and closer. Elder Tai Xian and the others were shocked. They quickly dodged, but they did not retreat. Instead, they watched from afar. Lin Tian struggled and retreated with Baiziki and Bai Qiu. However, he was swept away by a hurricane in an instant. Cough. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He was almost delirious, and his vision was blurred. He stared ahead. He could only see a blurry figure of a dragon approaching, bringing with it a monstrous dark demonic aura. Now, he could not even run. Only his divine consciousness was jumping, calling to the divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Now, the survival of him and the Bai siblings depended entirely on the divine sword. Come out! He roared in his sea of consciousness. Come out! Come out! Come out! His divine consciousness turned into a human figure standing in his sea of consciousness and roaring at the bottom. However, the divine sword only shook slightly. It did not do anything else. Roar! The black dragon roared, and another gust of wind swept past. Lin Tian stood in front of it, but how could he stop it? It was just a gust of wind, and he was swept away again. At the same time, Bai Qiu and Baiziki, who were behind him, rolled to the side and fainted completely. Lin Tian coughed up blood. He did not even have the strength to stand up. He could only feel his life force fading away quickly. He raised his head with difficulty and could see Bai Qiu and the nether demonic dragon not far away. Another dragon roar, and dust filled the air. The black dragon seemed to be excited. Its demonic eyes turned blood red, and its speed was astonishing. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. He struggled with all his might. At most, the black dragon would reach Bai Qiu in a few breaths' time. The princess of the Bai clan is finished this time. It's best if it's over. I just hope that the human called Lin Tian is still alive. He has a lot of secrets. That black dragon seems to be only interested in the princess of the Bai family. We have to be careful. In the distance, Elder Tai Xian and the others whispered. Up ahead, the black dragon was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few feet away from Bai Qiu. Lin Tian struggled to communicate with the divine sword at the bottom of his mind. the black dragon let out an excited roar. Demonic light shone brightly as it wrapped around Bai Qiu and pulled him towards itself. Seeing this, Lin Tian's eyes turned red. Ah! He couldn't help but roar, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A roar filled with his unwillingness, anger, and despair shocked the black dragon in the distance. Boom! In the next moment, a majestic force suddenly rushed out of his body. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword finally moved. It slowly rushed up and stood above his sea of consciousness. The distant sound of a bell rang throughout his sea of consciousness. The entire sea of consciousness was boiling, stirring up the wind and clouds. Then, a rich rainbow light rushed out of the divine sword. It was like a spark that set a prairie ablaze, rushing to every corner of his body. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed. His true essence recovered, and a terrifying force gathered in his body. This is? Rainbow light? Why is it the same as the light in the depths? What did he do? In the distance, Elder Tai Xian and the others' expressions changed. Lin Tian roared. At this moment, he only felt that there was endless power in his body, as if it could help him pick the stars and capture the moon. He looked up and stared at the black dragon in the distance. His eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. Get lost. With a loud roar, the sound waves were terrifying. The rainbow light rushed out and forced the black dragon to retreat in the void. With a whoosh, Lin Tian's figure instantly appeared beside the black dragon and punched him. Compared to the black dragon, his body was now very small. However, the iron fist with the rainbow light was extremely terrifying. When he punched, it was like a star pressing down. With a bang, the black dragon was sent flying more than 1,000 feet away. How is this possible? In the distance, Elder Tai Xian and the others' expressions changed. They knew how terrifying the black dragon was. He was comparable to a Nirvana cultivator, but now, he was sent flying by Lin Tian with one punch. Dragon blood splattered in the void. What kind of power was this? Lin Tianyi punched the black dragon and sent it flying. The yin and yang qi flashed back and gently caught Bai Qiu's falling body. Qiu! He shouted. Unfortunately, Bai Qiu was too weak to respond. He had given Bai Qiu the origin of yin several times to defend against strong enemies, but he had been injured several times. Now, Bai Qiu was on his last breath. Lin Tian stood in the void and placed his right hand on Bai Qiu's chest. The rainbow light continuously surged into Bai Qiu's body. This was the power of the origin overflowing from the divine sword. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qiu's injuries quickly healed. His pale face gradually became rosy. After 3 breaths, he retracted his right hand. Roar! In the distance, the black dragon roared and soared into the sky. The black dragon's blood-red demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian. With another roar, it charged directly at him. Lin Tian tilted his head. His eyes were cold and murderous. He waved his right hand, and a rainbow sword light instantly shot out. Poof! The black dragon screamed. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. Its right wing was directly cut off. In Lin Tian's arms, Bai Qiu groaned and woke up. Lin Tian. She had just woken up and was still a little dazed. However, she soon fully woke up and struggled with all her might. Where's my brother? Where is he? She still remembered what had happened before. Baiziki had blocked the nether demonic dragon to create a way out for her. Now that she had woken up, she was extremely anxious. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the ground. Bai Qiu followed Lin Tian's gaze and saw Baiziki on the verge of death. Her eyes immediately reddened. Brother! Brother! Tears fell from her beautiful eyes. Her little hand grabbed in the air in the direction of Baiziki, struggling to reach him. Don't worry. Lin Tian comforted her. He stepped on the void and appeared beside Baiziki with Bai Qiu. He put her down in his arms. Brother! 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 Bai Qiu cried loudly. With a buzzing sound, a dark light flashed. She took out the lunar origin to treat Baiziki's injuries. Don't be rash. Lin Tian raised his hand and stopped her. He squatted down and placed his right hand on Baiziki's chest. A ball of rainbow-colored light flew out and entered Baiziki's body. Instantly, Baiziki's injuries healed quickly. His complexion also began to improve. Seeing this, Baiqiu was overjoyed. That's great. She looked at Lin Tian in surprise and joy. With tears in her eyes, she said, "How did you do it?" "You." Suddenly, she was stunned. Only then did she realize that Lin Tian was surrounded by rainbow-colored light. It was as if a god of war had descended from the sky. The vast and distant aura made her origin of the moon tremble. Roar. With a roar, the black dragon soared into the sky. Its broken dragon wings had been completely repaired. Baiqiu's expression changed. "Lin Tian, stand here and don't move." Lin Tian interrupted her. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the black dragon. His eyes were cold and cruel. His right palm was facing down. Wisps of rainbow-colored light gathered and condensed into a 1-meter-long divine sword. The sword was exactly the same as the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. "I'll kill you," he said coldly. He held the sword with both hands and slashed at the air. With a cracking sound, space shattered as a destructive astral sword arrived in an instant. Puff. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the black dragon was in great trouble. It was actually cut in half by the sword. Lin Tian charged forward with the rainbow-colored light sword in his hand. He did not show any mercy and slashed at the black dragon again and again. Roar. The black dragon roared. Even though its body was cut in half, it still roared. Lin Tian roared as well. His black hair danced wildly. He used the rainbow-colored light sword to perform the 9 forms of the burning sun sword and slashed again and again. The black dragon's body was cut in half. Dragon blood splattered everywhere and fell on Lin Tian, covering him like a rain of blood. "Ah!" Lin Tian screamed. Dragon blood soaked his body. He felt like his body was about to melt. "Lin Tian." Baiqiu panicked. In the distance, Elder Tai Xian and the other 4 were shocked. Then, their eyes turned cold. "Although I don't know why he suddenly has such terrifying power, how can he survive after being stained with dragon blood? That's a legendary creature. The destructive power in a drop of its blood is enough to kill an immortal ascension expert." Someone sneered. In front of them, the black dragon roared. Dragon blood splattered all over the sky. At the same time, Lin Tian also screamed. The dragon blood splattered on his body. He felt like he was drowning in the magma deep in the earth's core. The shocking heat seemed to be burning him to ashes. He felt that his skin had melted. Intense pain came from every part of his body. It was billions of times more painful than when he formed his divine meridians. "Ah!" He screamed loudly to vent the pain. At this time, if it were not for the rainbow-colored light protecting his body, he felt that this dragon blood would have killed him. However, there were no ifs in practice. The rainbow-colored light surrounded his body, blocking most of the destructive power in the dragon blood and protecting him. He screamed again and again, and his eyes became more ferocious. "Kill!" He roared and slashed with the rainbow-colored light sword in his right hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with rainbow-colored sword light. The black dragon's huge body was cut into 80 pieces in the blink of an eye. Roar. Even though the dragon's body was broken like this, the black dragon was still roaring and roaring. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Lin Tian roared and waved his sword wildly. At this moment, his entire body was drowned in dragon blood. The destructive aura inside almost destroyed his internal organs and burned him to ashes. However, with the help of the rainbow-colored light, he withstood it. Gradually, his eyes became a little crazy. He waved his sword while channeling the 4 extremities scripture, forcibly absorbing the dragon blood outside his body. Chi! 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 As the dragon blood entered his body and channeled the 4 extremities scripture, bubbles appeared on his body, making crisp sounds. Under the rainbow-colored light, the surface of his skin was broken, then reborn, then broken again, then reborn again. Such a scene shocked everyone. How is it possible? The dragon blood didn't kill him. He is using the dragon blood to refine his body. Lin Tian went completely crazy. The light sword in his hand slashed down again and again, shattering the black dragon's body in the air again and again. No pop-up window, kill. He roared and waved the seven-colored light sword while enduring the intense pain. The dragon blood enveloped his body. He did not exclude this destructive blood. Instead, he absorbed it and refined it with the four extreme scripture to temper his body. Chi. 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 Light sounds rang out one after another. It was as if his skin had been scalded by boiling water, and bloody blisters appeared one after another. Then, these bloody blisters burst open one after another. Every time they burst open, a new patch of skin would be exposed, and divine radiance would swirl about it. This process was extremely painful, but Lin Tian endured it. Ah! He roared to vent the pain and slashed wildly with the light sword in his hand. Puff, 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 blood mist sputtered out, pouring on Lin Tian's body and falling into the void. The black dragon roared. Although it was shattered again and again, it did not die at all. It was just that its aura had weakened. In the blink of an eye, it reformed its dragon body again and stared at Lin Tian angrily. Kill. Lin Tian only had one word. He slashed down with his sword. The seven-colored light overflowing from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness was too powerful. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with a power that could destroy everything. It was as if he could cut down the stars in the sky with a sword. Puff, under everyone's shocked eyes, the black dragon that had reformed its dragon body was directly cut in half. For a moment, dragon blood sprinkled down like rain. Lin Tian was almost completely dyed red by the dragon blood. The intense pain seemed to be tearing him apart. However, this also made him even crazier. He used the seven-colored light as the source of energy. With a thought, the Tao diagram of the four symbols condensed and covered the space within 100 feet. The seven-colored light was extremely vast. He used it to activate the Tao diagram of the four symbols. Suddenly, the light mist was hazy and pressed down mightily, enveloping the black dragon's entire body. Last time, I was almost killed by you. This time, it's your turn to suffer. Lin Tian said coldly. He pressed down with the Tao diagram of the four symbols. Then, the seven-colored light sword in his hand slashed down. The black dragon, who had just reconstructed its body, was once again cut in two. Roar! With a loud roar, the black dragon crazily struggled beneath the Tao diagram of the four symbols. Dragon blood surged like an ocean. Unfortunately, the rainbow-colored light overflowing from the divine sword was too terrifying. Lin Tian wielded this power at this moment. Although he was only at the Zephyr realm, it was as if he could destroy everything and slaughter everything. I'll let you roar again. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He formed a mudra with his left hand and used the divining divine art to activate the place where Heavenly Lord Daoran comprehended. The Daoran opened the blood-colored crack. Instantly, the power of destruction surged, crushing everything. Pooh! Under such a destructive aura, the nether demonic dragon's body was completely crushed, and blood splattered all over the sky. So strong. But what's going on? In the distance, Bai Qiu was surprised. At the same time, in a place further away, Elder Tai Xian and the other four turned pale, their hearts palpitating. The terrifying nether demonic dragon was turned into a bloody mist by Lin Tian. Let's go. A monster king of Mount Tianyao whispered in a trembling voice. The other four did not have any objections. They withdrew their auras and retreated carefully. Lin Tian was too ferocious now. While Lin Tian was focusing all his energy on the black dragon, they had to retreat immediately. Otherwise, once Lin Tian was free, the five of them would definitely die. In the blink of an eye, the five of them retreated hundreds of feet away. Roar! The nether demonic dragon roared. After its body was crushed, it continued to roar. It was rebuilt again and again. The dragon's soul roared, and the demonic light was terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were ferocious. His entire body was bathed in dragon blood. He used it to temper his body and slashed down with the rainbow-colored light sword. It was also at this moment that he tilted his head and looked into the distance. In that direction, Elder Tai Xian and the other four were retreating. Trying to escape? Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He enveloped the black dragon with the Tao diagram of the four symbols. The yin and yang ho flashed and directly crossed over, blocking in front of the five. Instantly, the five of them changed their expressions. Human, don't act recklessly. Mount Tianyao doesn't have any great grudges with you. Now that you're still alive, we can reconcile. The black-robed monster king said. Reconcile my ass. Lin Tian roared. Without any hesitation, he directly swung his sword and slashed down. Pfft. With a sizzling sound, the black-robed monster king was smashed into pieces. Blood stained the sky as his body and soul were destroyed. He turned his head and looked at the other four. Lin Tian, you stop first. We can discuss everything. Elder Taishan said. Lin Tian raised his hand and answered Elder Taishan with a sword. With a puff, Taishan was directly slashed into a bloody mist. Clang! The rainbow-colored light sword hummed like a real divine sword and was aimed at the other three. These five people had tried to kill him multiple times, forcing Bai Qiu to use his lunar source energy to help him increase his combat prowess. He was severely injured and weakened to the lowest point. What was even more hateful was that Bai Ziki had risked his life to stop the black dragon to create a way out for him and Bai Qiu. However, these people had blocked the way at that time and blocked the way out, causing the black dragon to press down on Bai Qiu, causing Bai Qiu to almost die. After Ji Yu was captured by Zhu Wudao, this was the second time he was so angry. Die, all of you! He roared angrily. The rainbow-colored light sword became even more terrifying because of his anger. With a slash, a blazing light flooded the surroundings. The brown-haired monster king and the others were terrified and tried their best to resist. However, how could they resist? Pft! 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 3 mists of blood exploded, and the 3 of them died on the spot. Bai Qiu squatted beside her brother and couldn't help but shrink her neck when she saw the scene. She had never seen such a terrifying Lin Tian. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the soul. Under the four symbols Tao diagram, the black dragon's shattered body was reconstructed, causing cracks to appear on the Tao diagram. Lin Tian raised his head and took a step forward. Clang! The rainbow-colored light sword in his hand was terrifying. It was like a divine weapon that could destroy heaven and earth. With a swing of the sword, everything was destroyed. This sword, together with the four symbols Tao diagram, cut the black dragon into 2. 10th sword, he said coldly. At this moment, he activated the sun-incinerating 10th sword that an old drunkard had comprehended. In an instant, the sky was filled with rainbow-colored light. It was as if a sea of rainbow-colored light had descended, completely covering the black dragon and tearing apart its flesh inch by inch. The black dragon screamed in pain. It was severely injured again. Roar! With a furious roar, a bloody light flew out from the shattered body of the black dragon and transformed into a blood dragon that charged into the distance. This was the black dragon's dragon soul. At this moment, the rainbow-colored light overflowing from the divine sword in Lin Tian's sea of consciousness was too strong. It made Lin Tian seem to have transformed into a chaotic powerhouse. The black dragon could not resist, so it could only choose to escape with its dragon soul. Don't even think about escaping! Lin Tian roared. He stepped on the yin and yang lune and charged forward, slashing down with his sword again. This black dragon was too terrifying. It was definitely a huge threat. Now, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had finally overflowed with power to him, giving him the ability to suppress the black dragon. How could he be willing to let the black dragon escape at this time? Even if he could not kill the other party, he had to severely injure it to the extent that it would not be able to manifest in the world for more than 10 years. Clang! He slashed with his sword, shattering the sky. The black dragon's blood dragon soul was shattered, and it let out a miserable cry. However, it only lasted for an instant. It condensed a dragon soul body again and escaped into the distance. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He chased after it with the rainbow-colored light sword. Boom! The sword shattered the sky and cut through eternity. The black dragon's blood dragon soul was shattered again, and it let out a miserable cry. It did not dare to resist. It merged with its dragon soul and escaped again. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He thought of what an old drunkard had said. After cultivators reached the great Tao realm, they could shatter their bodies and be reborn. Some more powerful existences could even manifest in the world again with boundless divine might even when they were only left with a drop of blood. Now, this black dragon was clearly the latter. It had reached the Nirvana realm and was really difficult to kill. Even if I can't kill you, I'll still cripple you today, he said coldly. 7 colored lights circled around his body. He held the rainbow-colored light sword and slashed furiously at the world. The black dragon let out a miserable cry and quickly fled. Its speed was originally very fast, but after being continuously injured by the rainbow-colored light sword, it was already extremely weak, and its speed was much slower. Moreover, after Lin Tian obtained the power overflowing from the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, his strength in all aspects had undergone a tremendous change. His speed was naturally one of them. With a single step, he caught up to the black dragon. Pooh! With a slash of his sword, the black dragon's blood dragon soul was shattered again. After several consecutive slashes, the blood dragon's soul actually shrank a little. 1 dragon and 1 man, 1 in front and 1 behind, galloped in the sword tomb. Such a scene could be said to have shocked everyone along the way. That's Lin Tian? The light sword in his hand. What is that blood dragon? That aura, why is it so similar to the black dragon that opened the sword tomb before? That's right. It's very similar to that black dragon. No, that's not right. It's that black dragon. That Lin Tian is chasing that black dragon and injured it to such an extent? How is that possible? Everyone's heart palpitated. They all knew how terrifying the black dragon was. Previously, it had caused the entire second heaven to tremble. It had even caused several ancient families and holy lands to be horrified. But now, such a terrifying creature, an ancient legendary existence, was actually being chased by a flying cultivator, clang. The sword hummed, and once again, the black dragon's blood dragon soul was shattered. At this time, the black dragon's aura had weakened to the extreme, and its dragon soul had shrunk by more than 3 times. Buzz! Lin Tian raised his left hand, and a huge 4 symbols Tao diagram condensed, pressing forward majestically. The black dragon turned its head to look and suddenly trembled. It let out a roar, and for the first time, it spat out human language with violent hostility, human. As soon as these 2 words came out, the entire sword tomb shook. A demonic dragon comparable to a Nirvana realm cultivator, I thought you were mute. Lin Tian's face was fierce. The 4 symbols Tao diagram pressed down, and at the same time, the 7-colored light sword also slashed down mercilessly. Try shouting again and see if it's useful. The black dragon roared, but it was suppressed by the 4 symbols Tao diagram and then shattered by the sword. The next time we meet, you will die without a doubt. The black dragon tore open a crack in the void and leaped into it in an instant. The next time we meet, I will cut off your head. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, the 7-colored light sword in his hand turned into a spear and threw it fiercely into the space crack. The void shook violently, and a roar and scream came out. Then, the space crack closed with a hiss and disappeared. P.S. About that, in the chapter 1 updated yesterday, I cut the black dragon into 81 segments. The dragon was missing 1 word. It's not because he was taught by a physical education teacher, so please forgive him. In addition, I saw some friends wondering why the black dragon couldn't transform into a human form when it was in the Nirvana realm. Let me explain, it's not that it can't, but humans don't want to. Some ancient divine beasts and holy beasts maintain their beast form. It's not that they can't transform, but they don't want to. End of this chapter. Inside the sword tomb, many people stared at the sky, dumbfounded. These people came to the sword tomb, but they didn't dare to enter the depths. They were blocked by many demon soldiers. Now that they saw Lin Tianxia's nether demonic dragon flee, they were all shocked. That black dragon was forced to flee? Oh my god, is that Lin Tian the reincarnation of an ancient god? He's even more terrifying than that. Everyone's hearts trembled. The nether demonic dragon, a legendary existence comparable to a Nirvana realm cultivator, was seriously injured and fled through the void. Damn it, I've never seen such a fierce person. Someone trembled. In the sky, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by rainbow light. Dragon blood also dyed his body red. He had killed Elder Tai Xian and the other four, and the black dragon had also fled. For a moment, he relaxed a lot. However, it was also because of this that his body was bathed in dragon blood. Intense pain surged, and he couldn't help but scream. The destructive power of dragon blood was too strong. He forcefully channeled the four extremities meridian, turned around, and rushed toward Bai Qiu. Soon, he saw Bai Qiu's figure. Seeing that Bai Qiu was fine and there was no danger around, he relaxed even more and fell down. The dragon blood intertwined around his body, causing him great pain. Although the power of the divine sword was very strong, it also brought a great burden to him. Now that his tense nerves were completely relaxed, the accumulated pain multiplied. Bai Qiu's expression changed. He got up and rushed over, wanting to help Lin Tian up from the ground. "Don't touch me," Lin Tian said weakly. At this moment, his body was stained with dragon blood. If not for the rainbow light protecting him, he would have been burned to death. If an ordinary person touched this kind of blood, they would definitely die. Bai Qiu obviously knew what Lin Tian meant. He was so anxious that tears streamed down his face. "How are you? Are you okay? I'll give you some more lunar origin. My origin is very useful for healing." The world started as chaos, then transformed into yin and yang, which was regarded as the mother of all things. These two origins had endless magical uses. As she spoke, a dim light flickered in her body. Clearly, she was offering her lunar origin. "Don't be rash. I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine in a while." Lin Tian Dao. "But, no buts. Stop messing with the origin source," Lin Tian shouted. He struggled to get up from the ground and sat cross-legged on the ground. He circulated the four extremities meridian and guided the seven-colored light source to refine the dragon blood. The dragon blood contained a boundless destructive power, and from the very beginning, he had suffered the pain of his body shattering. However, after this period of time, he had refined some of the dragon blood into his flesh and blood through the four extremes scripture. He felt that his physique had become much stronger, and even the true yuan in his body had become much purer, as if he had been seriously refining it for a month. Buzz. He circulated the four extremities meridians over and over again. Outside his body, seven-colored light, blood-colored light, and silver-colored light flickered. Bai Qiu carefully stood at the side, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Bai Ziqi's injuries had healed quite a bit, but he hadn't woken up yet. He was dragged to the side by Bai Qiu. Chi, 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 outside of Lin Tian's body, the dragon blood seemed to be evaporating, making sizzling sounds. The seven-colored light lingered, and he used this power to help refine the dragon blood, slowly refining it into his flesh and blood. After dozens of breaths, the dragon blood outside his body had completely disappeared, and the burning sensation had also lessened and disappeared. Bai Qiu squatted at the side and looked at Lin Tian closely. She couldn't help but open her mouth. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian, she felt that Lin Tian was out of danger, and his aura was beginning to become stronger. She immediately felt relieved and reached out to poke Lin Tian's chest. "Your skin is white and tender, even more exaggerated than a newborn baby's. This is too much," she muttered. "What are you muttering about?" Lin Tian said. Although his eyes were closed, he could still sense everything around him. "Nothing." Bai Qiu turned her head. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and his four extremities meridians circulated even faster. The dragon blood had been completely refined. At this moment, he felt that his physique had more than doubled, and there seemed to be endless power in his body, as vast as the ocean. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Boom! A hurricane spread out in all directions with him as the center, and an even more powerful force surged up. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. The second heaven of the Zephyr flight? Staring at Lin Tian, she muttered, "At first, his cultivation was a few small stages lower than mine, but now he's surpassed me. How did he cultivate so quickly? He's almost catching up to my brother." The hurricane swept out, but after a few breaths, it calmed down. Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up. He clenched his hands, and the true essence in his body surged. His injuries had been healed, and his strength had become even stronger. Regarding this, he was slightly satisfied. "How are you?" He looked at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu was seriously injured before. Although she looked fine now, he was still worried. "I'm fine. My origin was just a little damaged. I'll recover on my own after a while." Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Bai Ziki. "Where's your brother? He won't die, right?" "Hey! How can you say that?" Bai Qiu glared. Lin Tian curled his lips and did not say anything else. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword trembled slightly, and wisps of light pointed into the depths. "Stay here. I have something to do. I have to go deeper," he said. The divine sword kept pointing into the depths. The thing there was very important to him. "I want to go too," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at Bai Ziki. "You should take care of your brother." As if responding to him, Bai Ziki let out a muffled groan and was about to wake up. Bai Qiu immediately looked happy and hurried over. Lin Tian smiled. The yin and yang ho swayed and instantly disappeared from where he was, rushing into the depths. The black dragon had been severely injured by him and would definitely not recover without 3 to 5 years, so he was not worried about Bai Qiu's safety now. "Hey! Don't go!" Bai Qiu shouted, but Lin Tian had already gone far away. Light and mist flowed in the sword tomb, and the space seemed a little dim. Lin Tian soared through the air, rushing into the depths. He saw a 7-colored beam of light shooting up into the sky, vast and boundless. At such a close distance, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness trembled even more violently and let out cheerful sounds. Lin Tian frowned and stared straight ahead. In his field of vision, the 7-colored light screen became transparent. He saw a fist-sized 7-colored light source bobbing up and down inside. It was clearly very small, but it was as vast and deep as the starry sky. "It's exactly the same as the divine light in the demon burial valley," he whispered. After pondering for a moment, he walked forward and placed his hand on the 7-colored light screen. He could feel a barrier outside. However, as the divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, the barrier in front of him instantly collapsed. Buzz! The fist-sized 7-colored light flickered and flew over on its own like a fairy. The light revolved around Lin Tian and buzzed. Lin Tian hesitated for a moment and stretched out his right hand. "This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." The 7-colored light revolved around him one last time, trembled slightly, and directly entered his body through his right hand. Then, the light rushed all the way to the divine sword in his sea of consciousness and slowly merged with it. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave spread out, and the 7-colored light pillar once again rushed into the sky. In an instant, with Lin Tian as the center, the 7-colored light spread out of the sword tomb. Everywhere it passed, there was a great disaster and was basically wiped out in an instant. In the distance, Bai Qiu's expression changed. She had seen Lin Tian go into the depths with her own eyes and immediately became worried. However, in the next moment, she thought of the 7-colored light surrounding Lin Tian's body and felt relieved. That guy made this? What did he do in there? It had to be said that Bai Qiu's intuition was very accurate. She immediately guessed that this scene was caused by Lin Tian. "Let's go." Bai Ziki had already stood up. When he saw this scene, he was also moved. He pulled Bai Qiu and quickly retreated outside. The 7-colored light curtain was very fast, like a destructive ripple, spreading out. Soon, more cultivators discovered this scene, and a chill ran down their spines. "Run!" Everyone was frightened. For a moment, all the cultivators ran out of the sword tomb, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of them rushed out. Chi! 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 Along the way, the demon soldiers encountered great disasters and were destroyed one by one. "Run!" Many people shouted. It was not until half an hour later that everyone escaped from the sword tomb. The 7-colored light curtain continued to spread until it reached the edge of the sword tomb. What happened? Many people shrank their necks. In another direction, Bai Ziki and Bai Qiu had already rushed out and stared at the sword tomb. That guy, Bai Qiu whispered, looking straight into the sword tomb. In the depths of the sword tomb, the seven-colored light source entered Lin Tian's body and merged with the divine sword, emitting an even stronger light. Lin Tian stood quietly on the spot, looking into his sea of consciousness. Hum. The divine sword vibrated, and the seven-colored light flickered, and a cheerful sound came from the sword. Lin Tian frowned and looked at all of this. After a while, his expression changed slightly. At this moment, he thought of the weapon soul that Bai Qiu mentioned before. This light source is a sword spirit? He could not help but exclaim. The divine sword trembled slightly and hummed, and its aura was several times stronger than before. Staring at it, Lin Tian was a little shocked. When he obtained the seven-colored light in the Demon Burial Valley, Lin Tian thought about what it was, but he could not figure it out, so he did not think much about it. Now that he obtained the second seven-colored light source, and combined with what Bai Qiu said before about the weapon soul, he finally understood that the seven-colored light source seemed to be the sword spirit of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Is it really the chaos essence heavenly treasure? But why is the weapon soul of the divine sword in the first and second heaven? Lin Tian was puzzled. He took a deep breath and looked at the divine sword seriously. Then, he was moved again. He felt that the sword spirit in the divine sword was not complete. It was about 7/9 missing. There is a sword spirit light in the first heaven, and there is also a sword spirit light in the second heaven. Now, it is still 7/9 missing. Lin Tian whispered and was moved. Could it be that the sword spirit of the divine sword was broken and lost and fell in the 9 heavens of the 10 heavens? End of chapter. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, because he remembered another scene at the same time. It was the dream when the divine sword fused into his body. In the dream, 9 blurry figures fought for a divine sword. Then, the divine sword fell from the sky, seemed to pass through 8 invisible barriers, and finally sank into the ground. No pop-up window, the divine sword in the dream was exactly the same as the one in his sea of consciousness. Did this sword fall from the 9th heaven? Did it lose part of its sword spirit in the process? Lin Tian was shocked. He thought about it repeatedly, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility was high. Moreover, this could also explain why the first and second heaven had a sword spirit fragment. This, Lin Tian was a little stunned. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that he came back to his senses. In that case, I have to go to the upper heavens to find the missing sword spirit of this divine sword. He muttered to himself. As if responding to his voice, in his sea of consciousness, the divine sword trembled, emitting wisps of 7-colored light. Lin Tian took a deep breath, stopped thinking about it, and completely calmed his mind. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was still emitting wisps of 7-colored light. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and operated the 4 extremities scripture, guiding the 7-colored light into every corner of his body, integrating it into his vital essence and tempering it. Buzz. Faint silver light lingered and intertwined on the surface of his body. At the Zephyr realm, one's main task was to temper their vital essence and eliminate the impurities in their vital essence. When the impurities in their vital essence were eliminated to a certain extent, it would undergo a qualitative change and transform into divine power, thereby stepping into the immortal realm. Lin Tian operated the 4 extremities scripture, tempering his vital essence over and over again. At the same time, he also tempered his body over and over again. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed past, and his essence, qi, and spirit became much stronger. He stood up, clenched his fists, and his body became a little stronger. The blood of that black dragon is really a divine liquid for tempering the body. Lin Tian thought to himself. Presently, his physique was more than 2 times stronger than it was after he'd overcome the heavenly tribulation, and all of this was mostly due to the dragon blood. Of course, the 7-colored radiance overflowing from the divine sword was also a great help. If it wasn't for that thing protecting his body, he would have died long ago. At this moment, the space within the sword tomb was even dimmer, and the surroundings were in a mess. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then walked outside. But all of a sudden, he stopped and turned his head to look behind him. There was an intact corpse there. The corpse had the appearance of a middle-aged man. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows, and there was a faint light flowing around his body. It was quite shocking. Lin Tian frowned. From the looks of it, this corpse should have been in the connecting immortal realm when it was alive, and it had been lying here for hundreds of years. However, the corpse was still very well preserved and had not decayed. This was very unusual. It should be known that when an ordinary expert in the connecting immortal realm died, their corpse would decay under the passage of time at most 100 years. Could it be the remains of a king? He was shocked. The king physique was known as the physique of a king. Usually, the physical body was very strong. Since ancient times, the cultivation base of an expert in the connecting immortal realm could be preserved for hundreds of years after death. Only the king physique could do this. It is said that in the second heaven, there was once a king physique expert who died in this sword tomb. Is this one of those king physiques? Lin Tian muttered to himself. His glabella emitted a light, and his divine sense probed into the corpse to search for its origin. But soon, he shook his head. This person had been dead for too long, and his origin had long dried up. It was difficult to find out what kind of king physique he was. However, he knew that this person must be a king physique expert. He moved his gaze and searched for a while. Then, he found a stone ring on the right hand. He carefully took the stone ring, and with a surge of his true essence, he probed it with his divine sense. He was immediately shocked. The space in this stone ring was very large, nearly 1,000 cubic meters. It was filled with all kinds of things. Among them, an ancient mirror directly attracted Lin Tian's attention. This ancient mirror was forged from bronze, and it was engraved with dense and dazzling Dao patterns. It was a middle-grade immortal artifact. Lin Tian was overjoyed. Middle-grade immortal artifacts were priceless. Even some ordinary experts in the connecting immortal realm couldn't have them. That girl Bai Qiu thought that she would be able to find some treasures after encountering a few king physique experts. It seems that she was right. He whispered. He glanced at the other things in the stone ring. There were many things, and they were all of great value. For example, there were some rare medicinal herbs, third-grade baodan, and so on. There were even some martial arts techniques. The collection of a king physique expert is really extraordinary. He thought to himself as he moved the things in his original stone ring into this stone ring. Then, he replaced his original stone ring and put on this stone ring. After that, he stood up, raised his hand, and slashed out sword lights. He broke open a pit next to him and moved the middle-aged corpse inside. Then, he covered it with new soil and set up a simple grave. "Rest in peace," he said. After all, he had obtained a lot of treasures from others. It was only right to set up a tombstone. Standing in place, he looked around. What he saw was a mess, and he didn't find anything. Rumor has it that several king physiques experts in the second heaven died here. It seems that the other king physiques have turned into dust under the power of time. He thought to himself. After glancing around, he turned around and walked out of the sword tomb. The space inside the sword tomb was still dim. As he walked out, he found many weapons on the ground. Some were sabers, some were swords, some were halberds, and some were spears. Some were full of cracks, and some were mottled with rust. He took a long sword and flicked his finger slightly, and the body of the sword instantly shattered. After absorbing the sword spirit fragment of the divine sword, he learned a lot of things. The reason why the weapons in the sword tomb could turn into monsters was because of the sword spirit fragment, which gave them terrifying combat power. Not long ago, he absorbed the sword spirit fragment, and the 7-colored light curtain swept out and destroyed all the demon soldiers. I don't know where the black dragon demon soldier went. He frowned slightly. The black dragon demon soldier was very strong, comparable to the Nirvana realm. He guessed that it didn't collapse and still existed. Shaking his head, he continued to walk out. About a quarter of an hour later, he walked out of the sword tomb. Many cultivators surrounded the sword tomb. Lin Tian? Someone saw Lin Tian and immediately exclaimed. After so many things, Lin Tian's name had long spread. In the second heaven, few people didn't know him. At this time, these people stared at Lin Tian. Many of them were afraid, but many of them were in awe. Lin Tian had long been accustomed to such gazes, so he didn't care much. He soared into the air and walked away. Around him, old trees were everywhere. Soon, he landed on the ground and walked on foot. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a masked figure jumped out from the front and blocked in front of Lin Tian. Robbery! Tell me all your secrets, and give me the weapon control technique. The person in front said with a hoarse voice. Lin Tian stared at the masked figure and opened his mouth. Bai Qiu, what are you doing? I'm not Bai Qiu. You've got the wrong person. The masked man said, his voice even hoarser. Lin Tian raised his hand and swept out a sword wind. The black cloth on the masked man's face was torn apart, revealing a delicate face. It was Bai Qiu. Hey! What are you doing? What if you scratch my peerless face? Are you going to take responsibility? Bai Qiu said angrily. Lin Tian was speechless. He walked over and knocked Bai Qiu on the head. Don't be narcissistic. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth, covered his forehead, and stared angrily at Lin Tian. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. Hey! Bai Qiu shouted and followed him. He glanced at Lin Tian with his big eyes. You, what did you do in the depths of the sword tomb? That destructive seven-colored light must have been caused by you. Also, your body emitted the same seven-colored light. What was that about? Also, how did you control that Nirvana stage black dragon? She started with a bunch of questions. I don't know, Lin Tian paused. You. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and knocked her on the head. He changed the topic and asked, Oh right, where's your brother? You didn't go back with him? Bai Qiu's nerves were relatively thick. She was instantly taken by Lin Tian. He said somewhat proudly, after we came out of the sword tomb, he wanted to drag me back. I took advantage of the fact that he wasn't paying attention and knocked him with an immortal artifact. Then, I slipped away. Lin Tian was stunned, then he suddenly laughed. He could imagine how Bai Ziki felt when he was knocked by the immortal artifact. He probably wanted to vomit blood. What are you laughing at? Bai Qiu stared at him. Nothing. Lin Tian finally stopped laughing. He felt a strong sense of sympathy for Bai Ziki. He continued to walk forward, and Bai Qiu followed beside him. You're following me again? Lin Tian stopped. Nonsense. Bai Qiu stared at him with her big eyes. I've been waiting for you outside for a few days. Lin Tian was speechless. You should go back. If you continue to follow me, your family's adults will kill me again. No way. You said before that you wouldn't take the initiative to attack my family. I'm worried, and I'm also worried about my family. So I'm following you. If you meet my family, I have to mediate between you two. Bai Qiu said. She stared at Lin Tian with a rare serious look. Lin Tian paused and didn't say anything in the end. Do as you wish. He continued to walk forward. Seeing that Lin Tian didn't ask her to go back, Bai Qiu was happy. She chased after him and said, By the way, there's a vast sea in this heaven. It's a paradise for cultivators to train. Shall we go there to train? See? Lin Tianwei was puzzled. Bai Qiu nodded. Yes, the sea is composed of dozens of islands. Each island is very large, and there are many powerful sea monsters there. Moreover, there are many cultivator residences there. The spiritual energy there is very rich, and it's very suitable for cultivators to train themselves. The leaders of several major forces in the second heaven, as well as the 10 great sects, have all trained in that sea before. P.S. Let me apologize first. As everyone knows, there are many things to do during the new year. They have to accompany their parents to buy New Year's goods, clean the house, visit relatives, and so on. They also have to gather with friends. The same goes for the dragon. The dragon has been drifting in Beijing for more than half a year. He has just returned home, and there are even more things to do. In the end, it's nothing more than the New Year. After all, it's the most important and most meaningful holiday in China. The dragon wishes everyone a happy new year and a happy family in advance. From today until the 8th day of the new year, I will update one chapter a day. But don't worry, I will make up for it after the new year. The time to make up for it should be in April because I have to go to Lucerne Literary Academy in March. I will be busy for 22 days. Finally, please forgive me. Also, you can join the Book Friends group 3925477615. During the new year, the dragon will send small red packets in the group. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Alright, let's go to the sea region you mentioned." Full text reading, he had nothing to do at the moment. Since there was a place to train, it was naturally a good thing to go there. Cultivators grew stronger through training and battles. Okay. Bai Qiu was even happier. I'm so bored at home. There are many places I haven't been to. That's because you're the eldest daughter and eldest princess. If you lose a hair, your parents will jump up and down. Lin Tian said. He took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Bai Qiu muttered softly and followed him. Hey, do you know how to get to the sea region? She said. I don't know. Then why are you walking in front? I know how to get to the sea region. I'll walk in front, and you follow me. Bai Qiu said. What's the rush? I didn't say I'm going to the sea region immediately. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, don't you rarely go to places? This place is surrounded by mountains, and the air is fresh. Isn't it good to walk around with me and breathe in nature? He walked at the front, appearing very relaxed and at ease. Bai Qiu stared at him and pursed her lips. What are you talking about? You're acting like an otherworldly expert. If you keep mumbling, I'll knock you. How dare you knock me? I'll suppress you with an immortal artifact. Bai Qiu glared at him. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, is that so? It's different now compared to when we were in the sword tomb. You might be disappointed now. Bai Qiu glanced at him a few times, but she did not say anything in the end. She pursed her lips and followed beside him. Lin Tian walked along the old forest. There were some ordinary small animals everywhere in the forest. When they saw humans passing by, they were quite frightened and hurriedly ran away. Of course, there were also many powerful beasts in the old forest. They attacked the two of them along the way, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tianyi's slap. Bai Qiu followed behind Lin Tian and walked through the forest. After a while, she seemed more ethereal. The outside world is so good, she said. Lin Tian glanced at her. She felt that ordinary people had their own troubles, and aristocrats also had their own worries. Then come with me. There's nothing to do anyway. He laughed. Sure. Bai Qiu nodded vigorously. When I was young, Big Brother often took me around my backyard. How big is your backyard? It's just a small area. My backyard is a group of immortal mountains. It's very big and not smaller than Mount Heavenly Demon. There are many spirit demons. Lin Tian, he really wanted to use the words of the otherworld to say. Tycoon. What happened to you? Bai Qiu stared at him. Nothing. Lin Tian continued to walk forward and said casually, your brother loves you very much. Although he said it casually, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Inside the sword tomb, when he saw that Baiziki was injured, he immediately went crazy. He had seen Baiziki once and knew that Baiziki was very calm. It was probably the first time that Baiziki had gone crazy. I'm his biological sister, Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. You even know about this? Which younger sister would think of suppressing her own brother all day long? Luckily, your brother dotes on you and didn't resist at that time. He has such a powerful treasure in his body. He had seen Baiziki use that damaged treasure before. It was at the level of a Dao armament. Although it was damaged, it was still far more powerful than an immortal artifact. Who asked you to be so disobedient? Moreover, your true essence had dried up at that time. He couldn't use the treasure. Bai Qiu snorted. So you were so sure that you had your brother under control and threatened him without holding back. This kind of opportunity is very rare. If he didn't cherish it, he would have died. He would have been struck by lightning. Alright, although I sympathize with your brother, I express my support for you. In the future, let's work together and suppress him for a year. Lin Tian said with a smile. If Bai Ziki was really suppressed by Bai Qiu, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. You're not a good person either. If there's a chance in the future, I'll suppress you too. Little girl, you're really evil. Lin Tian laughed. The two of them walked along the old forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, they spent most of their time shuttling through the forest. Their food was simple fasting pills. On this day, the two of them left the old forest and appeared near Mount Tianyao. Boom! There were true essence fluctuations in front of them, as well as waves of demonic qi. Lin Tian looked ahead and saw that not far away, a dozen demonic beast experts had surrounded a few humans. These demonic beast experts were not weak. There were 2 great demonic beasts, and the rest were all in the sea of consciousness realm. They were all in human form. Lin Tian happened to pass by. He stared at the demonic beasts and narrowed his eyes slightly. At this time, a few human cultivators also saw Lin Tian. They were first shocked, then they asked for help. Fellow Taoist Lin, Princess Bai, please help us. We just accidentally stepped into this old forest, and they want to kill us. We already have companions who died. Fellow Taoist Lin, please help us. The few human cultivators knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, so they all had pleading looks on their faces. Lin Tian tilted his head and saw bloodstains on the ground. There were a few corpses lying on the ground. They had died very miserably. It was obvious that they had been tortured to death. Bai Qiu whispered, Mount Tianyao is the sacred land of the demonic beasts. They are usually very domineering. As long as a human cultivator crosses the border of Mount Tianyao, they will cruelly kill them. Staring ahead, Bai Qiu continued, actually, these people are only close to the border of Mount Tianyao. They haven't really crossed over. These demonic beasts are too much. Lin Tian nodded and walked forward. Among the dozen demonic beast experts, the 2 great demonic beasts leaders' expressions changed slightly. These days, Lin Tian's fierce reputation had spread very widely. Not long ago, 3 demonic beast kings of Mount Tianyao died in the sword tomb. Mount Tianyao also learned that Lin Tian had killed them through a secret method. Now that Lin Tian had appeared, the 2 great demonic beasts' hearts skipped a beat. But soon, when they remembered that this was Mount Tianyao, their expressions became fierce again. You've got guts to come here. You're courting death. Quickly inform the demonic beast kings that Lin Tian of the human clan is here. The 2 of them said coldly. Yes. A sea of consciousness realm demonic beast ordered and rushed into Mount Tianyao. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a few sword beams flew out. With a puff, the demonic beast that was leaving was directly cut into pieces. Instantly, the human cultivators and the dozen or so demonic beast experts all changed expressions. This was close to Mount Tianyao. Someone actually dared to kill demonic beast cultivators here. Bai Qiu opened her mouth, then curled her lips and didn't say anything. Normally, she would warn Lin Tian not to provoke the demonic beast mountain. But now, she wouldn't because Lin Tian and Mount Tianyao had already become enemies. Lin Tian, how dare you? You're courting death. Report to the demonic beast kings. Kill him by 1,000 cuts. The dozen or so demonic beast cultivators were furious. These demonic beast cultivators were afraid of Lin Tian, but they were also very angry. This was their demonic beast territory. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully and walked forward step by step. You guys leave, he said to the human cultivators. After that, he turned his head and stared at the other demonic beast cultivators. In the sword tomb, the 3 demonic beast kings of Mount Tianyao chased after him several times, causing him and Bai Qiu to almost die. He remembered this very clearly. Now that he was at this place, he naturally had to return the favor when he encountered the demonic beast cultivators of Mount Tianyao. How could he pretend that he didn't see them? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Thank you. Fellow Taoist, be careful. Leave as soon as possible. The humans hurriedly said. With that, they quickly ran into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing that they were escaping, the demonic beast cultivators wanted to stop them, but they didn't dare to. They all stared at Lin Tian vigilantly. Lin Tian walked forward and glanced at the corpses of the human cultivators lying on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You've gone too far by killing my fellow humans. They can't die in vain. I'll seek justice for them. As he spoke, he directly raised his hand. Streaks of sword light appeared horizontally, shaking the space and rushing forward like a rain of swords. Pooh! 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 Demonic blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, except for the two great demons, all the other demonic beast cultivators were killed. Lin Tian. The two great demons were shocked and furious. Mount Tianyao was the holy land of the demonic beasts. No one dared to kill people near Mount Tianyao, not even the masters of the holy lands. You have to die too. You have to be buried with the humans you killed. Lin Tian Ondao. He raised his large hand, and silver light flickered as he slapped forward. He had nothing to do with the human cultivators who died here, and he didn't really want to stand up for them. The reason he did that was just an excuse to attack. This guy. Bai Qiu muttered. She naturally knew what Lin Tian was thinking. However, she didn't say anything. She just watched quietly from the side because she didn't like the actions of these demonic beasts. Moreover, in the sword tomb, the three demon kings of Mount Tianyao chased after Lin Tian, which made her very angry. The large silver hand covered heaven and earth, covering the two great demons. Clang! Clang! The two great demons took out their supreme treasures and faced Lin Tian's large hand. Crack! Crack! The large silver hand fell with unstoppable force, directly shattering the two superior-grade supreme treasures. The two demon kings were terrified. They raised their demonic light to resist, but unfortunately, they couldn't stop it at all. How dare you! A cold shout sounded. In the distance, an even stronger demonic aura rushed over. Instantly, the two great demons were overjoyed. The true powerhouse of their lineage had arrived. Lin Tian, it's the demon king. Bai Qiu reminded him. Lin Tian turned his head and saw a gray figure walking over from afar at an extremely fast speed. Stop. The person said coldly. It was a slightly withered figure, but his aura was very strong. He was at the first heaven of the immortal ascension realm. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? Lin Tian was disdainful. The large hand that was pressing down didn't change its momentum. It directly descended, and its power became even stronger, shattering the protective demonic light of the two great demons on the spot. No! Demon King, save us! The two great demons were terrified. The large silver hand descended, and it was as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't resist at all. Pooh! Pooh! Two streaks of blood mist exploded, and the two great demons were directly destroyed in body and soul. In the distance, the demon king who was walking over was instantly furious. A vast demonic aura soared into the sky. You're courting death. The void shook, and the demon king directly reached out a large hand. Boundless demonic light covered the sky and pressed down on Lin Tian. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone, end of chapter. The massive gray hand covered the sky, causing the space to rumble and rumble. Retreat. Bai Qiu's expression changed. This was a palm strike from a demon king in the immortal ascension realm. Although it didn't display any divine power, its pure physique was extremely terrifying. How dare you kill my people outside Mount Tianyao? Even the sacred landmaster will die. The demon king said coldly. Suddenly, the gray hand that descended from the sky became even more powerful, and its demonic aura swept in all directions. Lin Tianling smiled. He turned his palm into a fist and punched towards the sky. Dong, the terrifying punch caused the space to collapse. The demon king's expression changed drastically. He was shocked by the terrifying strength. The fist and palm collided. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. The demon king grunted. His right hand was directly smashed into pieces by Lin Tianling. Pieces of flesh and bones fell from the sky. Bai Qiu's expression changed. Her mouth formed an O shape. Isn't this too crazy? Her eyes widened. A cultivator in the second firmament of the immortal Ascension realm actually smashed one of the Demon King's arms with a punch. The Demon King roared in anger. Human. Losing an arm, and it was injured by a human cultivator who was far weaker than him, made the Demon King extremely angry. Its old face became ferocious. Lin Tianling smiled and appeared beside Bai Qiu in a flash. Let's go. He said to Bai Qiu and held her hand. He used the yin and yang duality array and instantly left. His current physique was very strong, but his cultivation was much weaker than a immortal Ascension realm cultivator. Although the other party couldn't kill him, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill the other party either. It would take a lot of time and true essence. Most importantly, this place was near Mount Tianyao. If he provoked a few more Demon Kings, he would be in danger and might be suppressed. The Demon King roared, but Lin Tianling was too fast. It couldn't catch up in time. Dozens of miles away, Lin Tianling stopped. He let go of Bai Qiu's hand and slowly walked forward. This place was already very far away from Mount Heavenly Demon, so he wasn't worried about anything. Bai Qiu widened his eyes and stared at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a monster. He said, "You brat, your physical body is getting more and more terrifying. When you tempered your body with dragon blood, the effect was so exaggerated. With your current physique, if you approach an ordinary transcending celestial expert at close range, you can definitely smash him to death. It's not bad. How lucky. I can actually use dragon blood to temper my body. Even some of the Nirvana saints of ancient times didn't have such luck." Bai Qiu looked envious. Good luck? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Why don't we collect some dragon blood for you the next time we meet that dead dragon and let you bathe in it? It will first burn all your skin, then regenerate, burn again, and regenerate again. Even your face will fester. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can guarantee that you can survive the dragon blood." "I know. I've seen your miserable state back then. I don't want it." Bai Qiu ground his teeth. She was a beautiful girl. How could she bear to see her skin fester? It would be better to just kill her. Lin Tian laughed, knocked Bai Qiu's forehead, and continued to walk forward. In the next few days, the two of them didn't go to the cultivation world. They shuttled through some ordinary mountains and forests on foot. Sometimes they fought with wild beasts, sometimes they played with small animals. It was very peaceful. Another 2 days passed. The two of them walked into another small forest. There were many wild fruits in the forest. Lin Tian picked some. They tasted sweet and delicious. This kind of life is really good. If only we could live like this forever. I won't catch reincarnated bodies anymore. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was speechless. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't we live in seclusion in the mountains and take a few children to your family in a few years? At that time, your family will have to acknowledge us. Then you can follow me through mountains and rivers every day. We can walk through the forest and plant a few acres of fertile land. How about that?" Bai Qiu was stunned. Then she narrowed her eyes and put her beautiful face in front of Lin Tian's eyes. "Okay, let's consummate our marriage." A faint virgin fragrance entered his nose. Coupled with Bai Qiu's beautiful face, Lin Tian's heart suddenly rippled. He blushed and turned his face away. Lecherous thoughts, but no guts. Bai Qiu snorted. Lin Tian blushed with shame. He originally wanted to tease Bai Qiu, but he didn't expect this girl to suddenly become so fierce. Time flashed by. Another 2 days passed. The two of them were still walking in the forest. Lin Tian always chose some remote paths to walk on. There was no noise, no roars of wild beasts, only the occasional chirping of birds, which made people feel more peaceful. "Hey, how long are we going to wander around? When are we going to the sea?" Bai Qiu asked. "Didn't you say that you liked this kind of life? Why are you impatient after a few days? You also said that you want to have children with me. In the end, you didn't have children." Bai Qiu retorted. Lin Tian, he coughed dryly and said, "Little girl, there's something wrong with your state of mind. Do you want me to teach you Tai Chi to adjust it?" "Tai Chi? What's that?" Bai Qiu curled her lips. Good stuff. Lin Tian smiled. He walked to the front and stretched his body. His body moved freely, his mind moved with his mind, and his mind moved with his heart. He waved his fists and palms freely in the forest. Bai Qiao squatted at the side and blinked her big eyes at Lin Tian. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but gradually, she felt that Lin Tian's body became very ethereal. Even her heart became calmer, and a sense of peace appeared in her heart. Lin Tian moved his hands. Sometimes he punched, sometimes he palmed, sometimes he was gentle, sometimes he was firm. In the past, a human ancestor deduced and created Tai Chi. What is Tai Chi? The whole universe is Tai Chi. The void in all directions is Tai Chi. The number of 50 is Tai Chi. The combination of yin and yang is Tai Chi. The 3000 great Tao is Tai Chi. Lin Tian's body moved. His voice was calm, and every word floated out. Tai Chi was a precious inheritance passed down from ancient China. It had a very obvious effect on the cultivator's chi, form and spirit. He liked it very much when he was in that world and often studied it. He even practiced Tai Chi with some old people. He had dabbled in Tai Chi Palm, and so on. At this time, he was excited and practiced it again. He felt a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. The sun seemed to have become brighter. Tai Chi is human. Tai Chi is material. Tai Chi is heart. Tai Chi is Tao. Tai Chi is reason. His expression was peaceful, and his voice was even calmer. With these sounds, the quiet little forest seemed to become even quieter. Birds flew over, hares leapt past, and even wild bears appeared in the distance. They all seemed very quiet as they surrounded Lin Tian, watching him from afar. Bai Qiao stood up. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she stared straight ahead. God, this guy actually has such a side to him? She was shocked. At this time, she stared at Lin Tian. She felt like she was looking at a fairy with an indescribable temperament. Unconsciously, she was stunned. It was not until 15 minutes later when Lin Tian stopped that she came back to her senses. How do you feel? Lin Tian asked. Bai Qiao widened her eyes. Amazing. Where did you learn this saint art? She had only watched Lin Tian practice once, but she felt that her state of mind had improved a lot. She was very shocked. The divine treasure of my hometown. Lin Tian smiled. Tai Chi was not a saint art. In that world, many people knew it. It was just used to nourish one's health. However, he was very happy to be called a saint art. He accepted it happily. Teach me. Bai Qiao clenched her small fists and stared at Lin Tian with shining eyes. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. There were many small animals around. Lin Tian taught Bai Qiao Tai Chi and the principles of Tai Chi for a moment. It formed a beautiful scenery. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Let's go, little Qiao. Let's go to the sea. Lin Tian Dao. The morning sun had just risen, sprinkling light on the forest. Through the gaps of the old trees, the ground was reflected with spots of light. These days, he and Bai Qiao spent 24 hours a day quietly together, admiring the scenery and teaching Bai Qiao Tai Chi. His state of mind was also harmonized, and his cultivation base was stabilized to the highest level. Okay, I'll lead the way, and you'll be my follower. Bai Qiao said. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. The two soared into the air and left the old forest. The sea was the largest training ground of the second heaven. It had existed for a very long time, located at the end of the southern part of the second heaven. It was very vast and boundless. There were many large islands in the sea, and there were many powerful sea monsters and beasts. Every day, countless cultivators would train there. The famous powerhouses of this heaven had all fought there. It was precisely because of this that there were many treasures in the sea. In some places, one could even find some cultivation insights left behind by the ancients, which contained precious techniques. Moreover, because the spiritual chi in the sea was very rich, and it was surrounded by the sea, some treasure islands had rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Once they were obtained, they could be sold for a shocking price. About 2 days later, the two appeared in front of a large sea. As far as the eye could see, the sea was boundless. Occasionally, waves would roll up, as if there were angry dragons roaring at the bottom of the sea. This is the sea? Lin Tianwei was stunned. He looked around. There was indeed a boundless sea in front of him, but he didn't see any islands. Looking around, he saw many houses, and some ordinary people lived in them. No, this is just the starting point. We need to cross the sea by boat to reach the sea. Bai Qiu explained and pointed forward. Lin Tianwei looked in the direction Bai Qiu was pointing at. There was a mouth in the distance, and many large ships were docked there. Many cultivators surrounded it and boarded the ships one by one. Soon, a large ship moved and left the mouth of the sea, sailing into the distance. Most of the cultivators who go to the sea to train are below the airborne realm. They can't fly on their own, so naturally, they can only take ships. Moreover, even if they can fly on their own, they choose to go by ship. After all, this place is still very far from the real sea, and flying is too expensive. Moreover, there are powerful monsters in the sea, and ordinary airborne realm cultivators can't resist them. Generally speaking, only immortal Ascension realm cultivators dare to go to the sea alone. Bai Qiu explained. There was a huge harbor in front of the Immensity Sea. It was not much different from the mortal world. There were more than 10 large ships docked at the harbor. The inner layer was made of painted wood, and the outer layer was inlaid with a layer of iron to protect against the impact of the waves. If it was only made of wood, it would be destroyed in the stormy waves. Please search Product and Bookyan Network to see the most complete novel. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu boarded one of the large ships together. There were many cultivators on the ship. Most of them were itinerant cultivators or disciples of small sections. When they saw the two of them board the ship, their expressions changed. Many of them carefully retreated to the side and stared at Lin Tian with some fear. However, they quickly lowered their heads. Look, you're so infamous that everyone is afraid of you. Bai Qiu said. If you talk nonsense again, I'll knock you. Lin Tian said. Bai Qiu harumphed. I'm telling the truth. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. If you provoke me again, I'll send you back to the Bai family. You, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Lin Tian laughed loudly, finding it amusing. There was a slight sea breeze at the mouth of the sea, bringing with it a wisp of moisture and a salty smell. Not long after the two of them boarded the ship slowly moved away from the mouth of the sea and headed towards the depths of the sea. At the bottom of the ship, where it touched the surface of the sea, the white waves surged back, giving people a comfortable feeling. The ship moved very slowly at first, but gradually, its speed increased. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu stood at the bow of the ship. The space around them was very wide, and many people stayed far away from the two of them. That was because they were wary of Lin Tian. At this time, you're a natural escape route. It's great that you've opened up such a large space. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian pursed his lips and could not be bothered to say anything else. Whoosh! As the ship moved deeper into the sea, the wind and waves gradually became stronger. However, it wasn't that strong. Bai Qiu leaned against the side of the ship. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind. Coupled with her beauty, she looked like an angel who had fallen into the mortal world. Lin Tian stared at her and did not look away for a moment. Isn't she beautiful? Bai Qiu looked over. It is indeed beautiful, but can you not say it out loud? It won't be pretty if I say it out loud. Lin Tian was speechless. Whether I say it or not, the truth is right there. If you refute it, it proves that you were guilty. You must like me. Bai Qiu glared at him. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. What kind of bandit logic is this? Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes and leaned towards Lin Tian. Do you want to have a baby? Lin Tian took a step back. Princess Bai, pay attention to your image. Do you still have the temperament of a princess of the Bai family? What eldest princess? I'm just a girl. It's just that I'm a little devastatingly beautiful. Do you like me? Bai Qiu took a step forward. Can you not be so narcissistic? Lin Tian was speechless. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed like Bai Qiu was teasing him. I am confident. Bai Qiu leaned forward again. Lin Tian's face darkened. He was a normal man. What was the meaning of being teased by a little girl like this? He took a step forward and stared at Bai Qiu. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll throw myself on you and do something like having a baby. Bai Qiu was shocked. Her face turned red and she took a few steps back. You're so shameless. There are so many people here. Lin Tian wanted to vomit blood. This girl was actually conflicted because there were so many people here and not because he wanted to do something to her. Bai Qiu glanced at Lin Tianyi and harumphed again. The two of them stood together and looked at the crashing water at the bottom of the boat. It was quite a leisurely scene. The waves are coming. The boatman shouted. The originally calm sea suddenly shook. Large waves came from the front and crashed into the hull of the boat. A loud noise came from the hull of the boat. Many cultivators even lost their balance. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu's cultivation levels were very high. Even though the hull of the boat was shaking violently, the two of them stood still on the spot. Bai Qiu said, "This is the best way to travel to the ocean. If it were any other place, the waves would be even bigger and we might even encounter a huge whirlpool with a suction force and be pulled into an unknown territory." Rumble, large waves surged, each higher than the last, crashing onto the large boat continuously. Dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye, but the waves did not stop. Why are the waves so fierce this time? They're even stronger than the previous years. Seriously, how long has it been? It's still not stopping. Don't mind it. Just stand still. Some cultivators whispered to each other. It was normal for there to be waves on the ocean. Many cultivators muttered a few words before quieting down again. Rumble, 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 the waves came one after another and became even more ferocious. Why hasn't it stopped yet? Haven't the waves lasted for too long? In the past, it would only last a dozen breaths at most. Yeah, it's almost been 100 breaths now. A cultivator who had been to the ocean said. At the bow of the boat, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu stood together and looked at the surface of the sea. After a while, they frowned slightly. Lean against me. Something's coming. He pulled Bai Qiu to his side. Bai Qiu was stunned. What? Boom, a loud sound interrupted Bai Qiu. A huge tentacle covered in ugly lumps rushed out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, the expressions of all the cultivators on the boat changed. Sea demon. That's an abyss-breaking beast. Damn it, why did we encounter it here? Everyone's expression changed. Boom, another loud sound was heard. Hundreds of tentacles suddenly rushed out from the surface of the sea. They were all very thick and strong, pressing towards the large boat. With a bang, the large boat was crushed in an instant. Puff, 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 blood mist exploded. Some of the weaker cultivators were directly crushed by this attack. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu into the air and looked down. With a bang, a huge monster rushed out of the sea. It was as huge as a small mountain. It was a sea demon that looked like an octopus. It was an abyss-breaking beast and was very powerful. It rarely appeared in this place. It's comparable to the seventh firmament of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian Andao. The large boat was shattered. The hundreds of tentacles of the abyss-breaking beast scattered, causing many people to scream in fear. Some Zephyr realm cultivators soared into the sky, but most of them were in the Sea of Consciousness realm or Sea of Consciousness realm. Some cultivators floated on the surface of the water, their faces pale with fear as they frantically fled into the distance. Help! In the distance, there was an old man on the surface of the sea. He was the boatman. An abyss-breaking beast's leg whipped towards him. However, many cultivators were in chaos. They couldn't even protect themselves, so who would have the time to save him? Even if their lives weren't in danger, no cultivator would care about the life and death of a mortal. That was because, compared to cultivators, mortals were too insignificant. Lin Tian tilted his head and said to Bai Qiu, "Stand here and don't move." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared and appeared in front of the old man in the next moment. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out. It slashed horizontally and cut off the tentacles that were whipping towards the boatman. He pulled the old man up and took more than 10 steps horizontally. He appeared in front of a huge wreckage of the ship and placed the old man on it. Although the boatman was immortal, he often sailed and had no problems in water. This place was far away from the abyss-breaking beast, so it was safe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The boatman said repeatedly. No need. Lin Tian shook his head and moved away, returning to Bai Qiu's side. Bai Qiu stared at him and said with a smile, I wanted to save someone just now, but you beat me to it. You're a good person. I've never been a bad person. Lin Tian's face darkened. Bai Qiu snorted. You're a ferocious person, definitely. Otherwise, why would those people stay away from you when you were on this ship? Lin Tian directly gave her a knock on the head. You're asking for a beating. Boom, the surface of the sea boiled. The hundreds of tentacles of the abyss-breaking beast swept across the sky. Just by waving randomly, it crushed many cultivators. Some Zephyr powerhouses even screamed as they were crushed by a tentacle and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This abyss-breaking beast's physique was not bad. As if knowing what he was thinking, Bai Qiu said, even if the demonic beasts on the ground and in the sea reach the Zephyr level, they do not transform. They cultivate in their most primitive state. This way, their lifespans are very long. At the same level of cultivation, these demonic beasts that have not transformed live much longer than demonic beasts that have transformed. They also live longer than human cultivators of the same level. Moreover, because they have been cultivating in their beast form, their physiques are also much stronger than cultivators of the same level. It's very scary. Lin Tian nodded. There were advantages to transforming for demonic beasts, but there were also disadvantages. Ah! Screams sounded from time to time. The abyss-breaking beast was very strong. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators had died. Among them, there were even 3 Zephyr powerhouses. For a moment, the sea was dyed red by blood. Some cultivators were eaten by the abyss-breaking beast as food. Help! Someone save us, save us! Why are we encountering an abyss-breaking beast here? Does God want us to die? Many people were terrified. The abyss-breaking beast was already very strong. It was comparable to the 7th plane of the Zephyr plane. Because it was in the sea, its combat ability was even stronger. Sea demons of this level usually lived in the inner regions of the sea and would not appear in the outer regions. Now that they had encountered such a powerful abyss-breaking beast, a sense of despair rose in the hearts of these cultivators. It was too strong. They were no match for it. Lin Tian leaned against Bai Qiu and frowned slightly. Back off a little. He said. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a buzz. A grey ancient mountain rushed out from behind him. The barren heaven world shook. Under Lin Tian's will, it floated forward and pressed down on the abyss-breaking beast's head. Suddenly, there was a scream. The abyss-breaking beast's huge body trembled and flipped over in the sea. Many cultivators looked over. Seeing Lin Tian make a move, many of them shrank back in fear and gratitude. Run away! Someone said. The Zephyr Plane cultivators took to the air. The cultivators below that level of Zephyr Plane ran away in the sea. Suddenly, there was a cold snort. A few large ships sailed over from afar. From one of the large ships, a muscular figure rushed out. Demonic light filled the sky as he rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was already closing in on Lin Tian. That is? The current sacred son of Mount Tianyao of the demonic beasts. The barren demon body. He's going to the sea too. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked up at Song with the desolate demon physique. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Reading a book W? WW? 1. K? A Wansen book S? H? UCC. When we hunted you down before, Mount Tianyao sent out many people to stand up for you, including several demon kings. They were afraid that you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Why? After hiding for so long, you dare to come out and face me in person? He had an indifferent expression. That's right. How cowardly. Bai Qiu echoed from the side. Patsong's eyes were cold, and there was lightning intertwined in them. His silver hair danced wildly, and there was a fierce and vicious aura. Puny human ant, do you think you can threaten this king? What a joke. His eyes were full of killing intent. With a boom, the sea rolled with him as the center, and stormy waves rushed up. Bai Qiu's expression changed. He felt Putsong's strength at this time. He was much stronger than when he met him at Wuji Gate. Lin Tianling smiled. No wonder you dare to come out. It turns out that you have reached the fourth heaven of the Zephyr realm. The people of Mount Tianyao think that you have some ability to protect yourself, so they dare to let you out to train? He spoke very rudely, which immediately stunned the surrounding cultivators. The saint of the demon clan had the desolate demon king body. His battle prowess was extremely strong. Moreover, he was very domineering and strong. He could kill ordinary immortal reaching realm experts. However, from Lin Tian's mouth, he only had a trace of the ability to protect himself. This caused many cultivators to gulp. This guy is really fierce. Someone muttered. Putsong's silver hair danced wildly, and his eyes were extremely sharp. He took a step forward and directly slapped toward Lin Tian with his palm. Boom! A simple palm cut through the void, producing a series of rumbles, and the sea water rolled back into the sky. This kind of palm power was a bit terrifying, and many cultivators gasped in shock. Even some of the seventh heaven of the Zephyr realm cultivators were shocked. Such a palm could easily smash them into pieces. Lin Tianling smiled and punched down. The fist and the palm collided with each other, and a loud bang was heard. Then, two huge waves surged out from behind the two of them, reaching a height of more than 5 feet. Putsong's eyes flashed with a strange light. He had the wild demon king body. Now that his cultivation had improved, his physique had become even stronger. He was more powerful than the average immortal Ascension realm elite. But Lin Tian blocked his palm with ease. On the other side, Lin Tian was also secretly shocked. He had tempered his body with the dragon's blood, and his physical body was more than twice as strong as before. However, his punch didn't hurt Putsong. This made him frown, and he secretly thought that the wild demon king physique was indeed very powerful. 1. Reading 1. K. A. N. Shu CC human, you've become stronger too. 2 beams of demonic light shot out from Putsong's eyes. Saying this, Putsong didn't stop. He raised his left hand and sent out a second palm strike. If I don't become stronger, how can I take your head? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He also raised his left hand and met Putsong's attack with an iron fist. Another loud bang was heard. The two great elites' fists and palms collided. Waves rolled out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Roar! With a loud roar, the abyss-breaking beast stood up at this time. Its 100 legs moved together, and it pressed down on Lin Tian, who was closest to it. Lin Tianling stared at Putsong coldly. Without looking back, he slapped backward. With a scream, the abyss-breaking beast's huge body was sent flying several feet away. It rolled into the sea and smashed into the waves. Such a simple slap could send such a huge abyss-breaking beast flying? He's even more beastly than a beast. Many people's hearts trembled. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and Putsong were fighting again. Their fists and palms collided, and transparent ripples were created. The raging waves were several feet high, and they were much more terrifying than the waves caused by the abyss-breaking beast before. On the broken ship, many cultivators fell to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, they all swam away. At the same time, the ship that Putsong was on was also moving away. They were all frightened by the battle between Lin Tian and Putsong. Boom! The surface of the sea rolled, and a huge head rushed out. The abyss-breaking beast rushed up again. This time, it stared at Putsong. Its demon eyes were blood-red, and it opened its bloody mouth to devour Putsong. Putsong stared at Lin Tian and kicked the abyss-breaking beast dozens of feet away. Blood floated in the air. Hiss! Everyone gasped and shrank their necks. Many people felt that the abyss-breaking beast was too pitiful. It was extremely powerful and comparable to a 7th firmament immortal realm cultivator, but now, in its own territory, it was first slapped down by Lin Tianyi and then kicked away by the desolate demon physique. It was really pitiful. Want? Read 1 book 1? K? A book N? CC Lin Tian mocked, aren't you the saint of the demon race? Aren't you very protective of your people? Why are you attacking now? The sea demons and the heavenly demon mountain are not of the same race. Putsong's eyes were full of wildness. Hypocrite! Lin Tian said in disdain. The two of them were dozens of feet away from each other. They stared at each other with arcs of electricity flashing on the surface of their bodies. These were the sparks produced by the friction between the true essence and the demon light. With a boom, a wave appeared on the sea. The abyss-breaking beast that was kicked away by the desolate demon physique stood up again. Staring at Lin Tian and the desolate demon physique, the abyss-breaking beast roared, and the entire sea suddenly became violent. Boom! Boom! At the same time, two terrifying auras rushed up. Lin Tian's body flickered with silver light, and Putsong's body was surrounded by a vast demon light. In an instant, two powerful energy waves swept in all directions, shaking up strong winds and waves. The abyss-breaking beast trembled in fear. It immediately shrank back, its huge body trembling. Then, the abyss-breaking beast roared and directly fled into the distance as if it had been greatly wronged. Everyone. Behind Putsong, a barbaric mountain appeared, supporting the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. Lin Tianling snorted. He stepped forward like a reborn god, shaking with every step. The yin-yang lotus sea appeared, floating in the air. Yin and yang auras intertwined, sacred and terrifying. In an instant, the sea was boiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them charged together. The desolate demon physique transformed into thousands of demon beasts that trampled on the void. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The yin-yang lotus sea swayed like an immortal sword across the sky, piercing through everything and heading straight for Putsong's sea of consciousness. Putsong raised his hand and used the great divine massacre handprint, shattering the sky. Kill! Putsong's eyes were filled with a wild light. The demon light outside his body condensed into demon clouds. Let's see how strong your imperial physique is, Lin Tianling said. He used the divining divine technique to activate the Bai family's supreme divine palm, which clashed with Putsong's great divine massacre handprint. Then, in the divine cry palace, the barren heaven realm, the celestial Lord Doran's enlightenment place, the blood-colored crack, and many methods appeared behind him. In an instant, the sea shook, and more waves swept in all directions. The waves rose more than 10 feet high, as if there was an ancient ferocious beast turning its body on the sea. Many nearby cultivators were frightened, and their faces turned pale with fright. Not far away, the big ship that Putsong was on was directly overturned by the waves. Some cultivators rose into the air and flew into the distance. Those cultivators below the airborne realm were very unlucky. Many of them were knocked down by the waves, choking on more than 10 mouthfuls of water. Only then did they emerge from the distance, looking very miserable. This lunatic. Is he trying to kill us? Someone cursed. Of course, the person who spoke was very quiet. After all, Lin Tian's fierce reputation was too well known, even more so than the desolate demon physique. No one dared to casually talk back. That was simply courting death. Rumble. The waves rolled and rushed into the distance. The boatman that Lin Tian rescued earlier carefully held the remains of the ship. At the moment when the waves rushed over, he was immediately frightened. He had been sailing for so many years and had encountered many storms, but he had never encountered such a terrifying scene. Bai Qiu tilted her head and saw this scene, and curled her lips. She muttered and moved horizontally, gently sending the boatman far away until they reached the calm sea surface. The boatman was grateful and kept bowing. This place is not far from the sea. Old man, you should go back first. It's very dangerous to stay on the sea surface, Bai Qiu said. After saying this, she rose again and returned to the edge of the battlefield. Boom! The true Yuan light and the demonic light collided with each other, causing the space to rumble and distort. Distorting the space around them. In just a short moment, the battle between Lin Tian and Putsong had reached a white-hot stage. The two of them used great magic one after another, and even a lot of the sea water was evaporated. Many cultivators were so shocked that they felt a chill down their spines. Two vicious individuals, Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. The yin-yang lotus sea circled around his body, making him seem aloof and unapproachable, as if he was a Ruoxian deity. On the other side, the desolate demon body Patsong was ferocious and tyrannical. His eyes were full of a wild radiance, and every move he made was tyrannical. Hong! The space trembled. Each time the two clashed, the skies would overturn. Sea water would surge into the heavens. The scene was horrifying. At this time, 7 or 8 large ships already gathered around the periphery. When they saw the battle here, they all stopped. A battle of this level was just too terrifying. Normal cultivators would feel a chill run down their backs if they got a bit closer, and those large ships were even more so. As long as they touched the slightest bit of secret technique radiance, they would immediately break apart. Suddenly, a streak of immortal light appeared, rushing out from a large ship in the distance. A middle-aged man walked out. Above his head was a broken green and white porcelain bowl. Immortal Tao energy swirled about, making many people look over. What a coincidence! The middle-aged man sneered. This person was dressed in brown clothes. His expression was cold as he stared at Lin Tian ruthlessly. Master Muyang Feng of Wuji Gate? He seems to be targeting Lin Tian. What's going on? Didn't the Limitless Sect Master personally order that no one in the sect is allowed to touch Lin Tian? Many people were surprised. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Muyang Feng. A cold light flashed in his eyes. For the sake of the Limitless Sect Master, get lost as far as you can. He said coldly. The Limitless Sect Master had helped him that day and sent the Limitless Peak Master to save his life. Although he wanted to kill Muyang Feng, he restrained himself in the end. Muyang Feng's face turned cold, and his killing intent became stronger. You killed my disciple and humiliated me. Since we've met today, do you think you can still live? If I kill you and obtain the precious technique for the sect, do you think the sect master will blame me? As soon as he finished speaking, the stone bowl above Muyang Feng's head trembled, emitting an even stronger immortal Tao radiance. Immortal artifact. It's incomplete, but its power is still very terrifying. Muyang Feng is at the peak of the Zephyr realm. With such a cultivation base to activate the incomplete immortal artifact, he's definitely invincible under the immortal realm. Many people's expressions changed. The incomplete immortal bowl bobbed up and down, emitting strands of immortal light, causing many people to be shocked. No pop-up window, this was a mid-grade immortal artifact. Although it was incomplete, its power was terrifying enough. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. I'll give you one more chance. Get lost as far as you can. Don't seek death for yourself. Muyang Feng's eyes were cold as he sneered again and again. You are very powerful. I might not be able to kill you in a head-on battle. During this time, Lin Tian's various deeds had spread throughout the second heaven. He could fight head-on with a king physique and even kill a connecting immortal powerhouse. Muyang Feng was naturally very clear about it. But, so what? You can't overturn the heavens in the face of an immortal artifact. As soon as his words fell, the incomplete immortal bowl shone brightly with a bang, and its power became even stronger. This, an immortal artifact, even if it's incomplete, is so terrifying. Retreat. Many people's hearts palpitated. The incomplete stone bowl trembled, and immortal light fell, setting off a large wave. Muyang Feng held the stone bowl and pressed towards Lin Tian step by step, not hiding his killing intent at all. This incomplete immortal bowl was borrowed from an old friend to better temper himself in the sea, but he didn't expect to meet Lin Tian here. This made Muyang Feng feel very lucky. With an immortal artifact in hand, it was too easy for him to suppress Lin Tian. Boom! A ray of immortal light shot out from the stone bowl above Muyang Feng's head, turning into a divine rainbow that shot towards Lin Tian. In an instant, the waves rolled up dozens of feet high, and the destructive aura was terrifying. Terrifying. That madman, how is he going to block such power? Many people's hearts palpitated. The immortal artifact's light reached the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Lin Tian. In the distance, Bai Qiu was angry. He began to summon the immortal gourd in his body, and at the same time, he flashed towards Lin Tian. Lin, boom, an immortal might that was even more powerful than the immortal bowl surged. A precious mirror rushed out from Lin Tian's body, flickering with faint multicolored light. With a chi sound, the immortal Dao-killing light that Peak Master Mu Yang unleashed was directly shattered. This is? Immortal. Immortal artifact? It seems to be a middle-grade celestial artifact, and it's complete. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Bai Qiu was originally prepared to use the immortal gourd to assist Lin Tian, but at this moment, she stopped in her tracks and widened her beautiful eyes. When did this guy have an immortal artifact? She paused, then widened her eyes again. He obtained it in the depths of the sword tomb. Needless to say, her intuition had always been rather accurate. This treasure mirror was indeed obtained by Lin Tian in the sword tomb, and it was found within the stone ring of the remains of a king. It was a mid-grade immortal artifact, and it was preserved extremely well. Boom, the precious mirror rose and fell. Radiance interweaved, and wisps of light trembled. The desolate demon body Pitsong's eyes shot out 2 streaks of light. They were like real divine swords, extremely oppressive. Mu Yangfeng's expression changed. His originally cold eyes instantly disappeared. Staring at the flawless mirror above Lin Tian's head, he couldn't help but take a step back. His face was full of disbelief. How did you obtain such a treasure? A perfect immortal artifact's power was definitely stronger than his broken immortal bull by more than 1 level. Lin Tian's face was expressionless as he stepped towards Mu Yangfeng. Limitless sect master's kindness, I will find a way to repay it in the future. Murderous intent flowed in his eyes. Just like Mu Yangfeng's at the beginning, he didn't conceal it at all. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you insisted on seeking death. Boom, an even more tyrannical treasure light rushed up, pressing down in all directions. The treasure mirror spun and flew out from Lin Tian's head, directly pressing down on Mu Yangfeng. Mu Yangfeng's expression changed greatly, and he took out the broken immortal bull to block. Boom. 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 The two collided with each other. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. A thump sounded. In all directions, waves swept through the sky. The highest one rushed up to a height of 300 feet. The entire sea was boiling crazily. Most of the cultivators' hearts palpitated, and they were terrified. This was the collision of immortal artifacts. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and it was very ear-piercing. This was the 9th collision. As the treasure mirror pressed down, the broken immortal bull was directly shattered into pieces. A broken immortal artifact was destroyed just like that. This is a waste. Really, many people felt their hearts ache. That was an immortal artifact. Although it was broken, it was still priceless. But now, it was destroyed so easily. On the battlefield, Mu Yangfeng's expression changed greatly, and his eyes were full of sinister. He borrowed this immortal bull from his good friend. Now that it was destroyed, how could he explain it to his old friend? Lin Tian. You deserve to die. He roared angrily. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He had already engraved his divine sense imprint on the treasure mirror. At this moment, he used the weapon controlling technique. With a thought, the treasure mirror directly pressed down on Mu Yangfeng. Mu Yangfeng was shocked. He used the Tombfall immortal light to resist, but it was useless. He was instantly swept away. For a moment, bright red blood splattered on the surface of the sea. Mu Yangfeng's hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Lin Tian's thought moved, and the treasure mirror pressed down again. This time, the power emitted by the treasure mirror became even more powerful. It was like a falling immortal mountain. Mu Yangfeng's face was pale, and his body was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian, stop. Quickly stop. For the sake of the fact that we used to belong to the same sect, don't kill me. He stared at Lin Tian and said in fear, didn't you say that you are indebted to the sect leader? For the sake of the sect leader's kindness, let me go. If the immortal artifact was destroyed, he could find other ways to repay it. However, if he lost his life, then he would have nothing. Lin Tian smiled disdainfully. Boom, the treasure mirror shook the sky and crushed the surface of the sea. No. Mu Yangfeng shouted. Unfortunately, he could not block the flawless immortal artifact at all. He was directly suppressed into a cloud of blood mist. In all directions, the cultivators' hearts palpitated. Muyang Feng arrived with the damaged immortal bull. How terrifying and domineering was he when he first appeared? However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Lin Tian. This scene stunned many people and made them speechless. This guy. In the distance, Bai Qiu muttered softly. In the battlefield, the treasure mirror's immortal light intertwined and flew back to Lin Tian's head on its own. After killing Muyang Feng, Lin Tian acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his head and looked at the desolate demon physique, Patsong. Seeing his action, the cultivators on the sea changed their expressions again. Is he going to attack the saint of the monster clan? With the immortal artifact in hand, even the king physique might not be able to block this madman's ferocious power. Many people swallowed their saliva. Two cold lights shot out from the desolate demon physique's eyes. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Tian disdained. He took a step forward, and the treasure mirror above his head shook with strands of immortal light. For someone like you, why bother hiding? Take out your immortal artifact. The moment he saw the desolate demon physique on the sea, he felt the aura of an immortal artifact on the other party. In addition, the other party was the saint of the heavenly monster mountain, so he guessed that the other party had an immortal artifact on him. The desolate demon physique snorted coldly. With a boom, a giant bone appeared. What a strong demonic chi! Immortal artifact. It's an immortal artifact, and it's also a mid-grade immortal artifact. It's intact. Many people's expressions changed. The demonic light in the desolate demon physique's eyes intensified, and his aura also rose. This is my clan's old ancestor, a member of the heavenly monster mountain. Naturally forged from the spine of a fiend king who passed away in meditation, previously drinking the blood and soul of countless human race heavenly talents. He stared at Lin Tian, his head of silver hair flying about chaotically, his eyes deep, cruel, and bloodthirsty. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? Even if your heavenly monster mountain took your old ancestor's head to make a weapon, what does it have to do with me? Lin Tianling said. His words were disdainful, and there was a strong sense of sarcasm in them. He implied that the heavenly monster mountain was immoral, actually forging the spine of their own monster king into a weapon. The desolate demon physique's eyes narrowed. He naturally heard the sarcasm in Lin Tian's words, and the demonic light around his body became even more terrifying. Lin Tianling snorted. He took a step forward, and the treasure mirror shone brightly. Boom! The sea boiled, and waves swept through the sky. I'll kill you today. The desolate demon physique only had one sentence. The giant bone above his head shook violently, and a grey demonic light immediately pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian moved his mind, and the treasure mirror released a deification, facing the giant bone above the desolate demon physique's head. Oh my god! Let's go! Retreat a little further. The two celestial artifacts of the two sects hadn't really collided yet, but the crowd on the sea was already in an uproar. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated into the distance. Just now, Lin Tian's celestial artifact collided with Muyang Feng's damaged celestial bull, which was already terrifying enough. Now, it collided with the desolate demon king physique's flawless celestial artifact. How terrifying would that be? Celestial light and demonic light shook. Finally, the two celestial artifacts of the two sects collided. Boom! With a loud sound, the sea directly exploded. The sky collapsed inch by inch, and silver spatial turbulence spilled out. With the two celestial artifacts as the center, a hurricane suddenly appeared, and the waves became even more shocking. Many cultivators had already retreated far away, but their hearts still palpitated. They retreated into the distance again, only stopping when they were 10,000 feet away from the center of the battlefield. It's too terrifying. These two are even more terrifying than the average immortal reaching realm expert. Monsters. Many people shrank their necks, only feeling a chill down their spines. Rumble, beams of light shot out, and the celestial artifacts collided. The two of them also charged at each other. Kill! Patsong roared. His silver hair stood on end, and his eyes were extremely fierce. I'll beat you back to your original form, pluck off all your feathers, and chop off your bird head. Lin Tian was very direct. He directly supported the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea and attacked Patsong with the Spiritual Sea's avatar. The surface of the sea rolled and tumbled as the two fought. It was truly a shocking sight, and the waves overflowed into the heavens. At this point, except for Bai Qiu, who could still stand outside the battlefield, no one else dared to approach. They all retreated far away. Should I hit that Patsong staff? Bai Qiu muttered. Although her cultivation was only at the early stage of the Zephyr realm and she was not good at fighting, she had the Lunar King physique after all. Even if her combat strength was not as good as Patsong's, it was not much weaker. Moreover, she had a high-grade immortal artifact with her. Boom, in front of them, Lin Tian and the desolate demon physique were fighting. Divine light was vast and suppressed all directions. The two of them were powerful, and they fought crazily. With a move of their immortal artifacts, everything was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Both of them were injured, but their auras were even more ferocious. Kill! Patsong roared, his voice intimidating. Lin Tianling harumphed. He took a step forward, and the treasure mirror illuminated the surroundings. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. He suddenly stopped attacking and looked towards the bottom of the sea. P.S. I was urged by my father to go on a blind date. After half a day, I was depressed to death. Also, thank you, Martial Dao brother Ling Yun, for your 8,600 lateral coins. Thank you. There are many things to do after the new year. I'm really sorry to have troubled you guys these few days. End of chapter. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and stared at the surface of the sea as he took a step back. 1. Reading Book 1? K? A? N? S? CC? Almost at the same time, the desolate demon body was also moved. He took back his immortal artifact and moved dozens of feet away. What's going on? Why did they suddenly separate? Many people were confused. At the next moment, the slightly calm sea boiled again, and even more violent waves swept out. With a rumble, the sea split from the middle, and a giant monster showed its head. It was bigger than a mountain and had hundreds of tentacles. It was the same as the previous abyss-breaking beast, but it was dozens of times bigger. Everyone looked over and saw the abyss-breaking beast that had escaped before on top of the giant monster's head. He beat the baby, and the baby's mother came out. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian stepped on the Yin and Yang Ho and appeared next to Bai Qiu in a flash. Let's go. He whispered and pulled Bai Qiu to run away. The old abyss-breaking beast that appeared was a bit scary. It was comparable to a peak mystic immortal, and even with immortal artifacts, it was impossible to stop it. Roar. With a loud roar, endless wind and waves were set off on the sea. The waves were hundreds of feet high, and it was horrifying. The old abyss-breaking beast stared at Lin Tian and Patsong. Its demon eyes were red, and it moved its 100 legs at the same time, lashing at the two. Lin Tian's expression changed. This power was too scary. He swept out a beam of immortal light with his mirror and pulled Bai Qiu to run away. At the same time, Patsong's expression also changed. He activated the giant bone shield and rushed to the sky. Boom! With the old abyss-breaking beast as the center, the sea in the middle fell, and the surrounding sea rose. The scene was magnificent but even more terrifying. Such a scene was even more shocking than when Lin Tian and Patsong fought with immortal artifacts. How can there be such a powerful sea demon in this place? Retreat! Go! Go! Many people shouted, and the big ships in the distance quickly left, while the cultivators of the flight level flew into the distance. Lin Tian and Patsong were in big trouble. The old Panether beast stared at the two of them, its eyes filled with bloody light. It roared and hundreds of tentacles moved together, pressing down on the two of them again. Because Bai Qiu and Lin Tian were next to each other, Bai Qiu also suffered an unexpected calamity. The violent waves came crashing down again and again. Each wave was stronger than the previous one, and it could almost instantly kill an ordinary flight expert. 1 Reading Book 1? K? N? S? H? U? C? C? Damned Lin Tian, you're such an incompetent follower. Trouble follows you wherever you go. Bai Qiu was displeased. Lin Tian knocked on her head and said, take out your immortal artifact. We'll work together to fend them off and fly towards the depths of the sea. Bai Qiu nodded and took out her immortal gourd. Instantly, the immortal light shone brighter. However, compared to the old Panether beast's huge body, the immortal light that the two of them took out was not very strong, and it was torn apart immediately. Then, a huge tentacle pressed down on the two of them, and huge waves swept over them. Lin Tian was so shocked that he felt a chill down his spine. He pulled Bai Qiu behind him and used the divining divine technique. All kinds of divining divine elephants appeared together. The old Panether beast's tentacle pressed down and crushed all the divine elephants on the spot. Boom, another wave came crashing down. Even though Lin Tian and Bai Qiu used their immortal artifacts to resist, it was useless. They were directly drowned. At the bottom of the sea, the waves were shockingly violent, and they had the power to tear everything apart. Lin Tian used all his strength to activate the two immortal artifacts to protect himself and Bai Qiu, and they were swept away by the waves. Bang! A huge tentacle pulled out from the bottom of the sea and landed on the two immortal artifacts. Lin Tian felt the world spinning around him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Qiu's expression changed. She used her divine power to help activate the immortal artifacts, but the effect was not obvious. Boom, another tentacle pressed down. Lin Tian's hands moved continuously, and the divining divine technique created a blood-red crack that swallowed everything. Unfortunately, compared to the old Panether beast, this power was not enough. With a bang, the old Panether beast's tentacle pulled out and flipped the two of them over again. Boom, in the distance, the desolate demon physique Putsong also fell into the sea. The corners of his mouth were stained with blood as he used the immortal artifact Giant Bone to resist the old Panether beast. Lin Tian tilted his head and stared at Putsong. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He waved the Nirvana fist, and a dazzling fist aura broke the waves and blasted toward Putsong. Putsong's eyes turned cold. He activated the Great Massacre Divine Handprint and launched a vast light handprint. Boom, the two types of divine power collided, and the waves were pushed even more violently. What time is it now? You're still messing around. Bai Qiu was angry. She stared into the distance. I'm coming too. With a buzz, a huge divine shadow appeared behind her. The Bai family's Thousand Illusion Divine Hand secret technique was used, and it blasted toward the desolate demon physique from afar. Want? Read 1? K? A? N? CC? Well done. Lin Tian laughed. He raised his hand, and the four-symbol seal Dao diagram condensed and pushed toward the desolate demon physique. With a bang, the desolate demon physique was directly flipped over. A huge tentacle pressed down, and it was forcefully pulled to the bottom of the sea. Lin Tian laughed, but soon he could not laugh anymore. A terrifying demonic aura spread out in all directions. This demonic aura naturally did not come from the desolate demon physique. Instead, it rushed out from the old Panether beast's body like a volcano erupting. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed. He gritted his teeth, and the vital essence in his body burst out at the same time. He activated the immortal artifacts of the two sects to protect himself. With a bang, the waves pressed down with a violent impact and swept the two of them away. In the distance, the desolate demon physique was even more miserable. It was once again sent flying by a tentacle. It coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and escaped with its hair disheveled. The entire sea was boiling. Lin Tian, Bai Qiu, and the desolate demon physique were unable to resist at all. They could only use their immortal artifacts to protect themselves. Under the old Panether beast's terrifying power, they fell into the distance with the waves. Roar, the old Panether beast roared, shaking all directions. On the surface of the sea, more than 100 tentacles rolled. It sensed that Lin Tian and Panether beast had escaped, and it released an angry roar and killing intent. Even though the cultivators had already retreated far away, they were still in great trouble. Many people's bodies were crushed by the waves. Many cultivators were shouting and frantically fleeing into the distance. The old Panether beast's 100 tentacles smashed everything. It only stopped after a quarter of an hour. Its blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, and it let out another roar before disappearing into the sea. Tens of thousands of feet away, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu rose to the surface of the sea. The two of them were protected by immortal light, so their clothes were not wet. They only looked a little miserable, and their faces were slightly pale. That was close. Bai Qiu patted his chest with lingering fear. Lin Tian put away the mirror. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying sea demon in this place. That old Panether beast was too terrifying. He estimated that even if the masters of the sacred grounds and ancient families came, they would not be able to stop it. If they did not have immortal artifacts to protect themselves, it would have been difficult for them to escape from the other party. Bai Qiu said, the sea is very ancient, so it's naturally very dangerous. There are many powerful sea demons there, and there are even existences that have surpassed the immortal ascension realm. However, it's very rare to encounter a peak immortal ascension realm sea demon near the sea. The two of them stood on the surface of the sea. Gusts of light wind blew over, bringing with them thick moisture. Where are we now? Lin Tian asked. Bai Qiu counted with his fingers, looked left and right, and pointed forward. Let's go in this direction. Lin Tian sweated. You don't look very reliable. Are you sure you know where to go? I read it from ancient books. I can't be wrong. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, although he was very worried about Bai Qiu, he was too lazy to say anything now. After all, he did not know how to go in the sea. Moreover, there was no one around, so he could only follow Bai Qiu. Both of them were powerful cultivators at the flight realm. They walked close to the surface of the sea, and the water quickly slid behind them. I wonder if the desolate demon physique is still alive. Bai Qiu muttered. It shouldn't be dead. If it died so easily, it wouldn't be worthy of the king physique. Lin Tian ondao. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The two of them were not slow, but after 2 days, they still saw the vast sea in their vision. It must still be ahead. It's still 7 days by boat. Bai Qiu said firmly. Lin Tian was speechless. We're flying. It seems that it's much faster than taking a boat. Your reason doesn't work. He originally wanted to say an excuse, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was better not to hurt Bai Qiu's face too much. Just follow me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Bai Qiu said angrily. Lin Tian was too lazy to argue with her. He held the back of his head and followed behind. 2 days later, there was still the vast sea in their vision. It's been 4 days. Lin Tian said in an indifferent tone. Bai Qiu's face turned red. I'm following the book. There's no mistake. The book might not be wrong, but you might be wrong. For example, you might remember the direction mentioned in the book wrongly. Lin Tian ondao. You're mocking me. You said it yourself. I didn't mean it that way. Bai Qiu stared at him angrily. Bai Qiu still wanted to lead the way, but Lin Tian was unwilling. If Bai Qiu continued to lead the way, they would not be able to reach the sea even after flying for 10 days. He took out a dagger, cut his finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood into the sea. What are you doing? Bai Qiu was puzzled. Just watch. Lin Tian ondao. Bai Qiu muttered, pretending to be mysterious. The sea breeze blew. Gradually, the slightly rippled sea became turbulent, and the arc of the ripples began to become larger. After a few dozen breaths, the waves became fiercer. Boom, in the distance, there was a loud noise. Some sea monsters came out of the water and rushed toward them. There were more than 10 of them. They're comparable to cultivators in the early stage of the knowledge sea. Bai Qiu was surprised. Just now, you dripped blood into the sea to attract them? She was not stupid. Looking at this scene and thinking about Lin Tian's actions just now, she naturally understood. Some beasts are very sensitive and obsessed with the smell of blood. As long as they smell a trace of blood, they will gather. Lin Tian ondao. More than 10 sea monsters rushed over and stared at Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. Their eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if they were staring at food. Lin Tian was expressionless. His powerful vital essence rushed out and released his power. In an instant, the fierce light in the eyes of more than 10 sea monsters disappeared, and they all trembled. Lin Tian's glabella flickered. His divine sense entered the head of a sea monster, directly searching the sea monster's knowledge sea. After a while, the light disappeared from his glabella, and he looked toward the southeast. Follow. With that, he took the lead and walked in that direction. He used the smell of blood to attract a group of sea monsters and found the specific location of the sea in their knowledge sea. Bai Qiu naturally knew what Lin Tian did. She curled her lips and muttered, "Wouldn't it have been better if he had done that from the beginning?" She followed behind Lin Tian and soon disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, a huge island appeared in front of Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. There were ancient forests on it, and the cries of beasts shook the sky. "The sea, we're here," Bai Qiu said happily. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu left the surface of the sea together and landed on an island in front of them. This island was very big, and it was covered with all kinds of ancient trees. There was a wild aura flowing around it, and it was very shocking. Reading? Reading a book? 1. K. A. N. S. Book H? UCC. It's as if I've come to the ancient era. Lin Tian was shocked. Bai Qiu curled her lips. You're talking as if you've come from the ancient era. You really know how to pretend. Lin Tian raised his hand and gave her a knock on the head. Little girl, you need to be taught a lesson. Bai Qiu gritted her teeth and pounced. My brother, father, and mother have never hit me before, but you've done it several times in the past few days. I'm going to bite you to death. Lin Tian sweated and used a lot of strength to push Bai Qiu away. There was a row of teeth marks on his shoulder. Bai Qiu bared her teeth and was about to pounce again. Don't mess around. You're always biting people. Don't act like a girl at all. Be careful that the person you like doesn't want you anymore. Lin Tian was speechless. Bai Qiu stopped and glanced at Lin Tianyi before walking forward. Lin Tian opened his mouth and walked up. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Qiu. He felt that Bai Qiu was in a bad mood. I was just saying. Did you really take it seriously? You're too unconfident. There aren't many people in this realm who are worthy of a prodigy like you. Why would you worry about not being able to get married? Don't be angry. Bai Qiu glanced at him and didn't say anything. Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. All right. If you don't have anyone to marry in the future, I'll just marry you. From your tone, it sounds like I'll be the lucky one if you marry me. Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian. From a certain perspective, he was only an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Bai Qiu was the beloved daughter of the most powerful ancient family in the heaven realm. Furthermore, she possessed the Lunar King physique. If he really did marry Bai Qiu, no matter how he looked at it, he would be the one getting a huge bargain. He curled his lips. You're suddenly so arrogant. Bai Qiu snorted and continued walking forward. Lin Tian felt awkward, but she followed him unhurriedly. This island was extremely vast, with a circumference of tens of thousands of kilometers. Ancient trees grew in great numbers on the island, and they grew abundantly. As the two of them walked on the island, they could clearly feel an extremely dense aura of life. 1. Reading Book 1. K. N. S. H. U. C. C. Roar. Roar. Within the old forest, the cries of beasts reverberated unceasingly. The cries of these beasts were very shocking and deafening. It was clear that the owners of these cries were very powerful. Walking through such an ancient forest, some ordinary cultivators would surely act with caution. However, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu appeared very casual. The two of them were very strong. Additionally, they also possessed immortal artifacts to protect their bodies. With a boom, the dozen or so old trees in front of them shattered, and a huge monster appeared in front of them. This was a Li ape that was about 10 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in black fur, and its muscles were like dragons. It was extremely terrifying. Roar. The Li ape roared and stared at Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. It directly waved its thick beast claws and pressed them down. A ninth-grade demonic beast, comparable to the peak of the Sea of Knowledge. It's only a little bit away from becoming a great demon. Lin Tianandao. He stared at the other party, his eyes slightly narrowed. The Li ape trembled violently. Its beast claws suddenly stopped. Its originally fierce demonic eyes were directly replaced by fear. Too fierce a person, even beasts are afraid of him. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian, the two of them walked past the Li ape and walked further into the old forest on the island. Only when they were far away did the powerful Li ape regain its senses. It jumped into the nearby forest with lingering fear and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Along the way, the roars of the beasts became more and more intense. The so-called training in the sea refers to fighting with the demonic beasts and sea demons on the island to increase your combat strength? Lin Tian asked Bai Qiu. How can it be so monotonous? Fighting with Yao beasts is just the most basic aspect of training in the sea region. There are also battles between cultivators, searching for various treasure grounds, searching for rare and precious medicinal herbs, unearthing ancient secret techniques. There are even tombs left behind by powerful cultivators in this sea region. Once you find them, you will find many treasures inside. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. He understood. 1. Reading? 1. CC. After walking for a short distance, the light in the old forest became dim, but the demonic aura became denser. Roar. The roar full of bloody aura continued to reverberate, making people unable to help but feel a chill in their hearts. Lin Tian's expression was normal. He walked side by side with Bai Qiu and walked forward. The demonic aura here was already very dense, but it didn't make him feel a trace of pressure. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air rang in the dim space. A powerful demonic beast attacked. It's comparable to the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. He bent his finger and a few sword lights flew to the two sides behind him. Puff, puff, puff. Mixed with screams, 3 corpses fell to the ground. The two didn't care and continued to walk forward. After that, demonic beasts kept attacking from all directions. However, none of them could really make the two feel pressure. The most powerful ones were only comparable to the early stage of the Zephyr realm, and they were very ordinary. Almost all of them were directly killed by Lin Tian with a raise of his hand. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely fierce aura rushed up, and the old trees around them trembled. 3 demonic beasts rushed out in front of them, each of them surrounded by a terrifying aura. Comparable to the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Bai Qiu glanced at them and became serious. He said to Lin Tiandao, because they have been maintaining their beast form and fighting with other demonic beasts every day, they are exceptionally powerful. Ordinary human cultivators at the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm are definitely not their match. Even now, you have to be careful. After all, there are 3 of them. Don't I still have you? Aren't you going to fight? Lin Tian was curious. I'm here to play and watch you train. Of course, I will definitely help when I find treasures. At that time, you will be my guard. Lin Tian felt that he was a little speechless. At this moment, the beast roar sounded again, and the 3 demonic beasts rushed over together. Lin Tian tilted his head. Without thinking much, he took a step forward and rushed out. Bang! He didn't make any complicated moves. He simply punched and sent the first demonic beast flying. The demonic beast screamed and flew 5 feet away before stopping. It roared angrily and rushed over again. Interesting. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had experienced a heavenly tribulation and tempered his body with dragon blood. His physical body was extremely strong, stronger than ordinary immortal cultivators. He didn't expect this demonic beast to take his punch head-on. One had to know that although he didn't use his full strength in that punch, it was still not something that ordinary demonic beasts could withstand. This was enough to show the strength of this demonic beast. His eyes flashed. He waved his fists and legs and rushed into the middle of the 3 demonic beasts, fighting them at close range. He came here to train. Now that he had found a suitable demonic beast to be his opponent, it was naturally a good thing. Boom! Demonic beasts at the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm were indeed terrifying. When the three of them gathered together, they already had the power to threaten ordinary immortal cultivators. However, it was also because of this that Lin Tian fought to his heart's content. The blood in his body was boiling. Silver light intertwined at the tip of his fist, and he threw out punch after punch. Roar! One of the demonic beasts roared, shaking the trees. It opened its bloody mouth, and a huge black beam of light rushed out, heading straight for Lin Tian. At the same time, the other two demonic beasts also displayed their demonic instincts. They didn't transform, so they didn't know any profound secret arts. However, this allowed them to use some simple attacks without restraint, and their attack power was extremely strong. Be careful. In the distance, Bai Qiu reminded him. 3 simple demonic lights, even she, who possessed the lunar imperial physique, felt pressured and threatened. Lin Tian nodded at her and propped up the divine roar palace. The sea of thunder moved and rumbled non-stop. How did this guy use my brother's monarch's domain? It's too strange. Bai Qiu muttered. In front, after Lin Tian propped up the divine roar palace, his power increased greatly, and he resisted the 3 killing lights. He rushed past, still raising his fist and smashing it down in a simple and direct manner. His fists were like meteorites and divine iron, indestructible. The pressure caused the void to tremble, and the 3 demonic beasts were sent flying one after another. This time, the power of his fists was much stronger than before. He used 90% of his strength in each punch, causing the 3 demonic beasts to fly continuously. Demonic blood splattered across the sky, and they screamed from time to time. After another 10 breaths, Lin Tian's footsteps swayed, and he directly approached one of the demonic beasts. He raised his right fist, and wisps of lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist. He smashed down, shattering the demonic beast's body, and blood splattered all over the sky. Bai Qiu stared. This guy is simply a barbaric dragon. Boom! The intense confrontation continued, and demonic lights and true essence surged in all directions like a tide. With a bang, Lin Tian swung his fist, and the void sounded. Like a sacred drum being beaten. Poof! The second demonic beast was smashed into pieces, and it died on the spot. Seeing this, a trace of fear finally appeared in the third demonic beast's eyes. It turned around and fled. It had reached the Zephyr realm, and demonic beasts that had reached the Zephyr realm had enough intelligence, and could think like humans. After seeing Lin Tian's ferocious power and seeing 2 of its companions killed, the third demonic beast did not dare to stay. Lin Tian's footsteps flashed, and he caught up in the blink of an eye. It was still a simple punch, but it came down from the sky and shattered the demonic beast's head. So bloody. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Lin Tian steadied himself, put away the 3 demonic beasts' cores, and then left with Bai Qiu. In the next few days, Lin Tian continued to fight the demonic beasts on this treasure island. His body was bathed in demonic blood, and although his combat strength did not increase by much, his combat experience increased by a lot, and his cultivation foundation also became more stable. After a few days, a canyon appeared in front of him. The canyon was full of vegetation, and the concentration of spirit chi was shocking. A cultivation treasure land. There must be a complete spirit vein under this canyon. Bai Qiu was surprised and jogged forward. Boom! Suddenly, a majestic demonic aura surged up. At the edge of the canyon, the ground shook, and a barbaric snake rushed out from the ground. It had 2 horns on its head, and its eyes were purple. It flicked its tongue and bit at Bai Qiu. It's comparable to a cultivator at the immortal ascension level. Lin Tian was shocked. The savage snake was ferocious. Its entire body was covered in a murderous aura that swept up gusts of hurricanes. Want to read? Book? www. Once Lin Tian's footsteps flashed as he appeared before Bai Qiu, and he pulled Bai Qiu back to avoid the bloody mouth of the barbaric snake. There's a guardian spirit. What are you going to do? Lin Tian asked. When he was in the imperial city of the First Heaven domain, he had found several blue spiritual roots in the demonic beast ridge. That place was also guarded by powerful demonic beasts. Therefore, he was not surprised that there was a guardian demonic beast in the celestial reaching realm. Bai Qiu stared ahead and said, a complete spirit vein. We have to get it. This is fate. Lin Tian nodded. He had the same idea. He knew very well that spirit veins were formed by the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth. They were unimaginably beneficial for cultivation, alchemy, weapon forging, and so on. Above spirit veins, there were immortal veins, origin veins, divine veins, and ancestral dragon veins. They were all formed by the gathering of spirit qi of heaven and earth. Among them, the ancestral dragon veins were especially vast and could be said to be the foundation of a great world. It was said that every heaven in the 10 heavens had an ancestral dragon vein. I'll go first. You support me from the side. He said. After saying that, he took a deep breath and stepped on the yin-yang puppet to force his way forward. The savage snake's body was as huge as a small mountain. When it saw Lin Tian approaching the canyon, it roared as a warning. Very powerful. Lin Tian thought to himself. Without hesitation, he activated his immortal artifact. Immortal light bloomed and pressed toward the savage snake. Boom! As soon as the immortal artifact appeared, dazzling divine light instantly spread out, causing the savage snake to tremble. Lin Tian was now at the second heaven of the Zephyr realm. He was very powerful, and his true essence was very condensed. Now that he was activating his immortal artifact, he was not weak against the savage snake, which was comparable to an ordinary immortal. He directly pressed down on it. The savage snake roared and resisted with its demonic light, but it was immediately forced back. Lin Tian's body swayed slightly, and he took another step forward. He still pressed down with his immortal artifact, causing the space to rumble. The savage snake roared, and anger appeared in its eyes. Me too. Behind him, Bai Qiu propped up the immortal artifact gourd, and the glow of treasures around the gourd interweaved as it pressed down towards barbaric snake. When the immortal artifacts of the two sects pressed down together, the barbaric snake was so shocked that it trembled. An immortal artifact. This was an artifact that had been branded with Dao marks. It was not something that supreme treasures or ordinary weapons could compare to. Just the suppression from Lin Tian's middle-grade immortal artifact alone had already caused the barbarian snake to be somewhat exhausted. Now that another high-grade immortal artifact had appeared, the barbarian snake was directly suppressed to the point where it was unable to contend against it. Roar! Barbarian snake roared. There was fear in its eyes, but when it glanced at the canyon behind it, it was unwilling to leave. A tyrannical demonic light condensed. The barbaric snake opened its mouth and spat out a beam of murderous light. Space trembled, distorting inch by inch. However, when this demonic light encountered the powerful immortal artifacts of the two sects, it was annihilated on the spot. Bang! The mirror landed on the barbaric snake and flipped it over. The barbaric snake roared. Although it was afraid, it still refused to leave. Its demonic body expanded, and it stood upright, reaching a height of 10 feet. They are indeed very powerful, but unfortunately, they can't stop us. Lin Tian shook his head. He no longer held back. The true essence in his body surged like the yellow river and poured into the mirror. At the same time, Bai Qiu also used all his strength. The immortal artifact treasure gourd trembled, and a rolling immortal aura swept toward the barbaric snake. Boom! This was a terrifying attack. The void in front of them collapsed on the spot. With a puff, the barbaric snake was directly shattered into pieces, and its blood stained the ground. We don't have any dragon blood. Do you want to temper your body with the blood of the snake? At least it's comparable to an ordinary immortal. Lin Tian said to Bai Qiu. Go to hell. Bai Qiu cursed. Lin Tian smiled and walked into the canyon with Bai Qiu. There were many plants in the canyon, and they were very dense. The spirit qi was very abundant. The two of them walked to the center of the canyon before stopping because the spirit qi fluctuation there was the most intense. It's down there. Dig it out. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and used the mirror to dig up the ground under his feet. After dozens of breaths, he dug down to a depth of 50 to 60 feet. The spirit qi erupted like a mountain spring. It was extremely shocking. Found it. A glint flashed in his eyes. As far as the eye could see, There was a solid liquid that looked like a snake lying quietly below. It was crystal clear, like a crystal. 1. Reading WW? W? 1. CC, it's really a complete spirit meridian. Bai Qiu was overjoyed. Lin Tian used an immortal artifact to open up a small space below and then used an immortal artifact to block the gap above. Only then did he and Bai Qiu size up the spirit meridian. This spirit meridian was like a huge snake. It was as thick as an adult's waist and about 50 feet long. The spirit chi contained within was extremely dense and shocking. What should we do? Lin Tian asked. Bai Qiu thought for a moment and said, just use it to cultivate. We can't take it away anyway. I think so too. Lin Tian smiled and said. Immediately, the two of them looked at each other, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Hum. Hum. As the two of them cultivated, the spirit meridians seemed to come alive. Vast amounts of spirit chi surged into their bodies crazily. That's great. Bai Qiu said happily. Lin Tian also felt comfortable all over. Speaking of which, he had never cultivated in such dense spirit chi before. In just an instant, he felt his cultivation begin to loosen and start to rise bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, boom. Lin Tian's body glowed brightly, and a stronger wave rushed out of his body. In 3 days, he absorbed the high-purity spirit chi in the spirit meridian and broke through again, reaching the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm. At this time, his essence, chi, and spirit had improved a lot. His true essence had become pure, and there were fewer impurities. He clenched his fists, but there was no change in his physical strength. My physique has reached a limit. Unless I reach the immortal ascension state or have a greater fortuitous encounter, my physical strength will not improve anymore. He muttered to himself. He tilted his head and looked. Bai Qiu was still cultivating, and there were wisps of light flickering outside his body. Taiyin body. Is this the light of Taiyin origin? He narrowed his eyes slightly. After a while, he shook his head and began to consolidate his realm. Soon, another day passed. On this day, Bai Qiu opened her eyes and reached the 2nd level of the Zephyr realm. Hey! Lin Tian greeted with a smile. He had already woken up. After stabilizing his realm, he stood guard for Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu stared at him. You're already at the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm. That's fast. My brother reached the 4th level of the Zephyr realm not long ago. Your brother is nothing. I'll beat him up again sooner or later. Lin Tian curled his lips. My brother didn't do anything to you. Bai Qiu was angry. Lin Tian rolled his eyes. Your brother wants to tear me apart. He always thinks that I did something to you. It's not too much to beat him up. Bai Qiu widened her eyes, then narrowed them and leaned in front of Lin Tian. There's only the two of us here. Are you going to do something to me? Don't worry, I won't resist. Lin Tian was speechless. This girl was too bold. Your brother will kill me. He shook his head. Bai Qiu snorted and walked away from Lin Tian. She looked at the spirit vein. It's just an ordinary spirit vein. It only helped us break through a small stage. She sighed. Lin Tian was speechless. In the 1st heaven, the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and the Burning Sun sect only buried a few complete spirit veins underground, forming a spirit region. Countless disciples went there. In the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, if one wanted to cultivate in a place with a buried spirit vein, there was a quota and restrictions. It was very harsh. Compared to that, cultivating with a spirit vein was really extravagant. If news of this spread out, people would definitely be shocked. This girl actually sighed and said, Do you want to go to the ancestral dragon vein to cultivate? Bai Qiu nodded. Of course. Lin Tian was speechless. There was not much spirit vein left, and the spirit chi was very thin. Lin Tian let Bai Qiu use the last bit of spirit chi to stabilize her cultivation. It was not until a day later that they left the underground. I'll fight with the demonic beasts this time. Bai Qiu said. She was very happy that her cultivation had broken through a small stage. She rubbed her palms together. Lin Tian curled his lips and walked in front. Not long after, in an old forest, a few powerful demonic beasts blocked the way. They were all comparable to cultivators in the fifth heaven of the Zephyr realm. Let me do it. Bai Qiu rushed over with a big stride. Boom. 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 True essence light and demonic light collided. After about 10 breaths, the demonic beasts were all lying on the ground. Although they were not dead, they were almost dead. They were tortured until they were more out of breath than in. How is it? I'm strong, right? Bai Qiu said proudly. Yes, you're strong. Lin Tiandao added, your whole family is strong. A few demonic beasts comparable to cultivators in the fifth heaven of the Zephyr realm. He could kill them all with a slap. How can you say that? Bai Qiu glared at him. Lin Tian didn't say anything and just continued walking forward. In the next few days, the two of them trained on the island. They walked through a few old forests and fought with demonic beasts. Their combat strength increased by a lot. Throughout the entire process, Lin Tian was thoroughly embarrassed by Bai Qiu. This lady had never killed demonic beasts, but every time she did, she would viciously torment them, causing chaos on this island. In the end, for some unknown reason, when some demonic beasts saw Bai Qiu, they would subconsciously shrink their necks and run away. This is a demon, the kind with horns. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Another 3 days passed. The two of them had been on the treasure island for more than half a month. They walked through many places on the island and did not stay any longer. They rose into the air and headed to the next treasure island. This was the sea. There were more than 100 large islands in the sea, especially the one in the center. It was very vast and contained a shocking amount of spiritual energy. On this day, the two of them landed on the second island and saw many cultivators. At this time, these cultivators were all running towards the same place. What's going on? Bai Qiu was curious. As soon as she said that, a powerful light suddenly rushed out from behind a mountain in the distance. The sound of a saber rang out. This is? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. He felt a familiar fluctuation. P.S. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Oh, the bachelor dragon silently cried and floated by. Everyone, ignore me. Lin Tian looked at the mountain in the distance and paused for a moment. Then, he pulled Bai Qiu and flew in that direction. Everyone, please search for the most complete version of this novel. A novel. Soon, he reached the top of the mountain. In front of him, light shot up into the sky, and sword light swept across. A black-robed man with flying black hair was fighting with 4 old men and a dozen middle-aged men. It's him. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with 2 rays of light. He was no stranger to this black-robed man. He had fought with him before, but the battle ended without a conclusion. Clang, the sword light vibrated. The black-robed man held a long sword in his hand and swung it down, sweeping out killing light all over the sky. A middle-aged man at the 6th heaven of the Zephyr realm turned pale. He was hit by the sword light and turned into a pool of blood on the spot. Puff, 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 in the blink of an eye, blood sputtered again, and another 3 people were killed. Lin Tian did not know how long this group of people had been fighting. Blood had dyed the ground red. Lin Tian looked over. The black-clothed man was the same as before. His eyes were very cold. The only difference was that there was a shocking viciousness and killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, another 2 powerhouses at the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm were killed. So strong. Lin Tian frowned. When the black-robed man suppressed his realm to fight with him, he didn't know his true combat strength. But now, the scene in this place shocked him. At the feet of the black-robed man, there were dozens of corpses, many of which were at the 8th heaven of the Zephyr realm. He even saw the bodies of 2 old men at the connecting immortal realm. To be able to possess such battle prowess, this black-clothed man could definitely be considered a supreme figure among his peers. He looked at the group of people surrounding the black-robed man, and his eyes narrowed again. Taishan Holy Land, all access Holy Land. He whispered to himself. He had fought with the elders of the 2 holy lands, so he was familiar with the aura of these people. But he was a little confused as to why these 2 holy lands would surround and kill the black-robed man. Xianxia, it's about time you put up a resistance. Today, you will die without a doubt. An old man said. This was an elder of the Taishan Holy Land. He was in the early stage of the connecting celestial realm. He wielded the Taishan Great Sword, and the sword light cut through everything. There were 3 other people beside this old man. They were all in the immortal channeling realm and were the elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land. The 3 of them took action together. Immortal light surged, crushing forward. At the same time, around the 4 old men, more than a dozen powerhouses of the flight technique cast their divine abilities and secret techniques to suppress the black-robed man. Such an attack was truly terrifying, causing quite a few people in the surroundings to be moved. The black-clothed man's eyes were cold, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes was very strong. His black hair danced wildly, making him look like a demon god. Clang, another blade light swept across the sky and directly cut a 7th firmament Imperial Air Tier powerhouse who was charging at the front in half. He took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. With a single fist, another person was blasted into pieces. However, in this process, he was also injured, swept by the light of the secret techniques of the 4 great beings of the immortal level. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why struggle? An elder from the Wantong Holy Ground sneered. The black-clothed man held a long blade. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were very terrifying, sharper than a blade. With a buzz, a mountain of blades appeared behind him. Sharp blades and long blades appeared one after another, flowing with a cold light. Spiritual sea phenomenon? How much power can you unleash in your current state? The 4 immortal powerhouses said coldly. They stepped forward, and their divine abilities and secret techniques surged, shining in all directions. Lin Tian frowned, and his eyes were filled with doubt. His name is Xianxia, and he's from the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land. He saw killing intent in the black-clothed man's eyes. That killing intent seemed to originate from hatred. This kind of blade technique, and his surname is Yang. Could he be a survivor of that family? Bai Qiu suddenly said. Lin Tian's expression changed. He tilted his head and looked at Bai Qiu. What do you know? Bai Qiu stared ahead and said, there used to be a big family in this heaven, no weaker than our Bai family. It was also a super force from the ancient times, the Yang family. About 10 years ago, the Yang family suffered a great disaster. Almost all the experts in the family were killed. After that, the Yang family's strength was greatly reduced, and then... Then what? Lin Tian frowned. Then, the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land worked together to destroy the Yang family and divided up the Yang family's assets. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian frowned and narrowed his eyes. So that man is a survivor of the Yang family. The Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land found that there were survivors of the ancient family that they worked together to destroy, so they wanted to silence them. He finally understood why the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with hatred. So that was it. That should be the case. The 2 holy lands were not as strong as they are now. After devouring the Yang family's assets, their strength increased a lot. That's how they reached their current scale. Bai Qiu nodded. They destroyed an entire family without any grievances, and no one in the celestial region said anything? Although it's not good to say that, in the cultivation world, strength is everything. Who can say anything? Bai Qiu rolled his eyes. Lin Tian smiled. You're right. I'm being unreasonable. Boom, in front of them, light flashed. It was very threatening. Together with the 4 elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Wantong Holy Land, more than 20 people surrounded the black-clothed man. Secret techniques flew everywhere. Give up resisting, and we'll give you a quick death. Someone in the group sneered. The black-clothed man's eyes were cruel, and his body was covered in blood. Even so, the aura on his body was still very terrifying. Although he could no longer support the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, he still stood together with the 4 immortal reaching experts and forced them to retreat several times. Of course, he was also injured repeatedly and spat out blood. Boom, all kinds of immortal light danced in all directions and covered the black-cloaked man. The black-cloaked man used a saber technique and forced his way out of the immortal light. His hair was dyed red with blood. It's about time. Kill him. No, suppress him. Maybe we can get that thing. That's right. The four immortal reaching experts' eyes were cold. Vast divine light rushed out of the four of them at the same time. Streaks of light flickered and condensed into a strange seal. That black-cloaked man is finished. Back then, he's the only survivor of the Yang family. Sigh. Some of the older cultivators sighed. The black-cloaked man held the long saber. His blood-stained cheeks were a little pale. At this time, he was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. However, facing the joint attack of the four immortal reaching experts, his eyes were still as cold as knives, and his killing intent was high. Clang, a sword whistled, and a 5-foot-long sword energy fell from the sky, slashing toward the four from the Taishan Holy Land. This sword was a little terrifying. The four of them all paled and retreated. The seal they formed also shattered instantly. Who is it? An elder of the Taishan Holy Land shouted angrily. Me. With a cold laugh, Lin Tian stepped into the void and entered the battlefield step by step. He felt that the black-cloaked man had less than 20% of his vital essence left. It would be difficult for him to block the joint attack of the four immortal reaching experts. Back then, this man's cultivation was clearly much higher than his, and he could easily suppress him. However, in the end, he suppressed his cultivation level and fought with him. Then, the Su family attacked. At that time, if he had joined forces with the Su family, this man could have easily killed him and taken the weapon-controlling art and other things. However, he did not do so and turned to leave. After hearing Bai Qiu mention the black-cloaked man, he more or less knew why he had come to him for the weapon-controlling art. It was to cultivate this precious art to increase his combat strength and take revenge on the Taishan Holy Land and the Altong Holy Land. Under such circumstances, although the other party was a little overbearing, he still maintained the spirit and tolerance of an expert. This made him have a good impression of him. Now, it was impossible for him to watch the other party be suppressed by the people from the two Holy Lands. Furthermore, the two Holy Lands were his enemies to begin with. The four of you are seriously injured, he said with a cold laugh. I don't know if you can survive in my hands. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth but did not say anything in the end. At this time, the crowd of onlookers looked in the direction of the voice. They were all shocked and subconsciously shrank their necks. It's that madman. Why is that madman here? He wants to kill these people from the two Holy Lands. Many people were shocked. These days, Lin Tian's fierce reputation had spread like wildfire. Basically, everyone knew about him. This guy. In the distance, Bai Qiu muttered in a low voice. The four elders of the Taishan Holy Land and the Altong Holy Land's faces darkened, and their eyes became cold as they stared at Lin Tian. You dare to make a move against us by yourself? You dare to talk about killing all of us? You're courting death. Kill him and that Yang family bastard together. Their eyes were very cold. Lin Tian had killed two immortal-reaching immortal realm cultivators from the Taishan Holy Land and the Altong Holy Land. This hatred was not small. Kill! Shouts rang out. In an instant, more than 10 immortal realm cultivators attacked. These people had survived the battle with Xianxia. None of them were weak, and the weakest was at the 7th heavenly layer of the immortal realm. At this moment, more than 10 of them attacked together. The power was somewhat terrifying. Lin Tian was expressionless. He used the divination divine skill to create the divine rumble palace and blocked everything. He stepped forward casually and appeared in front of a 8th heavenly layer of the immortal realm cultivator. He directly slapped down. Poof, blood splattered. This person was smashed into pieces and fell from the sky. This, a 8th heavenly layer of the immortal realm cultivator was killed by a slap from him? What a freak! Many people gasped. Lin Tian sneered and stepped forward casually. Using the divination divine skill as the foundation, he propped up the sun ocean and covered it. Poof, 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 the blood mist exploded, and 7 people were annihilated in the sun ocean on the spot. Bastard! An elder of the Taishan Holy Land roared. Among the 7 people, 5 were from the Taishan Holy Land. Lin Tian tilted his head. The yin and yang ho flashed and directly pressed forward. With a boom, he raised his right fist and directly punched down. Arrogant! The elder of the Taishan Holy Land shouted angrily. How dare a immortal realm cultivator attack him at close range with pure physical strength? He raised his right hand, formed an eagle's claw, and grabbed Lin Tian's fist. The fist and the claw collided in the blink of an eye. With a poof, the elder of the Taishan Holy Land's hand was directly smashed. I'll send you to hell. Lin Tiantan said coldly. He had already closed in on this person. Naturally, he would not give him a chance to breathe. His iron fist pressed down again. The violent punch carried wisps of lightning. It was like the light of a heavenly tribulation. It was frightening. The elder of the Taishan Sacred Land was shocked. He felt the threat of death from this punch. Stop. Lin Tianling smiled. How could he stop? Boom. The void trembled and shattered on the spot. In the distance, the other 3 immortal reaching realm cultivators were shocked. They stepped forward and attacked Lin Tianling's back. Clang, the blade was ear-piercing. Xianxia appeared behind Lin Tianling. The long blade in his hand trembled and swept out an 8-foot-long blade. Lin Tianling looked back. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he punched harder. No, poof, Elder Taishan was terrified. Lin Tianling was so close to him that he couldn't dodge at all. He was smashed to pieces by the punch. All around, many cultivators gasped. An immortal reaching realm cultivator was smashed to death. Such a physical body, he really doesn't have the brute king body? This is demon. Many people were shocked. Another elder of the Taishan Sacred Land roared. Runes flashed, and the sky was filled with runes. Another immortal reaching realm cultivator from the Taishan Sacred Land had died at the hands of Lin Tianling. With a boom, he activated the Taishan Great Sword. A beam of sword light swept across the sky. Its murderous aura was frightening. With it as the center, the terrifying sword light swept out in all directions. Yangqi's eyes were cruel. He stood between Lin Tianling and Elder Taishan. He waved his long blade. Lin Tianling tilted his head. The yin and yang ho flashed and appeared beside Xianxia. He grabbed Yangqi's collar and threw him behind him. This man was strong and definitely not weaker than him. But now that he was seriously injured, taking this blow would only make him worse. He stepped forward and punched the elder of the Taishan Sacred Land. Boom! As the fist pressed down, ripples appeared in the air. Then the light of dragon blood flashed and collided with the Taishan sword. With a crack, light filled the sky. Elder Taishuan's divine sword shattered. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. The Taishan Great Sword was an ancient scripture passed down in the Taishan Holy Land. Such a sword could almost cut down a cultivator in the immortal reaching realm. But now, it was smashed into pieces by a cultivator in the Zephyr realm. This was unbelievable and shocking. Bai Qiu curled his lips. This guy is practically a ferocious beast in human form. Dong. The void trembled again as if a divine drum had been struck. Lin Tian took a step forward. He didn't use any martial arts or divine powers. He used his pure physical strength to shake Elder Taishan. His fists tore through the air. Let's go too. Use your divine abilities and secret techniques to attack from a distance. Don't let him get close to you. 2 people from the Wantong Holy Ground strode over. The 2 of them were also existences in the immortal connecting realm, and they could clearly see how terrifying Lin Tian's physique was. They stopped more than 30 meters away from Lin Tian, and at the same time, used their myriad treasured techniques to attack. Everyone else, go and capture the Yang family survivor. He is now an arrow at the end of its flight. If all of you work together, you can suppress him. An elder of the Wantong Holy Ground said. There were still 11 powerhouses around. After hearing that, they all nodded and strode towards Xianxia. Take care of yourselves. Lin Tianling said. A vast mountain rushed up behind him, and he used the divining divine technique to activate the barren heaven realm, enveloping all directions. Not long ago, he and Baiqiu used a complete spirit meridian to cultivate and reach the third firmament of the imperial sky realm. Although their physiques didn't change much, their true essence had become purer, and their combat power had become stronger. Now, he was supporting the barren heaven realm with his third firmament of the imperial sky realm cultivation level. All of a sudden, roars sounded, and the shadows of demonic beasts appeared, trampling through the sky. Such a scene immediately shocked the 11 people so much that their scalps turned numb. This was a divine ability of the king's territory. Some people wanted to escape on the spot, but unfortunately, it was useless. The barren heaven realm covered them and sealed all their escape routes. Pft! 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 Blood mists exploded one after another, and in the blink of an eye, all 11 of them were wiped out. None survived. Corpses fell to the ground one after another, and blood flowed like a stream. So terrifying. Why do I feel like this lunatic has become stronger again? This is simply helping that person from the Yang family clean up the mess. Many cultivators were terrified. Previously, dozens of people from the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground besieged Yangqi, but more than half of them were killed by Yangqi. Now, Yangqi was seriously injured, and Lin Tian appeared at the right time to help Yangqi block the attack. Dong, the void in front of him trembled and distorted continuously. Lin Tian's eyes were cold and indifferent as he stared at the 3 people in front of him. Try and see if the 3 of you can survive in my hands. He stepped on the void and walked forward step by step. Originally, he didn't have any feud with the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground, but they took the initiative to provoke him. Previously, in the Sword Tomb, they almost caused him and Baiqiu to die tragically. Hence, he bore a grudge against them. It was his principle to take revenge and vent his hatred. That had always been his principle. Buzz, flames appeared around his body. With a wave of his right hand, the young incinerating sword technique slashed forward, enveloping the 3 people at the same time. The 3 immortal reaching realm experts' faces turned cold. They each took a side, and sword light and treasure light rushed out together. A mere immortal realm cultivator wants to block 3 immortal reaching realm experts? What a joke! One of them shouted. Lin Tian was disdainful. He punched out, causing the void to cave in. If you were in your peak condition, I might have some scruples. But now, you're not strong enough. With a bang, the treasure technique of one of the elders from the Wantong sacred ground was directly shattered. Lin Tian approached and punched out again. This punch was very terrifying. As his fist fell, wisps of lightning appeared, as if it was leading a thunderbolt to fall. Immediately, the elder from the Wantong sacred ground was shocked, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Junior, how dare you? Another person from the Wantong sacred ground charged over. The Wantong immortal fire appeared and turned into a fire phoenix that pounced on Lin Tian. This was a divine ability recorded in the Wantong treasured technique. Although it was not a core secret technique, it was still very powerful. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled. He formed a seal with his right hand, and a mysterious rune appeared. Flame seal. The flame seal trembled and instantly absorbed the fire phoenix. I'll return it to you, he said coldly. With a swing of the flame seal, a similar fire phoenix rushed out from it and pounced on Elder Wantong. Elder Wantong's expression changed. He never thought that Lin Tian would use his divine ability to counterattack. Cursing inwardly, this Elder Wantong brandished another paragon technique to meet this fire phoenix. Boom! For a moment, the two collided, shaking the sky with immortal brilliance. Lin Tianling smiled. During this process, his fist never stopped smashing towards the other Elder Wantong. After shattering the other party's high-grade supreme treasure, it directly landed on the other party's chest. The man was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. More than half of the bones in his chest were shattered. Die, Lin Tianling said. He used the divining divine technique to support the sun ocean and enveloped the man in it. The scorching sun pressed down and directly annihilated him. Another immortal ascension powerhouse. Many people were disappointed. Lin Tian stepped out and slaughtered more than 10 immortal ascension powerhouses in the blink of an eye. Everyone's heart palpitated when they saw him kill 2 immortal ascension powerhouses. Xianxia stared at Lin Tian. His eyes flickered, but he did not attack again. Instead, he channeled the ancient scripture to recover his vital essence. At this time, there were only 2 people left. One was an elder from the Taishan sacred ground, and the other was an elder from the Wantong sacred ground. The 2 stared at Lin Tian, their faces extremely ugly. Damn you! Elder Wantong gritted his teeth. Their 2 sacred grounds came together with dozens of immortal ascension powerhouses and dozens of immortal ascension powerhouses. They should have been able to suppress Xianxia and kill the last member of the Yang clan. They did not expect that Lin Tian would appear at this time and directly attack them. Not only did he ruin all their plans, but he also killed more than 10 immortal ascension powerhouses and dozens of immortal ascension powerhouses. This made them go crazy with hatred. They stared at Lin Tian viciously for a while. Then, they retreated and chose to leave directly. In the previous battle with Xianxia, although they worked together to force Xianxia into a desperate situation, they also suffered a lot of injuries. Now, they were not even at 60% of their peak combat strength. Under such circumstances, they were not confident that they could kill Lin Tian and Xianxia. Want to leave? Lin Tianling laughed. He activated the divining divine skill. Divine Cry Temple, Sun Ocean, Barren Heaven Realm, Heavenly Lord Doran's Place of Enlightenment, and Clover Sea, all kinds of divine images appeared one after another. In the end, a blood-colored crack appeared, which made everyone's expression change. Let me try to see how strong my combat strength is now, he said coldly. He mobilized all the vital essence in his body and activated the divining divine skill without holding back. In an instant, dense divine images appeared in the sky. The violent power intertwined, making all the spectators tremble in fear. Is this the power of a immortal ascension cultivator? Ka. As soon as such an attack was used, the space directly exploded. In the distance, even Xianxia, who was strong enough to kill immortal ascension powerhouses, was shocked. This kind of power was really terrifying. It's not over yet. Continue. Lin Tian Dao. He raised his right hand, and the 4 symbols Dao diagram appeared. It buzzed and covered the 2 immortal ascension powerhouses. This Dao diagram spun and annihilated all the secret arts that the 2 immortal ascension powerhouses used. They could not break through at all. What is this? There's no such technique in this heavenly region. The 2 of them were shocked. Their cultivation levels were high and they had lived long enough, but they could not recognize what technique this was. They had no clue. A technique to kill you. Lin Tian Dao. Taking advantage of the 4 symbols Dao diagram's support, he used his mind to suppress all the divine images. Elder Taishan and Elder Wantong's expressions changed. They roared and used all their techniques. Although they only had less than 60% of their combat strength, they were immortal ascension powerhouses after all. They used their secret arts fiercely and destroyed all of Lin Tian's attacks. However, at this moment, the 2 of them trembled and felt their hearts palpitate. Lin Tian stood in the sky. Above his head, 2 7-foot lotus swords formed, intertwining with strands of yin and yang light. Staring at the 2 lotus swords, the 2 of them instantly felt their scalps go numb. Slash. A cold voice sounded. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 lotus swords on Lin Tian's shoulders pierced through the air and instantly appeared above their heads. The 2 lotus swords intertwined with black and white light, condensed from Lin Tian's sea of consciousness phenomenon. It was his strongest move now. Want to see? Book 1 Ka. Mshu Cc Boom, Boom, the 2 elders of the Taishan sacred land and the All-End sacred land were shocked, and they urged all their divine power to meet the attack. With a buzz, the Taishan sword flew across the sky, and the fire Qilin appeared, each rushing toward a lotus sword. Seeing this, Lin Tian couldn't help but sneer. Clang, clang, the 2 lotus swords ignored everything and directly pierced through the 2 great magical powers. These were the swords condensed from his sea of consciousness phenomenon. They could ignore all physical and divine power attacks and focus on attacking the sea of consciousness. Of course, it was not true to say that they could ignore everything. For example, if a Chaos Realm expert attacked, they could destroy his Yin-Yang Lotus Sea with a snap of their fingers. However, at this time, his Lotus Swords could ignore the attack of an early-stage Ascension Immortal Cultivator who only had less than 60% of their combat strength. Only the Sea of Consciousness and the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon could block it. How can this be? The two elders were shocked. The next moment, the Lotus Swords entered their bodies and directly rushed into their Sea of Consciousness. Screams sounded immediately, and the two fell from the void, struggling wildly. Their eyes were bloodshot in the blink of an eye, and they kept tearing at their scalps. A treasure sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand, and he coldly attacked, slashing the two's throats. The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. More than a dozen 7th and 8th Heavenly Layer Ascension Immortal Cultivators and 4 early-stage Ascension Immortal Cultivators were killed in such a short time. What a devil! 6 Ascension Immortal Cultivators and dozens of Ascension Immortal Cultivators, all dead. The higher-ups of the 2 sacred lands are probably going crazy. Many people's hearts palpitated. 6 mighty ones who had reached the immortal connecting realm and dozens of cultivators who were above the 7th tier of the Zephyr tier. This kind of power was enough to easily destroy any great sect, but now, all of them were buried in the sea. Even the Holy Lands would vomit blood and go crazy. Lin Tian put away his sword and the strange phenomenon in his sea of knowledge, thinking about the battle just now. His current battle prowess was indeed much stronger than before. However, the main reason why he was able to kill 4 immortal channeling experts so easily was because Xianxia had depleted 40% of their battle prowess. If they were all at their peak, it would be almost impossible for him to kill them all at once. Reading a book? 1. K. A. N. S. Book H? UCC Baiqiu walked over from afar and stared at the corpses below. He curled his lips. What a vicious person. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead as he gave her a knock on the head. Don't speak ill of me in the future. You hit me again. You need to be taught a lesson. Lin Tianyi didn't feel bad at all. He tilted his head and looked at the black-clothed man. Xianxia. He squinted his eyes as a form of greeting. Xianxi's body was stained with blood, and even his hair was sticky, but his expression remained indifferent, without any change. I'll repay your kindness in the future. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and walked into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? We saved his life. Why isn't he warm to us at all? Baiqiu was displeased. Some people are just not good at talking. It's not a big deal. Lin Tian shook his head and suddenly smiled. Speaking of which, I was clearly the one who attacked and saved him. How did it become a saving his life? Why are you so clear about it? Baiqiu was a little angry. It's fine if you don't know. Give me your Divine Sutra. I have too few mystical abilities and mystic techniques. They're not enough. Sure. Baiqiu said, teach me your weapon control technique and that Dao painting too. Also, tell me the secret of your physique and why you can use the mystical abilities of the king's territory. Lin Tian was immediately embarrassed. He originally wanted to tease Baiqiu, but he didn't expect to be checkmated by her. The sun is nice today. He said with a smile and walked forward. I'll bite you to death. Baiqiu glared and pounced on him. There were many large islands in the sea and they were all rather large. Lin Tian and Baiqiu walked together and passed more than 10 treasure islands. Want to read? K. A book UCC in the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. In the past few days, the two of them had been fighting with demonic beasts continuously. Although their cultivation levels did not increase much, their combat experience increased significantly. Should we find a place to go into seclusion? It's not good to keep fighting. I'm so tired. Baiqiu said. Lin Tian nodded. He had the same thoughts too. Soon, the two of them found a secluded cave. The surroundings were very quiet and the spiritual energy was not rich. Few demonic beasts passed by. I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me if anything happens. Baiqiu took out a wide velvet blanket from her stone ring. It was made of pure white feathers of a broken gong bird and was very expensive. Aren't you going into seclusion? What do you know? Girls should sleep more, or their skin will deteriorate. Besides, sleeping means going into seclusion. Bai Qiu humphed. Lin Tian was too lazy to say anything to her. He sat cross-legged on the other side and circulated the four extremes meridian to adjust his true yuan. Faint silver light intertwined on his body. About an hour later, he stopped circulating the four extremes meridian and opened his eyes again. Not long ago, he had reached the third celestial layer of the imperial sky and had already consolidated his cultivation with the power of the spirit vein. Coupled with the battle after that, his cultivation was even more stable. It's time to cultivate the weapon control technique, he muttered to himself. The weapon control technique was known as the only martial technique that surpassed ordinary divine abilities. It focused on offense and could control thousands of precious weapons. When this technique was cultivated to the great success stage, every blade of grass and tree in the world could be used as a divine weapon in one's hand. One could even seize the enemy's weapon with one's will and turn it into one's own weapon. It was very terrifying. Ever since entering the second heaven and finding the divine art of divination, Lin Tian hadn't cultivated the weapon control technique much. When facing enemies, he mostly relied on pure physical strength, the yin-yang puppet, the divine art of divination, the four-symbol seal, and the yin-yang lotus sea. When he saw Xianxia again, and then Bai Qiu mentioned the weapon control technique, he thought that it was time to cultivate this precious technique. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The space between his eyebrows flickered. The weapon control technique wasn't a divine ability, and it didn't require hand seals. It was just that it required a high level of divine sense. It was a bit difficult for ordinary people to cultivate this secret technique. Lin Tian had comprehended the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, so his divine sense naturally wouldn't be weak. Moreover, he had comprehended a trace of the nature Tao in Heavenly Lord Doran's place, so his divine sense had become even more powerful and shocking. Coupled with the heavenly tribulation, his divine sense was now comparable to an ordinary immortal cultivator. Buzz. The space between his eyebrows glowed as he practiced the weapon control technique in his sea of consciousness. His current sea of consciousness was already extremely large, as if it was an enormous immortal sea. At this moment, within this sea of consciousness, divine light flickered. Streaks of precious weapons appeared one after another, hacking out horizontally and vertically, causing this immortal sea to become restless. During this process, the immortal sea was turbulent. Only the yin-yang lotus on the surface of the sea was calm, swaying occasionally and releasing specks of light. With a boom, with it as the center, a murderous aura rushed out. Bai Qiu woke up and looked around with her beautiful eyes. In the end, her gaze landed on Lin Tian and found the source of the murderous aura. What is this guy doing? She muttered softly. Lin Tian was practicing the weapon control technique in his sea of consciousness, and for a moment, an even more powerful aura spread out. Bai Qiu curled her lips and stopped sleeping. She squatted on the ground and guarded him while carefully looking out of the cave. Just like that, another day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes, and two sword lights flashed in his eyes. You're awake? Bai Qiu squatted aside. Lin Tian tilted his head and nodded with a smile. He stood up, and the aura on his body became more condensed and restrained. Now that his control of the weapon control technique had become more profound, he estimated that he could control the 108 treasure weapons at the same time, and occasionally interfere with other people's weapons. He injected his true essence into the stone ring, scanned it slightly, and shook his head. There were only about 20 treasure weapons in the stone ring, and almost all of them were treasure weapons. It was too far away from the 108 treasure weapons. I have to find more weapons, he whispered to himself. If he could find the 108 immortal weapons and use them with the weapon control technique, even a fourth heaven of the immortal realm wouldn't be able to stop him. However, this was just a thought. Immortal artifacts were hard to find. In the second heaven, even a super force like the Bai family would have no more than 50 immortal artifacts in total. What are you muttering about? Bai Qiu came over. I'm short of weapons. Your Bai family should have a lot of supreme treasures. Can you give me a few hundred superior grade supreme treasures? Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes and said, "My family doesn't lack weapons below immortal weapons. We have as many as you want, but why should I give them to you?" He stared at Lin Tian and said, "Why don't you marry into our Bai family? I have a few sisters, and they are all very beautiful. I can help you be a matchmaker and mediate between you. There won't be a problem. How about I marry you?" Bai Qiu said happily, Okay, I will treat you well. I won't let you be wronged." Lin Tian, he was speechless. He really wanted to slap her but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This girl was like a puppy. He scanned his surroundings and walked forward in a certain direction. "Hey, where are you going?" Bai Qiu chased after him. Stepping onto the treasure island, the two of them quickly walked into a place where demonic beasts were densely gathered. The beasts' cries were shocking, and the demonic aura was extremely dense. A ferocious beast roared and rushed toward the two of them with wings on its back. Lin Tian turned sideways and slapped it. Bang! This ferocious beast was comparable to the seventh layer of the Zephyr realm. It was directly sent flying and could not get up again. There was a group of ferocious beasts in front of them that were about to pounce. After seeing this scene, they all trembled and carefully retreated. "So ferocious," Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and pretended to knock her. In the end, this lady was already prepared and directly jumped away. She made funny faces at him from the side, causing Lin Tian to be speechless. The two of them passed through the treasure islands and stepped onto one island after another, fighting with many demonic beasts. Soon, another 3 days had passed. During this process, Lin Tian saw many cultivators fighting and killing. Many people died in battle, and their blood dyed the desolate land. As expected, fighting with demonic beasts is only the most basic aspect. Cultivators still have to grow in bloody battles. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the entire sea region boiled. In the middle of the sea region, a beam of light shot up and pierced into the sky. In an instant, all the living beings in the sea region reacted at the same time. That's the treasure island in the middle. It's said that an ancient king of the sea region is buried there. He's at the Great Tao level. That tomb has been opened? Let's go and take a look. All the cultivators were moved. The Sea King's ancient tomb. To be more precise, it should be the Sea King's palace. Booknet. That place was originally a palace built by a great Tao realm ancient king of the sea region. It had once attracted the worship of all the demonic beasts in the sea region, forming a force of its own that was comparable to a few sacred grounds and ancient clans. Later on, this ancient king's lifespan dried up, and he buried himself in that palace. Therefore, in later generations, that palace was called the Sea King's tomb. Boom, in that area, a pillar of light rushed into the heavens. Everyone was shocked as they raised their heads to look. The Sea King's tomb had always been sealed. Now that there was a strange phenomenon, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement, and they all rushed toward that place. In the distance, at the top of an old tree, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu stood together, looking at the large island in the middle. "Let's go too," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian glanced at her. "Do you know how long the Sea King's tomb has existed?" "I know a little. It's indicated in the ancient books that it's been over 2,000 years. The tomb of a great Tao realm expert. Over 2,000 years have passed. Do you know how many Yin soldiers and evil spirits have been born in there?" Lin Tian said simply, hoping that Bai Qiu could understand it herself. "There should be quite a few." "Why?" Bai Qiu looked at him curiously. Lin Tian raised his brows and gave her a knock on the head. "Have you forgotten that you have the great Yin physique? If you rush into that ancient tomb like this, even if you have the king physique, a group of Yin soldiers and malicious spirits will surround you. In the end, you'll be exhausted to death." Bai Qiu held her head that had been knocked and giggled. "You also know that I have the king physique. Ordinary Yin soldiers will only be afraid of me and won't dare to charge at me. Even ordinary malicious spirits will fear me. Unless I encounter powerful evil spirits at the level of ghost kings, they will be a great threat to me. However, if I really encounter them, I still have celestial artifacts that can conceal my great Yin source. Unless one reaches the great Tao realm, they won't be able to sense it. Are you sure? Lin Tian was a little worried. Of course. Bai Qiu patted his chest, his eyes shining as he looked in the direction of the Sea King's tomb. It said that the Sea King was a survivor from the ancient times, but because he couldn't withstand the passage of time, he withered away and died in the palace. Such a character would definitely have a lot of treasures in his palace. Ancient scriptures, weapons, immortal pills, etc. Everything that one could think of would be there. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the treasure island in the middle, wondering if he should go or not. Hey, go. Don't you need precious weapons? There must be a lot of them. Also, when the Sea King was less than 100 years old, he also comprehended the way of medicine refining. There might be a lot of herb gardens in there. After being closed for so many years, the precious herbs and immortal herbs in those gardens might have almost become spirits. If they are used to refine medicine, they will be very valuable. Maybe you can refine a baodan that can prolong your life. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian thought about it. Although he knew that Bai Qiu was tempting him, he had to admit that what she said made sense. In the end, he nodded. Bai Qiu giggled and said, I have the Taiyin body, and you have the strange phenomenon in your mind. We are born to be the nemesis of Yin soldiers and evil spirits. When we enter that ancient tomb, there will definitely be a lot of Yin soldiers and evil spirits. Other cultivators will be tired of dealing with them, but we don't have to. Those ordinary Yin soldiers and evil spirits will be afraid of us. We will definitely be the biggest winners. You can be happy when we get out of there. Lin Tian poured cold water on her. The two of them soared into the sky. After about 2 hours, they appeared above the treasure island in the middle. Looking down from the sky, this treasure island was covered in extremely rich ancient vegetation. It was unimaginably vast. Compared to the other treasure islands, this island was incomparably huge. It was at least 10 times the size of a normal island. It's so big. Bai Qiu was surprised. At this moment, a dense crowd of cultivators came from all directions and headed towards the center of the treasure island. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and descended from the sky. Not long after, following the crowd, the two of them arrived at a spacious area. In front of them, countless ancient beasts covered the sky. They were ferocious and terrifying. 100-meter-long wild python breathed out poisonous fog and instantly swallowed a cultivator at the peak of the mined sea into its stomach. At the same time, in another direction, a 3-meter-tall demonic ape roared. It grabbed a powerful cultivator at the early stage of the Zephyr realm and tore him into pieces in the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. These ancient beasts were not simple. Their combined strength was truly terrifying. Hey, look deeper. Bai Qiu pointed ahead and whispered. Lin Tian looked up. Behind this group of ancient beasts, in the distant horizon, there was a huge palace. Looking from afar, the palace was built with strange white jade stones. Even after so many years, there were not many traces of rust on it. Even from afar, one could feel a majestic aura. That's the Sea King's tomb? Lin Tian frowned. Bai Qiu nodded and said, it shouldn't be wrong. Look at these cultivators rushing there fearlessly. A scream came from ahead. A ferocious bird flew across the sky. It was about 20 meters long, and its claws were sharper than swords. It grabbed a cultivator at the 8th level of the mined sea and tore him into pieces. Ah! Screams echoed. The front instantly turned into a purgatory. Ferocious birds flew across the sky, and ancient beasts chased after the ground. The scene was terrifying. However, although the screams continued, few people retreated. Many people rushed into the depths. Moreover, there were some extremely powerful cultivators among this group of cultivators. They tore apart many powerful beasts and walked forward step by step. Lin Tian looked ahead. Among these ancient beasts, the strongest was comparable to the peak of the Zephyr realm. However, because there were so many of them, they were very terrifying when grouped together. Of course, it was only to this extent. He didn't care much about it now. Follow behind me, he said to Bai Qiu. After saying that, he walked forward. His steps were very calm. Roar! A ferocious beast roared and charged at him. It was a black bear that was about 20 meters tall. Its body was filled with a murderous aura, and it was comparable to a peak stage Zephyr Realm expert. Lin Tian raised his hand and punched out. Bang! The powerful black bear's demonic body was comparable to an early-stage Immortal Ascension Realm expert, but at this moment, it was sent flying. Such a scene caused many people to look over. When they saw that it was Lin Tian who made the move, they all shrank their necks. Roar! Roar! The group of ferocious beasts roared and looked over, staring at Lin Tian. "Oh, you're really born to attract hatred," Bai Qiu muttered. The ancient beasts roared and roared. Pairs of eyes were either demonic red or dark green. They charged at Lin Tian with a murderous aura. With a boom, the space started to distort, and the ground started to shake violently. In an instant, more than 10 ancient beasts pounced over. There were demonic birds in the air and ferocious beasts on the ground. The weakest of them was comparable to a powerful cultivator at the 7th level of the Zephyr realm. Lin Tian was expressionless. With a buzz, he propped up the Divine Rumble Palace. Pooh! 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 In an instant, demonic blood splattered, and the ancient birds and ferocious beasts that were close to him were all sent flying. One had to know that his current cultivation level had reached the 3rd level of the Zephyr realm. With such a cultivation level, he activated the Divine Rumble Palace in the King region. The power was terrifying. Even ordinary early-stage Immortal Ascension realm experts did not dare to be careless. How could these ordinary demonic birds withstand it? Among them, 3 of the ancient birds that were comparable to the 7th level of the Zephyr realm exploded in the air. Terrifying. Seriously, with such strength, who among the younger generation can suppress him except for the Li family's sun body? Many cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian propped up the Divine Rumble Palace. Purple lightning descended from the sky, enveloping him and Bai Qiu. He used the Divine Rumble Palace to protect his body and brought Bai Qiu forward step by step, passing through the area filled with ferocious beasts as if they were walking on flat ground. It was also at this moment that a violent demonic aura surged from not far away, attracting the attention of many people. Among the ancient beasts, a burly figure was walking. Wherever he passed, demonic blood splattered, and the ancient beasts were torn apart. The demonic saint of Mount Tianyao. The desolate demon physique. He's here too. Many people swallowed their saliva. Many people stared in the direction of the desolate demon physique and subconsciously moved away, afraid that they would be tainted by a wisp of demonic light. That was the desolate demon king physique. A simple wisp of demonic light was enough to wipe out half of the Zephyr realm cultivators. Lin Tian naturally sensed the demonic aura at the first moment and immediately turned his head to look. After seeing the desolate demon physique, 2 cold lights flashed in his eyes. He stopped in his tracks, and a long sword appeared in his right hand. He raised his hand and slashed at the desolate demon physique. Bai Qiu curled his lips. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of the sword rang out as if a heavenly sword had descended. A 10-meter-long sword energy tore through the air and cut off the head of an ancient beast. It went straight for the desolate demon physique's glabella. 2 cold demonic lights shot out from the desolate demon physique's eyes. It raised its hand and grabbed, directly tearing Lin Tian's sword energy apart. "It's you." It stared at Lin Tian. Its eyes were cold and ferocious at the same time. "It's me," Lin Tianling said. He propped up the Divine Chime Palace and ignored the ferocious beasts around him. The long sword in his hand slashed down again. The 9th slash of the young incinerating sword was slashed out. For a moment, the sky was filled with flaming swords. Many cultivators felt a chill down their spines. Many cultivators quickly dodged, but some of the ancient beasts were in great trouble. More than a dozen of them fell into a pool of blood. "You're courting death." The desolate demon physique's eyes were cold as it struck out with the great god-slaying palm. With a buzzing sound, the demonic cloud surged as a gigantic palm imprint covered the entire sky, pressing down on Lin Tian in an imposing manner. Of course, Bai Qiu was also enveloped by it. "Damn demon." The young lady was clearly unhappy. She secretly activated her lunar origin and struck out one of the core secret techniques of the Divine Sutra. With a boom, a divine shadow appeared behind her. It was a full 30 meters tall. Its left hand was raised vertically, and its right hand slapped toward the desolate demon physique. This is the Bai family's grand celestial king arcane technique. Dodge. The surrounding cultivators' hearts palpitated. Lin Tian was very close to Bai Qiu. He was also shocked by this technique. Looking at the huge divine shadow behind Bai Qiu, even someone as powerful as him felt a sense of pressure. Boom. The arcane technique of the great immortal king was manifested, and Bai Qiu secretly activated it with the origin of Yin. Such power was indeed terrifying. Full text reading a book? 1K? A? As far as the eye could see, there was a 30-meter-tall divine figure standing between the heavens and the earth. When it pressed down with its palm, it stirred up a hurricane. Pisht. With a crisp sound, the great divine massacre handprint of the desolate demon body was smashed. Afterwards, the huge hand of the great immortal king didn't stop and continued to press towards the desolate demon body, shattering the void. The Bai family has the Thunder God King constitution and can be considered supreme in the same generation. I didn't expect their eldest princess to be so terrifying. In the same generation, the Bai family now has two supreme beings? Many people were shocked. In the distance, the desolate demon body's expression changed and a cold aura appeared on its face. Silly girl. Two cold rays of light appeared in its eyes and it directly propped up the desolate heaven realm. This time, the great immortal king's arcane technique couldn't withstand it and shattered under the desolate heaven realm. Afterwards, the desolate heaven realm shook and enveloped Bai Qiu. Hey, lackey, you go. Bai Qiu shouted. Lin Tian was puzzled and asked via voice transmission, where's your king's territory? You're so stupid. My physique is a big secret of the family. If I show it to the king's territory, everyone will know. Bai Qiu replied. Lin Tian suddenly realized that he had forgotten about it. What about the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon? He asked. The king's territory was extremely powerful, but the Sea of Consciousness phenomenon wouldn't be too far off. After a powerful Sea of Consciousness phenomenon was propped up, it could also kill enemies 8 small realms away like the king's territory. Of course, there was a certain realm restriction. At the Imperial Sky Realm, the King's Territory and Sea of Consciousness phenomenon might be able to kill enemies 8 small realms away, but it wouldn't be possible in the later stages. As one's cultivation realm increased, the difference in combat power between small realms would become greater and greater. In the later stages, it would become more and more difficult to rely on the King's Territory or Sea of Consciousness phenomenon to kill enemies 8 small realms away. In the end, it would even be impossible to kill enemies 1 small realm away. For example, the gap between the peak of the Nirvana realm and the early stage of the Chaos realm was like heaven and earth. It was simply impossible for the King's Territory and Sea of Consciousness phenomenon to kill chaotic powerhouses at all. I haven't comprehended it yet. Bai Qiu was straightforward. Want? Reading? 1. K? Angshu Lin Tian curled his lips. It seems that your comprehension ability isn't that good. What did you say? Bai Qiu glared at him. With a boom, the barren heaven world was already above their heads. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu behind him, and the phenomenon in his sea of knowledge spread out. The yin-yang twin lotus hummed as it slashed towards the desolate demon body. The lotus petal rushed into the barren heaven world and clashed with the barren heaven world, causing a sky full of sparks. Boom, the battle between the King's Territory and the Sea of Consciousness produced extremely terrifying waves of energy, causing many cultivators who were rushing towards the Sea King's palace to be horrified. They all stopped and retreated. It was a battle between 2 supreme venerables of the same generation, not to mention that they were supporting the King's Territory and the Sea of Consciousness. In the face of such power, ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to stay far away as they would die on the spot. Roar. Demonic beasts roared and pounced at the 2 of them. However, before they could get close, they were torn apart by the power of the 2 of them. The group of cultivators was even more shocked and they cautiously retreated. Boom, 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 Lin Tian fought with the desolate demon body while destroying the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Everywhere he passed, destructive power overflowed. We're here, Bai Qiu said. In front of them, the Sea King's palace was laid out horizontally. The white jade stones reflected a faint light under the sunlight. This palace had a history of thousands of years. There were more than 10 entrances in front of them, all of which were sealed by heavy iron doors. Lin Tian and the desolate demon body were dozens of feet apart. They each came to a door and smashed the heavy palace door beside them. Whoosh, a cold wind rushed out of the Sea King's palace, bringing with it a rotten stench. Even the air became colder. Roar. Seeing the two of them break open the palace door, all the ancient birds and ferocious beasts around them roared. They seemed to be the guardian ancient beasts of the Sea King's palace. For a moment, their eyes were blood-red as they charged towards Lin Tian and the desolate demon body without fear of death, wanting to tear them apart in front of the palace. Let's go in, Bai Qiu said. At this moment, there were more than 100 ferocious beasts pouncing over. Their combined demonic power was really terrifying. Book to read 1cc. Separated by the horde of ferocious beasts, Lin Tian and the desolate demon body stared at each other. Their cold eyes intertwined with one another as they stepped into the palace beside them. Roar. The group of demonic beasts rushed over and stared at the two of them as they rushed into the palace. They all roared in unison. Suddenly, a violent demonic aura was rampant. The demonic beasts' gazes fell on the other cultivators and they charged straight at them. Screams rang out instantly. Facing the frenzied beast horde, many cultivators panicked and retreated. Of course, even more cultivators did not retreat. After all, this was the ancient palace of a Grand Dao realm expert. There must be amazing treasures inside. Kill! Someone roared. Many cultivators joined forces and slaughtered their way out. Many cultivators entered the Sea King's palace one after another. The interior of the Sea King's palace was a little dark. As soon as Lin Tian and Bai Qiu stepped in, treasured lamps lit up on both sides. As far as the eye could see, the two of them were stepping on a relatively wide palace path. The path was about 10 feet wide and 3 feet tall. The left and right sides of the path were green porcelain stones. There was a bronze lamp every 10 feet. These bronze lamps were engraved with strange marks. They looked like humans who were being tortured. It was a little creepy in the dim palace. The yin qi is very dense. Be careful. Lin Tian Dao. Don't worry. I have the extreme yin king physique. Now that I'm in the initial stage of the king physique, ordinary yin qi won't be able to get close to me, Bai Qiu said proudly. Don't be so smug. Be careful that your joy turns to sorrow. Lin Tian Dao said, use an immortal artifact to hide your extreme yin origin. If there really is a ghost king here and suddenly targets you, you won't be able to hide it in time. What's there to be afraid of? Don't I still have you? As a qualified follower, you have to risk your life to protect the Lord, Bai Qiu said. Go away. Lin Tian Dao could not be bothered to knock her. Bai Qiu snorted unhappily. However, she did as Lin Tian Dao said and used an immortal artifact to hide her extreme yin origin. The two of them walked along the palace path step by step. Soon, a stone door covered in a thick layer of dust appeared in front of them. Lin Tian Dao stopped and narrowed his eyes as he looked ahead. What's wrong? Bai Qiu asked. There's something on the other side. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu immediately understood. Is it a yin soldier evil spirit? Something like that. Lin Tian Dao nodded. With a thought, the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. Lotus petals floated up and penetrated the stone door to the other side. They can penetrate it? Bai Qiu was shocked. She was about to ask something when suddenly, a scream came from behind the stone door. It was so mournful that it made one's scalp go numb. After about 10 breaths, the scream stopped, and the other side quieted down. A few lotus petals floated back and disappeared into Lin Tiandao's glabella. That's enough, he said. He waved his hand, and an energy sword shot out and slashed forward. With a loud boom, the stone door in front of them shattered. Smoke and dust rose and quickly disappeared. The other side was littered with broken bodies and rotten flesh. Black blood flowed on the ground. There are so many yin soldiers with flesh and blood. Bai Qiu muttered. Let's go. Lin Tiandao stepped through the stone door. Behind the stone door was no longer a simple palace path. Instead, it had widened. There was a stone pillar every 10 feet or so. These stone pillars were very thick. Even 7 or 8 adults would not be able to encircle them. There were all kinds of ancient carvings on them. There were sea beasts that were 10 feet tall and headless knights. All of them were lifelike as if they were real. Who carved these things? They're so scary. It feels like they're going to come out. Bai Qiu muttered. Then, she looked at Lin Tiandao and said, speaking of which, you've killed all the evil spirits in this space behind the stone door, right? I've killed all that I can. If there are any that aren't dead, it'll probably take some effort to kill them. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu widened her eyes and said in surprise, are you serious? With your current cultivation, you should be able to kill evil spirits easily after activating the phenomenon in your sea of consciousness. Judging from your tone, are there still evil spirits in here? Who knows? Lin Tiandao walked forward. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from behind. Some cultivators had passed by the horde of beasts and ran here. Lin Tiandao glanced behind him. He did not care and continued walking forward. When the cultivators saw Lin Tiandao, they were all wary at first. Then, they quickly sized up the space. These stone pillars? They're huge. It's a little creepy. This sword, could it be that it's sealed inside? Why do I feel a chill coming from it? Dig it out and take a look. Since we're already here and the Sea King's tomb was finally opened, we might as well give it a try. Who knows, it might be a real treasure weapon. Some cultivators stared at the stone pillars and spoke. Suddenly, a few people moved and slapped the stone pillars in front of them. Lin Tiandao stopped and turned back to shout, don't move. A few cultivators trembled and hurriedly stopped when they heard Lin Tiandao's voice. However, one of them did not stop in time and slashed at the stone pillar in front of him. Suddenly, the stone pillar shattered with a crack, and fragments flew everywhere. The corpse of a sea beast rolled out of the stone pillar, holding a rusty king's saber in its rotten claws. The person who shattered the stone pillar trembled in fear and fell to the ground. They actually sealed living creatures in the stone pillars? Bai Qiu was surprised. Look at the corpse of the sea beast. It was definitely at the connecting immortal realm in the past. And it wasn't an ordinary one. It was at least at the 4th heaven of connecting immortal realm. Don't focus on the wrong thing. Lin Tiandao knocked on her head. You're knocking again, ah. Bai Qiu was dissatisfied. She was interrupted by a scream just as she spat out 3 words. In the distance, the sea beast that fell from the stone pillar suddenly moved. With a slash of its blade, it cut off the head of the cultivator who shattered the stone wall. Blood gushed out from the man's neck and dyed the nearby stone pillars a little red. It's alive. How can it be? Everyone's expression changed and they all retreated. This sea beast was shaped like a human body. Its body made creaking sounds as if it was made of machinery. On its rotting cheeks, there were no eyeballs in its pupils. They were pitch black, like 2 black holes, giving people a sense of horror. Lin Tiandao squinted at Bai Qiu. Is it a malicious spirit? Definitely. Bai Qiu shrunk her neck. Lin Tian possessed the yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon, which was the nemesis of all spirit bodies. He could also sense the existence of all spirit bodies and evil spirits. The moment he entered this space, he had already sensed the evil spirits sealed within the stone pillars. No pop-up window? 1. However, these evil spirits were sealed inside, and the stone pillar was equivalent to a seal. As long as no one destroyed or stimulated it, the evil corpses inside would not be able to come out. Therefore, although he discovered this point, he did not say much and did not care. He directly walked forward, but he did not expect that the people behind him would directly break the stone pillar and release the things inside. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated through this spacious great hall. More cultivators met with misfortune, cut in half by the sea beasts that fell out from the stone pillars. This sea beast was shaped like a human body. Its head was like a coral, and part of it was rotten. The intact parts were pale white. It's much more terrifying than a vengeful ghost. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. The sea beast fell out of the stone pillars. It was like a grim reaper that had walked out of hell. Its eyes were pitch black and empty, and it started a massacre. The cultivators were terrified, and screams could be heard from time to time. "It's coming toward us," Bai Qiu said. The sea beast twisted its body and walked over. It appeared in front of Lin Tian. The king's saber in its hand was mottled with rust, and it slashed down with a cold light. With a clang, the space was torn apart. "It's comparable to an immortal," Lin Tian whispered. He raised his right hand and slapped the king's saber. There was a crisp clang. Then, with a buzzing sound, he propped up the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The dense yin-yang twin lotuses condensed into a 4-foot-long sword, slashing at the head of the sea beasting corpse, firmly landing on its neck. After being hit by the yin-yang lotus sword, the sea beast howled in pain and was sent flying. However, the next moment, it stood up again. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. "How is that possible? Your sea of consciousness is specialized in restraining these evil spirits. It didn't cause any substantial damage to it?" However, Lin Tian didn't seem to mind. "I've already said that we'll kill all that we can. It'll take a lot of effort to kill those that we can't." The sea beasting corpse roared. Wisps of green smoke rose from its neck that had been cut by the lotus sword, and its hollow eyes became even darker. It rushed toward Lin Tian again, and a terrifying yin qi spread out from its body and eyes. This yin qi was pitch black and as dense as ink. It looked extremely horrifying. Lin Tian retreated, his right hand blocking the sea beasting corpse's keen blade, his lotus sword once again slashing at the opponent. His knowledge sea was the most effective method to deal with these evil spirits, but after this sword strike, the sea beasting corpse still didn't suffer any substantial damage, only its screams became even more terrifying. When he was alive, he was already at the immortal connecting realm. After he died, he turned into a yin corpse and was close to becoming a ghost king. Lin Tian frowned. Ghosts were comparable to airborne realm powerhouses, and ghost kings were comparable to immortal connecting realm powerhouses. Moreover, they were far more powerful than ordinary immortal connecting realm powerhouses. He had read an ancient book before. It was recorded that a ghost king had appeared in an ancient tomb of a Wuxian realm cultivator. It had killed 18 fifth heaven of the immortal ascension realm cultivators, leaving only one alive. The immortal ascension realm cultivator who had escaped had his heart attacked by corpse poison after recording. What had happened in the tomb? He did not survive. Although the sea beasting corpse hadn't reached the level of a ghost king, it was close. Clang, the lotus sword moved again and landed on the sea beasting corpse's chest, sending it flying 7 feet away. The sea beasting corpse howled miserably. However, it stood up straight again. Its pitch-black pupils became even more terrifying. "It can't be killed? Even that madman can't do anything?" Many people's hearts palpitated. At this moment, a cracking sound came from within the hall. Around them, the surface of some stone pillars began to fall off automatically, stained with blood. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. One sea beasting corpse was already difficult for them to deal with. Now that the stone pillars were peeling off, it seemed that something else was about to come out. Crack! 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 A series of crisp sounds were heard. Soon, more yin corpses walked out of dozens of stone pillars one after another. There were headless humanoid knights, 3-headed and 6-armed ocean demons, the evil infant with a head as large as a basket, and some other terrifying creatures of the ocean. All of them exuded a thick aura of death and surrounded the cultivators in the center. Bai Qiu opened his mouth and muttered, "This is bad. They're all, it's over." A reading book? 1. K? A reading N? S? H? You reading C? C? Many people's faces turned pale. Just one sea beasting corpse jumped out, and none of them could deal with it. Now that so many yin corpses walked out, it was simply a disaster. At this moment, they were surrounded in the middle, and there was no doubt that they would die. Clang, suddenly, the sound of swords rang out. The black and white lotus petals fluttered, sweeping a few yin corpses away and opening a gap. "Everyone, leave this place." Lin Tiandao. Many cultivators were shocked. When they saw Lin Tian opening a gap, they were overjoyed. Fellow cultivator Lin, be careful. Following this gap, all the cultivators moved and ran out in the blink of an eye, fleeing into the depths. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were left. I didn't expect you to be so kind. You're blocking here and letting the others leave. Is this considered sacrificing yourself for others? Bai Qiu teased. Lin Tian glanced at her and sent the headless horseman flying with a kick. There are too many people standing here, so it's not easy to use some of my skills, he said. With a buzz, the yin-yang lotus sea rushed out from behind him. He waved his hands repeatedly, and the entire lotus sea swayed. For a moment, the sky was filled with black and white lotus petals, covering the entire hall. So many! Bai Qiu was surprised. It was the first time she saw Lin Tian display so many lotus petals. Stand here and don't move. Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet swayed and rushed out. The yin-yang lotus petals floated around densely, forming a lotus petal cage, trapping the dozens of yin corpses inside. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the sea beast yin corpse. He grabbed the king's saber with his right hand and slammed his left elbow into the corpse's chest. With a bang, the corpse was sent flying dozens of feet away and fell to the side. Although there's a lot of rust, it's comparable to an ordinary high-grade supreme treasure. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He waved his right hand and imprinted his divine sense on the king's saber. Then, he put it into the stone ring. His weapon-controlling technique had reached a certain level, and now he needed a lot of precious weapons. Once he had enough precious weapons, his combat power would be greatly improved. Thinking about it, the scene of more than 100 high-grade supreme treasures together would definitely be terrifying. In the distance, Bai Qiu's eyes widened when she saw this scene. This guy is even robbing the dead. In the field, Lin Tian was extremely fast. He appeared in front of the headless horseman and attacked with the lotus petals, snatching the spear in his hand. Like the long saber, the spear was mottled with rust, but it was still more powerful than an ordinary high-grade supreme treasure. Bang! 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 He appeared beside the yin corpses one by one. His fists, palms, sword fingers, and elbows kept falling on these yin corpses. He sent more than a dozen yin corpses flying and took all the weapons in their hands. Among them, he took a single-edged long saber from a human-shaped sea monster, which was comparable to a quasi-immortal weapon, which was very shocking. The yin corpses roared fiercely, and the yin qi rolled like black clouds. At this time, Lin Tian took all the weapons, a total of 13 of which were high-grade supreme treasures and one quasi-immortal weapon. In fact, when these weapons were intact, at least half of them were immortal weapons. However, they had been sealed in the stone pillars for too long and lost much of their spirituality, so they were not as powerful as before. Clang, 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 the sound of swords rang out, and the dense lotus petals turned into sword blades, slashing down crazily like a rain of black and white swords. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. There was no smoke in the hall. All the yin corpses had fallen, and their bodies were fragmented, then scattered like sand. Didn't you say it's difficult to kill them? Bai Qiu stared straight ahead. Difficult to kill doesn't mean they can't be killed. Lin Tian Dao. Earlier, he'd already activated the yin-yang lotus ocean to the limit, and during the process of seizing their weapons, he'd secretly injected the energy of the four-symbol seal every single time he struck the corpses of these yin corpses. This was to solidify the yin energy within their bodies and cause their various abilities to be greatly reduced before finally killing them with his full strength. He activated the yin-yang lotus sea to the extreme, and it was difficult for him to condense all the swords, so he could only attack with the dense lotus petals. He couldn't control it very well, so he asked the other cultivators to leave because he was worried that they would accidentally hurt others. He tilted his head and stared at the other stone pillars. There were about 100 stone pillars, and it seemed that there was a living being sealed in each of them. Bai Qiu followed his gaze, and after a while, he said, the ancient king of the sea region was very domineering. In order to unify the sea region, his ferocious aura spread everywhere. Anyone in the sea region who refused to submit was suppressed in the end, and then all disappeared. Now it seems that the disappeared experts of the sea region are all sealed in these stone pillars. So bloody? Lin Tian frowned. Otherwise, why do you think the Sea King's palace collapsed after the death of the ancient king of the sea region? It's because the ancient king killed too many people, and he used death to force the experts of the sea region to submit. In this way, the loyalty of those experts of the sea region is obvious. Once the ancient king died, they naturally returned to their homes. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Looking at the stone pillars, he rubbed his chin and said, "It's quite pitiful. I'll help them free themselves. You just want to steal their weapons. Why are you making it sound so dignified?" Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian was speechless. He coughed dryly and moved. He used his sword light to break the stone pillars one by one, releasing all the living beings sealed in them. Then, he activated the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea to the extreme and used the same method to kill the Yin corpses one after another, seizing all the weapons in their hands. There were a total of 93 weapons. Among them, there were pseudo-immortal weapons from the 3 sects, and the rest were superior grade supreme. Treasures. Not bad, continue. He was slightly satisfied. There were still 13 stone pillars left in the hall. He waved his sword light and destroyed them one by one. Just as he broke through the last stone pillar, an extremely terrifying wave of Yin Qi swept out, as if the gates of hell had been opened. A figure covered in black armor walked out. It was like the source of death, and its eyes were blood red. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated, and the hair on his back stood on end. A ghost king has been dug out. He cursed softly. The figure that walked out of the last stone pillar was tall and sturdy. Its entire body was covered in black armor. Only its eyes were exceptionally red, as if they had been watered with blood. The aura of death it emitted was like the surging sea. Full text, reading a book? 1. CC, look at what you've done. Bai Qiu glared at him. Lin Tian sweated and pulled Bai Qiu back. The figure that walked out of the last stone pillar was too terrifying. It had definitely reached the level of a ghost king. It was very terrifying. Lin Tian was very fast, and Bai Qiu was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed 10 feet away. At this moment, a terrifying Yin Qi came from behind. It was like a wave crashing over, causing the two of them to tremble. The ghost king that walked out charged over and caught up with the two of them in the blink of an eye. Use the immortal artifact to suppress your Yin origin. Don't let out a trace of its aura. Lin Tian transmitted his voice to Bai Qiu. With a thought, the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea appeared and turned into a lotus shield, facing the ghost king behind him. The ghost king was blocked. After colliding with the Yin-Yang Twin Lotus Sea, green smoke rose, and the black armor kept ringing. It let out a vicious roar, and the ghostly aura surged. A dozen other Yin corpses that fell from the stone pillar rushed forward crazily. Qi. 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 These Yin corpses used their own bodies as weapons and forcefully knocked away the Yin-Yang Lotus shield that Lin Tian had cast. Bai Qiu glanced back and immediately shrank his neck. It's coming. A dozen ordinary Yin corpses broke through Lin Tian's Yin-Yang Lotus shield. The Ghost King took a step forward and instantly moved 10 feet away. Lin Tian cursed. This creature covered in black armor should have reached the peak of the immortal realm when it was alive. He did not expect that it would be sealed in the stone pillar. The only thing he was glad about now was that he had asked Bai Qiu to seal his Yin origin from the beginning. Otherwise, this Ghost King would definitely go crazy now. They would not even have a chance to escape. He condensed the 4 symbols Dao diagram and threw it behind him, stopping the Ghost King from approaching. The Ghost King roared and shattered the 4 symbols Dao diagram on the spot. Want? Read a book? 1. K? Cc Lin Tian's Yin energy surged violently, and he hurled a palm strike behind him, only to feel as if his body had been rammed by a mountain. When facing such a terrifying Ghost King, even if he possessed the phenomenon within his sea of consciousness that specialized in restraining evil spirits, and even if he possessed a mid-grade immortal artifact, he still didn't dare go head-on against it at this moment. It was truly too terrifying, and if he were to really go head-on against it, then there was an 80% chance that he would end up perishing. Now, fleeing was the best choice. How are you? Baiqiu asked. I'm fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Behind him, the Ghost King and a dozen corpses also charged forward, as if they were carrying a sea of death with them. Lin Tian once again slashed out with his lotus sword, his speed becoming even faster. In the blink of an eye, he stepped out of the palace. Along the way, he passed by many forks, and then the palace path led straight ahead. Boom, demonic chi flowed in front of them, spreading from afar. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed and he quickened his pace. Not long after, he saw a sturdy figure. It was the desolate demon body, Putsong. Human. The desolate demon body tilted its head. When it saw Lin Tian rushing over, 2 rays of cold light instantly appeared in its eyes. The Sea King's palace was connected in all directions, and there were many forks. Putsong had entered from another entrance, and now he was here, destroying a stone door in front of him. This stone door was blocking his path. There were other cultivators around him, all of whom had retreated far away, carefully staring at the desolate demon body. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Tian stared at the desolate demon body, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Damned bird, I brought you a big gift. As he spoke, he directly rushed toward the desolate demon body. Take your head. The desolate demon body's eyes were cold. It abandoned the stone door and used the great god-slaying palm to slap Lin Tian. Lin Tian rushed forward, and when the great god-slaying palm fell, he suddenly moved 3 feet away, dodging the attack. 1. Reading 1? K. Watson? S. reads H. U. C. C. At the same time, a wave of yin qi surged from behind him like a mountain flood. The Ghost King covered in black armor rushed at the front, riding a black cloud. Its pair of blood-red eyes were frightening. Beside it, there were a dozen yin corpses of different shapes and sizes. Their bodies were rotten, and the tallest one was about 10 feet tall. The aura around their bodies was very shocking. That is? The evil corpses and yin spirits in the main hall. Oh no! Among the cultivators here, there were some who had escaped from the main hall. When they saw these dead things, their expressions changed greatly. The desolate demon body was also moved, but it didn't withdraw the great god-slaying palm. It directly slapped forward. Things that are already dead don't come out again. Scram for this king. The great god-slaying palm was a powerful inherited secret technique of the heavenly demon mountain. It was used by the desolate demon king body at the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm. Its power couldn't be described as not terrifying. It covered the black-armored Ghost King and a dozen yin corpses that rushed over. Roar! The Ghost King roared. Its yin qi was dense as it directly shattered the great god-slaying palm. With a ping sound, the desolate demon body was sent flying. It slammed into a stone door not far away and spat out a mouthful of blood. How does it feel? Lin Tian laughed. The desolate demon body stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth. It angrily stared at Lin Tian. You tricked this little king? The one who tricked you is you. You want to bite me? Lin Tian disdained it. He and Baiqiu stood together. Although they were cursing at the desolate demon body, most of their attention was focused on the Ghost King. The desolate demon body was the same, carefully staring forward. Hong! The Ghost King roared. A dozen yin corpses followed and charged forward. This place was also empty. The difference was that there weren't any stone pillars like the main hall from before. There was only a stone door in front of them, blocking the way. At this time, a dozen yin corpses rushed in. It was like a death god from hell had rushed in. All the cultivators' faces turned pale and there were pitiful screams. Yin qi surged as yin corpses rushed at Lin Tian. With a buzzing sound, Lin Tian flicked his finger. The black and white lotus condensed into a sword and slashed forward. A scream rang out. The yin corpse that rushed over was sent flying on the spot. Green smoke rose from its body. Hong! Demonic chi surged. The desolate demon body was unlucky to be targeted by the Ghost King. Lin Tian kicked away a yin corpse that rushed in front of him. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. The Ghost King was very strong. It forced the desolate demon body to retreat again and again. It was injured several times. In just a dozen breaths, the desolate demon body felt the terror of this ghost king. With a loud roar, it took out a mid-grade immortal artifact and smashed it forward. The ghost king waved its hand. With a bang, it blocked the desolate demon body's mid-grade immortal artifact. Lin Tian saw this scene and secretly felt his heart palpitate. This ghost king was really terrifying. A mid-grade immortal artifact couldn't hurt it at all. Bai Qiu leaned to the side and slapped out with the godless palm, sending a Yin corpse flying. He transmitted his voice, while the ghost king is staring at the desolate demon body, will break open the stone door and go deeper. I've seen it in ancient books. In the past, the ancient king of the sea area had a water-stilling pearl. Wearing it not only increased one's cultivation speed, but also allowed one to control thousands of water sources at will. The reason why the ancient king was able to enter the Great Virtue Realm was most likely because of this water-stilling pearl. If we can get it, there will be no problem for us to roam the sea area. Ordinary experts at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm will find it difficult to stop us. Moreover, it's said that when a woman wears a water-stilling pearl, she can retain her beauty forever. Even if she dies, she won't age at all. Lin Tian was a little moved by Bai Qiu's words, but when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly felt that the meaning had changed. You're here to retain your beauty forever? He twitched the corner of his mouth. No, you're thinking too much. I'm here to help you find a weapon. The water-stilling pearl is just a side goal. Bai Qiu shook his head. Is that so? Lin Tianyi didn't believe him. He casually slapped a nearby Yin corpse away. Bai Qiu kicked another sea beast evil spirit away and said with a serious face, "Look at my pure eyes. You should believe me. I believe your whole family." Lin Tian curled his lips. Even so, he had to admit that coming to the Sea King's palace with Bai Qiu had given him a great harvest. He had obtained several quasi-immortal weapons and dozens of high-grade supreme treasures. In addition to the supreme treasures in his original stone ring, he had gathered a total of 108 precious weapons. As a result, his combat strength had increased by a large margin. A longbow appeared in his hand. He took out a few pure gold arrows and aimed at the stone door in front of him and released them. These arrows each weighed more than 10 kilograms. Coupled with his current physical strength, they instantly flew out like golden lightning. They almost pierced through space and landed heavily on the stone door in front of him, shaking the entire space. Crack! A crisp sound came from the stone door, and cracks appeared on it. Bai Qiu protected Lin Tian and sent a few Yin corpses flying. He was slightly surprised. This stone door is so sturdy? She knew very well how amazing Lin Tian's physical strength was. After hearing about Lin Tian, she knew that the bow in his hand was not simple. But now, after a few arrows, the stone door in front of them didn't collapse. Of course it's sturdy, Lin Tiandao said. Otherwise, the desolate demon body of Mount Tianyao would have broken it. Bai Qiu stood to the side. He wasn't worried about anything. He took out another pure gold arrow and aimed at the stone door. The golden arrows fell on the stone door, making thumping sounds. It wasn't until he shot the 42nd golden arrow that the stone door collapsed with a boom, splashing sand and dust into the air. Boom, billows of Yin Qi rushed out from behind the stone door. A dense crowd of Yin soldiers rushed out, rolling up black clouds. Such a scene caused many people to tremble. There were simply too many Yin soldiers and malicious ghosts. Of course, many cultivators didn't have the time to care about these Yin soldiers at this moment. This was because the dozen Yin corpses rushing out from the hall in front of them were too terrifying. They were even stronger than the ghosts. Even an ordinary early-stage Zephyr Realm expert would find it difficult to resist them. There are so many Yin spirits. As expected of the ancient tomb of a great Dao realm existence. Bai Qiu was shocked. Ignore them. Follow behind me. Lin Tiandao. He rushed forward, using the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea to open a path, shattering all the Yin spirits in front of him. After stepping through the stone door, he rushed into the depths. Ah! A scream sounded behind him. Someone was killed by the Yin corpses, their neck bitten off. Lin Tian turned his head by chance. When he saw the corpse lying on the ground, he immediately frowned. He saw the blood of the corpse disappear into the ground along the surface, instantly disappearing without a trace. Lin Tian frowned as he watched the corpse's blood seep into the ground as if something was sucking it in. Full text, 1. Reading? 1. See what's wrong? Let's go, they're coming. Bai Qiu urged. Boom, light and demonic aura intertwined. The Ghost King roared, and the desolate demon physique was pushed back. Even the immortal artifact couldn't stop it. Lin Tian didn't have time to think. He turned his head and stepped into the stone door. The space behind the stone door was even larger. The screams of ghosts could be heard. Densely packed ghost soldiers rushed past like millions of horses galloping. The momentum was a little shocking. Clang, Lin Tian moved his mind. The yin-yang lotus sea was supported, and the dense lotus petals slashed forward. There were a lot of yin soldiers charging at them, but none of them could stop the yin-yang lotus sea, and they all crumbled. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu. The yin-yang lotus flashed and rushed forward. Behind them, the Ghost King rushed past. The desolate demon physique was forced into a sorry state. He followed behind Lin Tian and Bai Qiu, rushing into the depths together. A giant bone immortal artifact floated above his head. The desolate demon physique stared at Lin Tian coldly. Stare at me? Lin Tianling smiled. A treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed behind him. With a clang, the fiery sword radiance bloomed and divided into 18 beams, slashing toward the desolate demon physique. Human! The desolate demon physique roared, his eyes full of killing intent. Because of Lin Tian's sword radiance, he had to block it. And because of this, his speed slowed down. The Ghost King behind him immediately closed the distance, and the Ghost King rushed toward him. With a bang, the desolate demon physique was sent flying and crashed into a wall. Lin Tian glanced back and moved faster. Soon, he crossed hundreds of feet. The space in front gradually became wider. Lin Tian stepped on the yin-yang lotus, and the hall retreated. After dozens of breaths, they entered a place like an immortal garden. Want to see? Book 1 Ka. As far as the eye could see, grass and trees were everywhere, and there was an extremely dense spiritual energy floating in the air. It was completely different from the situation in front of the main hall. Another world? Lin Tian muttered. This place is called a tomb, but it's actually the palace of that ancient king of the sea region. It's naturally huge. Let's run deeper. Bai Qiu said. There was a rumbling sound behind him, and a surge of icy colding energy surged towards him. Lin Tian didn't need to think to know that the Ghost King and the dozening corpses had caught up. He pulled Bai Qiu deeper into the forest. His speed was extremely fast, and very soon, he had traveled another 3,000 feet. There was a small pavilion in front of him with a small booklet in it. Lin Tian immediately felt the fluctuation of Dan Qi. He pulled Bai Qiu over and quickly skimmed through the booklet. He found that the booklet recorded a lot of knowledge on concocting pills, all of which were related to the life-prolonging Baodan. The ancient book says that the ancient king of the sea region only dabbled in the Tao of alchemy because his lifespan was about to dry up. It seems that this is not wrong. From this booklet, it can be seen that it is all about the refining methods and experience of the life-continuing pill. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded and put away the booklet. This booklet recorded the refining experience of the life-continuing pill. Perhaps that ancient king of the sea region did not refine the life-continuing pill, but these experiences were still useful to him. Because in the near future, he might be worried about his lifespan and would refine the life-prolonging Baodan. At that time, these experiences would be very useful to him. His eyes swept over and fell into the distance. There were several old trees 100 feet away. There was a faint glow behind the old trees. Lin Tianyi flashed past and arrived in front of him. This is? Bai Qiu stared. Behind the old trees was a large medicine garden. There were all kinds of precious herbs growing inside, all of them growing very well. 500-year-old He Wu, 600-year-old Wind Qilin leaf, and 2,000-year-old heartless flower, as well as other precious herbs. Heavens! This is too rich. The medicine gardens of those 3 alchemist families are not much better than this. Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. He was a 4th-tier alchemist and knew the value of this medicine garden better than Bai Qiu. There were too many immortal herbs and precious herbs inside. There were even some rare herbs. It was enough for him to refine a 6th-grade Baodan. He took a deep breath. Together with the soil, he moved all the precious herbs and immortal herbs into the stone ring on his right hand. This stone ring was obtained from the corpse of a king in the sword tomb. There were close to 1,000 cubic meters inside and it could store many things. It was not difficult to store the medicine garden here. After about 10 breaths of time, he put all the immortal herbs and precious herbs inside. Only then did he leave with Bai Qiu, heading deeper into the palace. A loud sound came from behind. The desolate demon body smashed a corner of the palace hall with an immortal tool and rushed here. Roar. An angry roar sounded. Yin energy surged. Within the palace hall, the ghost king rushed over with a dozen Yin corpses. The fluctuations of death were shocking to the extreme. The desolate demon body was covered in blood, and its eyes shone with an ominous light. With a loud roar, it smashed the main hall into pieces with its immortal artifact. Huge rocks fell down, blocking the ghost king and the dozen Yin corpses, temporarily blocking their path. Turning its head, the desolate demon body stared at Lin Tian with a fierce gaze. It roared. The giant immortal tool bone circled and directly attacked. Humph. Lin Tianlong laughed. He activated the stone mirror and swept it out, shattering the giant rock that sealed the ghost king. With a boom, Yin light surged. The ghost king roared and rushed out. It stared at the desolate demon body and attacked. The desolate demon body was furious. Its giant bones shook, sweeping out a boundless demonic light. You're really too evil. Bai Qiu snickered. Lin Tian had made a few consecutive moves, either drawing the ghost king's spear onto the desolate Yao body or preventing the desolate Yao body from escaping the ghost king's attack range. Bai Qiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. However, that Putsong is really powerful. He escaped from the ghost king again and again. But the physique that can be called a king in the same generation is not just empty words. Lin Tianling. He glanced behind him and pulled Bai Qiu deeper into the palace. Soon, they were behind another 1,000 zhang away. Waves of shocking ripples came from up ahead. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu ascended into the sky and discovered that there was actually a large group of cultivators up ahead. They encountered a dense group of Yin soldiers in a dark valley. Moreover, there were quite a few malicious ghosts roaring and charging. Lin Tian frowned. Why did cultivators suddenly appear in front of him? There are many entrances to the Sea King's palace, covering all directions. These people should have entered from other places and arrived here. Bai Qiu said. The Yin soldiers and malicious spirits roared. There were so many of them that it was a little shocking. Yin qi surged like black clouds. Lin Tian was secretly shocked. The ancient tomb of a great Dao realm existence was indeed terrifying. There were groups of Yin soldiers and malicious spirits, and there were even existences on the level of the Ghost King. Ordinary people would definitely die if they barged in. The more powerful the cultivator, the more dangerous and terrifying the tomb they are buried in. Compared to this, the tomb of the immortal connecting alchemist is not even worth mentioning. Danger and opportunity are equal. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. You're right. After entering this ancient tomb, he had gained a lot. There were hundreds of treasured weapons and a medicinal garden. The value was astonishingly high. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu did not look back and continued to go deeper. Not long after, a palace appeared in front of him. There were large walls around it, and there were strange patterns carved on the walls. There were ferocious apes from the continent and berserk demons from the sea. When Lin Tian and Bai Qiu approached this place, the 4 large walls lit up. Ferocious apes walked out from the large walls, and berserk demons roared. They turned into ferocious beasts and pounced toward the 2 of them. There was actually materialized demonic qi. This is? Demonic soldiers materialized from Dao marks. Be careful. Bai Qiu said. Inside the large walls, demonic beasts stepped out one after another. All of them had blood-red eyes and pounced toward Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. These ferocious demons do not have physical forms. It is very difficult for ordinary methods to destroy them. They should be engraved by the Sea region's ancient king. Bai Qiu said solemnly, we should try our best to avoid them and find other paths to go deeper. Since there were cultivators ahead, she believed that there must be other paths that led to the depths of the Sea King's palace. It's fine. Let's go straight. Lin Tian was not worried at all. His right hand shook. The four symbols Dao diagram condensed and slapped forward. With a chi sound, a ferocious ape that rushed forward was directly annihilated, disappearing without a trace under the four symbols Dao diagram. What kind of precious technique is this? Bai Qiu stared. The demonic beasts that stepped out from the stone walls were all very ferocious. They did not have physical forms, nor were they spiritual forms. They were materialized from Dao marks and were extremely unordinary. However, Lin Tian easily destroyed them. This made her very shocked. She stared straight at the four symbols Dao diagram. Can you teach me this precious technique? It is a top secret of the sect. It cannot be divulged to outsiders. Lin Tian laughed. Go die. Bai Qiu cursed. Lin Tian smiled. He used the four symbols Dao diagram to open a path. He broke through the stone walls in all directions and stepped into the depths. Lin Tian pushed open a stone door. Inside were piles of white bones. There were dozens of coffins lined up on both sides. Dancing soldiers were gathered together. They were all breathing out black mist. There was a rotten smell in the air that made people want to vomit. Bai Qiu was not very happy. She stepped forward and said fiercely, I will open a path. Kill them all. A graceful sword appeared in her hand. It was engraved with densely packed patterns. She slashed forward with the sword. Chi. 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 The Yin soldiers that rushed out were shattered and turned to ashes. The sword in her hand was a special weapon from her family. It was engraved with Dao patterns by powerful immortal level existences. It was used to kill Yin soldiers and spirits. She had used this weapon in the ancient alchemist tomb. Now, she was using it again. Normal Yin soldiers will not be able to withstand a single blow from this sword. With this lady's current cultivation, even if it is a malicious spirit, I can kill it with one strike. Bai Qiu said proudly. Lin Tian curled his lips. He was too lazy to say anything. Bai Qiu was beside him. She kept swinging her sword, slashing out streaks of immortal light, shattering all the Yin soldiers and spirits. Lin Tian looked ahead. Suddenly, his expression changed. He saw a human corpse moving among the Yin soldiers. It was an old man in a gray robe. Although there was a gloomy death aura lingering around his body, it seemed like he hadn't been dead for too long. His flesh hadn't rotted yet. Most importantly, he felt an extremely familiar aura from the old man. It was the fluctuation of soul power. Moreover, it was an extremely tyrannical soul power. A sixth-grade array controller? He was shocked. Lin Tian had the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea avatar, which was the nemesis of all spirits. He could also sense the existence of all evil spirits. As soon as he entered this space, he had sensed the evil spirits sealed in the stone pillars. However, when these evil spirits were sealed inside, the stone pillar was equivalent to a seal. As long as no one destroyed or stimulated it, the evil corpses inside would not be able to come out. Therefore, although he discovered this, he did not say much and did not care. He directly walked forward. However, he did not expect that the people behind him would actually directly break the stone pillar and release the things inside. Ah! Miserable cries reverberated through this spacious hall. More cultivators met with misfortune, cut in half by the sea beasts that fell out from the stone pillars. This sea beast was shaped like a human body. Its head was like a coral, and part of it was rotten. The intact parts were pale white. It's much more terrifying than a malicious spirit. Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. When the sea beast fell out of the stone pillars, it was like a god of death that had walked out of hell. Its eyes were pitch black and empty as it started a massacre. The cultivators were terrified, and screams could be heard from time to time. It's coming toward us. Bai Qiu said. The sea beast twisted its body and walked over. It appeared in front of Lin Tian. The rusty king's saber in its hand slashed down with a cold light. With a clang, the space shattered. It's comparable to an immortal, Lin Tian whispered. He raised his right hand and slapped the king's saber, producing a crisp clang. Then, with a buzzing sound, Shi urged the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness. The dense yin and yang twin lotuses condensed into a 4-foot-long sword, slashing at the head of the yin corpse sea beast. It landed firmly on its neck. The sea beast held miserably after being hit by the yin-yang lotus sword. It was sent flying, but the next moment, it stood up again. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. How is that possible? Your sea of consciousness is specialized in restraining these evil spirits. It didn't cause any substantial damage to it? Lin Tian didn't seem to care. I've already said that we'll kill whoever we can. It'll take a lot of effort to kill those that we can't. The sea beasting corpse roared, and green smoke rose from its neck that was slashed by the lotus sword. Its hollow eyes became even darker, and it charged towards Lin Tian again. A terrifying yin qi spread out from its body and from its eyes. The yin qi was pitch black and as dense as ink. It looked extremely horrifying. Lin Tian retreated, his right hand blocking the sea beasting corpse's keen blade, his lotus sword once again slashing at the opponent. Against these evil yin spirit bodies, his knowledge sea phenomenon was the most effective method, but after this sword strike, the sea beasting corpse still didn't suffer any substantial damage, only its screams became even more hair-raising. When he was alive, he was already in the immortal realm. After he died, he turned into a yin corpse and was close to becoming a ghost king. Lin Tian frowned. An evil ghost was comparable to an airborne realm powerhouse, and a ghost king was comparable to an immortal realm powerhouse. Moreover, it was far more powerful than an ordinary immortal realm powerhouse. He had read an ancient book before. It was recorded that a ghost king had appeared in an ancient tomb of a Wuxian realm cultivator. It had killed 18 fifth heaven of the immortal Ascension realm cultivators, leaving only one alive. The immortal Ascension realm cultivator who had escaped had his heart attacked by corpse poison after recording what had happened in the tomb. He did not survive. Although the sea beasting corpse hadn't reached the level of a ghost king, it was close. Clang, the lotus sword moved again and landed on the sea beasting corpse's chest, sending it flying 7 feet away. The sea beasting corpse held in pain, but it stood up straight again. Its pitch-black eyes became even more terrifying. It can't be killed? Even that madman can't do anything? Many people's hearts palpitated. At this moment, a cracking sound came from within the hall. Around them, the surface of some stone pillars began to fall off automatically, stained with Diandian's blood. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. One sea beasting corpse was already difficult for them to deal with. Now that the stone pillars were falling off, it seemed like something else was coming out. Clang, 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 a series of crisp sounds were heard. Soon, more yin corpses walked out from more than a dozen stone pillars. There were headless humanoid knights, 3-headed and 6-armed ocean demons, the evil infant with a head as large as a basket, and some other terrifying creatures of the ocean. All of them exuded a thick aura of death, and they surrounded the cultivators in the center. Bai Qiu opened his mouth and muttered, "This is bad. It's over." Many people's faces turned pale. Just one sea beasting corpse had jumped out, and none of them could deal with it. Now that so many yin corpses walked out, it was simply a disaster. At this moment, they were surrounded in the middle, and there was no doubt that they would die. Clang, suddenly, the sound of swords rang out. The black and white lotus petals fluttered, sweeping a few yin corpses away and opening a gap. "Everyone, leave this place." Lin Tian Dao. Many cultivators were shocked. When they saw Lin Tian opening a gap, they were overjoyed. "Fellow Daoist Lin, be careful." Following this gap, all the cultivators moved and ran out in the blink of an eye, fleeing into the depths. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were left. "I didn't expect you to be so kind. You're blocking here and letting the others leave. Is this considered sacrificing yourself for others?" Bai Qiu teased. Lin Tian glanced at her and kicked the headless horseman that pounced at him. There are too many people standing here, so it's not easy to use some of my methods," he said. With a buzz, the yin-yang lotus sea rushed out from behind him. He waved his hands repeatedly, and the entire lotus sea swayed. In an instant, the sky was filled with black and white lotus petals, covering the entire hall. So many! Bai Qiu was surprised. It was the first time she saw Lin Tian display so many lotus petals. "Stand here and don't move," Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet swayed, and he rushed out. The yin-yang lotus petals floated around densely, forming a lotus petal cage that trapped more than 10 yin corpses inside. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the sea beast yin corpse. He grabbed the sea beast yin corpse's king's saber with his right hand and used his left elbow to hit the sea beast yin corpse's chest. With a bang, the sea beast yin corpse flew dozens of feet away and fell to the side. Although there's a lot of rust, it's comparable to an ordinary high-grade supreme treasure, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He waved his right hand and imprinted his divine sense on the king's saber. Then, he put it into the stone ring. His weapon control technique had reached a certain level, and now he needed a lot of precious weapons. Once he had enough precious weapons, his combat strength would increase by a lot. Thinking about it, if more than 100 high-grade supreme treasures were combined, the scene would definitely be terrifying. In the distance, Bai Qiu's eyes widened when she saw this scene. This guy is even snatching the things of the dead. In the field, Lin Tian was extremely fast. He appeared in front of the headless horseman and attacked with the lotus petals, snatching the spear in the headless horseman's hand. Like the long saber from before, the spear was mottled with rust, but it was still stronger than an ordinary high-grade supreme treasure. Bang! 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 He appeared beside the yin corpses one after another. His fists, palms, sword fingers, and elbows continuously landed on these yin corpses. He sent more than 10 yin corpses flying one after another and snatched all the weapons in their hands. Among them, he snatched a single-edged long saber from a human-shaped sea beast. It was actually comparable to a quasi-immortal artifact, which was very shocking. The yin corpses roared fiercely, and yin qi surged like black clouds. At this time, Lin Tian had snatched a total of 13 weapons. Among them, 12 were high-grade supreme treasures, and one was a quasi-immortal artifact. In fact, when these weapons were intact, almost half of them were immortal artifacts. However, they had been sealed in the stone pillars for too long and lost a lot of their spirituality. As a result, they lost a lot of their sharpness and were not as powerful as before. Clang, 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 the sound of swords rang out. The dense lotus petals all turned into sword blades and slashed down crazily like a black and white sword rain. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. There was no smoke in the main hall. All the yin corpses had fallen, and their bodies were shattered. Then, they scattered like sand. "Didn't you say it's difficult to kill them?" Bai Qiu stared straight ahead. "Just because it's difficult to kill doesn't mean it's impossible to kill them." Lin Tian Dao. Earlier, he'd already activated the yin-yang lotus ocean to the limit, and during the process of seizing their weapons, he'd secretly poured the energy of the four-symbol seal into the corpses every single time he struck the corpses of these yin-yang corpses. This was to solidify the yin energy within their bodies and cause their various abilities to decrease greatly before finally killing them with his full strength. He had activated the yin-yang lotus sea to the extreme, and it was difficult for him to condense all the swords. He could only attack with the dense lotus petals. He still couldn't control this very well. That was why he asked the other cultivators to leave, as he was worried that they would accidentally hurt others. He tilted his head and stared at the other stone pillars. There were about 100 stone pillars, and it seemed that there was a living being sealed in each stone pillar. Bai Qiu followed his gaze. After a while, he said, the ancient king of the sea region was very domineering. In order to unify the sea region, his ferocious aura spread everywhere. Anyone in the sea region who refused to submit was suppressed in the end and disappeared without a trace. Now, it seems that the disappeared experts of the sea region are all sealed here in these stone pillars. So bloody? Lin Tian frowned. Otherwise, why do you think the Sea King's palace collapsed after the ancient king of the sea region died? It's because the ancient king killed too many people and used death to force the experts of the sea region to submit. In this way, the loyalty of those experts of the sea region is obvious. Once the ancient king died, they naturally returned to their homes. Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian nodded. He understood. Looking at the stone pillars, he rubbed his chin and said, "It's quite pitiful. I'll help them free themselves. You just want to steal their weapons. Why are you making it sound so dignified?" Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian was speechless. He coughed dryly and moved. He used his sword light to break the stone pillars one by one and released all the living beings sealed in them. Then, he activated the yin-yang lotus sea to the extreme and used the same method to kill the yin corpses one after another, snatching all the weapons in their hands. There were a total of 93 weapons. Among them, there were pseudo-immortal weapons from the 3 sects, and the rest were superior-grade supreme treasures. Not bad, continue. He was slightly satisfied. There were still 13 stone pillars left in the hall. He waved his sword light and destroyed them one by one. Just as he broke through the last stone pillar, an extremely terrifying yin qi swept out, as if the gates of hell had been opened. A figure covered in black armor walked out. It was like the source of death, and its eyes were blood red. Lin Tian's expression changed. He quickly retreated, and the hair on his back stood on end. I dug out a ghost king. Staring at the corpse, Lin Tian was both shocked and suspicious. The other party was definitely a rank 6 array manipulator, and the time of his death was about 4 months ago, not more than 5 months ago. As such, he immediately frowned. 4 months ago, the tomb of the Sea King had yet to be opened. How could there be the corpse of a matrix manipulator here? Could it be that the matrix manipulator had silently entered and was subsequently killed by evil spirits? Clang! Bai Qiu slashed forward with his sword as he heard the sound of a sword. Lin Tian was shocked. He quickly grabbed Bai Qiu's wrist. The girl's sword was slashing toward the array manipulator's corpse. What are you doing? Bai Qiu stared at him. Stop for a moment. Don't attack. Wait for me here. Lin Tian Dao. With that, he rushed into the group of ghost soldiers. There were a lot of ghost soldiers in front of him, but he wasn't slow. Using the yin-yang lotus sea, he quickly appeared in front of the array manipulator's corpse and suppressed it with the 4-symbol seal. Then, he withdrew from the group of ghost soldiers. Why did you bring a corpse back? Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian shook his head. You can do it now. Vent your anger. Bai Qiu raised her beautiful eyebrows. She snorted and swung her sword forward. Lin Tian refused to teach her the 4-symbol seal. She was naturally unhappy. She vented all her anger on the ghost soldiers in front of her. She destroyed a large number of evil soldiers with her sword. Lin Tian's attention fell on the corpse he brought back. He pressed his right hand between the corpse's eyebrows and activated the Tianyi soul art. He could clearly feel the vast soul power in the corpse. It's indeed a 6th-order array manipulator. He frowned and glanced at the corpse. There was a transparent bloody hole in the corpse's chest. There was demon energy around the wound. It wasn't killed by ghost soldiers. His heart skipped a beat. A strand of divine sense floated out from between his eyebrows and entered the corpse. A moment later, his expression changed slightly. Bai Qiu happened to see this scene. She asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Tian shook his head and glanced at the path he came from. Nothing. Bai Qiu replied with an "oh" and didn't mind. He unleashed the full power of his Zephyr Realm cultivation and slashed out streaks of threatening sword light through the long sword in his hand. She had the Lunar King physique, so her combat power was naturally not weak. In addition, the sword in her hand was specially forged to kill Yin soldiers and evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Yin soldiers died under her sword. Lin Tian tilted his head and spread out his divine sense to search the surroundings. Not long after, he found a sealed palace. Let's stop first. I need to go into seclusion for a while. He told Bai Qiu. Seclusion? Why are you in seclusion at this time? Bai Qiu frowned. Don't ask too many questions. Come and protect me. Hey. Is this the attitude of a follower? Have I become your personal maid? Bai Qiu said furiously. Lin Tian was speechless. Respected Princess White, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. I have something very important to do. That's right. Bai Qiu nodded in satisfaction. Lin Tian got up and waved his right hand. The ninth sword of the burning sun with the yin-yang lotus petal slashed out, shattering a large number of Yin soldiers. He grabbed the array controller's body with one hand and grabbed Bai Qiu with the other. In the blink of an eye, they flashed into the palace not far away. You brought the body with you? Bai Qiu stared at him. Don't mind it. I'll go inside. You stay here and watch the door. Don't let anyone disturb me. He said. Bai Qiu had the Lunar King physique and had reached the second sky of the Zephyr flight. In terms of combat power, she was definitely one of the supremes of the younger generation. He was not very worried about Bai Qiu's safety. Ordinary people could not threaten Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu nodded and stood still with her sword in hand. She looked very cautious. After Lin Tian entered the palace, he put down the array controller's body and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, a soul seal appeared. Buzz. A faint silver light flashed. He opened his hands and a net of silver light intertwined. The net of silver threads connected and shrunk quickly, covering his right hand. Finally, it condensed into a light seal. He used a sword finger to insert it into the array controller's forehead. In an instant, the array controller's sea of consciousness lit up. When he suppressed the corpse, Lin Tian carefully scanned it. He found that the array controller's sea of consciousness had not dried up. Moreover, the array controller's sea of consciousness was very strong. He and the array controller were both array controllers. Now, he was going to use the core secret method of the Heavenly One soul spell to integrate the array controller's understanding and soul power into his own body. Buzz. A faint light flashed. The rich soul power of the array controller's sea of consciousness flowed into his body through his fingers. It could be seen that strands of light intertwined on the surface of his right hand. It was also silver and very pure. Lin Tian closed his eyes and pointed his sword finger at the array controller's forehead. He put his left hand on his knee and circulated the Heavenly One soul spell faster. Gradually, more and more silver light flowed out from the array controller's sea of consciousness and flowed into Lin Tian's body through his right hand. At this moment, his right hand was the bridge that connected the two. The silver light entered his body and quickly merged into his sea of consciousness. Soon, numerous rune arrays appeared in his sea of consciousness and flew to every corner of his sea of consciousness. Then, the Heavenly One soul spell circulated even faster. The array controller's sea of consciousness and soul power were slowly guided into Lin Tian's body. As a result, Lin Tian's aura suddenly became stronger. It was like a mountain flood, rising steadily, and could not be stopped. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 12 hours had passed. Boom. At this moment, an extremely strong wave of energy rushed out from Lin Tian's body and spread in all directions. Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's left hand moved. He used his sword finger to carve runes in the void in front of him. Dots of light intertwined and suppressed the array controller's overflowing aura to a very small area. Boom. 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 The aura in his body became stronger wave by wave. It was not the fluctuation of true yuan, but the fluctuation of soul power. The bright silver light was like a flickering flame. After another 15 minutes, it stopped and slowly calmed down. Lin Tian opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed through them. I've reached the 6th level. He muttered to himself. He used the Heavenly One soul spell's core secret method to merge with the sea of consciousness and soul power of the 6th level array controller's corpse. He had turned all of the array controller's understanding into his own. Finally, he had broken through the bottleneck and entered the 6th level array controller. Just now, he had used his left hand to carve runes in the void. After reaching the 6th level, he did not need to rely on Yen Mo anymore. He could directly carve runes in the void. He lowered his head to look at the withered array controller's corpse. His eyes flashed with light. They were deep and cold. He closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees. In his sea of consciousness, runes appeared and flashed by. Soon, another 12 hours had passed. He had been in seclusion for an entire day. Faint silver light intertwined on the surface of his body. It finally stabilized and gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes, glanced around, and stood up. If I don't bury someone else, I'll turn to dust and scatter with the wind. He looked at the array controller's corpse on the ground. With a wave of his right hand, a ball of fire appeared and covered the corpse. In the blink of an eye, the corpse was burned to ashes and scattered with the wind. He paused for a moment and tilted his head to look at the sky. With his left hand behind his back, he strode out of the hall. "You're awake?" Bai Qiu greeted him. Lin Tian was speechless. "I'm in seclusion, not sleeping." "It's the same." Bai Qiu pointed outside the hall. "It's been a day. Many cultivators have passed by here. There are more than 200 of them. Many of them are at the peak of the Zephyr realm. We have to hurry. We're not far from the depths of the Sea King's palace. If someone else takes the stilling water pearl, I'll cry." "Lin Tian, don't worry, the stilling water pearl is yours. No one can take it away," he said. Kicking open the hall's door, he and Bai Qiu walked into the depths. Along the way, there were many cultivator corpses on the ground. Of course, there were even more corpses of Yin soldiers. Black blood and rotten flesh were everywhere. "Right, how are the Ghost King and the Yin corpses by its side?" he asked Bai Qiu. "Well, those ordinary Yin corpses have been mostly destroyed. However, the Ghost King is simply invincible. Wherever it goes, people will die. No one can stop it. Even the desolate demon body was almost killed. Also, that Xianxia also entered here. He's very terrifying. Most of the Yin corpses around the Ghost King were killed by him," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Let's go deeper," he said. Bai Qiu nodded and followed Lin Tian. She carefully looked around. Suddenly, she saw Lin Tian's left hand moving in the air as if he was writing or drawing. She immediately stared with her beautiful eyes. Hey, what are you doing with your left hand?" "Nothing, just moving my fingers." Lin Tian smiled. Bai Qiu glanced at him suspiciously, but in the end, she didn't care. She pulled Lin Tian and quickly walked deeper. It had to be said that the ancient king who unified this sea area in the past was really powerful. He had built many palaces. One connected to another. They were all very grand and gave off a kind of atmosphere and majesty. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu walked together. In 2 hours, they crossed 2 groups of palaces and entered another huge hall. This hall was wider than any of the previous halls. As far as the eye could see, it was more than 10,000 square meters. It was shockingly large. Boom! True essence fluctuations filled the palace. Many cultivators were inside, and they were roaring in anger. Some of them were screaming. There were quite a few pillars in the hall, and each pillar was engraved with many ancient beasts. At this moment, all of these beasts came to life and entered the stone pillars with their bodies of light. True beastly roars could be heard as they crushed the cultivators one by one. "It's the Tao pattern from before," Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian raised his head. His eyes flickered with silver light. He looked deeper into the hall. There were familiar fluctuations intertwining. "Let's go. Dragon is going to the hospital for a checkup. Today is the day off, I hope everyone will forgive me. After that, I will rush to Beijing tomorrow and the day after. I can only read 1 chapter every day." In total, he owed 4 chapters in these 3 days. Together with the 10 chapters from before, he owed a total of 14 chapters. Dragon will make up for it in April. Behind the spacious hall was another flat garden. Compared to the front, this garden seemed even more spacious. The air inside was very thin, and the spiritual energy was even more scarce. The plants had already withered, and there was a dense qi lingering around. Full text to read. Boom! Shocking energy fluctuations came from up ahead, followed by screams. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu rushed over and saw many figures fighting, surrounded by ghostly soldiers and ghosts. Clang! A saber light slashed down, landing on one of the ghosts and shattering it. Lin Tian looked up and saw Xianxia standing in the air, the saber in his hand shining brightly as he strode deeper into the garden. Die. The wild demon physique's mouth was bleeding, but his aura was terrifying, and he destroyed a large number of ghostly soldiers and ghosts. At the same time, Lin Tian saw 3 other powerful figures. They were middle-aged men, and their bodies were surrounded by ripples of god power. They were all immortals. They're not from the Holy Land or the aristocratic clans. They're rogue cultivators. Bai Qiu said. Roar, the Ghost King roared, and it spat out a mist of death, destroying a flight cultivator. The wild demon physique's group charged deeper into the garden. The Ghost King roared, and its eyes were bloodshot as it chased after them. Hide your aura. Don't let the Ghost King see you. Lin Tiandao nodded. Bai Qiu nodded seriously, and followed Lin Tianyi carefully into the garden. Many cultivators rushed into the garden, and all of them were experts. There were many cultivators at the Zephyr realm. At this level, ordinary Yin soldiers and ghosts would have a hard time hurting them. However, there was a Ghost King among them. Almost no one could survive the Ghost King. Roar, the Ghost King roared, and another flight cultivator was torn to shreds. It charged toward a middle-aged man in yellow robes. The man's expression changed, and he quickly dodged, retreating in panic. The Ghost King's aura was too terrifying. Even the wild demon physique didn't want to fight it, let alone ordinary immortals. A sword light slashed down and landed on the Ghost King, killing it and forcing it to retreat several steps. Let's go. Not far away, a middle-aged man in green clothes spoke. Of the 3 middle-aged men, one was dressed in green, one was dressed in gray, and one was dressed in yellow. Clearly, they were acquaintances. The yellow-robed middle-aged man nodded and quickly retreated. The group moved extremely quickly and soon approached the depths. Roar. The Ghost King roared and gave chase. Lin Tian and Bai Qiu circled around to one side, also approaching the depths. Finally, they reached the end of Sea King's palace. As far as the eye could see, there was a purple coffin at the end. It was made of a special crystal, and it could be seen that there was a human-shaped corpse lying in the coffin. It had long withered. Vaguely, there was a transparent bead on the chest of the corpse. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was made of spiritual water. A faint radiance lingered around it. Outside the purple crystal coffin, there were many stone pillars erected on the ground. Lin Tian took a closer look and found that there were exactly 108 pillars surrounding the coffin. Sea King's coffin? Inside there is the legendary water-stilling pearl, a sacred object that can control water and increase the speed of cultivation. You're right. It's that orb. Many cultivators' eyes lit up. The water-stilling pearl was undoubtedly the most valuable treasure in Sea King's palace. It was clearly recorded in the ancient books. The cultivators who came here were all powerhouses. Naturally, they were familiar with Sea King's palace. Most of them came here for the water-stilling pearl. In the distance, Bai Qiu and Lin Tian stood together, staring ahead with shining eyes. I see it. The water-stilling pearl is in that coffin. Let's go. Don't let others get there first. Lin Tian frowned and pulled her back. Don't rush. It's not that easy to get in. What do you mean, Bai Qiu was puzzled. Just as she spat out 3 words, there was a scream in front of them. Some cultivators rushed forward, heading toward Sea King's coffin. However, they were killed by a strange killing light as soon as they got close. What's going on? Bai Qiu was shocked. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the stone pillars around the Sea King's coffin. He said, these stone pillars form a great formation that firmly protects the purple crystal coffin. Within a certain range of the stone pillars, there are many places that are dangerous. Many places? You mean? Lin Tian nodded and said, the ancient king of the sea must have obtained the materials to set up this formation from a powerful formation master. Then, he set it up outside his coffin. If one doesn't know the structure of this formation and casually enters, one wrong step will lead to disaster. Can't we just destroy the stone pillars? Bai Qiu asked. Lin Tian was speechless. He pointed ahead and said, "Take a look." A blood-curdling scream came from where Lin Tian's right hand was pointing at. A warrior at the peak of the Zephyr realm tried to destroy the stone pillar, but he was met with an even more terrifying killing light and was crushed into a bloody mist on the spot. Bai Qiu shrank back. How scary. Outside the stone pillars, as people died, many people were shocked and their expressions changed. This killing formation can't destroy the stone pillars. Damn it. The Ghost King is here. Many people's expressions changed. Everyone was trapped outside the 108 stone pillars. Seeing the Ghost King coming, most of them were terrified. Xianxia stood aside, and a mountain of knives appeared behind him. He supported the vision in his sea of consciousness and stepped into the stone pillars. After stepping in, there was no reaction. Then, Xianxia stepped out a second time and walked toward the purple crystal coffin. He's in. Follow his footsteps. Quick. Some people were happy. Many people remembered Xianxia's footsteps and followed him in. The people in front entered safely, but the people behind were in great trouble. There was a killing light, and they were immediately hit by the bloody mist. How can this be? Their steps are not wrong. This formation is changing? Many people were shocked. Ah! Screams sounded. The Ghost King was attacking, and some people died at the hands of the Ghost King. Outside the formation, the desolate demon Physique's eyes shone with a wild light. He supported the desolate heaven world, and the demon beast roared and stepped into the formation. There was no killing light. The desolate demon Physique stepped out a second time. I have a secret treasure to explore the formation patterns. Follow me. The middle-aged man in gray said. The next moment, a treasured ring appeared, shining faintly. The other two middle-aged men followed the middle-aged man, vigilant and careful. They also stepped into the stone pillars. They're all in. Bai Qiu was anxious. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. Let's watch for a while. He was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, silver light flowed in his eyes, and he secretly used the One Heaven Soul incantation to sense the formation. As far as he was concerned, this formation was created by at least a 7th-tier formation master. The deeper one went, the more difficult it would be to walk safely. Although Bai Qiu was anxious, she could only wait. Lin Tianwei said that. Hey, what are you doing with your left hand? You've been drawing the whole time. What are you doing? Bai Qiu frowned. She saw Lin Tian scribbling something in the air without any order. I'm just moving my fingers out of habit. Lin Tianwei said. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators had already entered the formation. Some of them used special methods to sense the formation runes and walked forward with difficulty. Xianxia, the Baron Demon Physique, and 3 middle-aged men in the Immortal Ascension realm were at the front of the formation. At that moment, the 5 of them were in big trouble. At that moment, they were less than 50 feet away from the crystal coffin, but it was difficult for them to move forward. From time to time, murderous light would strike them. If not for their strength and secret treasures, they would have been killed several times. Is it okay? Bai Qiu urged outside the formation. Lin Tianwei's eyes flashed with a final silver light. Give me your hand and follow behind me. Bai Qiu nodded and quickly put her hand in Lin Tianwei's. Those guys are almost here. I don't know if we can make it in time. If the steadying water pearl is gone, I'll really cry. She curled her lips. Don't worry. I'll get it for you. Lin Tianwei said. He pulled Bai Qiu, and the yin-yang lion flashed and rushed into the formation like a bolt of lightning. Bai Qiu was shocked. Hey! That's too fast. Don't you think? It's very dangerous. She had been watching the formation closely. Many people had died in it, including the Baron Demon Physique, the descendants of the Yang family, and the 3 Immortal Ascension realm cultivators. Those people had to think for a long time before taking a step, but Lin Tianwei didn't seem to think at all. Don't worry. Lin Tianwei said. His footsteps flashed and he didn't stop after entering the formation. He quickly approached the crystal coffin. He was now a 6th-stage formation master. When he used the One Heaven Soul incantation, he had observed the formation for a long time and analyzed the formation's patterns. Of course, the so-called analysis was only to know how to walk in the formation. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Xianxia, who was at the front. That Lin Tianwei, he doesn't need to think at all? How did he do it? Many people stared at him. Baiqiu was even more flabbergasted. She had clearly felt the terror of this sect's grand formation, and had killed numerous peak-level Zephyr Realm cultivators. But now, Lin Tian had brought her into this formation, and it was as if they were walking on flat ground. Xianxia looked over, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Lin Tianwei moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had passed Xianxia and was in the lead. Xianxia frowned. Although he knew what to do next, he stopped and didn't move forward. Lin Tian's pace was too fast, freely shuttling through this terrifying great formation. He was very clear that he couldn't catch up. The Baron Demon Physique's eyes flashed fiercely as he slashed a demonic light at Lin Tianwei's back. The demonic light was 3 meters long, eerie and threatening. Clang, in response, he slashed out with a beam of saber light that shattered the wild demon body's beam of light. How dare you block my path? The Baron Demon Physique's eyes were cold as he glared at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression didn't change, and he just stood there. Lin Tian turned his head to look at Xianxia. He had just passed Xianxia by about 10 feet, and was in a very special position. If he tried to stop the demonic light from the desolate demon body, he would attract the killing light from the great formation itself, which would cause him a lot of trouble. It seemed that Xianxia knew this and helped him break the Baron Demon Physique's attack. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar sounded. The Ghost King's eyes were blood-red as he rushed in and pounced on Lin Tianwei. P.S. Yesterday, I went to the hospital for a checkup and found out that it's nerve tinnitus. The doctor said that it's caused by excessive stress and emotional instability. It can only be controlled now, and it's difficult to completely cure. Depressing. Here to tell all the friends, you must work and rest regularly. Don't give yourself too much pressure, and exercise more. Also, today is Marshal Dao brother Ling Yun's birthday. I wish him a happy birthday and a lot of money. The 108 stone pillars were difficult to destroy, and the Ghost King rushed into them, charging at Lin Tian. Boom, a bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm struck the Ghost King's body. With a bang, the Ghost King was sent flying, green smoke rising from its chest as it screamed in agony. Just as it was retreating, it seemed to have triggered another killing symbol. Immediately, a large amount of killing light shrouded it and covered it. The Ghost King roared, looking very miserable. Its black armor was shattered, revealing its withered body. The Ghost King that can suppress Immortal Connecting Realm and King Physique, what a terrifying killing formation. Many people were shocked. Lin Tianchao glanced behind him, but did not pay much attention to it. With a flash of his feet, he continued forward. At this time, he was only 30 feet away from the purple crystal coffin. At this time, his footsteps became sluggish, and his movements were restricted. Don't even think about it. The Desolate Demon Physique said coldly. Standing in the formation, the Desolate Demon Physique slashed out killing light again, preventing Lin Tian from getting close to the purple crystal coffin. At the same time, not far away, the 3 middle-aged men's eyes narrowed, and they also slashed at Lin Tian, sending out rays of cold light. Clang, the sound of the saber was ear-piercing. Xianxia attacked again, sending out a large amount of saber light, blocking all 4 attacks. He knew that it was impossible to get past Lin Tian to reach the purple crystal coffin, so he blocked the attacks for Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes at Xianxia, then stepped forward again. Roar, the Ghost King roared and pounced again. However, it was useless. Within the formation, rays of killing light fell, and it fell into the dust again. Lin Tian moved quickly, crossing another 20 feet, and was only 1 foot away from the crystal coffin. The Desolate Demon Physique's silver hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were full of wild light. With the desolate heaven world protecting him, he supported the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and pressed down on Lin Tian, preventing Lin Tian from getting close to the purple crystal coffin. At the same time, not far away, the other 3 middle-aged men in the Immortal Connecting Realm attacked together, each sending out rays of killing light, their divine abilities and secret arts pressing down on Lin Tian. Boom, once again, he used his sea of consciousness to block all of the incoming attacks. Facing 4 powerful experts at the same time, even someone as powerful as him had to take a step back slightly. He had almost attracted a large amount of killing intent. You've obstructed me several times. You're seeking death. The desolate monster body's eyes were filled with savagery. The other 3 stared at him and said, Your Excellency, you don't seem to have any dealings with him. Why are you acting like this? Xianxia's expression was cold, and he didn't say anything. Instead, he held his saber in his hand. Not long ago, Lin Tian had saved him once. Now, in this killing formation, Lin Tian was about to reach the purple crystal coffin. Since someone was trying to stop him, he naturally would not remain silent. We're here. It's near the purple crystal coffin. But, why is that fellow able to walk so easily in this great formation? Many people spoke up. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu to the center of the array and arrived before the purple crystal coffin. He glanced behind him and smacked the lid of the purple crystal coffin open with his palm. There was a withered corpse lying in the coffin. Extremely dense yin qi rushed out of the coffin, corroding the air. It was terrifying. Even if an ordinary immortal reaching immortal expert was infected by this yin qi, they would instantly turn into a puddle of thick water. Fortunately, Lin Tian had been prepared for this. As soon as he opened the coffin lid, he set up his yin-yang lotus seed to keep the yin energy at bay. He looked inside the coffin. The withered corpse had long since lost all signs of life. It was just a corpse that had not turned into yin wretchedness. On the corpse's chest was a sparkling and translucent water droplet that emitted a faint light. It was very pure. The water-steadying pearl. Someone cried out, their eyes shining brightly. Many people clenched their fists. Bai Qiu leaned against Lin Tian, her eyes shining as she stared at the water-steadying pearl. This was a rare treasure that could increase a cultivator's cultivation speed and allow them to control all water sources. However, she wanted to obtain this stilling water bead because of its other use, which was to allow women to retain their beauty forever. Of course, men could also do the same. Lin Tian waved his hand and took the water-steadying pearl out of the coffin. As soon as the stilling water pearl entered his hand, he instantly felt a gentle energy flow into his body through his arm. Furthermore, as he held the stilling water pearl, he could feel the movement of all the water sources within a radius of 10 miles. He even had a feeling that he could summon all the water sources to him in an instant with just a thought. It's mine. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. Lin Tian smiled and said, I know. I'll give it to you later, but I need to use it later. Bai Qiu was confused. What do you? Before she could finish her sentence, the entire Sea King's palace began to shake. Streaks of blood-red patterns flashed, and a terrifying power surged within them. A cultivator at the 7th heavens of the Imperial Sky Realm was accidentally swept by one of the patterns. He screamed miserably and exploded, turning into a pool of blood that splashed onto the ground. What's going on? Formation patterns? They cover the entire Sea King's palace. Everyone's expression changed. It wasn't just them. Even the wild demon body, Xianxia, and the 3 middle-aged immortals were shocked. The blood-red patterns made them feel a terrifying threat. Good, good, good. A burst of laughter rang out. It was coarse and cold, causing the air to tremble. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the east, south, west, and north of the Sea King's palace. They were 4 burly humans, but they couldn't hide their dense demonic energy. Clearly, they were ferocious beasts in human form. Moreover, their auras were terrifying, comparable to those at the peak of the immortal ascension realm. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the figure in the east, narrowing his eyes slightly. Bai Qiu followed his gaze and stared with her beautiful eyes. It's that old abyss-breaking beast. His aura is exactly the same. Not only her and Lin Tian, but the wild demon king physique also noticed this figure, and his eyes shone with wild light. Not long ago, when they were rushing to the sea, they were attacked by an old abyss-breaking beast, comparable to the peak of the immortal ascension realm. They didn't expect to meet it again in this place. The only difference was that the old abyss-breaking beast didn't appear in its beast form, but in its human form. As if noticing their gazes, the figure in the east snorted. "Did you really think I couldn't kill you in the sea? I just thought you had great potential, so I deliberately let you go and let you come here." Staring at the three, the old abyss-breaking beast sneered. "I spent several months asking a sixth-order formation master to break into the Sea King's palace and engrave the blood-devouring formation. Now, I've led you here to refine a cauldron of medicine to help us reach the great Tao realm." A majestic man surrounded by flames stood in the west. His eyes were dark as he looked at Lin Tian, or rather, at the water-steadying pearl in Lin Tian's hand. "Not bad. Not bad at all. Even a sixth-order formation master would find it difficult to open the array outside the purple water coffin, but you relied on your secret treasures and your own senses to reach the end and take it out. Very good. Very good. It's enough to show that your potential and strength are amazing." The four of them were all powerful demon beasts in human form. They were the four overlords of the sea. They were the Abyss-Breaking King, the Green Snake King, the Flame Alligator King, and the Golden Frog King. The Abyss-Breaking King's true form was a Abyss-Breaking Beast, and he was the one in the east. The Green Snake King's true form was a red and green mystic snake, and he was the one in the south. The Flame Alligator King's true form was a flame alligator, and he was the one in the west. As for the Golden Frog King, his true form was an ordinary golden frog, and he gradually cultivated to his current level. The four demon kings were all at the peak of the immortal ascension realm. We've all been tricked? Many cultivators' hearts palpitated. Around them, the blood patterns flickered, covering the entire Sea King's palace. There was a bloodthirsty power manifesting. "Begin," the Golden Frog King said. Instantly, the four of them formed seals at the same time and activated the blood patterns. The blood-colored formation patterns twisted, covering all directions and pressing down strand by strand. Ah! In the blink of an eye, someone let out a blood-curdling scream as he was directly blasted apart by the blood-colored patterns. Strands of blood seeped into the ground. Then, blood-colored light rushed up from several other directions and entered the bodies of the four sea overlords. As the blood light entered their bodies, the aura of the four of them began to increase. In the blink of an eye, it rose by a lot. Good, good, good. The four of them laughed. Compared to these four, the others in the Sea King's palace could not laugh. They were all terrified and tried to escape. However, it was useless. The blood patterns sealed every corner of the surroundings, forcing the group of people back. Those who can appear here are all powerhouses. They have rich blood chi and endless potential. After devouring your blood essence, it won't be long before we can step into the great virtue realm," the Green Snake King said. Hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators changed. "Damn it. We've been used as supplements. No. This can't be." Many people were terrified. "Run!" someone roared. With a bang, surging vital essence fluctuations surged, shaking the space until it distorted. Just as the Green Snake King said, the cultivators who could come here were all powerhouses. The weakest was at least at the Zephyr realm. At this moment, a group of people broke out of the encirclement and escaped at the same time. Their power was indeed not to be underestimated. However, in the blood formation supported by the four monster kings, everything was in vain. Puff, 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 blood mist exploded one after another, entering the bodies of the four monster kings through the blood patterns. Such a scene made everyone's heart palpitate. The blood-devouring great formation inscribed by a level 6 formation controller is truly different. However, that old fellow is really too childish. To think that he actually thought that we would be able to break through the great formation outside the purple crystal coffin after reaching the great Tao realm and retrieve the water-steadying pearl for him. The Abyss Destroyer King sneered, his gaze landing on Lin Tian. "You're worthy of being called a peerless genius of the human race. You actually passed through such a formation on your own. Very extraordinary. Hand over the steadying water pearl." "You want it?" Lin Tian played with the steadying water pearl in his hand. Facing the four overlords of the sea, he was the only one who was calm among all the cultivators. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Human, the blood-devouring formation has already sealed the surroundings. Even if you obtain the steadying water pearl now, it will be useless. The Green Snake King spoke. With a raise of his hand, endless blood patterns enveloped Lin Tian, completely imprisoning all the space around Lin Tian. Seeing that you took out the steadying water pearl in advance, I'll give you a quick death. The blood runes were densely packed, covering Lin Tian like the Milky Way. Everyone was shocked. Please search Taste Book Yen Network to see the most complete. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Bai Qiu's expression changed. It's over, it's over, it's over. What should we do? Even an immortal ascension expert would not be able to block the blood runes. Even if she had a superior grade immortal artifact, it would be useless. Don't worry, Lin Tian said. Bai Qiu was surprised. She looked at Lin Tian and pouted. Don't worry? Yes, don't worry. It's useless to worry, the Green Snake King said. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood runes covering Lin Tian became denser. We won't waste a single bit of your origin and blood essence. Rest in peace, the Hellbreaker King said. The four overlords of the sea looked indifferent, and they had a superior attitude. Lin Tian looked up and glanced at the four of them. Do you really think you can defeat me? His expression was calm. With a single thought, silver lines appeared around him. Like little fairies, they surrounded him and Bai Qiu, protecting them. The combined power of the four demon kings was repelled by the silver lines. The four overlords of the sea were shocked. At the same time, the others were also shocked, including the desolate demon physique, Xianxia, and the three immortal ascension experts. That's formation runes? How could he have such a thing? That should be something only a powerful array manipulator can do. Everyone was shocked. Silver patterns appeared, majestic and imposing. Like immortal light, they enveloped Lin Tian and Bai Qiu within. You bastard, this is your doing? Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian smiled and looked around. The four overlords of the sea were also staring at him, their eyes shining. Formation runes? You're a sixth-order array manipulator? The Flame Crocodile King said coldly. As soon as he said that, many people were shocked again. That Lin Tian is a sixth-order array manipulator? How is that possible? There are very few array controllers in the second heaven. Where did he learn it? Most importantly, it is said that the art of controlling arrays is very difficult to learn. Most people need to spend a long time to deduce it. He is so young, but he has already reached the 6th level. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. These cultivators were not weaklings. Naturally, they knew that array manipulators had many mysterious and unfathomable methods. This was especially true for those legendary array manipulators at the pinnacle level. They were simply the source of destruction. Destroying an inheritance was as simple as playing around. Now that Lin Tian displayed his array manipulation technique, it caused the expressions of all the cultivators to change. It was too shocking. The desolate demon body's eyes narrowed. Soon, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes. Xianxia frowned for a moment, but then his frown disappeared. The four overlords of the sea all stared at Lin Tian coldly. You're just a tier 6 array manipulator. We've already killed an array manipulator at your level. You won't be able to do anything. You'll die just the same. The Green Snake King's expression was cold. With a wave of his hand, more bloodlines appeared in the surrounding space. Rumble, a mighty aura of destruction pressed down, and a bloodthirsty power surged. It was shocking. The fluctuations caused the cultivators to be shocked. It was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy all living things. Lin Tian snorted. Don't compare me to an ordinary tier 6 array manipulator. With a shift of his mind, more formation runes appeared in the void, covering the entire space. The blood runes that were rushing towards him were once again repelled. They were repelled again. Many cultivators were shocked. The blood tattoos summoned by the four overlords of the oceanic region were extremely horrifying. However, they were blocked by Lin Tian twice in a row. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Were you using your left hand to inscribe formation patterns? Lin Tian smiled at her, declining to comment. From the very beginning, he had seen Cultivator's blood disappear into the ground, and he had felt that it was a little strange. Later, he found the corpse of a sixth-order array manipulator among the Yin soldiers. His sea of consciousness had not been completely extinguished. He used the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea to spy on him and saw many things in his body, including the matter of the 4 hegemons of the Sea domain plotting against the Sea King's palace. Because he had fused with the soul force and remnant spiritual sense of the sixth-order array manipulator, he knew everything. Whiz, strands of formation runes manifested and circled around him and Bai Qiu, protecting everything. The 4 demon kings of the sea tried to use the bloodlines to suppress Lin Tian, but it was useless. The Green Snake King's eyes were cold. Lin Tian's method surprised him. The bloodlines that the 4 demon kings used together to activate were completely blocked by a human in the levitation realm. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment. Soon, the demon king recovered and said coldly, "You have some tricks up your sleeve. Unfortunately, you can only passively defend. Death is only a matter of time." "Is that so?" Lin Tianling smiled and stood still. The Flaming Crocodile King said coldly, "The blood-sucking formation has already sealed the surroundings. He can't escape. Let's refine the others first. It doesn't matter if we don't have the 2 of them. We can still break into the Great Path. Then, we can kill him and take the Stilling Water Pearl." From their point of view, Lin Tianji could only passively defend, which didn't affect their plan. When they used the blood-sucking formation to refine everyone in Sea King's palace, it would be easy for them to crush Lin Tian and Bai Qiu. "Do it." After the 4 finished their discussion, the blood lines in Sea King's palace surged and pressed toward the others. In the blink of an eye, screams and screams were heard. Many cultivators were turned into blood mists by the bloodlines. Good, good, good. I can feel my power increasing. Green Snake King laughed and looked around. Strands of blood light rushed into the bodies of the 4 people from all directions, causing their auras to rise. Lin Tian stood still and looked at the 4 people quietly. He didn't care at all, but there was a cold smile on his face. Again. The 4 demon kings roared. The bloodlines spread. At this moment, the 4 of them looked coldly at Lin Tianyi. The bloodlines pressed down on the strongest people in the place. At the same time, they enveloped the desolate demon king physique, Xianxia, and the 3 middle-aged men in the immortal connecting realm. The bloodlines were so terrifying that the void distorted. Boom, 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 several strong auras rushed out. The desolate demon king physique and the others resisted with all their strength, each using their own powerful techniques. The desolate demon king physique appeared in the desolate heaven world. Xianxia summoned the vision in his sea of consciousness. The other 3 middle-aged men used their divine abilities to fight back. Very good. Vigorous blood energy and vigorous origin. The 4 demon kings' eyes lit up as they looked at the desolate demon king physique and Xianxia. Especially the 2 of you. Very good. Very good. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the bloodlines surged and became stronger. The bloodlines were already terrifying. Now that the 4 demon kings were working together, ordinary methods couldn't resist at all. Lin Tian flicked his left hand and silver light flashed, covering Xianxia and isolating him from the bloodlines. Xianxia felt his body relax as he stared at Lin Tian. "You're welcome." Lin Tian Dao. Xianxia was a taciturn person. He didn't say much and just stood there quietly. "Human." The eyes of the Green Snake King and the rest shone with a cold light as they stared at Lin Tian. Killing light flickered in their eyes. Lin Tian used the mysterious formation to protect Xianxia. Even if they worked together to activate the bloodlines, they couldn't do much. "You're not an ordinary 6th-order array manipulator." "Who are you?" Abyss Destroyer said coldly. Lin Tian's formation was too mysterious and tyrannical. He was actually able to remain unharmed in the blood-devouring formation that the 4 of them worked together to activate. Moreover, he still had the energy to protect the others. This made the 4 of them even more shocked and they all frowned. For the four of them, Lin Tian had become a variable at this time. You guys continue. Lin Tian Dao. His expression was calm as he stared at the four demon kings calmly. His attitude made the four overlords of the sea unhappy. Their eyes turned cold. You'll die. Green Snake King said. I'll wait for you to kill me. He smiled faintly. The four overlords of the sea had cold eyes. Then, the bloodlines moved and enveloped the others. Screams echoed in an instant. It was very ear-piercing. Young friend Lin, please help us. Someone said. Lin Tian turned his head and saw the three middle-aged men in the Immortal Ascension realm looking at him expectantly. Help you? Sure. He smiled faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, silver lines flickered beside the three of them. The three of them were overjoyed. Thank you, young friend. Many, bang. The silver formation shook and a powerful force sent the three of them flying toward the place where the bloodlines were densest. The three of them suddenly turned pale. At this moment, they were sent flying by Lin Tian's silver runes. When they landed in the dense blood runes, they immediately felt a power that could corrode all things. In the blink of an eye, streaks of bloody marks appeared on their bodies, becoming tattered and tattered. You're welcome. Lin Tian Dao. The three of them attacked him with killing intent when he was heading toward the purple crystal coffin, but now they were asking him for help. He was not that magnanimous. How could he lend a helping hand to those who wanted to kill him and send them on their way? The three of them screamed. The bloodlines surged over and covered them, seizing their origin blood essence. In the blink of an eye, the three of them quickly withered, and all their blood essence rushed toward the four demon kings. Puff, 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 after a few more breaths, the three of them exploded into a cloud of blood-colored dust. The four demon kings' auras were even more powerful. Clearly, after absorbing the origin blood essence of the three Immortal Ascension realm powerhouses, their strength had increased by quite a bit. Human, thank you for pulling them out. It's really difficult for the bloodlines to enter the formation outside the coffin. The Green Snake King laughed loudly. The formation outside the coffin was a little troublesome. 108 pillars surrounded the coffin. Even with the four of them working together, it was difficult to push in too many bloodlines. It would take a lot of energy to refine the three Immortal Ascension realm powerhouses. But now, Lin Tian had pulled the three of them out of the formation, which saved them a lot of trouble and saved them a lot of time. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. You'll hate me very soon. The Abyss-destroying king and the others' expressions darkened. They felt uncomfortable listening to Lin Tian's words. Human, don't pretend to be profound. One of them said coldly. Lin Tian smiled and didn't respond. Only the silver formation surrounded him and Bai Qiu. He looked at Patsong and said to the four overlords, "This is the desolate demon king physique of the demons. I'm sure you've heard of it. Refining the origin blood essence of the king physique will bring you unimaginable benefits." Patsong's expression turned cold, and two rays of cold light shot out of his eyes. Desolate demon physique? The four king physiques stared at Patsong. At their level, they naturally knew about the desolate demon king physique. For a moment, the eyes of the four people lit up. Refine him. The Flame Crocodile King said. In an instant, the blood patterns surged like the rolling sea. Lin Tian smiled and attacked again. The silver formation appeared beside the desolate demon physique and crashed toward it. Lin Tian. Patsong's eyes were full of cold light. You're welcome. Lin Tian Dao. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. If he could kill them, he would. Patsong brought out the barren heaven world, blocking Lin Tian's silver matrix runes. However, in the next moment, the blood runes around him surged as well. With a bang, he was sent flying, escaping the range of the matrix outside the purple crystal coffin. Refine him. With a boom, the four overlords of the sea joined forces. Blood patterns surged crazily toward Patsong. This kind of power was terrifying. Even an immortal-reaching realm expert would find it difficult to resist. You're so ruthless. Just now, Lin Tian had already killed 3 immortal-reaching realm experts. Now that he had sent the desolate demon physique away, Baiqiu shrank his neck. After a pause, she said, however, the desolate demon physique shouldn't die so easily. Mount Tianyao must have left many life-saving methods on him. After all, he's a king physique. I know. Lin Tian nodded. There was no need for Baiqiu to say anything about this. He knew it very well. Then why did you? Baiqiu was surprised. I'm just buying some time. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. His left hand was hidden in his sleeve. His 5 fingers moved at the same time. Imprints appeared one after another and disappeared into the void. Boom, up ahead, blood patterns flickered, roiling about, turning into an angry dragon as it rushed towards the desolate monster body. For a moment, Putsong seemed to be in a sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his immortal artifacts were sent flying several times. A futile struggle. The 4 from the sea region said coldly. The 4 of them each stood in a corner of the Sea King's palace and worked together to activate the devouring blood array, covering the entire Sea King's palace. This grand formation had sealed off the entire Sea King's palace. Blood runes were everywhere, making it impossible to escape. Rumble, the blood tattoos rolled like waves, suppressing Pokang. Bang! Putsong used his immortal artifact to defend himself, but he was immediately swept away. Demonic blood splattered in the void. In the desolate heaven realm, the phenomenon in the sea of consciousness, the god-slaying palm, and various other methods were used by Putsong to resist the blood tattoos. Lin Tian looked over, his eyes narrowing. Putsong was really terrifying. Just now, the 3 immortal ascension cultivators were refined by the blood tattoos in the blink of an eye. But now, Putsong was continuously resisting the blood tattoos and holding on. Very good. Lord Piyama said. I was right to let you go earlier. You've exceeded my expectations. Put in more effort. Another person said. Instantly, the blood tattoos became denser, surging towards Putsong like a vast sea. Boom. The blood tattoos were like dragons. Together with the power of the 4 overlords of the sea region, they forced Putsong to retreat again and again. His immortal artifact cracked. That's enough. Lord Piyama said. With a boom, all the blood tattoos around Putsong pressed down together. Many cultivators trembled at the sight of this. It's over. Someone muttered. How could they resist such a blood tattoo formation? It was impossible. Lin Tian stared over there, Yang Qi stared over there, and Baiqiu also stared over there. They did not move at all. You want to kill me? You're not strong enough. Putsong roared. With a boom, a broken lamp rushed out from the top of his head. The wick of the lamp shone with divine fire, and an extremely terrifying wave of energy overflowed. A broken Dao weapon. Someone exclaimed. Lin Tian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light as he stared straight at the desolate demon physique. He was not surprised by this scene. Boom. As soon as the broken lamp appeared, the entire space shook, and all the blood tattoos were instantly blasted away. The 4 overlords of the sea region were shocked at the same time, and their eyes shone with cold light. So what if he has such a precious weapon? It's just a broken one. It's not very useful. It's only a matter of time before it's suppressed. Crush him. The 4 of them said. The blood tattoos were even more shocking. They fell like an immortal river. Putsong roared. He used the essence of the desolate demon physique to activate the broken lamp. It erupted with a terrifying might and directly pierced through the blood tattoos. Open for me. With a boom, the broken lamp flew up, forcefully creating a gap in the blood-devouring grand formation. The 4 overlords of the sea region immediately changed their expressions. Stop him. The 4 of them controlled the grand formation. Endless blood tattoos surged up, wanting to block the gap. The desolate demon physique did not hesitate. It glanced at Lin Tian coldly and directly turned into a ray of demonic light and rushed out. Although it had always been arrogant, it was not stupid. It was surrounded by 4 demon kings at the peak of the connecting immortal realm. Facing such a combination, even if it had an incomplete Dao soldier, it was impossible to resist the 4 of them. Leaving was the best choice. With a whoosh, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the distance. Damn it! The four overlords of the sea region were furious. The loss of such a king physique escaping could be said to be great. Block the gap first, one of them said. Someone was escaping through the gap. The Green Snake King was furious. The blood tattoos flashed, and the person who wanted to escape through the gap immediately screamed and exploded. Lin Tian, let's go too, Bai Qiu said. There's no rush. The four overlords of the sea region have a lot of good things on them. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu glared at him. What are you thinking about at this time? Little girl, be quiet. Lin Tian rubbed her head. Not far away, Xianxia frowned. He looked at Lin Tian and then at the four overlords of the sea region. The four overlords of the sea region had cold eyes. The desolate demon physique had escaped, which made them very unhappy. Instantly, a bloody mist exploded in the hall. Human, it's your turn, the Flame Crocodile King said. In the process just now, they had absorbed a lot of essence blood, and their strength had increased by a lot. As the four of them finished speaking, the blood tattoos in the space became even more terrifying. They were twice as strong as before. What a coincidence. I'm almost done here. Lin Tian Dao. Rumbling sounds could be heard. With a single thought, silver spell tattoos appeared in every corner of the space. They were like indestructible divine swords that emitted the clanging of weapons. A moment later, the silver spell tattoos began to move. They gathered together, transforming into 99 furious dragons that let out shocking dragon roars. The blood-devouring grand formation trembled violently, and ripples spread out like water. The four overlords of the sea region were shocked. They could feel the blood-devouring grand formation shaking. Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his left hand and flicked his fingers. Instantly, more silver tattoos appeared. Some were defensive, some were offensive, and some were defensive. Did you really think you could fool everyone? Don't be so naive. We knew what you were up to and prepared a big gift for you. He had started by inscribing defensive spell tattoos. Then, he had used the three immortal connecting experts and the desolate demon physique to buy time to inscribe offensive spell tattoos. Roar. The dragon roared. Lin Tianling used the defensive spell tattoos to resist the blood tattoos. He used the 99 furious dragons to attack. Of course, he didn't use these to attack the four overlords. Instead, he urged the 99 furious dragons to charge in all directions. There were blood-devouring grand formation seals in every corner of these places. He used the Heavenly One Soul technique and used the 99 furious dragons as the foundation to directly destroy the blood-devouring grand formation spell tattoos. Chi. 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 With a soft sound, cracks appeared outside the blood-devouring grand formation. The four overlords of the sea region were shocked. The blood-devouring grand formation that they had hired a 6th-grade array controller to set up was destroyed. Damn it! The four of them roared in unison. The other cultivators were overjoyed. For a moment, they all fled in panic. The Green Snake King and the others flicked their sleeves in anger and stepped into the Sea King's palace. Human! How dare you set us up? The four of them had cold eyes. Originally, they were the ones who came up with the plan to refine a group of cultivators to improve themselves. However, they did not expect that everything that the four of them had set up would be destroyed by a mere cultivator in the airborne realm. This made them very angry. I set you up. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, it's just a little resistance. Don't argue with him. Just take him down. Your killing tattoos can only destroy the blood-devouring grand formation spell tattoos. They can't threaten us. You won't be able to die even if you want to. The four of them pressed forward step by step. Bai Qiu was moved. She immediately activated the Bai family's divine ability. She didn't dare to be careless in the face of four peak immortal ascension experts. Clang, Yangqi didn't leave. He summoned the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and aimed it at the four of them. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, don't worry so much. I alone am enough. With that, he took a step forward, and a pearl appeared in his right hand. Stilling water pearl. The four overlords of the sea were shocked. Lin Tian said, after the blood-devouring grand formation sealed the area, the stilling water pearl couldn't sense the water outside. However, it's different now. As soon as he finished speaking, he poured his true energy into the stilling water pearl. Instantly, the Sea King's palace trembled. In the blink of an eye, raging waves rose from all directions. They were hundreds of meters tall. Boom! The unparalleled waves sealed the area, containing endless destructive power, and cast a large shadow. Bai Qiu looked up and stared at the waves with her eyes wide open. Even Xianxia, who was standing off to the side, was moved. Such a scene was simply a miracle of nature. The four overlords of the sea were shocked. They stopped in their tracks and forced Lin Tian to stop. They were all sea demons. Naturally, they could feel the terrifying power of the waves. It was very shocking. Next, it's my turn. Lin Tian stared at the four and narrowed his eyes. Since you've cultivated to such a high level, you must have a good foundation. Hand over all the treasures you have. Otherwise, I'll drown you. By the way, you're all overlords of the sea. If you drown in the sea, it will definitely become a legend in the history of cultivation. The expressions of the four overlords of the sea were very ugly. They were existences at the peak of the immortal ascension realm, but now they were threatened and blackmailed by an airborne realm cultivator. You are courting death. The Green Snake King said coldly. The four monster kings stood side by side, their divine power surging toward the surroundings. So what if you have the stilling water pearl? Your cultivation is too low. After all, you are only in the airborne realm, more than 10 levels lower than us. With such a cultivation, how much of the stilling water pearl's power can you activate? Do you really think you can compete with us? The Flame Crocodile King said coldly. Boom, 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 four waves of demonic power surged, rolling and extremely powerful. The four monster kings felt the destructive aura contained in the waves around them. At first, they were a little surprised, but they quickly recovered and calmed down. They were all at the peak of the immortal ascension realm, only one step away from the Great Path realm. With four such powerful monster kings together, they were not afraid of Lin Tian, who had the stilling water pearl. Is that so? Lin Tianling smiled. Do you think I only have the stilling water pearl? Looking at the four monster kings, he had a half-smile on his face. The four monster kings' eyes were cold, and they were very unhappy with Lin Tian's expression. Stop pretending. The king of the underworld said coldly. The abyss-destroying king said coldly. In the next moment, he trembled and his expression changed. At the same time, next to the king of the underworld, the other three monster kings trembled and suddenly felt waves of pain in their bodies. What did you do? The four of them stared at Lin Tian at the same time. At this time, the four of them knew that the pain in their bodies was definitely related to the human in front of them. Lin Tianyi smiled and took a step forward. Didn't I say that you will hate me soon? Previously, when he used the silver array pattern to push the three middle-aged immortal ascension realm cultivators out of the formation, he inserted the chaotic god pattern into their bodies. This kind of array pattern was similar to the energy sealing pill, which could interfere with divine power and even temporarily suppress cultivation. The four monster kings absorbed the flesh and blood essence of the three people, including the chaotic god pattern. At this moment, the chaotic god pattern was activated. The four of them were shocked and thought for a while. You did something to the three of them. King Breach said coldly. You're right. Unfortunately, there's no prize. Lin Tian smiled. He took a step forward, and with every step he took, a silver rune appeared in the void and intertwined around him. This, formation pattern, 100 Zhong wave, this Lin Tian, is he a monster? He even knows how to carve formations? Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian with wide eyes. All of this was a little inconceivable. The four overlords of the sea region were pressuring and setting up this trap. It was supposed to be a desperate situation, but who would have thought that Lin Tianyi had long known about it and easily disintegrated everything? Moreover, at this moment, he was actually suppressing the four overlords. This guy knows everything, but he won't tell me. She gritted her teeth angrily. Off to the side, Xianxia's eyes glittered with surprise. However, this man was not ordinary after all. After a slight change in expression, he once again returned to his original state. On the battlefield, Lin Tian glanced at the Sea King's palace. With a thought, the waves that sealed the four sides automatically broke open a door. "Those who have nothing to do with this, get out of here," he said. Hearing his words, many of the cultivators were shocked, but then they were all overjoyed. They thanked him and fled outside. The sound of the air breaking rang out. Green Snake King and the other three moved and rushed towards the door Lin Tian opened. Lin Tian had already laid down countless runes in this place, and their bodies were also in intense pain. It would be impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. At this time, they did not want to stay here, as there was absolutely no benefit to them. With a hong sound, a light dragon appeared. It was completely formed from silver formation patterns, and it rushed towards the four people. "Who said you could leave?" Lin Tian stood in front of them. The four overlords of the sea region stared at Lin Tian. The coldness in their eyes grew stronger, and their killing intent was overflowing. "Then we'll kill you directly," Green Snake King said. With a boom, rolling demonic aura surged. Streaks of gray mist swept out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably vast. Flaming Crocodile King and the others naturally moved as well. Each of them displayed their supernatural powers and secret techniques, and dense demonic shadows appeared. After all, they were powerful existences at the peak of the immortal ascension realm. Although they knew that the current situation was very unfavorable to them, seeing Lin Tian's powerful stance, they were furious. They directly attacked Lin Tian. In an instant, destructive demonic light pressed down. It was shocking. "The chaotic divine pattern has entered your body. Now you can only use 80% of your peak combat strength. You want to fight me with that?" Lin Tian said coldly. He activated the Tianyi Soul technique. With a thought, more silver patterns lit up in the void. The waves sealed the surroundings. Heaven and earth spirit chi surged, passing through the silver patterns and turning into rays of killing light that cut through the void. Looking at this scene, the four demon kings felt a trace of threat again. "This is my first time engraving a killing formation. I'm not proficient enough." Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, dense rays of killing light shot toward the four demon kings. Each ray of killing light was terrifying. Clanging sounds could be heard. The silver rays of killing light were like immortal sword rays that slashed in all directions. Chi. The Green Snake King used a supernatural power, but there were too many rays of killing light. Instantly, his supernatural power was cut into pieces. A dragon roared. A huge silver dragon rushed over. It looked very real. It opened its mouth and bit down. Buzz. Silver rays intertwined in all directions, like a bird flapping its wings. Looking around, in this void, every inch of space was filled with silver patterns. These silver patterns were getting brighter and brighter. They were vibrating on their own. Every time they vibrated, silver rays of killing light would appear. This was a killing formation. Damn it. Flaming Crocodile King gritted his teeth. The silver patterns pressed down on the surroundings, exuding a shocking killing intent. It caused the space to distort uncontrollably. At the same time, the chaotic divine pattern in their bodies could not be refined in a short time. It constantly interfered with their divine power, making it difficult for them to use their peak combat strength. "Leave through the air. He set up a killing formation here. If we leave, he won't be able to do anything to us. Let's go." The four of them shot up into the air. The waves were 300 meters tall, but for existences at their level, this was nothing. Lin Tian looked up and smiled coldly. He held the stilling water bead in his hand, and with a thought, the surrounding waves suddenly surged and gathered together, pressing down on the four of them. The destructive aura of the water-steadying pearl was obvious. Instantly, the four demon kings' faces fell as the waves slammed into them, sending them tumbling down to the ground. "Beautiful." Bai Qiao couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Qi stood off to the side, looking at the waves and the four demon kings. His eyes shone brightly. The Green Snake King and the others were in bad shape. After being hit by the waves, blood oozed out of their mouths. "What do you think?" Lin Tian said, striding toward the 4 demon kings. He had already set up numerous killing patterns in the void. With the water-steadying pearl in hand, he didn't fear the 4 demon kings at all. "Human." The 4 demon kings' faces were cold. Lin Tian stepped forward and said calmly, "Hand over your trump cards, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, you know what will happen. You're strong, but you can't stop me now." The 4 demon kings stared at Lin Tian, gritting their teeth. Their faces were unsightly because Lin Tian was telling the truth. They were originally at the peak of the Immortal Ascension realm, but now, the Chaos God glyphs made it so that they couldn't even use 80% of their battle prowess. With the killing patterns in the void and the water-steadying pearl, the gap between Lin Tian and them was shortened. Now, even if the 4 of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Tian. "Despicable human," the Green Snake King said coldly. Lin Tian tilted his head, and with a thought, a silver killing mark flashed. With a bang, the Green Snake King was sent flying. "Do you have the right to say that?" he said coldly. The Green Snake King's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't help but roar. Boom, with it as the center, waves of bloody light spread out. Then, it turned into a giant python that was 100 feet long, ferocious and threatening. This was the Green Snake King's true form. At this moment, it revealed its true form, and the aura around its body became violent. "What a huge snake!" Bai Qiu was shocked. The Green Snake King's true form was 100 feet long and covered in green scales. It was surrounded by a shocking chill and bloody aura. It let out a loud roar and spat out poisonous substances. It looked very fierce. "Let's go," the Flaming Crocodile King said. With 3 roars, the Flaming Crocodile King and the other 2 also revealed their true forms. In an instant, 4 ferocious beasts stood in this space. Their eyes were either blood red or demonic green, and they all had a terrifying aura. They all pounced toward Lin Tian. "Humph!" Lin Tianlong snorted. With a thought, the silver formation runes in the void emitted an even brighter light. Rays of killing light closed in from all directions. It was unknown how many times more terrifying it was than before. It cut through the void and enveloped every inch of the space around it. Poof, 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 the 4 monster kings revealed their true forms. Their aura was stronger, but they also had more targets. For a moment, beams of killing light fell, leaving bloody wounds on their bodies. In many places, even the airy white bones were exposed. Roar! The 4 silver dragons formed by the formation rushed up and swung their tails. Bang! 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 The 4 of them were sent flying 100 feet away. The 4 of them returned to their human forms. Their bodies were full of wounds, and they were all coughing up blood. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you satisfied? Now, can you hand over the treasures you collected?" The 4 monster kings' faces were pale. They were extremely angry. "What? Are you unwilling?" Lin Tianyi smiled. In the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. He moved his hands, and more silver formation runes rushed up. Then, the stilling water pearl trembled. Endless water surged and combined with the light of the killing formation, turning into a dense mass of ice swords. Clang, 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 the piercing sound of the swords rang out, and the temperature of the entire space dropped by more than 10 degrees. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't hand over the treasures that satisfy me after 3 breaths of time, you will bear the consequences." Dense ice swords were placed in all directions. They were formed by the killing mark and the water-stopping bead's ability to control water. Their power was truly terrifying. These ice swords filled every corner of the space, completely sealing off the 4 demon kings. Pinbook Netbook. The tips of the ice swords were all aimed at the 4 of them, flashing with a cold light that made one's heart palpitate. Staring at Lin Tian, the 4 of them were all trembling. As powerful as they were, they naturally felt the terror of this aura. At this moment, they were trapped in the middle and had no chance to escape. If they made any movements, their bodies would be pierced by the dense ice swords. Lin Tian stared at the four of them. I'll start the countdown. 3. Hearing this, the four of them trembled. 2. Clang, as his voice rang out, thousands of dense ice swords clanged, and the killing light became even more powerful. In this space, he had carved dense killing patterns. These killing patterns were not too advanced, just the most basic killing patterns of the formation control technique. Even so, these killing patterns could automatically absorb the spirit chi in the air and convert it into killing light. At this moment, as time passed, the killing light around them became even more powerful. 1. Wait. The Golden Frog King shouted. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Have you decided? He stood with his hands behind his back. Killing light intertwined around him, completely enveloping the four monster kings of the sea region. This aura made the heavily injured four great monster kings feel a sense of powerlessness. We'll pay. The Green Snake King gritted his teeth. They were very strong, comparable to the peak of the connecting immortal realm, but now that the chaotic divine patterns had entered their bodies, the divine power in their bodies could not flow smoothly. Lin Tian relied on the water-stopping pearl to close the distance between them, and with the dense killing patterns all around, he could exhaust them to death. Facing such a situation, they had no choice but to give in. That's right. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The abyss-breaking king's expression was terrible. He raised his hand and swept out a large amount of immortal light. Baodan, immortal herbs, weapons, everything. Among them, there were close to 100 4th-grade Baodan and many upper-grade supreme treasures. There were also a shocking number of immortal herbs. Most importantly, there was a 5th-grade Baodan, which immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. This is, refining a true Dan. His eyes shone brightly. As an alchemist, and a Tier 4 alchemist at that, he naturally knew that things like true energy pills were extremely precious. They were treasured medicines that could be used to temper one's true energy. Such a true chi refining pill, when used on a Zephyr Realm cultivator, could help the Zephyr Realm cultivator refine their true chi to an astonishing degree in a short period of time, and then increase their cultivation by a large margin. Relying on this Baodan, I can reach the peak of Zephyr Realm 3rd layer within a day, and even possibly reach the 4th layer. He thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, he put everything away. Seeing Lin Tian put everything away, Abyss Breaker King clenched his fists with a pained expression. These things were the wealth that he had painstakingly accumulated for more than 300 years, but now, they were all taken away in one day. Lin Tian glanced at Abyss Breaker, then looked at Green Snake King and the other two. It's your turn. Green Snake King and the other two gritted their teeth, and their expressions were extremely ugly. However, there was nothing they could do. The three of them raised their hands one after another, sweeping out a large amount of light. The Baodan treasures and other rare treasures were almost piled up into a small hill. Lin Tian roughly estimated that there were hundreds of upper-grade supreme treasures, countless 4th-grade Baodan, and a shocking variety of immortal herbs. Moreover, he saw many ancient scriptures among them. Although they were not the best, they were not bad either. If he took them out, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. Lin Tian was very satisfied. Among them, the hundreds of upper-grade supreme treasures solved the problem of needing more weapons for the weapon control art. The true alchemy elixir was also extremely precious. After leaving the sea region, he only needed to find a quiet place to break through to the 4th heaven of the Zephyr realm in a short time. At that time, his combat power would definitely be on another level. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and landed on a sheepskin scroll. This sheepskin scroll was very ordinary, but there were many things engraved on it. They were crooked, as if it was a drawing of a chain of mountains. Staring at this sheepskin scroll, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Back then, he had comprehended a trace of the great path of nature. Now, on this sheepskin scroll, he actually felt the fluctuation of the path. One had to know that the fluctuation of the path could only be felt by at least a great path elite. In other words, this sheepskin scroll was at least from the hands of a great path elite. What is this? Lin Tian looked at the Flaming Crocodile King. He remembered that this was taken by the Flaming Crocodile King. The Flaming Crocodile King glanced at the sheepskin scroll. A map. As for the exact location of the engravings, I don't know. It had obtained this sheepskin scroll by chance for many years. It could not be broken by blades or melted by fire. After studying it for so many years, it could only conclude that this should be a map. As for the terrain, it had no idea where it was located. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at the sheepskin scroll. From the direction of the strokes on the sheepskin scroll, it did look like a map. He stared at the sheepskin scroll and seriously thought back. He realized that this terrain did not exist in the first and second heavens. The mountains on this scroll are in the upper heavens? Also, what is in the mountains on this ancient scroll? He frowned slightly. An ancient scroll map that came from at least a great path elite. He did not think that there was no mystery behind it. The most likely possibility was that the location on the ancient scroll had to be something extraordinary. After thinking for a while, he carefully put away the ancient scroll. He planned to take some time out to study it properly in the future. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected all the treasures. "You can let us leave now, right?" the Abyss Destroyer King said in a deep voice. The four of them clenched their fists. Their expressions were very ugly, and killing intent intertwined in the depths of their eyes. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the four of them. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Of course," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound rang out. Dense ice swords vibrated and slashed towards the four great monster kings. With a cracking sound, the void shattered on the spot, and large cracks appeared. "You tricked us." The four of them were furious. "This guy." In the distance, Bai Qiu stared. He did not expect Lin Tian to attack the four great monster kings directly after extorting all of their treasures. He showed no mercy. A light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but he quickly hid it. In the field, Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his right hand, and more killing light pressed down. "Childish." Staring at the four great monster kings, he only said 2 words. All of a sudden, even more killing light surged up, covering the 4 people under it. The 4 of them had planned this. They wanted to refine everyone and turn them into medicine. They wanted to kill them. Now, how could he let them go? Moreover, he could imagine that once he let the 4 of them go now, they would definitely turn to kill him when they were free. Moreover, all 4 of them were experts at the peak of the immortal connecting realm, and they might even step into the great path at any time. If that really happened, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him and his friends. He wasn't that stupid. Boom. 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 Dozens of killing lights rushed out from behind him and pressed down on the Green Snake King and the others. "Human, you, poof." The Flaming Crocodile King was enraged. In an instant, he was hit by one of the killing lights and was sent flying more than 10 feet away. At the same time, the other 3 great monster kings were also in great trouble. They were sent flying by the killing lights and pierced by the ice swords. In an instant, the Sea King's palace was stained with blood. In just a short moment, the 4 great monster kings had suffered unimaginable injuries. Damn it! The 4 great monster kings were both shocked and furious. They had planned this and lured many cultivators in to refine a cauldron of medicine to help them break through to the great Tao realm. They did not expect that they would be tricked here by a human at the Zephyr realm. After sealing them in the Sea King's palace and extorting all their treasures, he actually wanted to kill them now. Humph. Lin Tianling laughed. He moved his hands together and supported the steadying water pearl. The entire sea was boiling. Rumble. With this large island as the center, waves surged in all directions, turning into astonishing dragons. The dragons roared, letting out a substantial roar that shook the sky. That is, heavens, this scene, this, who did this? In the sea, many creatures saw this scene, and their hearts trembled. As far as the eye could see, a total of 108 dragons rushed up. They were completely condensed from water and streaked across the void, appearing above the Sea King's palace. Boom! The dragons roared and rushed down angrily. The Green Snake King and the others also roared and attacked at the same time, activating their respective mystical abilities and facing the dragons. With your current injured state, you can't even use 50% of your divine power. What else can you do? Lin Tianling laughed. His hands moved quickly, and the heavenly one soul art circulated, guiding the chaotic divine patterns in their bodies. Instantly, the four of them trembled and vomited blood at the same time. He used the heavenly one soul mantra to draw in the power of the chaotic divine glyphs. Not only did it cut off the flow of the four people's divine power for a short period of time, it also attacked their internal organs, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. It was also at this moment that dozens of water dragons descended. No. The Green Snake King was the closest, and his expression instantly changed. Lin Tianling was expressionless. He used both hands to guide the dozens of dragons to press down together. Pooh! The dragon's roars shook the soul. The Green Snake King was crushed on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. The Flaming Crocodile King and the others were terrified. One of their companions, who was at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, died just like that. At this moment, the three of them stared at Lin Tianling. There was anger and hatred in their eyes, but there was also fear. Roar! A loud roar rang out, and the seawater blocked the surroundings. In the sky, dozens of dragons pressed down again. The Golden Frog King was the first to bear the brunt and was directly smashed into pieces. This guy. In the distance, Bai Qiu shrank his neck. He felt that Lin Tianling was too ferocious. Two overlords of the sea that were comparable to peak connecting immortals were killed just like that. Lin Tianling tilted his head and stared at the last two overlords of the sea. He directly activated the water-stilling pearl and absorbed thousands of water sources to suppress them. The water-stilling pearl's ability to control water was very terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of true essence. At this moment, he had already used 60% of his true essence, so at this moment, he didn't want to say anything to the other party. He only wanted to get rid of the last two powerful enemies in the shortest time possible. He definitely couldn't let the two of them leave this place alive. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. With a boom, dozens of dragons pressed down, covering all directions. Squeak! This soft sound was too ear-piercing, causing Lin Tian to immediately stop attacking and look behind him. A book? W? WW? 1. K? N? SH? U? CC. At the same time, the Infernal Destruction King and the Flame Crocodile King's expressions changed. Crack! The purple crystal coffin broke open. Light and blood energy surged, and a pitch-black aura of death gushed out. The aura of death split into dozens of streams, most of which shot toward Bai Qiu. Lin Tian seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. Retreat! He shouted as he rushed toward Bai Qiu. The dense aura of death enveloped Bai Qiu, and it was even more terrifying than the water dragons summoned by the water-steadying pearl. Bai Qiu's expression changed, but the aura of death was too fast for her to block. Clang! Xianxia stepped forward, unleashing his saber mountain and sea of consciousness manifestation to defend Bai Qiu. Crack! 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 The sabers shattered one by one, and Xianxia was sent flying backward, blood oozing out of his mouth. Bai Qiu was surprised, and didn't understand why Xianxia had saved her. However, when she saw Lin Tian rushing toward her, she understood. Lin Tian arrived in a flash and appeared among the 108 stone pillars. Many thanks, he said to Xianxia. Bai Qiu was his best friend in this heaven, and also his only friend. If the aura of death had hit Bai Qiu directly, she would have been severely injured. Xianxia had stepped in to protect Bai Qiu, and Lin Tian was very grateful. He knew that Xianxia had saved Bai Qiu because of him. Xianxia didn't say anything. He was a man of few words. Boom! A black light pierced through the clouds, and from the surface of the Sea King's palace, streaks of blood-red light rushed toward the violet crystal coffin. There were many streaks of blood-red light, and some of them were even black, which belonged to the Yin soldiers. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were other streaks of light that were faint silver in color. Soul fluctuations? Lin Tian's expression changed. The blood-red light rushed into the violet crystal coffin, and the aura of death grew stronger. Want to see? Book 1 Ka. Nshu CC. As far as the eye could see, the purple crystal coffin had already exploded. A withered figure stood there. In the bloody light, a pair of incomparably demonic eyes lit up. Just one look was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Alive, alive? Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, a very serious expression appeared on his face. Further away, the flaming crocodile king and the abyss-destroying king trembled as they stared at the figure standing up amidst the bloody light. Back then, the Sea King, how is this possible? The two monster kings felt their hearts palpitate. At this moment, the figure that stood up was too terrifying. His aura was comparable to that of a cultivator of the Great Path. Lin Tian's face darkened. He waved his right hand and swept out a large expanse of silver light, temporarily breaking through the formation outside the coffin. Let's go. Sending a message to Bai Qiu and Xianxia, he sped away. The figure that stood up from the purple crystal coffin was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the overlords of the sea region, difficult to face. How could that be? When we approached the crystal coffin earlier, it was clearly dead. There was nothing unusual about it. Bai Qiu was puzzled. It wasn't just now, but it is now. Lin Tiandao. What do you mean? Do you still remember that ghost king? We ignored it just now, and it entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King. Lin Tiandao. How can that be? Bai Qiu's eyes widened. It's essentially a yin spirit, a spiritual body. What's wrong with that? It's just exchanging a spiritual body for a corpse. Lin Tiandao. He pointed to the other side, where there was a withered corpse. It was the body of the ghost king from before. At this moment, it was covered in cracks and lying motionless on the ground. It was already at the level of a ghost king. Now that it has entered the corpse of a great path cultivator, isn't it even more terrifying? Much more terrifying. So many cultivators died in the Sea King Palace. Their blood qi, resentment, and soul power were all absorbed by the ghost king, completing a considerable transformation. It's almost comparable to a great path cultivator. 1. Reading? 1. K. A. N. S. H. U. C. C. Lin Tian's expression was grave. He did not expect that the ghost king would abandon its main body and enter the corpse of the ancient Sea King. Using the corpse of the ancient Sea King, it absorbed all the blood qi, death qi, and yin qi in the Sea King Palace. In this way, the power contained in the corpse was simply terrifying to the extreme. Roar. A roar rang out, shaking the sky. The ground of the Sea King Palace cracked inch by inch, and the cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, the water dragons summoned by Lin Tian with the water-steadying pearl exploded one by one, shattering under the violent death qi. The ghost king entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King. At this moment, it took a step forward, and its body was surrounded by a black death qi, causing the surrounding space to crack. Go, leave. Lin Tian said in a low voice. At the same time, the flaming crocodile king and the abyss breaker king in the distance were also frightened and quickly fled. However, the two of them had just moved when the ghost king controlled the corpse of the ancient Sea King to close in on them. Its hands grabbed the two of them at the same time. No. No, the two of them were terrified. They were already seriously injured, and now that their necks were grabbed, the thick death qi entered their bodies and solidified all the divine power in their bodies. Roar. The ghost king roared and bit the neck of the flaming crocodile king. The flaming crocodile king screamed and turned into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the abyss breaker king did not escape the same fate. In the blink of an eye, all the essence of his flesh and blood was sucked dry. In the distance, Bai Qiu watched this scene and shrunk his neck. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. At this time, there was no time to think. It was difficult for them to resist such a terrifying existence. Roar. With another roar, the death qi on the ghost king's body became stronger, and its blood-red eyes stared straight at Bai Qiu. Its two blood-red eyes lit up, as if it had found some delicious prey, and it rushed over. Lin Tian looked back, and his expression changed. Damn it. He spat out a vulgar word. Obviously, the Ghost King, who had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, had sensed the origin of Yin in Bai Qiu's body. The Ghost King was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in. Its eerie ghost claws, which were surrounded by black ghost fog, reached out and grabbed at Bai Qiu. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and a dense array of silver runes appeared in the void. At this time, they were still within the range of the Sea King's palace. He had carved killing runes in the void. These killing runes might not be enough to deal with the Ghost King now, but it was good enough to slow it down and buy some time to escape. Crack! With a crisp sound, all the killing runes were shattered. Lin Tian was slightly shaken. He felt that his internal organs had shifted, and a fishy taste surged up. The Ghost King roared and moved even faster, closing in again. Wisps of death chi intertwined around it, making it look like a devil from hell. Boom! Lin Tian activated the water-stopping pearl, and thousands of water sources rushed up, turning into raging waves that flooded the Ghost King. However, the Ghost King, who had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, was too terrifying. With a simple swipe of its claws, it instantly shattered everything. Lin Tian retreated, coughing up blood, and his face turned pale. Just now, in the battle with the four overlords of the sea, he had been in the upper hand, but at that time, he had been using all his strength, and had consumed a lot of his true essence. Now, he only had 20% of his true essence left, and it was difficult to activate the water-stopping pearl. "I'll do it," Xianxia said. With a clang, a wasteland appeared, with endless weapons stabbed into the ground, stretching across the sky. This was the vision of his sea of consciousness, and at this moment, it was pushed to the extreme. Each of the blades was like an immortal weapon, terrifying and terrifying. Whoosh! 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 The dense number of divine blades cut through the void, slashing at the Ghost King. Then, the three of them fled again. Roar! The Ghost King roared, directly shattered the endless blades, and chased after the three of them again. Lin Tian looked back and cursed inwardly. It seemed that the Ghost King had really sensed Bai Qiu's origin of Yin. Who could have guessed that something like this would happen? He thought angrily. Roar! The Ghost King roared, and a sinister aura of death enveloped the three of them. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. He seemed to have sensed something as well. He no longer used the immortal artifact to conceal his origin. Instead, he summoned it directly and used this high-grade immortal artifact to activate the Bai family's abhijna. He even used the lunar origin. In an instant, the Ghost King was sent flying. Clang! Boom! Xianxia and Lin Tian attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful techniques that slammed into the Ghost King, sending it flying dozens of meters away. "Let's go," Lin Tian said. After entering the corpse of the ancient Sea King, the Ghost King had become even more terrifying, and its aura was shocking to the extreme. The three of them shot up into the air, leaving Sea King's palace and heading off into the distance. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the Ghost King also rose into the air and charged towards the three. Lin Tian looked back, and his expression froze. The three of them had launched a barrage of attacks on the Ghost King, but they had failed to leave even a scratch on it. The corpse of a great virtue realm expert is still so sturdy after such a long time. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. There were already many cultivators watching this area. At this moment, their expressions changed when they saw this scene. What's that? Yin energy? It's so thick, that's... A corpse is flying? Many people stared. Gradually, more and more people noticed this scene, and they were all shocked. Lin Tian and the other two flew away, occasionally sweeping out large amounts of killing light to obstruct the Ghost King. However, this was not of much use. After entering the corpse of the ancient king of the sea region, the Ghost King was too much stronger. Even if Lin Tian brought out the complete Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, it was useless. The three of them fled together and soon appeared in the deepest part of the sea. Rumble! The waves in front of them were monstrous. From time to time, pillars of water would surge up, and huge whirlpools would appear on the surface of the sea. Don't go any further. It's very dangerous ahead. If we're not careful, we'll be swept into an unknown space. Bai Qiu was moved. She had read many ancient books about the sea and knew a lot. It's a pity that we have no way out, Lin Tian said. A ferocious roar came from behind. The Ghost King had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, and it was charging over with monstrous energy. Monstrous ghost chi surged from behind. The entire sky turned pitch black as if thunderclouds were approaching. 1. Reading 1? K. Watson? S. reads H? U? C? See, the Ghost King closed in, cutting off their escape route. Let's go. Lin Tiandao grabbed Bai Qiu's hand and charged forward. There was no time to think. The path ahead might be dangerous, but the path behind them was a dead end. Clang, a manifestation appeared in his sea of consciousness, and millions upon millions of saber beams shot toward the Ghost King. Then, he took a step forward. The Ghost King roared and shattered all the energy sabers. Then, it charged in with a mighty radiance. Rumble, Lin Tiandao, Bai Qiu, and Bai Qiu charged into the turbulent sea. From time to time, waves would roll up around them, like the hand of the Grim Reaper. Vortexes appeared beneath their feet, as if they could devour everything. This is the Sea of Chaos, Bai Qiu said. It's possible to leave the sea from here. That's right. The Sea of Chaos, as its name implied, was a place of extreme chaos and danger. This chaotic sea had existed since ancient times. Many cultivators had ventured through this place to temper themselves. Unfortunately, very few of them had made it out alive. Thus, this place gradually became a dangerous place and was recorded in the annals of the cultivation world. Don't jinx it. Lin Tiandao rapped her on the shoulder. He only had 10% of his true energy left, and his face was pale. Rumble, the waves rolled up like the hand of an ancient devil, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Standing on the surface of the chaotic ocean, waves surged as far as the eye could see, water splashed everywhere, and gales swept out. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt apprehensive at this moment, thinking to himself that the ominous territory recorded in the ancient books was indeed terrifying. Roar. The Ghost King roared, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. Monstrous chi swept out in all directions, dyeing the seawater with a layer of black, causing people's hearts to palpitate involuntarily. Clang, yang chi slashed backward, unleashing a wave of saber light. 1. Reading 1 cc Bai Qiu held up the upper-grade immortal artifact and secretly activated it with the lunar origin, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. She already knew that the current Ghost King had sensed her origin of extreme. Naturally, she no longer concealed it and activated the high-grade immortal artifact to its limit. Boom, as soon as the high-grade immortal artifact moved, the sea became even more turbulent. More waves surged up and pressed forward. However, the Ghost King was too terrifying at this moment. It was almost unstoppable as it swept through everything. Chi. 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 Yang Chi's saber light shattered, and the light from Bai Qiu's high-grade immortal item vanished without a trace. Lin Tian glanced behind him. He took out a baodan and swallowed it, quickly recovering his true essence. Then, he activated the Heavenly One Soul incantation and looked around, carving runes into the void. Bang! Bang! Yang Qi and Bai Qiu staggered backward, their blood energy surging. This monster! Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. The three of them ran all the way, avoiding the waves. Up ahead, a rumbling sound echoed out, and when they looked over, their faces fell. In front of them, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. It was 100 feet in diameter and sucked in everything around it. Get out of the way. We have to get out of the way. Bai Qiu said, her eyes wide. The sea had existed since ancient times, and was filled with danger. Furthermore, the chaotic sea had been described in the ancient records as a dangerous place. Based on how powerful the vortex was, if it sucked anyone in, they would be teleported to some unknown dimension, and would be stuck there for over 100 years. In fact, it was even possible that they would die a horrible death. Lin Tian and Yang Qi's eyes were very serious as they flew higher into the air and avoided the vortex. Roar! The Ghost King roared, charging toward them. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Bai Qiu, filled with greed, desire, and excitement. Bastard! Bai Qiu cursed. Reading 1 cc, let's keep going, Yang Qi said. Don't worry about it. Don't stop it. Lin Tian Ondao. Bai Qiao and Yang Qi's eyes flashed at the same time. Although they didn't know what Lin Tian wanted to do, they nodded. The three of them weren't slow, and they quickly passed through the huge vortex. The Ghost King roared and chased after them. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was at the center of the vortex. That's enough. Step back. Lin Tian suddenly said. He turned around and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, silver patterns appeared in the void. These were the formation patterns he had carved along the way. At this moment, they all came to life, completely sealing the space around them. Buzz, light shone brightly. He raised his right hand, and the first layer of the four-symbol seal appeared, pressing forward with great momentum. After that, he didn't stop. With a thought, he called out the water-steadying pearl. As soon as the water-steadying pearl was activated, the chaotic sea first fell silent, then became even more turbulent. Under Lin Tian's will, 99 huge water dragons rushed up, roared, and all of them came to the Ghost King's body and wrapped around it. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The formation patterns, the four-symbol seal, the water-steadying pearl, and all of his methods were used together to suppress the Ghost King. He didn't want to use these methods to kill the Ghost King, because it was impossible. The Ghost King was too powerful after entering the Sea King's corpse, and these methods couldn't even injure it. At this moment, he only wanted to use these methods to push the Ghost King into the huge whirlpool below and let the whirlpool devour it. Boom, his hands moved together. The formation patterns shone, and the four symbols Dao diagram annihilated a large amount of yin qi. The 99 water dragons were unusually fierce. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, the water-steadying pearl's power became even stronger. Roar, the Ghost King roared and struggled with all its strength. Lin Tian suffered a backlash. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he didn't stop. Even if I can't hurt you, I can still kill you. He gritted his teeth. Because of the previous fourth stage Baodan, he had recovered nearly 40% of his true essence. At this moment, he activated all of his true essence and poured it into the water-steadying pearl. At the same time, he activated the four-symbol seal and suppressed the Ghost King. The Ghost King roared, shattering strands of formation markings and crushing huge dragons, but its ghost body was continuously being pressed down. Finally, its legs sank into the vortex and were wrapped up by the waves. Suddenly, a strong force pulled it and dragged it down crazily. Roar, the Ghost King roared and struggled even harder, wanting to re-enter the vortex's range. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and activated the water-steadying pearl even more crazily. For a moment, the chaotic sea became even more turbulent. Waves of water rolled up, turning into large dragons that crazily drowned the Ghost King. These large dragons condensed the power of the water-steadying pearl. Although they couldn't hurt the Ghost King at this moment, the impact was very terrifying. They drowned the Ghost King again and again, suppressing it deeper into the vortex. Buzz. He raised his right hand and took out the four-symbol seal again, throwing it at the Ghost King. As soon as the four-symbol seal appeared, it immediately annihilated the large amount of yin qi released by the Ghost King, forcing it down again. Roar, the Ghost King roared and was suppressed again. Waves after waves rose and crashed against the shore, causing the entire chaotic ocean to boil. The yin qi became denser, and the Ghost King struggled, rolling in all directions. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the chaotic sea became even more turbulent. The huge vortex directly expanded. It was originally only 10 feet in diameter, but because of the Ghost King's yin qi, it suddenly became 20 feet wide, and there were even more powerful waves rushing up. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his body shook violently. At this moment, there was a terrifying force dragging him into the vortex. Damn it! His expression changed, and he activated the water-steadying pearl to resist such a strong force. However, the Ghost King's yin qi caused the vortex to spin madly, and one wave after another shot up, throwing the wind and clouds into chaos. At this moment, he was running out of true essence. Even with the water-steadying pearl in hand, he couldn't resist such a force. He fell directly into the vortex, falling even faster than the Ghost King. Lin Tian. Bai Qiao rushed over, a superior-grade immortal item hovering above his head. Powered by the essence of lunar, he grabbed Lin Tian's arm and pulled him back. The Ghost King roared as more than half of its body was caught in the vortex, and it released even more yin qi toward the two of them. Lin Tian pushed Bai Qiu away. Let's go. Don't worry about me. At this moment, because of the Ghost King's yin qi, the vortex in the water was releasing an incomparably terrifying force that not even a peak immortal connecting realm expert could stand up to. Bai Qiu grabbed Lin Tian tightly. How could he let go? Clang, an energy saber slashed out, shattering a large amount of the Ghost King's yin qi. Yang Qi activated the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and flashed over. He grabbed Lin Tian's shoulder and fled. This man was very strong, but at this moment, he was powerless in the face of this huge vortex. Even with all his strength, he couldn't pull Lin Tian out. You. Lin Tian was anxious. The chaotic region became even more violent. Pillars of water shot up as if they were going to shatter the sky. The Ghost King roared as it was finally pulled to the bottom of the sea by the vortex. Layers of waves surged up and covered it. Lin Tian was the closest. He saw with his own eyes that half of the Ghost King's body was torn to pieces by the vortex. There was no hope for it to survive. This made his heart tremble. Was this the power of nature? Human strength was unpredictable. With a boom, another wave rolled up and covered the three of them. Let's work together and activate the water-steadying pearl to protect ourselves. Lin Tian Andao. He knew that there was no hope for the three of them to escape from this vortex at this moment. Bai Qiu nodded. Yang Qi also knew that the situation was bad. At the same time, they poured their true essence into the water-steadying pearl. A faint barrier of light enveloped the three of them, barely isolating them from the seawater. Almost at the same time, a huge wave came crashing down and covered the three of them. For a moment, the three of them felt the world spinning. A huge tearing force came from all directions, as if it was going to tear them apart. Their vision was pitch black, and they couldn't use their divine sense. They could only use their true essence to activate the water-steadying pearl to form a barrier of light. They were then pulled down to the bottom of the sea by the spinning force of the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, the tearing force outside their bodies finally weakened. Bang! They seemed to have broken through something and fell into a dark gorge. Looking around, the dark gorge was a little dim. Occasionally, water droplets would fall, and the air was moist. Standing up, the three of them still felt a little dizzy. Only after 10 breaths did they feel better. Full text to read, still alive. Bai Qiu patted her chest with a look of lingering fear on her face. For better or worse, you are still a king. Lin Tian wanted to say that he was still a king body, but he stopped midway. Look at your useless appearance. What did you say? Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian didn't want to bicker with her, and looked at Yang Qi. Sorry for dragging you into this, he said. Yang Qi had helped him a few times before, either for Bai Qiu or for him. When he was trapped in the giant whirlpool, this man could have escaped by himself, but he didn't do so and risked his life to help. He knew that it was because he had helped him before, but he was still grateful. This kind of man was worth befriending. Yang Qi was a man of few words, so he didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Tianyi and then looked forward. An idiot and a piece of wood, what a congenial fate. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian turned around and gave her a knock on the head. What are you muttering about? Bai Qiu held her forehead and stared at Lin Tian angrily, then turned her head away with a snort. Lin Tian smiled, feeling amused. He felt very relaxed when he was with this girl. He shook his head and began to look around. I didn't expect there to be such a space at the bottom of the sea. The tearing force of the giant whirlpool just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the stilling water pearl supporting the light screen, the three of them would have been torn apart by that water source. I vaguely remember that the light screen supported by the stilling water pearl brought us here. I wonder where this place is. He looked forward. There was only one path in this dark gorge, and it led straight ahead. It seems that this is the only way, he said. Let's go. Bai Qiu muttered and led the way. Lin Tian nodded at Yang Qi and followed. The air in the dark gorge was very humid, and the light was very dim. The three of them walked, and water droplets fell from above, dripping on the ground. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. All around, the air suddenly became a little cold, and a faint blue light came from the front. The three of them were visibly moved as they cautiously walked forward. Not long after, they rounded a corner and saw a huge ball of blue flames burning in front of them. The flames seemed to burn fiercely, but the surrounding temperature was exceptionally cold, as if it could freeze one's soul. "This is dark blue flame?" Bai Qiu was shocked. The dark blue flame was born from the Earth's core. Its temperature was colder than ice, but it could burn everything. It was a rare flame. Xianxia's eyes glittered as he recognized the flame. "It is indeed that kind of flame." Lin Tian nodded. He stared at the blue flame and walked forward. "Hey! Don't go near it. This thing can even burn an ordinary immortal connecting realm expert to death." Bai Qiu grabbed him. Lin Tian stopped and stared at the blue flame in front of him. "Don't worry," he said to Bai Qiu. "This thing is useful to me." "Useful to you? What are you doing?" Bai Qiu stared at him. The dark blue flame was a very dangerous flame. Ordinary people would die if they came into contact with a trace of it. She knew that Lin Tian was very powerful and was not an ordinary person. However, when she heard Lin Tian's words, she still did not understand. Or rather, she was more worried. Beside her, Xianxia was also puzzled. "Just watch. Lin Tian." He took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he slowly approached the dark blue flame. He was an alchemist who had reached the 4th grade. Naturally, he was more familiar with flames than others. There were detailed records of the dark blue flame in the medicine encyclopedia. There was also a method to refine it. Now that he had encountered a ball of dark blue flame here, it was a blessing to him. If he could refine it, his alchemy level would definitely increase. Gradually, he approached the dark blue flame and stopped half a meter away from it. At this time, he could feel a chill all over his body. Even his back was cold. Bai Qiu stared straight ahead with a cautious expression. He even took out a high-grade immortal item, afraid that something would happen to Lin Tian. Beside him, Xianxia also stared ahead. His eyes flashed, and there was a faint blade in his right hand. Clearly, he was also paying attention to the situation ahead like Bai Qiu. If anything happened to Lin Tian, he would immediately intervene. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lin Tian noticed something behind him and smiled at the two of them. He looked back at the dark blue flame again. He took a deep breath and silently activated the medicine encyclopedia. He reached his right hand forward. As his hand got closer to the dark blue flame, he felt colder and colder. His heart felt like it was going to stop beating. However, as the medicine encyclopedia activated, this feeling gradually weakened and then disappeared. Finally, his right hand reached into the dark blue flame. Hiss! Lin Tian trembled. He instantly felt his entire right hand go numb. He could not help but take a deep breath. Bai Qiu's expression changed, and he became even more nervous. He stared straight ahead at Lin Tian's hand that was in the dark blue flame. Soon after, she was surprised again because Lin Tian's hand that had reached into the dark blue flames was actually completely fine, and it was completely intact. "This guy." She stared at him. One had to know that the dark blue flame was extremely terrifying. Ordinary immortal experts could not withstand it. But now, Lin Tian's entire right hand was in the dark blue flame, and nothing happened to it. How could she not be shocked? Even someone as calm and taciturn as Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Lin Tian put one of his arms into the flames and circulated the pharmacopoeia over and over again until he got used to the bone-piercing cold. Only then did he make the next move. He slowly put his left hand into the flames as well, and then, left leg, right leg, and after a quarter of an hour, his entire body was covered in the dark blue flames. His entire body was covered by the blue flames. Looking at this scene, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. She was almost petrified on the spot and could not say a word. Lin Tian actually walked directly into the terrifying dark blue flame, and nothing happened to him. "Heavens, this is a freak," she muttered. Inside the dark blue flame, although Lin Tian was not injured and was not in danger, he did not feel good. He felt his entire body go numb, and every movement was extremely difficult. The dark blue flame was extremely cold, as if it was polar ice. But inside it, he could clearly feel that he could turn into ashes at any time. Buzz. A faint light surrounded his body. He activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, and it flowed through his body over and over again. After another quarter of an hour, he began to absorb the dark blue flame outside his body. The dark blue flames leaped like fire spirits and entered Lin Tian's body. Then, under the light of the medicine codex in his body, the dark blue flames slowly disintegrated and fused into his flesh and blood like specks of stars. Such a scene caused both Baiqiu and Xianxia to be moved. He is actually refining the dark blue flame? How did he do it? Baiqiu exclaimed. Xianxia was also shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. He said to Baiqiu, "Quiet, don't speak again." Baiqiu nodded, obviously understanding Xianxia's meaning. He was worried that talking would disturb Lin Tian. After all, the dark blue flame was indeed dangerous. If there was even the slightest accident during the refining process, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Buzz. In front of them, Lin Tian stood inside the dark blue flame. His entire body was covered by the dark blue flame, and it entered his body bit by bit. Then, he sat down cross-legged and focused on activating the medicine encyclopedia. The medicine encyclopedia was the most ancient scripture of the alchemists. It was the culmination of an ancient alchemist's life's work, and it had unimaginable effects. At this moment, Lin Tian was activating the medicine encyclopedia. The dark blue flame was like a docile pet, methodically entering his body. Of course, even though the dark blue flame did not cause any disturbances when it entered his body, the extreme coldness still made him uncomfortable. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. Every inch of his skin was colder than ice. He felt as if he was about to suffocate, and even moving his lips was difficult. However, he was not an ordinary person. He endured this pain and used all his strength to activate the medicine encyclopedia even faster. The dark blue flame continued to enter his body, and then it was refined into his flesh and blood. Qi. 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 As he activated the medicine encyclopedia, the dark blue flame entered his body, and streaks of fiery light appeared on the surface of his body. He had refined the dark blue flame. This did not help his cultivation at all, but it had an amazing effect on his cultivation as an alchemist. As the dark blue flame continued to be refined into his flesh and blood true yuan, he suddenly felt that it would be much easier to refine the level 4 energy sealing pill than it was when he was a level 4 alchemist. However, during this process, he had to endure unimaginable pain. After the dark blue flame entered his body, it was as if it wanted to freeze his internal organs. Even his flesh and true yuan felt extreme coldness. Then came the excruciating pain, which was 10 times more intense than when he was constructing his god meridians. Just a while more. He gritted his teeth and endured. The medicine encyclopedia activated even faster. Outside his body, the dark blue flame entered his body bit by bit, and gradually decreased. Very quickly, 4 hours passed. After 4 hours, the dark blue flame outside Lin Tian's body had completely disappeared. All of it had been absorbed into his body. However, he did not immediately stand up. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. At this time, the icy flame of the dark blue flame was still intertwining in his body. This caused his body to be stiff and painful. It was difficult for him to move, so he could only continue to activate the medicine encyclopedia. After that, another 2 hours passed before he was finally able to move and stand up from the ground. Baiqiu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly ran over. "How are you? Are you okay?" she asked with concern. Xianxia did not move from his spot, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded at Xianxia, then looked at Baiqiu and smiled. "Excellent." He stretched out his right hand, and with a thought, a ball of green flame appeared, causing the surrounding space to distort. Baiqiu's expression changed. "This is alchemy fire? A level 4 alchemy fire?" Pill fire is the most basic offensive technique of an alchemist. It is divided into 7 levels, from weak to strong. The colors are yellow, purple, green, blue, red, and black. No pop-up window? Reading a book? 1. K? N? SH? U? As the eldest princess of the ancient Bai family, although Bai Qiu is not an alchemist, she knows the basics of alchemy. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian show a green pill fire, she was shocked. The 4th level pill fire, generally speaking, only a 5th grade alchemist can have it. How can you have it? Bai Qiu stared at him. Because I'm a 5th grade alchemist. Lin Tianyi smiled. After refining the dark blue flame, his alchemy level had a breakthrough, directly reaching the 5th grade alchemist level. What? Bai Qiu's eyes widened. She knew that Lin Tian knows alchemy since the Wuji Gate, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian's alchemy level has already reached the 5th grade. A grade 5 alchemist was an expert even in the 3 alchemist clans, and all of them were great figures that had lived for 200 or 300 years. Yet now, Lin Tian had actually attained the grade 5 alchemist realm before the age of 20, not only her, but even Yang Qi was shocked. A 5th grade alchemist is very rare in the 2nd heaven. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and suddenly rushed forward. You brat, tell me. Who are you? Not only do you know alchemy, but you also know how to engrave array patterns. You actually cultivate martial arts, alchemy, and array at the same time. Bai Qiu couldn't help but be surprised. In the history of cultivation, there is basically no one who cultivates all 3 paths at the same time. There is no end to learning. It's not a bad thing to learn more. Lin Tian Dao. That's not necessarily true. If you learn too many things, it's difficult to reach the end of any path. Bai Qiu curled her lips and stared fiercely at Lin Tian. This lady is not discussing whether learning more is a good thing or not. I'm asking you, where did you learn all these things? Some things can't be learned without a teacher, you must have a master. You've guessed it all? You're amazing. Lin Tian smiled. He felt that this girl's confident look was rather cute. Although he did have a master, the Tao of formations and the Tao of pills that he had learned had nothing to do with that old guy. It was completely passed down from within the divine sword. Sure enough, when I met you before, you said that you came out from the deep mountains and rarely entered the mortal world. Could it be that you've always been cultivating with your master? She stared at Lin Tian and said, speaking of which, is your master powerful? She clenched her small fists and seemed to be a little excited. After all, Lin Tian was very powerful, and to be able to teach such a disciple, the master must not be simple. She felt that Lin Tian's master should be at least a powerful existence in the 7th heaven of the Tongxian realm. Reading books in the first place? 1. CC, I'm not sure how powerful they are, but they can easily beat up your ancient families. Lin Tian Dao. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and burst out laughing. You really know how to brag. The ancient families in the 2nd heaven have all been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations are shockingly deep, and there are great Tao realm powerhouses overseeing them. You actually said that your master can easily beat such a large faction? Do you think that your master is a peak great Tao realm powerhouse, or an existence that surpasses the great Tao realm? Bai Qiu covered her small mouth and snickered. You even guessed my bragging? You're amazing. Lin Tian gave her a thumbs up. Bai Qiu snorted and continued to ask Lin Tian. Lin Tian refined the dark blue flame, and the 3 of them continued to walk forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any danger. Other than the dim space and the humid air, nothing else was affected. After the 3 of them walked for a while, a large internal lake suddenly appeared in front of them. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and it was actually brighter than other places. At this point, Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and the stilling water bead in his arms suddenly moved on its own. This is? He was slightly surprised. The stilling water bead vibrated, and traces of light seeped out, pointing directly at the sparkling lake. This is mystic water? Bai Qiu was moved. Mystic water? Lin Tian was puzzled. I told you to study more, but you don't know anything. You're really stupid. Bai Qiu explained, mystic water is also known as the essence of water or sky heart water. In short, it is the essence of water. Legend has it that the stilling water bead was born in mystic water, so it has the ability to control water. In addition, mystic water can also condense mystic water stones. These mystic water stones are very mysterious and can be used to store mystical abilities, secret arts, and so on in advance. It is comparable to the martial fusion runes made by powerful array manipulators. Read a book? 1. Moreover, this thing can also store Dao marks, formation runes, pill seals, and so on. Although its value is far inferior to the stilling water bead, it is still very shocking. It can store mystical abilities, secret arts, and even Dao marks, formation runes, and pill seals in advance. Lin Tianwei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It seemed that this thing was much more powerful than the martial fusion runes. After all, the martial fusion runes could only be used to fuse mystical abilities and martial skills. Dao marks, formation runes, and pill seals could not be fused in. Of course. Bai Qiu nodded. He stared at Lin Tian, and said, I see the stilling water bead in your pocket is shining. Thinking about it, this stilling water bead should have been obtained by the Sea Region ancient king in the past. Since this place can produce the stilling water bead, then there must be mystic water stones under the mystic water lake. This thing is very difficult to find even for ancient clans and sacred lands of inheritance. It is very precious. Quickly, let's go down and take a look, and take all the mystic water stones. Lin Tian nodded. He used the stilling water bead to break open the surface of the mystic water lake. Suddenly, a pure white light overflowed from below. Looking over, there were many transparent crystals condensed below. They were like glass, and there was a faint light lingering around them. There really is. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised. These are mystic water stones? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. With a rough glance, there were about 100 cubic meters of mystic water stones below. Bai Qiu clenched his small fist. The mystic water stones accumulated by our Bai family only add up to a dozen cubic meters, but there are so many here. It is enough to inscribe many mystical abilities and secret techniques. If we auction them, we can sell them for a sky-high price. The three walked to the bottom of the lake, and each took action. They took all the mystic water stones and carefully put them away. After some calculations, they each took about 40 cubic meters of mystic water stones. Mystic water stones, used to inscribe killing formations. I wonder how effective they are. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Bai Qiu tilted his head. What are you talking about? Lin Tian shook his head. He put the mystic water stones into his stone ring. After breaking open the mystic water lake, he continued forward with the other two. After about 2 days, the three reached the end of the dark gorge. They could see a cave in front of them. Outside the cave, harmful water was flowing, but it did not flow in. This made the three exclaim. They had to admit that this was a miracle of nature. There was a special flow inside the dark gorge that prevented large amounts of seawater from entering. Let's go, let's go. Bai Qiu urged. Lin Tian's true yuan had recovered. He used the water-steadying pearl to support a light screen, enveloping the two of them and shooting out of the dark gorge. After about 10 breaths, the three of them emerged from the sea and rose into the air. The light screen supported by the water-steadying pearl disappeared. Lin Tian put the pearl away again. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, bringing with it a bit of moisture and a salty smell. They were standing on the boundless sea, but they could see the continent in the distance and hear the cries of birds and beasts. We're out. We're already far away from the sea. Bai Qiu said happily. The three of them were not slow. They soon left the sea and returned to the continent. This was an old forest, surrounded by flourishing trees. There were many demonic beasts living here, and the demonic energy in the air was very dense. Xianxia nodded to Lin Tian and did not say anything. He walked on his own and soon disappeared into the depths of the old forest. This guy is like a block of wood. He didn't even open his mouth. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian knocked her on the head. He helped you block the Ghost King's attack before. Don't you know how to be grateful? I know, but... Bai Qiu looked in the direction Xianxia left and said, actually, it's understandable. That person is undoubtedly a descendant of the Yang clan. When the clan was in trouble, it was destroyed by Tai Xian and Wan Tong. All these years, he should have been living in hatred. It's normal for him to be silent. Maybe he'll be better after he gets his revenge, but that's too difficult. Tai Xian and Wan Tong were ancient giants of this heaven realm. Wanting to destroy these two forces was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. We just need to surpass the great Tao realm, Lin Tian said. He knew that the strongest people in the few major forces were at the great Tao realm. As long as there was a great Tao realm expert, or even a peak great Tao realm expert, it would not be too difficult to destroy such a major force. It's easy to say. Is it so easy to surpass the great Tao realm? Bai Qiu curled her lips and said, on the path of cultivation, the immortal ascension realm is the true starting point of the martial path. And this realm stops at least 80% of cultivators. Firstly, ordinary people can't reach this level. Secondly, even if they can, 99% of cultivators will be buried by the heavenly tribulation. Think about it, it's already so difficult to reach the immortal ascension realm, let alone the great Tao realm. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Lin Tiandao. He doesn't seem like one. That person definitely doesn't have a king body, but his battle prowess is terrifying. He's not inferior to my brother, Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian shook his head and walked in another direction. Bai Qiu curled her lips and quickly followed. You've played in the sea region. Why aren't you going home? Your family must be worried. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu immediately became unhappy. Hey, what do you mean by that? A beautiful girl like me who is capable of causing the downfall of a country is running around with you, not fearing hardship or tiredness. You should feel honored, you should be happy, you should be reluctant to let me leave, but you actually want to chase me away, that's too much. Are you a man? Lin Tian was speechless. He really wanted to push this girl down and spank her, but he rolled his eyes. He was really defeated by this girl. Alright, I'm grateful. Young miss, you can follow me as long as you want. I'm fine with it, he said. That's more like it. Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian was speechless, but he smiled. This girl was lively and wouldn't be bored if she accompanied him. The two of them left the old forest. In the blink of an eye, they spent a few days together. On this day, a few powerful divine power fluctuations suddenly appeared in the distant sky. 3 old men appeared in front of the two of them. Qiu'er, why are you walking with this person? One of them said in a deep voice. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes at all. The people from the Bai family had arrived. They were all in the realm of immortality, and they stared coldly at Lin Tian. No pop-up window, Qiu'er, come here. One of them said. Beside him, the other 2 people closed in on Lin Tian. Clearly, they wanted to kill Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The 3 of them were only at the early stage of immortality. He didn't care about them at all. Ancestral patriarchs, don't do anything rash. I've already talked to him. All our grudges have been settled. Bai Qiu stood in front of them. The 3 of them heard that and their faces darkened. Grudges have been settled? He killed so many people from the Bai family. You want to settle it with just one sentence? The 3 of them looked gloomy. Lin Tian had destroyed several of the Bai family's strongholds and killed many of the Bai family's powerful cultivators. How could the 3 of them let Lin Tian go? After all, the people who had killed Lin Tian, including the 7 heroes of the Bai family, were all from the collateral family. Suddenly, 3 faint waves of divine power surged and sealed off every corner in all directions. Lin Tian raised his hand. Sword light flickered, and a sonorous sound rang out. Bai Qiu turned around and looked at Lin Tian without saying a word. Lin Tian blushed with shame and put down his raised hand. The 3 Bai family members snorted and stepped forward. Killing intent filled the air. Qiu'er, step aside. One of them said. Bai Qiu looked at the 3 of them. A ball of light rushed out of her body and turned into a divine seal. Suddenly, the 3 of them changed their expressions, and their faces darkened. Divine command. Ancestral patriarchs, don't make me order you. Bai Qiu said. The three old men were all powerful cultivators from the collateral family of the Bai family. At this moment, Bai Qiu was displaying divine command. As the symbol of the Bai family's princess, she had the authority to order anyone in the collateral family. Even in the direct family, she had absolute authority. However, she usually didn't care about her identity as the eldest princess. Regardless of whether she was from the collateral family or the direct family, she had always respected her elders. At this moment, the three old men wanted to attack Lin Tian. She had no choice but to use her status as the Bai family's princess to pressure them. Their faces darkened as they glared at Lin Tian. After a while, they stepped back, but their killing intent was still there. "Thank you, ancestors." Bai Qiu nodded and put the Shenwu token back into his body. "The clan head wants you to return to the clan. The people from that bloodline are here. Your matter will be settled in the near future," an old man said. Bai Qiu's expression darkened as she bit her lip. After a while, she turned around and looked at Lin Tian. She smiled and said, "Sidekick, I'm going home. I've been very happy during this time. Thank you for playing with me." Lin Tian frowned. "What's wrong with you?" He always felt that Bai Qiu's smile was very forced and that there was something wrong with his mood. "It's fine. I'm the princess of the Bai family, a peerless genius who looks down on the second heaven. What can happen to me?" Bai Qiu said. Lin Tian was stunned and speechless. He took out the stilling water bead and handed it to Bai Qiu. "Keep it well. This is what you want. It can keep you young forever." Behind him, the three people of the Bai family were slightly shocked. They naturally recognized the stilling water bead. Such a precious treasure was countless times more valuable than an immortal artifact. Lin Tian actually gave it away so easily. Bai Qiu looked at the stilling water bead and shook his head. "I don't want it. You can keep it. It should be able to help you a lot." Lin Tian was slightly surprised. "What kind of wind is blowing today?" He pulled Bai Qiu's hand and forced the stilling water bead into her hand. "I said I'll give it to you. This is yours." This girl had always been very good to him. She liked the stilling water bead, so he naturally wouldn't keep it for himself. Bai Qiu froze in place and looked at the stilling water bead in her hand. For a moment, she was a little dazed. "Let's go back." A low voice sounded. The three elders of the Bai family stared at them and urged Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu took a deep breath and carefully put away the stilling water bead. She said to Lin Tian, "I'm going home." "Okay." Lin Tian nodded. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and took a few steps back. Then, she turned around and soared into the air, following the three elders into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the four of them walked more than 10 feet away. Just then, Bai Qiu stopped and turned around. "Lin Tian, you're an idiot, an idiot." At the same time, the sound of air braking rang out. In the blink of an eye, Bai Qiu's figure disappeared into the distance. The three people of the Bai family coldly glanced at Lin Tian and also left. Lin Tian stood in place and stared ahead. He was also a little stunned. He frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. "Forget it." Shaking his head, he took one last look at the direction Bai Qiu left and walked to the other side. In the old forest, a small stream flowed, splashing. Lin Tian walked on the water. Every step he took created a little ripple, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Not long after, he left the stream and walked into the forest. The spiritual energy in the second heaven was much denser than in the first heaven. Even in some ordinary old forests, there were powerful beasts. The birds were chirping non-stop, adding a lot of vitality and spirituality to the old forests. Lin Tian walked inch by inch. After a day, he found a hidden place. This was a canyon with steep stone walls. There were few people here, and not even the footprints of beasts could be seen. He used sword chi to carve out a platform, cleaned up the dust on it, and then sat down cross-legged. Buzz. He activated the four extreme scripture, and a faint silver light surrounded him. The silver light wrapped around his body, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. So far, his cultivation had been very smooth, and his progress was very fast. At least compared to other people of the same generation, it was very fast. Now, he sat down here and prepared to seriously go through his cultivation and the various techniques that he had mastered. He had now reached the third heaven of the Zephyr realm, and his chi and blood were very vigorous. Powerful true essence fluctuations intertwined outside his body, and occasionally a hurricane would sweep up. He closed his eyes and put his hands on his knees. The four extreme scripture circulated faster, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. It was not until 2 hours later that he stopped. Huff, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he raised his right hand, and a Tao diagram appeared. For symbols Tao diagram, the four symbols Tao diagram rotated, and moved according to his will. From the initial diameter of an inch, it slowly expanded to a diameter of more than 10 feet, and finally turned into a divine diagram with a diameter of 5 feet. It slowly hovered above his head, shining with divine light. For symbol seal, seal human, seal ghost, seal immortal, seal God, and seal self. He muttered to himself. His cultivation had reached the third heaven of the Zephyr realm, and the four-symbol seal he displayed was even more powerful. When my cultivation improves further, I can try to cultivate the second layer of the four-symbol seal. The four-symbol seal was a supreme secret technique of the Celestial Lords, and it was the core technique of the ancient Celestial Lords. It was very difficult to cultivate, and with Lin Tian's current cultivation, he still couldn't cultivate the second layer of the four-symbol seal. Even so, the first layer of the four-symbol seal he displayed was already terrifying enough, and few people of the same generation could resist it. He put away the four-symbol seal, and with his true essence, his hands moved rhythmically. Buzz. Behind him, the primitive mountain, the treasure bell, the barren heaven realm, the divine roar palace, and the sun ocean all appeared one by one. The divine art of divination, the supreme attack technique created by Lord Daoran, was known as the Battle Saint technique, and it could create all things in the world. As he used the divining divine technique, more divining divine elephants appeared in this space. They were dignified and divine, and their auras were magnificent. Finally, little fellows appeared at his feet one by one. There were white rabbits, raccoons, and civet cats. The little fellows weren't shy at all, and they clumsily crawled to Lin Tian's side, jumping around happily. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he withdrew the divine art of divination after a while. He stood up, and the aura around him changed. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and sword intent flashed in them. Clang, 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 the sound of weapons was ear-piercing, and treasure weapons suddenly appeared around him. There were a total of 108 weapons, and among them, there were 3 quasi-immortal weapons, all flashing with cold murderous light. At this moment, he displayed the weapon manipulation technique. As these weapons screeched, the space around him seemed to be distorted, as if it would collapse in the next moment. The clanging sounds were endless, and it wasn't until dozens of breaths later that he stopped and withdrew all the treasure weapons. I've only mastered about 30% of this treasure skill now. He muttered to himself. The weapon manipulation technique was said to be able to turn every blade of grass and every tree in the world into a divine weapon when cultivated to the extreme. It was the only martial skill that wasn't a divine power, but it was stronger than most divine powers. Lin Tian thought for a while, and suddenly felt that the person who created this technique was an out-and-out genius. He used a martial skill to suppress most divine powers and treasure skills. I don't know which layer of heaven it was passed down from. How could that person in the ancient tomb have mastered the weapon manipulation technique, and it was a complete weapon manipulation technique? He was a little confused. However, he only thought for a while, and then he didn't care about it. He didn't need to investigate these things. He raised his right hand and drew in the void. Immediately, lines of runes jumped out and imprinted in the void. He was now a 6th-stage array manipulator, and could freely carve runes in the void with his soul power. He didn't need to rely on things like ink and scrolls anymore. Now, he could study more formation runes, confinement runes, illusory arrays, and killing arrays. Array Dao, encompassing everything. After that, he displayed the Yin Yang Hua and the Yin Yang Lotus Sea, which bloomed with treasure light in the canyon. For hours later, he stopped and began to sort out his alchemy techniques. With his current level as a 5th-tier alchemist, he could already concoct some special alchemy pills, and he could also cultivate more alchemy treasured techniques, which would also have endless wonderful uses in battle. For symbol seal, divination divine art, weapon manipulation technique, yin yang hua, yin yang lotus si, array dao, alchemy dao. He organized all the methods he had mastered one by one, and his eyes shone brightly. With my current cultivation base, coupled with these methods, it's enough to kill ordinary early-stage immortal ascension cultivators. He circulated the 4 extreme scripture a few more times on the spot, stabilizing his aura, and then left the canyon. Next, his gaze was calm as he continued to walk through the various mountains. I wonder how they are doing now. I want to go back. He muttered to himself. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Su Shu. 3 figures appeared in his mind at this moment. Time passed quickly. Thinking back, he had already left the first level for a long time. Standing in the old forest, Lin Tian recalled every detail of his time in the first heaven. In Fengjian City, he and Lin Shi depended on each other. In the Nine Sons martial house, he met Su Shu. In the Imperial City, he walked with Ji Yu. In the blink of an eye, he had been away from the first heaven for too long. It had already been half a year. See? Half a year didn't sound long, but it wasn't short either. How long do I have to wait before I can go back? Shaking his head, he continued to walk forward. Strolling in the forest, his aura was very peaceful. Occasionally, he would even play with some small animals in the forest. Not long after, he entered another green mountain and suddenly saw a thatched cottage. The thatched cottage was very simple. It was made of wood and covered with grass to protect it from the wind and rain. The thatched cottage was surrounded by a fence, forming a small courtyard in front. There was a table and stone benches in the courtyard. Staring at the thatched cottage, Lin Tian suddenly felt a familiar aura. He walked up and came to the edge of the fence. Creak! With a soft sound, the door of the thatched cottage was pushed open, and a man in black walked out. Looking at Lin Tian outside the thatched cottage, the man in black had a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tian was standing outside the courtyard. When he saw the man in black walk out, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to live here, he said. The man in black was none other than Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything and just nodded. Aren't you going to invite me in? Lin Tian said with a smile. Xianxia walked over and opened the fenced courtyard door. Then, he returned to the thatched cottage and got some wine and a bowl. This man didn't say anything unnecessary. He sat down with Lin Tian on a wooden chair in the courtyard, poured a bowl of strong wine, and pushed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian picked up the bowl, drank a little, and put it down. He didn't like to drink, but since the host was so kind, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The environment here is not bad, he said. It's okay, Xianxia said. He picked up the bowl in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Lin Tian knew that Xianxia's blood feud was as deep as the sea, so he didn't bring it up. On this day, he stayed at Xianxia's place and chatted with this man about a lot of topics. Of course, most of the time, he was the one doing the talking. Xianxia rarely spoke. As night approached, the stars in the sky flashed. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the specks of stars. The silver moonlight fell, enveloping this world in a hazy radiance. Do you know how to get to the first heaven? He asked. Xianxia frowned, not understanding why Lin Tian would ask such a question. Compared to the second heaven, the first heaven was no different from an ordinary village. If Lin Tian had asked him how to get to the third heavenly layer, he would not have been confused. However, Lin Tian had asked him how to get to the first heavenly layer. I want to go to the first heaven, Lin Tian said bluntly. He and Xianxia weren't close friends, but he felt that he could trust this man. Moreover, going to the first heaven itself wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a secret that couldn't be revealed. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian. After a while, he said, in the second heaven, the easternmost spacetime portal leads to the third heaven, while the easternmost spacetime portal leads to the first heaven. However, rumor has it that there are some problems with the spacetime portal in the first heaven. From the second heaven to the first heaven, one has to pass through the spacetime portal in the first heaven, which is dangerous. Only those who have reached the immortal ascension realm and above have a 60% chance of safely going from the second heaven to the first heaven. The easternmost spacetime portal leads to the second heaven. The easternmost spacetime portal leads to the first heaven. Lin Tian said in a low voice. His eyes flickered with a bright light, but it quickly dimmed. He came from the first heaven, so he naturally knew that there were some problems with the spacetime portal in the first heaven. Ordinary cultivators couldn't pass through it and couldn't go from the first heaven to the second heaven. However, he didn't expect that from the second heaven to the first heaven, one would have to face such a problem. One also needed to be at the immortal ascension realm. Xianxia didn't ask Lin Tian what he was going to do in the first heaven. He just drank and didn't talk much. The next day, the sky cleared up. Lin Tian said goodbye and left the place. Walking in the old forest, his eyes flashed and became stronger. I have to get stronger as soon as possible and reach the immortal ascension realm, he said to himself. He walked out of the old forest and appeared on a road of cultivators, which immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. That's Lin Kuangren. Do you want to die? Keep your voice down. This person is even more terrifying than the desolate demon body of the heavenly demon mountain. He's not just a little bit strong. Many people had a look of fear on their faces. Lin Tian's cultivation was now very strong. Naturally, he heard these people's words, but he didn't care. Crossing the road of cultivators, he walked into another old forest. Should I return to the sea to continue my training? He said to himself. He was now alone and had only one short-term goal, which was to reach the immortal ascension realm and then return to the first heaven. Walking in the Lin Tian, he breathed in the fresh air. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. I heard that the Li family leader brought the extreme young physique to the Bai family. It seems that it has something to do with the princess of the Bai family. The people of the Bai family were very enthusiastic, and many big shots showed up to welcome the Li family. The Li family's extreme young physique? That Li Guhuang? Yes, that's him. It seems that he's going to marry the princess of the Bai family. On this day, the news spread out. In the second heaven, many people were surprised. In the 10 directions heaven, legend had it that there were 12 king physiques. The reincarnation physique had never appeared, and the chaos physique was recognized as the strongest, followed by the extreme yang physique and the extreme yang physique. Li Guhuang had the sun physique, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. He was truly invincible among his peers. Even some of the older generation immortal reaching realm experts were no match for him. His future achievements were limitless. Such a terrifying person was now personally heading to the Bai clan under the leadership of the Li clan leader. This undoubtedly caused a great commotion. It's confirmed. The extreme young physique Li Guhuang is going to marry the princess of the Bai family. Is that really the case? The princess of the Bai family is indeed very beautiful. Her beauty is unparalleled in the world, but just based on this point, can the Li family leader, who is also an ancient family, personally bring the extreme yang physique to the Bai family? That doesn't seem possible. Some people were puzzled. In the next few days, countless cultivators rushed to the Bai family's periphery, gathered outside the gate, and stared at the Bai family's interior. As an ancient family, the Li family's leader brought his own invincible king physique to the Bai family. This really stirred up the nerves of many people. However, no one could understand why the princess of the Bai family could make the Li family, which was also an ancient family, make such a big scene. The Li family leader and the extreme yang physique came in person. Lin Tian was walking in an old forest. Naturally, he also heard the news. The branch in his hand snapped with a crack. This news came too suddenly, causing him to be a little stunned. He involuntarily clenched his right hand. Extreme yang physique. The Li family leader personally brought the extreme yang physique Li Guhuang to the Bai family. This scene was a bit too big. The cultivators of the second heaven didn't understand, but Lin Tian knew that it was because Bai Qiu had the extreme yin physique. He thought of an ancient saying. The combination of the extreme yin physique and the extreme yang physique can give birth to a descendant of the chaos physique. As long as the reincarnation physique doesn't appear, the descendant of the chaos physique can become truly invincible. He suddenly remembered what Bai Qiu said to him. If the adults in the family force you to do something you don't want to do, saying it's for your own good, will you be happy? Thus, he finally understood that marrying the extreme yang physique and giving birth to a descendant of the chaos physique was indeed a good thing. However, he was very unhappy because he knew too much about the inheritance of these families. What they really wanted was a descendant of the chaos physique. A descendant of the chaos physique, no matter how mediocre, could step into the chaos realm. A descendant of the chaos physique in the chaos realm was enough for these two families to look down on the entire 10 directions heaven. They could be invincible for at least 100,000 years. He remembered that when he said to Bai Qiu, "Be careful that the person you like doesn't like you back," the girl's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He remembered Bai Qiu's wish. When she was strong enough, she would suppress all the old antiques in the family. Therefore, he also understood that the girl didn't want to marry the extreme yang physique. Everything was forced by the old antiques in the family. He remembered what he said to Bai Qiu. If your family forces you to do something you don't want to do, they won't have any malicious intentions. After all, they are blood relatives. He suddenly laughed at himself. Those old antiques in the Bai family mainly wanted a descendant of the chaos physique. For this reason, they didn't care about Bai Qiu's wishes. He remembered a few days ago, when he parted with Bai Qiu, the forced smile on her face. Suddenly, he felt even more unhappy. Flames flashed in his right fist. After a while, he finally loosened his fist, sighed softly, and walked away. The Bai family was very lively. The house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and all the important figures came out to welcome the people of the Li family. The important figures of the Bai family and the Li family naturally knew about the extreme yin physique and the extreme yang physique. Once the two of them married, soon, a descendant of the chaos physique would be born. The two families would protect the descendant of the extreme yang physique all the way to the chaos realm. Soon after, the two clans would be able to reach the heavens. They would no longer be able to look down on the second heaven, but the entire 10th heaven. In a pavilion, Bai Qiu stayed in her room, staring blankly at the steadying water bead in her hand. Why is that guy so stupid? I have hinted so many times, but he doesn't feel anything at all. She muttered. In the forest, Lin Tian said to give birth to a child, and she said to consummate the marriage. On the ship, Lin Tian stared at her, and she said that he must like her. In the sea, when he refined the spirit vein, she asked him if he wanted to do anything to her, and she said that she wouldn't resist. She felt that she had hinted very clearly. No matter how stupid he was, he should be able to understand her feelings. Idiot! Idiot! Thinking about it, she couldn't help but tear up, falling on the steadying water bead in her hand. He gave it to you? A voice sounded behind her. She didn't know when Bai Ziki came and stood behind her. Bai Qiu was shocked and quickly wiped away her tears. Brother. Seeing his sister wipe away her tears, Bai Ziki was silent for a while, then said, "Do you like him?" Bai Qiu sniffled, lowered her head and said, "Family is the most important." I know, I won't be willful this time. Bai Ziki's face gradually became a little ugly. He stepped forward and pulled Bai Qiu up. If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. I will take you to him. He said. End of chapter 437. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.